Whoever dares to steal my kill, I will gore every single one of you to death. This outrageous declaration made his teammates quit the game on the spot and shattered the opponent's mental state. Qin Feng had gone mad, ignoring the towers he should have been pushing to chase a low-health enemy across half the map. His teammates flooded the public chat with insults, mocking him for playing solo, and even went AFK in protest. But little did they know this wasn't just a game, it was a wild show of printing money. System detection successful, kill reward processed, $1,000 in cash deposit directly into his account. It wasn't for rank, it wasn't for glory, he was in it strictly for the money. With every strike, what echoed wasn't game sound effect, but the crisp clinking of cold hard cash. As the eye-catching bank notification for his updated balance popped up once again, Qin Feng took a deep breath and lit the trembling cigarette in his hand. All this madness traces back to half an hour ago, beginning of the match that set him on this path to becoming a billionaire. Finally, I won! Haha, I'm finally out of Eternal Diamond. In his rented apartment, Qin Feng cheered as he watched the enemy crystal explode on his phone screen. 5v5 Honor of Kings. He had been playing this game for 4 years, but because his skills were so mediocre, the highest rank he could reach was Diamond. And the Diamond rank is known as Eternal Diamond for a reason. The name fits perfectly. Qin Feng had been trapped there for a full 4 years. Finally, at the end of this season, he managed to grasp the very last chance before the season closed. He won this promotion match. Qin Feng tapped the screen to exit the victory page. A system message popped up on the screen. Congratulations on reaching the star level rank for the first time this season. You have been awarded 3 star protection cards. 3 of them, nice. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Star protection cards prevent you from losing a star when you lose a ranked match. 3 star protection cards meant Qin Feng could lose 3 matches without dropping a star. Just as Qin Feng was happily admiring the cards in his inventory, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking free and reaching the star level rank. The Prodigy Gaming Experience system is now binding. Ding. Detected that the host achieved 8 kills in the previous match, rewarding 8,000 yuan. 10 assists, rewarding 5,000 yuan. Ding. Upgrading mission issued. Reach the king rank with 50 stars this season. Upon completion, kill and assist rewards will double and more advanced system functions will be unlocked. If the mission fails, the system will detach. The series of voices in his head left King stunned. As a veteran web novel reader, he knew exactly what was happening. A system. He had actually been bound by a system. The Prodigy Gaming Experience system. Before Qin Feng could even think it over, his phone pinged with a text notification. He opened it and gasped in shock. Respected user, your bank card ending in 6889 has received 13,000 yuan. Current balance is 1328.36 yuan. China Construction Bank. The money had arrived. A full 13,000. He had graduated a year ago and was currently working in sales with a base salary of only 100 a month. Even in his best month for sales, he hadn't even earned 5,000 yuan. And now a single game had netted him 13,000. That was almost a whole year of his base salary. After a long while, Qin Feng finally calmed down. The system said he got 8 kills last game, earn 8,000. That means 1 kill is worth 1,000 yuan. Holy crap, that's insane. And even assists pay. 10 assists, rewarding 5,000. That means each assist is 500 yuan. Qin Feng felt like he couldn't breathe. Is this even called picking up money? Even robbing a bank wouldn't pay this fast. Fueled by excitement, Qin Feng immediately clicked to another game. For this match, he chose best assassin Wukong. Once an assassin gets their items, their damage is off the charts, making them the perfect choice for collecting kills. Before, Qin Feng played games just to win. But now, he was in it for the money. The game started quickly. At the start, Qin Feng sent a message to his teammates. Hey everyone, I'm Peppa Pig. Whoever steals my kill this game, I will hunt you down. Kills are money. 1 kill is 1,000. He wouldn't let anyone take a kill he could get. Peppa Pig, haha, little brother, you're trying to kill me with ladder. Just because of that, I'm definitely stealing your kills. If I get the kill with my own skill, why would you hunt me? His teammates started teasing him. Soon, Qin Feng cleared his jungle, reached level 4, and headed toward the top lane. Seeing Wukong, his teammates started luring the enemy Lu Bu out, and Qin Feng's Wukong seized the chance to leap from the bushes. Second skill, ultimate. First skill. With a smooth fluid combo, he took down Lu Bu. Ding. Player eliminated, 1,000 yuan reward earned. Qin Feng's brain buzzed, and his adrenaline skyrocketed. 1,000 yuan in the bag. He started roaming faster, and to get more kills, he even switched to attack speed boots. Ding. Player eliminated, 1,000 yuan reward earned. Ding. Player eliminated. 1,000 yuan reward earned. Qin Feng was so immersed in the system notifications he couldn't pull himself away. Less than 20 minutes in, he had 10 kills and 2 assists. He had earned a full 11,000. Hey, Wukong, do you even know how to play? I had them pinned under the tower. I could have finished them off. Why did you steal it? Exactly. This Wukong is playing single-player mode. You're showing off alone. How are we supposed to play? This isn't one man's game, it's Team Glory. Wukong, leave some kills for us. We can't level up. His teammates started gaining up on Qin Feng. But their team's total score was 12 kills, with Wukong having 10, leaving only 2 for the rest of them. If you're bad at the game and talk trash, addicted to making money, Qin Feng ignored them and fired back directly. Fine, since you're so great, play by yourself. I'm done. I'm done too, Wukong. Please start your solo show. Acting like you're the only one who cares about winning. I'm out too. Wukong, you don't deserve to win. In an instant, all 4 teammates were on the same side, either going idle or feeding the enemy kills. They hadn't had a good gaming experience since the start anyway. Wukong always saved his skills just to secure the final blow, preventing them from developing. Qin Feng was stunned. With 4 teammates trolling, there was no way he could win, no matter how good he was. Besides, because he had been playing so aggressively, the enemy team stopped wandering alone and moved in packs of 2 or 3. He couldn't get any more kills. Without a doubt, 5 minutes later, his blue crystal was destroyed by the enemy. Qin Feng hadn't managed another kill. He didn't make a single cent more. I have a star protection card. Qin Feng fumed after the game ended. After exiting the lost screen, Qin Feng checked his text messages. Respected user, your bank card ending in 6089 has received 11,000 yuan. Current balance is 28.36 yuan. China Construction Bank. Balance past 20,000. Earned over 10,000 from one game. Qin Feng felt his heart couldn't take much more of this. 10,000 per game. Assuming he plays no more than 6 hours a day due addiction limits. At 2 games an hour, that's 12 games. He might not get 10 kills every game, but averaging 5 kills and maybe 5 or 6 assists per game. That averages out to about 8,000 per game. That's nearly 100,000 a day. 100,000 a day. Qin Feng's biggest dream before was to earn 10,000 a month, and now he's making 100,000 a day. He lit a cigarette with trembling fingers, needing to finally calm down. Reflecting on the last game, he realized he had gotten too carried away. Stealing kills like that had caused his teammates' mental states to shatter. If every game went like that while the money was good, his chances of reaching king rank were slim, and he still had that system task to complete. Can't be so blatant about stealing kills. Qin Feng started the next game. He chose Wukong again. He started the game clearing the jungle and ganking normally, not going crazy over every kill like the last time. Ding. Player eliminated. 1,000 yuan reward earned. Finally, 5 minutes in, Qin Feng got his first kill. Hey, does the jungler even know how to play? Haven't seen you gank once. Suddenly, the ADC Marco sent a message in the public chat. Qin Feng checked the scores. Damn it. What the hell is this? He hadn't even noticed until now. In 5 minutes, the bottom lane ADC and support had already fed 4 kills each. 5 minutes into the game, the enemy ADC already had 8 kills. How the hell are we supposed to play now? Just as Qin Feng expected. With the bottom lane duo feeding in all sorts of ways, the enemy ADC was fully geared by the 12th minute. At 15 minutes, their own crystal was destroyed. Qin Feng ended with a score of 242. He only earned 3,000 yuan. If you don't know how to play jungle, then don't. How embarrassing. Before the crystal exploded, Marco taunted him one last time. Qin Feng was furious. A Marco with a score of 12 now, how could he have the nerve to talk trash? Back at the main menu, Qin Feng realized he had consumed another star protection card. He had 3, and now there was only 1 left. He clicked on Marco's avatar, so angry he could scream. Marco had a total of 45 matches played, 9 heroes and 3 skins. Qin Feng had played 5,000 matches. This was typical of the matchmaking system's scheme to exploit veterans by forcing them to carry newbies. Stupid developers, may you rot in hell. Qin Feng took a deep breath and clicked to start a new match. Less than 15 minutes later, the game was over. His own blue crystal had shattered. In this game, Qin Feng's score was 5-4. He only earned 2,000 bucks. At this rate, there was no way he'd reach his goal of making 100,000 a day. The crucial point was that all 3 star protection cards were gone. I knew it. These cards weren't given away for free. Tencent, I was wrong. Qin Feng cried out to the heavens. He admitted he was a noob. But the teammates he got matched with in the last 2 games were just unbelievable. They were feeding like there was no tomorrow. In the 3rd game, even with a 0-5 score, he still got team MVP. You can imagine the skill level of his teammates. Sure enough, you should never try to take advantage of Tencent. They gave you 3 star protection cards, but good luck winning any of those 3 matches. Qin Feng looked at his phone, lost in thought. At this pace, forget about reaching king rank. He wasn't even sure he could keep his current star diamond rank. The system required him to hit 50 stars at the king rank this season, which was the level of Glory King. If the mission failed, the system would abandon him. He finally had a chance to change his destiny. He couldn't let the system live now. But there was less than a month left in the season. There was no way he could rank up to 50 stars on his own. How about, I hire a booster for the high rank climb? Qin Feng. Hiring a booster meant paying a skilled player to help him rank up. Usually they charge by the star or by the rank. It was part of the game's gray market. Though it would cost a lot to get from Diamond to 50 Star King, he wasn't short on money anymore, was he? Ding! Detected impure intentions. Warning, your account is being monitored by the system. If you hire a booster, the system will immediately detach. The system's voice echoed in his head, startling Qin Feng. He quickly dismissed the idea of hiring a booster. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He asked, System, if I don't hire a booster, can I just find someone to play with? Ding! As long as you are one operating the account, that is allowed. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. He exited the game and started searching for companion gaming platforms. After finding a major platform, he registered an account. A customer service rep contacted him immediately via voice chat. Hello there, what game are you looking for a gaming companion for? Any specific requirements? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, Arena of Valor, someone at 50-star king level or higher. A girl with a nice voice would be best. Well, there aren't many girls at the 50-star king level. Our starting price is $50 per half hour. Money is no object. If you have one, I'll book 5 hours right now. Wow, thank you for supporting our platform. I'll arrange it for you immediately. $50 for half an hour mean $100 an hour. Qin Feng booked 5 hours straight, and even the customer service rep's attitude became much more respectful. After all, you don't run into big spenders like this every day. Soon a girl connected to the mic, her voice soft and sweet. Hi there, my name is Qian Tian. I'm a 50-plus star king player, peaked at 80 stars. I specialize in mid and jungle, but I can also be your supportive sidekick. As long as I don't die, you can farm safely. Here are my stats. In the chat box, Qian sent screenshots of a recent match history. A long streak of MVP wins. You're the one. Qin Feng confirmed it and booked 5 hours on the spot, far away in a university dorm. A female student in pajamas gasped, damn, I just hit the jackpot with a whale. What's wrong, Qian? Her roommate in the next bed asked. The girl who gasped was the gaming companion Qin Feng had hired. Some guy just booked me for 5 hours, 5 whole hours. Qian was still in shock. Her split with the platform was 80-20, meaning she kept 80%. 5 hours meant $400. For a regular student working a part-time job, earning $100 in an 8-hour shift was already pretty good. 5 hours, you're not going to get any sleep then. Forget sleep, I don't have classes tomorrow anyway. I have to keep this big spender hooked, Qian said excitedly. She was an old pro at this, knowing exactly what was on the minds of guys who hired companions. As long as she acted cute and dependent, she'd trigger his protective instinct, ensuring he'd book her again. So what's your rank? Star Diamond 5. Got it. Let me hop on and add you as a friend. As a companion, Qian had several accounts. She chose one that had just promoted to Diamond, so their rank gap wasn't too big, preventing them from matching against impossibly strong opponents. What do you want to play? I'll pick it for you. Qian was in the first pick slot, speaking via voice chat. I'm playing Lubin. Qin Feng chose his best marksman, whose late-game damage was explosive, a true kill-stealing machine. Back in the dorm, Qian smirked. As expected, men who hire companions usually like to play marksman or jungle, then have the support girl follow them around. So she just needed to pick a support that could protect Lubin, and whenever he got a kill, sprinkle in a few compliments about how good he was, and she'd be golden. It was all part of her experience. I'm pretty good at Yao. Should I play her and support you? She asked when it was her turn. Yo, why are you playing Yao? Didn't you say you're best at mid and jungle? Qin Feng asked. Qian froze, then coquettishly said, don't you want me to support you? A second later, Qin Feng replied with stern righteousness. Who asked you to support me? I hired you to carry me to victory. Qian was completely stunned, and her roommate started laughing. Haha, Qian, what kind of clueless man did you find? He literally expects you to hard carry him. Qian was stunned too. What kind of rank-obsessed freak is this? Is my voice not pleasant enough? Am I not soft and sweet enough? You hired a gaming companion just to rank up. Qian sighed in silence, then finally chose signature mid-lane hero Diachen. Then the game began. 2 minutes in, the bottom lane was double-killed. Qin Feng, Qian, come to the bottom lane and help me. Coming right up, just wait for me, handsome. 3 minutes later. Ding, assist successful, received a 500 yuan reward. Ding, assist successful, received a 500 yuan reward. Ding, assist successful, received a 500 yuan reward. Qian's skill level is truly of a 50-star king. With a quick flurry of attacks, the opposing marksman, support, and the jungler who came to help were all taken down. Qin Feng also picked up 3 assists, but they were only assists that's only 500 yuan each. Qian, let me have all the kills from now on. You got it, handsome. A little while later. Ding, kill successful, received a 1,000 yuan reward. Ding, kill successful. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Qin Feng was grinning from ear to ear. This gaming companion was worth every penny. He only spent 500 yuan for 5 hours, and 1 assist already paid for it. Plus, she was already helping him earn a lot of money. He now had 15 kills and 8 assists, earning a total of 9,000 yuan. He had already broken his record for the most money earned in a single match. After Qin Feng picked up one last kill, making a total of 20,000 yuan, the enemy crystal exploded. Your Lubin is so amazing, handsome. After the game ended, Qianqin's complimentaries rang out. Your Diaochin is pretty amazing too. Nobody dislikes being complimented, especially not by a young, sweet-voiced girl. Handsome, let's start another one. Qiantian entered the lobby. Wait a minute. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Qianqin had to wait for a moment. A moment later, her inbox suddenly lit up. She clicked on it and was instantly dumbfounded. King Ding Buguik has sent you a little surprise, exotic dancer. King Ding Buguik has sent you a skin, Christmas love song. King Ding Buguik has prepared a surprise for you, Midsummer Night's Dream. King Ding Buguik has sent you a skin, Cat Shadow Phantom Dance. King Ding Buguik was none other than Qin Feng's in-game. Qin Feng had actually gifted her all of Diaochin's available skins. These skins added up to over 400 yuan. That was equivalent to her total income for 5 hours of gaming companionship. I saw you played Diaochin well just now, so I'm giving all these skins to you, Qin Feng's generous voice echoed. In the last game with Qianqin's help, he made a 20,000. He naturally wouldn't be stingy with a mere 400 yuan worth of skins. Thank you, handsome. I love you so much, handsome. Mwah, mwah. Qianqin was incredibly surprised. Her previous clients were lucky if they didn't try to get verbal cheap shots at her. They would always ask things like, what are your measurements? What color are you wearing today? But Qin Feng throughout the whole game didn't do any of that and even sent her so many skins. As a girl who loves gaming, she really liked hero skins too. But her financial situation didn't allow her to splurge, and since she had many accounts apart from a few free ones from the game or redeemed via skin shards, she basically had no skins. So the surprise Qin Feng gave her was a genuine one. He was miles better than any other client she had ever encountered. Qianqin's impression of Qin Feng skyrocketed. This isn't just a rich guy. He must be an incredibly handsome tycoon. The second game began. In this game, Qianqin still played Diaochin. She put on her favorite Midsummer Night's Dream skin. She loved this Diaochin skin the most. Qin Feng was still using Lu. As soon as the game started, Qianqin didn't even go to the mid lane. She went straight to wait in the bottom lane. The moment the enemy marksman showed his face, Qianqin pounced and pulled off a combo, leaving him with only a sliver of health. By then, the enemy marksman had already retreated into the tower, and Qianqin's Diaochin followed, placing her just within attack range. The enemy marksman stood there in despair, too lazy to even try running. But after waiting for a second, Diaochin just stood under the tower without attacking him. He wondered, did Diaochin disconnect? Suddenly, Lubin flashed in, landed a basic attack, and took his head, getting the first blood. Are you freaking insane, standing under the tower just to let your teammate take the kill? The enemy marksman was furious. Things that angered him even more happened afterward. As long as he dared to show his face, Diaochin might be late, but she would never forget to descend upon him. 5 minutes into the game, he had already given away 6 kills. All the kills were taken by Lubin. Diaochin, is Lubin your daddy? You're licking his boots so hard. The enemy marksman asked angrily in the all-chat channel. But no one paid him any mind. Handsome, come over and get the kill. Coming. Ding, kill successful. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Handsome, there are 2 more kills here. I'm coming. Ding, kill successful. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Ding, kill successful. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Handsome, he has flicker, he's gonna run. Then you can take him. Ding, assist successful. Received a 500 yuan reward. At the 18-minute mark, the opponents surrendered. By this time, Qin Feng's Lubin had 20 kills and 8 assists. He earned 24,000. He broke the record for the most money earned in a single match again. Qin Feng looked at bank balance that had passed 70,000, and he couldn't stop grinning. Awesome. At 20,000 per match, his daily income is set to break 200,000. Qianqin, are there any other heroes you like? I'll send you their skins, Qin Feng asked. Back in university dorm, Qianqin was beyond excited. A gaming companion who also gifts skin. He sent some last round, and he's still sending more this round. He's literally a god-tier tycoon fallen from the sky. Handsome, the Diaochin skins you sent earlier were already very valuable. I can't accept any more. Qianqin acted reserved, fearing she might leave a bad impression. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me which hero skin you want, Qin Feng's overbearing voice sounded. He made over 20,000 one match, mostly thanks to the kills Qianqin let him have, so he was happy to spend a little. In the dorm, Qianqin felt like she could barely breathe. This damn overbearing CEO vibe. It's truly gonna make her fall for him. Handsome, I want Luna's. Not long after the inbox slip again. King Ding Bugwake has prepared a little surprise for you. Gothic Rose. King Ding Bugwake has sent you a skin, Crimson Blade. King Ding Bugwake has sent you a skin, Fairy Zixia. For the third round, Qianqin chose Luna with the Fairy Zixia skin to play in the jungle. Qin Feng meanwhile played Bu in the top lane. Little brother, come and finish off their dog-headed hero. Coming. Ding, player killed successfully. Reward of 1,000 yuan received. Qianqin's perception of Qin Feng had changed, and she's becoming more and more relaxed. This was the most comfortable and enjoyable gaming session she had ever had with a client. Luna, can you come help me in the bottom lane? What's the point of Lu Bu? In this version, marksmen are still the strongest. The marksman in the bottom lane wasn't performing well and started calling for the jungler. Don't talk nonsense, our little brother's Lu Bu is the best. Qianqin replied and ignored the marksman from then on. Under the powerful leadership of Qianqin's Luna, they won this round without a doubt. Qin Feng's Lu Bu secured 18 kills and 6 assists in this game. This was the best record he'd ever had since he started playing Lu Bu. He earned another 21,000 this round. Afterward, he gifted Qianqin all the available skins for Shangguan Wanner. In the fourth round, Qianqin used Shangguan Wanner and was equally invincible, controlling the situation well by giving every kill to Qin Feng. A small incident occurred during the game, because both Qin Feng and Qianqin had their all-chat voice enabled. The Xiang Yu in the top lane, who was a guy, couldn't stay calm after hearing Qianqin's sweet voice. Hey girl, let's add each other and play together. I can buy you an 88 yuan skin. Qianqin was absolutely disgusted when she heard that. Trying to pick up a girl with just an 88 yuan skin, compared to Qin Feng, who casually gifted her an entire set of skins for a hero that was just incredibly low class. She completely ignored the Xiang Yu for the rest of the game. Even when he was being attacked right in front of her, she would just turn and walk away, leaving him to die. But on the other hand, whenever any enemy got close to Qin Feng's character, she would immediately swoop in to clear the threat, even if it meant she might get ganged up on and die just to protect him. This blatant double standard left the Xiang Yu player feeling deeply discouraged. An 88 yuan skin isn't even that cheap. Why is she picking on me like that? Game over. Qin Feng earned 20,000 and bought Qianqin a set of Zhang Liang skin. Fifth round. Win. Earned 26,000. Record broken. I'm getting a bit tired, Qin Feng said while rubbing his eyes. He had been playing for a long time today to get out of diamond rank, and after 5 consecutive matches, his eyes were starting to ache. Little brother, why don't you take a break and we can play later? Qianqin's caring voice chimed in. Forget it, no more for today, my eyes are getting blurry. Qin Feng could now consider his stable. You can never finish earning money, but health is the most important thing. Huh? Little brother, it's only been 2 hours, my order time isn't up yet, what should I do? It's fine, just count it as 5 hours, Qin Feng said generously. Thank you, little brother. Qianqin's happy voice rang out. She thought she would have to pull an all-nighter, but she had earned the full 5 hours pay after only 2. And she received so many skins on top of that. A gaming employer like Qin Feng is truly rare to come by. However, the truly exciting part was yet to come. I've had a great time playing today, so I'm sending you all the skins available in the store. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Qianqin was so shocked she couldn't breathe. How much would all those skins cost? There are 5 288 yuan skins. There are over a dozen 168 yuan ones. And nearly 50 88 yuans. Not counting the others, just these alone would add up to over 10,000. She only earns 400 for 5 hours of gaming. To earn 10,000, it would take 125 hours. Even with 12 hours of awake time a day, it would take at least 10 days. 10 days to reach 10,000 might seem like high income. The key is that it's impossible for her to get so many orders continuously. Usually people only book half an hour or an hour at a time. After all, not everyone can afford 100 yuan per hour for gaming services. Sometimes she's lucky to get 5 hours of work a week during her spare time. At most, she'd work 20 hours a month. That's just about 800 yuan in pocket money. Using over 10,000 yuan to buy skins was something Qianqin didn't even dare to. Including the other skins, it would cost at least 20 to 30,000 to start. He's a super rich guy. Qianqin was entirely sure before, but now she was certain. Giving away tens of thousands without blinking, he is definitely a super rich guy. For the next half hour, Qianqin's hands were cramping from clicking to collect all the skins in her mailbox. Alright, I'm logging off. After sending the skins, Qin Feng said his goodbye. Little brother, wait a second, can I add you on WeChat? Qianqin said anxiously. Add my WeChat? Little brother, the skins you sent today are too expensive. If you want to rank up later, you can just message me on WeChat. You don't need to spend money on gaming services, Qianqin explained nervously. Qin Feng smiled. This was an interesting girl, she was actually trying to help him save money. Alright then, add me, my WeChat ID is 156. A short while later, WeChat friend request popped up on Feng's phone. After he accepted, a message came through. Little brother, my name is Su Qianqin, you can look for me anytime you want to rank up. Su Qianqin, so using your real name, Qin Feng? Yes, little brother. Nothing, it's a nice name. Thank you, little brother, cute emoji. After a brief chat with Su Qiantian and agreeing to play again tomorrow night, Qin Feng exited WeChat. The game had been running in the background, so he went ahead and closed it too. As soon as he swiped the game away, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for the 5-win streak. Hidden reward triggered. Reward: 1 genetic pill. Qin Feng was stunned. A 5-win streak has a hidden reward. But what the heck is this genetic pill? As Qin Feng was thinking, his hand suddenly glowed and a transparent capsule appeared in his palm. At the same time, information flooded into his mind. Genetic pill strengthens genes, enhances physical fitness, sculpts a perfect physique, builds absolute physical health, immune to all poisons. This is good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he swallowed it right away. The next moment, his body began to heat up and he felt a tearing pain in his muscles. The pain came fast and left just as quickly. In just a split second, his shirt was already drenched in sweat. He glanced down at his body through his soaked shirt and his eyes widened in surprise.
Abs. Still 8 of them. The sweat-soaked shirt perfectly revealed the muscles on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng rushed excitedly to the bathroom and took off his shirt. He was stunned. Chest muscle. Abs. Veep. The muscle definition was smooth and perfect. It revealed the perfect bodies seen on ancient Western statues. Even Qin Feng himself was dumbstruck by what he saw. This physique? It's invincible. He couldn't think of any other adjective besides perfect. After admiring himself for a while, Qin Feng walked into the bathroom to wash off the sweat. Just as the water hit him, he looked down. Oh my... little brother. No. From now on, I have to call you big brother. After showering, Qin Feng's stomach started growling. After being mentally strained all night and taking that genetic pill, his body had burned through almost all its energy. He hadn't felt it while he was excited, but now that he'd calmed down, he was starving. He habitually opened Meituan and clicked on his favorite fried rice place. A moment later, Qin Feng paused. I am making 200,000 a day now. Why the hell would I eat fried rice? I'm going out to eat. Qin Feng wouldn't treat himself poorly anymore. He ran out to a 24-hour fast food restaurant and enjoyed a hearty meal before heading home. Once home, he hit the bed and slept soundly all night. The next... bang! Bang! The knocking on the door woke Qin Feng from his sleep. It is already noon. Is anyone there? A middle-aged woman's voice came from outside. Recognizing the voice, Qin jolted awake. Laddie. This woman was the owner of the apartment he rented. She was actually a pretty decent person. Most landlords required a 3-month deposit and 1-month rent in advance, but she knew he had just graduated and let him pay month by month. Ms. Zhang. Qin Feng tidied up a bit and opened the door. Little Feng, it's time for rent. Is it convenient for you? If not, you can pay next month's together. It's convenient, it's convenient. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. He had earned 120,000 to 130,000 last night, and after buying skins for Qianqian, he still had over 90,000 in his account. Ms. Zhang, I will transfer it to you right now. Qin Feng pulled out his phone, found Ms. Zhang's WeChat, and transferred 15,000 all at once. Little Feng. This. Ms. Zhang was stunned when she saw the amount. Ms. Zhang, that's for a year's rent. I'm paying in advance. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Little Feng, how come you have so much money all of a sudden? Qin Feng rubbed his nose and said, my recent performance has been good, so my salary increased a bit. College graduates really have a bright future. When I get home, I'll tell my son about your success so he studies hard and earns money just like you. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and saw Ms. Zhang off. Studying hard is definitely the right thing to do. But if Ms. Zhang knew this money came from playing video games, he wondered what her expression would be. Renting an apartment is not a long-term solution. I should consider buying a place. Qin Feng scanned the rented room and fell into thought. Everyone wants their own place, a little home of their own. Before, Qin Feng felt that buying a house was way out of reach, so he never thought about it. Now though, with his income of over 100,000 a day, buying a house in this city in full would only take 10 days or half a month. This definitely needs to be on the agenda. My phone is outdated too. It lags when I'm gaming. I need to buy the best phone to help me earn more money. Qin Feng had bought his current phone back in college, and he'd been using it for 3 full years now. Now that he had money, he definitely needed to upgrade. Before leaving, Qin Feng sent a message to Su Qianqian on WeChat. I'm going to rank up in an hour, do you have time? Just as Qin Feng hailed a taxi, Su Qianqian's reply came through. Little brother, I don't have classes today, I'm free all day. I'm logging in to wait for you right now. Qin Feng smiled after seeing the message. This girl is reliable. Over at the college dorm. The little brother messaged me, Su Qianqian cheered. Several girls nearby gathered around. Is that the super rich little brother? Does he have any photos in his profile? Is he handsome? I wish I could have a super rich little brother clear out the skin shop for me too. The girls around Su Qianqian were all gamers. Hearing that Su Qianqian met a super rich guy last night who bought out every skin in the shop for her, they all came to see what the hype was about. Seeing that Su Qianqian really did have every skin in the store, they were all envious and jealous. Qianqian, can you give me his wish? No way! He's my client, how could I just leak a client's information like that? Su Qianqian refused righteously. Why would she share a super rich guy like that? She had to keep him all to herself. Qianqian, if he's a real super rich guy, you need to seize the opportunity. You might be a wealthy socialite in the future. Yeah, Qianqian, if you make it big, don't forget your besties. The girls teased her. Su Qianqian blushed and retorted, oh, stop talking nonsense, he's a decent guy. Oh, already getting protective. Qianqian, you don't actually like him, do you? I don't. Then why are you blushing? I'm not. Haha, Qianqian is embarrassed. Who would have thought that a seasoned pro in the gaming world would fall for someone after just 2 hours of playing? This guy is something else. The girls teased her relentlessly. Su Qianqian's heart was racing like a She kept checking her phone all day for fear of missing a message from Qin Feng, and his commanding voice from last night kept playing in her mind. During their 2 hours of playing last night, Qin Feng was just focused on ranking up and didn't try to take any liberties with her. Having dealt with trashy clients in this industry before, Qin Feng had won her over completely. Ever since he sent that message earlier, she'd been feeling so excited. She wasn't even sure herself anymore, thinking silently, could I really have fallen for that little brother? Qianqian, can we join you guys later? Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll buy us some skins too. Someone asked expectantly. He's trying to rank up, you guys are too bad at the game, it won't work. Qianqian, I'm a king level player now too, can you ask him if I can play with you guys? Suddenly a voice came from behind the crowd. Su Qianqian looked up and her brows knitted together. Jia. She is Su Qianqian's classmate and also a member of the student union. However, their relationship is not good at all. Relying on her position in the student union, Cheng Meijia often throws her weight around and makes snide, judgmental comments about others. Not only that, she's also a very materialistic person. After she got to college and hooked up with a wealthy senior, she dumped her previous poor boyfriend. Su Qianqian looks down on people like her the most. And because Su Qianqian is prettier than her, Cheng Meijia has made trouble for her quite a few times. The key is that she has the backing of the student union, so Su Qianqian usually just tolerates her and doesn't talk to her much. Today, Cheng Meijia heard about the wealthy gamer and came sniffing around, but Su Qianqian's friends have been ignoring her. At this moment, Cheng Meijia asked a question and her intention was obvious. She wants to hook up with this wealthy gamer. I need someone with 50 stars in the king rank, just hitting the king rank won't cut it. Su Qianqian replied indifferently, clearly refusing her. Just then Su Qianqian's WeChat with a message. Qianqian, I am here to rank up, are you free now? Qin Feng sent a voice message. I'm free, little brother, I've already logged in and have been waiting for you. Great, I'm logging in now. Let's talk over the game's voice chat. As soon as Su Qianqian finished listening to Qin Feng's voice message, the girls next to her got hyped up. This voice, it's so smooth, he must be an incredibly handsome guy. Qianqian, you've definitely struck gold. With a voice that sounds this good, he must be playing as your designated partner. Su Qianqian quickly stopped them. Alright, you girls stop being so desperate. I'm going to be on voice chat with him while we play, so don't you guys blabber, or I won't be able to hear his voice. You've forgotten your best friends for a guy. You're the desperate one, okay? Exactly. But if heaven gave me such a guy, I would be willing to trade all my best friends for him. Cheng Meijia, standing at the very back, didn't leave either. She stared greedily at Su Qianqian's phone, wishing she could snatch it and add that wealthy gamer on WeChat. If any guy were willing to clear out all the skins in the shop for her, she would do anything he wanted. Anyway, the senior she's currently hooking up with definitely doesn't have that kind of money. Qianqian, can you hear me? In the game lobby, Qin Feng's voice rang out. Little brother, I can hear you. Su Qianqian responded quickly while making faces at her friends to tell them to be quiet. Qianqian, do you know anyone else who has reached the king rank? Pull someone else in, it'll be easier to play. Cheng Meijia, who was on the fringes, heard this and pushed through Su Qianqian's friends to get in. Little brother, I'm also a king rank player, can you take me along? Su Qianqian frowned and was about to speak, but Qin Feng's voice came through first. Sure, As long as you have the skill, just ask Qianqian to invite you. Once Qin Feng spoke, Su Qianqian couldn't say anything, so she reluctantly invited Cheng Meijia, who had just logged in, to the team. As soon as Cheng Meijia joined the team, she immediately sent a friend request to Qin Feng. King Deng Bugik? Wow, little brother, your name sounds so good. It's so poetic. Cheng Meijia's coy voice echoed. It's alright, I guess, Qin Feng chuckled. Only a man with depth would come up with such a profound name. Little brother, you must be a deep person in real life too. Cheng Meijia flattered him again. Su Qianqian, standing next to her, really felt like slapping her face. Especially when Cheng Meijia put on that overly affected, cutesy voice, it gave her goosebumps all over. And hearing Cheng Meijia talk to Qin Feng made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It felt like something precious to her was about to be snatched away by someone else. On the other side, in the rental apartment, Qin Feng was already frowning. Little brother, what's your name? My name is Cheng Meijia. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The difference between women is just so huge. This Cheng Meijia really has no sense of boundaries. We haven't even entered the game yet and she's asking for his name. Qin Feng really wanted to ask, are we even that close? In comparison, Su Qianqian gave him a much better impression. Last night, Su Qianqian took the initiative to tell Qin Feng her name, but she hasn't asked for his name even until now. Appropriate, generous, and knows her place. Most importantly, her gaming skill is truly good. Little brother, are you listening to me? Cheng Meijia's voice sounded again. Cheng Meijia, don't ask little brother about his personal matters, Su Qianqian said with a hint of annoyance. Cheng Meijia finally shut. They matched quickly. Qin Feng was in the first slot and immediately picked Luden. Last night he had such a blast racking up kills with Luden. Su Qianqian also used her best hero Diaochan for the first round. Little brother, I'm the best at supporting. Let me support you. Cheng Meijia chose Yao. Qin Feng frowned again. He wanted to get carried to victory, so naturally he hoped his teammates would choose damage-dealing positions. But thinking that Cheng Meijia was a king rank player, her supporting shouldn't be too bad. After selecting the heroes, they entered the game shortly after. Yao, come with me early game! The jungler Dian Wei picked. Sorry, I only follow my Luden brother. Cheng Meijia wouldn't miss any opportunity to show off in front of Qin Feng. She was already calculating which hero skin she should ask the little brother for after the game ended. It has to be the most expensive one. Little brother, I'm level 4, come to the middle lane and get ready for a kill. Alright. Ding, successfully executed player. Received 1,000 yuan reward. The familiar sound rang in Qin Feng's mind and he felt extremely satisfied. That's exactly the feeling. The feeling of making money while lying down. Little brother, I'm at the bottom lane, get ready to get a double kill. Alright. Ding, successfully executed player. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Ding, successfully executed player. Received 1,000 yuan reward. Ha, Qianqian, you're awesome. While Qin Feng was happy, he casually complimented Su Qian. The dorm. Su Qianqian, hearing Qin Feng's praise, smugly raised her head and glanced at Cheng Meijia. Humph, the little brother likes me more. Cheng Meijia was silent. Apart from being able to exchange a few words with Qin Feng at the beginning, she couldn't get a word in as the game progressed. It was always Su Qianqian calling Qin Feng to get kills, and after Qin Feng happily accepted, he would chat away with Su Qianqian. Although her hero Yao was attached to Qin Feng the whole time, she was completely ignored and Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to her at all. This can't go on, Su Qianqian is such a temptress. Cheng Meijia cursed in her heart. She only reached the king rank by flirting with others to carry her, and she had always just been a dead weight. When it comes to skill, even 100 of her couldn't compare to the genuinely talented Su Qianqian. Looks like I have to change my strategy. Cheng Meijia curled her lips, deciding to use the trick that never failed her when she ranked up. Hey handsome, you're so amazing, you got another kill. Wow, you're the best handsome, that's a triple kill. You're unbelievable, you actually got a pentakill. Every time Qin Feng secured a kill, Cheng Meijia's exaggerated, flattering voice would ring out immediately. This was Cheng Meijia's usual routine for climbing the ranks. Men, after all, play games just to have a good time. When a man gets a kill and a little fangirl starts worshipping him, no man would ever refuse that. The only thing she didn't understand was that other men would always interact with her happily after receiving her praise. But this rich guy she was playing with, aside from saying it's alright at the very beginning, had been ignoring her ever since. In the rental apartment, Qin Feng heard Cheng Meijia's voice again after getting another kill. He didn't feel happy at all, in fact he found it quite annoying. This Cheng Meijia is just too noisy. And the main thing is she's not even good at the game. At least half of her Yao skills missed completely or were just way off target. If it weren't for Su Qianqian's solid skills, he would have missed out on several kills. That's worth several thousand yuan. Just as he was feeling annoyed, an enemy assassin flew out of the bush and used a skill to knock Yao off his character. Qin Feng maneuvered his character and quickly flashed away, but Cheng Meijia's Yao had no flash, so she just stood there and got taken out by the assassin. Sob sob sob. Handsome, you got me killed. You're supposed to protect me. Cheng Meijia's high-pitched, pitiful voice rang out again. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. Protect you? You're a support character and you expect me to protect you? Are you out of your mind? And another thing, your Yao is terrible. With skills this bad, how did you even reach the king rank? In the university dormitory. When Su Qianqian heard what Qin Feng said, she felt so satisfied. As expected of the guy I set my eyes on, his values are so upright. The other girls watching nearby were also holding back their laughter. They had always hated Cheng Meijia's clingy and nauseating voice. This guy is truly a hero for the people. Cheng Meijia was dumbfounded. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. She was acting so pitifully, and based on past experience, he should be comforting her immediately. Why is this rich guy snapping at her instead? Su Qianqian rolled her eyes at Cheng Meijia, knowing exactly what she was confused about. You think this wealthy guy is one of those beggars you used to hit on? Su Qianqian thought to herself in disdain. Don't be so mean, handsome. Isn't having fun the most important thing in a game? Don't worry about the small details. Cheng Meijia said, biting the bullet. Bullshit. I play games to get kills and climb ranks. If I'm not doing that, why would I waste my time? Qin Feng's stern and righteous voice left Cheng Meijia looking pale with rage. The tricks she usually used on suckers were completely useless on him. Playing games just to climb ranks? Completely ignoring a girl? She plays games just to pick up guys. You're actually playing just to win. What kind of socially awkward guy is this? Cheng Meijia was completely rattled. Stop following me. Go follow the jungler. Don't mess up her rhythm when Qiantian comes to gank. With that one sentence from Qin Feng, Cheng Meijia's face turned completely dark. Because she had been so rude to the other teammates just to suck up to Qin Feng, no one wanted her around and they shut her down with just a few words. In the end, Cheng Meijia had to go clear lanes by herself. As a result, she got caught by the enemy assassin 3 times in a row. Hey Yao, are you really at king rank? You have no vision and you can't see the enemies. How could you dare to clear lanes so far out by yourself? You've been caught so many times, why don't you ever learn? Qin Feng really couldn't take it anymore. Feeding once is one thing, but 3 times in a row, and in the exact same spot. Is this a king player? This is clearly a brave bronze warrior. And because of Cheng Meijia's high-ranked account, the matchmaking system adjusted the balance, meaning the opponents were clearly high-level players who knew what they were doing. Although his character got a lot of kills at the start with the help of Su Qianqian's character, the opponents caught onto their weak link, and the game started to snowball against them. Targeting Yers. Once Yao died, Qin Feng's team was playing 4 against 5. They were wiped out twice in a row by the opponents. By the 25-minute mark, Qin Feng's team of 5 was wiped out yet again. Their own blue crystal was destroyed by the enemies. The words defeat appeared in bright red on the game screen. Qin Feng was extremely unhappy. His winning streak had just been broken like that. He really wanted to see if a 10-game winning streak would trigger a special system reward. Now everything has to start from scratch. I'm sorry, Hans. Su Qianqian's uneasy voice chimed in. Qin Feng sighed. No matter who he blamed, he couldn't blame Su Qianqian. Because of Cheng Meijia's account, the opponents were all high level. He was a noob to begin with. Cheng Meijia's Yao was an even bigger noob. The other 2 random players weren't very good either. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Su Qianqian was playing 1 against 9. It's fine, don't blame yourself, it has nothing to do with you. Qianqian, let's just duo Q next game, Qin Feng said, trying to comfort her. The implication of his words was clear. Su Qianqian caught on immediately and kicked Cheng Meijia out of the lobby. Su Qianqian's friends were all stifling laughter. This Cheng Meijia had been plotting to snag a rich guy, but she probably never expected it to end like this. It's just a stupid game, does a grown man really need to be so serious about it? Cheng Meijia quit the game in a huff and said annoyedly. There was clearly no hope for skins anymore, so she decided to lash out. Cheng Meijia, what kind of attitude is that? Su Qianqian stood up, feeling irritated. He had a bad attitude first, it's just some skins, right? Su Qianqian, you're the school beauty, can't you have a little self-respect? If he were really a rich guy, why wouldn't he just send you money? He's probably just a game developer for Tencent. Skins are just data to them. You've been scammed. Cheng Meijia sounded very convincing. Su Qianqian was about to snap back when a message from Qin Feng popped up on WeChat. Qianqian, you're giving up coaching to play with me, so I can't let you play for free. From now on, it's 100 yuan per game plus 100 yuan for every kill I let you take. You let me take 15 kills last game, plus the 100 yuan for the game, that's 1600 yuan in total. While Su Qianqian was still stunned, a notification for a money transfer popped up in the chat. WeChat transfer 600 yuan. Su Qianqian was stunned. She earned 1600 yuan just by playing a game with this rich guy. This money was way too easy to earn. And the key point is, he pays for every kill she gives. What kind of god-tier guy is this? Next to her, Cheng Meijia saw the WeChat transfer on Su Qianqian's phone and her eyes widened. Just a moment ago she was saying that Qin Feng was probably just a game planner scammer. And now she got slapped in the face. 16. That's more than her entire month's living expenses. A thought instantly popped into her head. Don't compare your living expenses to my pocket money. Hey, I can't take this money, it's too much. Su Qianqian came back to her senses and immediately tried to refuse. 1600 yuan for just one game, it's really too much. I told you to take it, so take it. I'm not short on this little bit of money. Qin Feng's domineering voice rang out. The girls next to Su Qianqian were instantly swooning. That damn bossy CEO vibe made them go weak at the knees. Hey. Everyone's time is valuable, and I certainly can't let you play with me for free. If you don't take it, I'll find someone else to team up with. How about you give me a little less? 100 yuan a game is enough. You don't need to pay so much, Su Qianqian said, backing down quickly upon hearing that Qin Feng would find someone else. 100 yuan a game is already a huge unexpected bonus. If word got out, plenty of 100-star King rank players would be breaking down the door to team up with Qin Feng. No, Qin Feng flatly refused. Why not? We are in a partnership, and since it's a partnership, there's effort and there's reward. This money is what you deserve. Besides, if you don't take the money, I'm worried you'll get ideas about me, Qin Feng said solemnly. Pieha. Qianqian, I'm sorry, I really can't help it, haha. Su Qianqian's girlfriends were cracking up together. The rich guy is actually worried that Su Qianqian might have ideas about him. He really is the ultimate dense guy. What? Su Qianqian looked on in total disbelief. Ever since she was little, it's always been other people chasing her. With her looks, if she wanted to, she could have countless male friends. And this strange guy is actually worried that she has ideas about him. For Su Qianqian, this is a first in history. Hey, our Qianqian is the campus beauty. How can you be so cruel to her? Ha ha ha. Su Qianqian's girlfriends couldn't help but spill the beans. Over at the rental apartment, Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard that. He just thought her voice was nice, didn't expect her to be a campus beauty too. What a pleasant surprise. But him giving money to Su Qianqian wasn't just a heat-of-the-moment decision. It was carefully thought out. People can't just work for love forever. If you want others to genuinely give their all for you, you have to give them motivation. Money is definitely the biggest motivator. Su Qianqian plays a game with him, he gives 100. She lets him have a kill, he gives 100. Undoubtedly, Su Qianqian will do her best to help him get kills and help him win. That's exactly what Qin Feng wants. Besides, he earns 1000 for one kill and 500 for an assist. Giving Su Qianqian 100 is just pocket change. Even though they lost the last game, his character got 15 kills and 10 assists, earning him 20,000 yuan? Qin Feng didn't feel a thing about giving Su Qianqian 1600 yuan. To show you I don't have any ideas, I'll take it, Su Qianqian said in a huff. Then I can rest easy. Qin Feng's one sentence left Su Qianqian speechless for a long time. On the other hand, Su Qianqian's girlfriends were excited again. Wow, you really know how to kill the mood and twist the knife. The game started again. None of Su Qianqian's friends left. They were completely hooked by this interesting rich guy and crowded around to watch them play. Cheng Meijia, who was supposed to leave, didn't go anywhere either. She didn't believe anyone could be that rich. 1600 yuan for one. He must have heard her and was just acting to save face. Let's see how much money you can throw away. Cheng Meijia wasn't in a hurry to leave, she leaned against the wall to watch the show. Without Cheng Meijia, that dead weight, this round went surprisingly smoothly. And Su Qianqian performed exceptionally well this round. It made Qin Feng realize that money power is great. Su Qianqian was clearly much more focused than the last game. In less than 20 minutes the game ended. Qin Feng got 25 kills and 12 assists. His earnings for the round exceeded 30,000. Ha ha ha, Qianqian, keep it up. Qin Feng praised her. Then, with a wave of his hand, another 2,500 yuan transfer appeared on Su Qianqian's WeChat. "Hey, I didn't help you get some of those kills," Su Qianqian said. "It's fine, it all counts, just take it." Su Qianqian happily accepted. Even with her cool personality, she found herself breathing rapidly after seeing her WeChat balance. 1,600 in the last round, 2,500 in this one. She had earned 4,100 yuan in less than an hour of playing games with Qin Feng. Su Qianqian's friends were all getting excited too. "Qianqian, you're treating us today." "No problem. Eat whatever you want tonight, it's on me," Su Qianqian said, puffing out her chest happily. On the sidelines, Cheng Meijia's eyes were staring. She finally confirmed it. This is a real super rich guy. With this much money, isn't Su Qianqian making tens of thousands a day? Tens of thousands. She could buy so many cosmetics, so many pretty clothes, and even buy the latest iPhone 11. Cheng Meijia was so jealous her heart was burning. The third round started. Su Qianqian was even more ferocious than the last round. Her Luna left the opposing team with no way to fight back. Qin Feng just tagged along to collect kills. 15 minutes in, all 3 lanes of the enemy team collapsed, and they surrendered. This round Qin Feng earned another 30,000. Su Qianqian's phone also received another 2,600. 3 games and Su Qianqian had already earned 6,700 yuan. That's more than a normal person's monthly salary. Su Qianqian came from an ordinary family. Her parents' combined monthly salary didn't even reach 8,000 yuan. The fourth round. Won again. Qin Feng earned 26,000. He transferred 2,000 to Su Qianqian. Just as Su Qianqian was about to start another one, he stopped her. "Hey, are we not playing anymore?" Su Qianqian asked. "Well, fair enough." In 3 games, Qin Feng had already given away over 10,000. What kind of family could afford to throw money around so lavishly? Su Qianqian's friends felt a bit disappointed and wanted more. "No. Let's keep playing. I think we should change our strategy." Qin Feng's voice came through. Su Qianqian's friends were energized again. The rich guy was going to keep giving money. Back in the apartment, Qin Feng pondered. It really was time to change tactics. Su Qianqian was getting too good, her skills were too high, and his own level was just a diamond rank scrub. He was starting to fall behind the pace. By the time Su Qianqian called him over to take a kill, the enemy would either have been taken by a teammate or escaped. This resulted in him missing at least 10 kills in the last round. "Here's the plan. From now on, I'll play support and follow you specifically. That way it's easier for me to get kills, and you'll get more assists, which means you'll earn more money," Qin Feng said. Su Qianqian's friends were stunned. Just a moment ago they thought Qin Feng couldn't afford to give so much money, but who knew that by what he said he felt like he hadn't given enough. Changing tactics just to give Su Qianqian more? How many gold mines does this rich guy own? Over the next 3 hours, Qin Feng played as the support, sticking with Su Qianqian's damage dealer the entire time. The effect was night and day once they switched to this tactic. In every match, Qin Feng never got fewer than 25 kills. He earned at least 30,000 per game. In these 3 hours, Qin Feng had already made over 300,000. Adding what he made last night, his bank balance had reached 500,000. Su Qianqian also gained quite a bit. Every transfer Qin Feng sent her after that was never less than 3,000. Now, Su Qianqian's WeChat balance had reached 30,000. 30,000. That's more than her living expenses for an entire semester. Seeing her WeChat balance, Su Qianqian's hands were trembling with excitement. Her friend was also just as thrilled throughout the whole process. In the rental room, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he clicked to start another match. He was currently on a 9-game winning streak. The system had just reminded him that a 10-game winning streak would trigger a hidden reward. This made Qin Feng feel very expectant. But not long after entering the game, Qin Feng furrowed his brows. This match seemed to be harder. 2 minutes into the game, the middle and bottom lanes had each given up a kill. Su Qianqian was playing Luna as the junk. After Qin Feng accompanied Su Qianqian to finish the red buff, they discovered the blue buff had already been stolen by the opponents. Anyone who knows how to play Luna knows. Without the blue buff, Luna is severely hindered. Her combat effectiveness drops by half immediately. Because her ultimate skill combo consumes so much mana. "Little brother, it seems like we are being targeted this round." Su Qianqian also realized there was a bit of trouble. "Qianqian, you take the kills early on. Once you get ahead, you can give the kills to me." Qin Feng changed his strategy and stopped asking Su Qianqian to let him have the kills first. Looking at the play in the top and bottom lanes, they were clearly just noobs. This rigged matchmaking system, Qin Feng cursed. Every player of Honor of Kings has been disgusted by this rigged matchmaking system. That is, once you reach a certain number of wins, you are bound to lose. The matchmaking system will try every way to make you go on a losing streak. Either it matches you with terrible teammates or gives the opponents a few gods. In any case, it's all to balance the player's win rate. They won't let you keep winning. Feng had already won 9 games in a... This is considered an extremely high number of consecutive wins. It was no surprise that this match was targeted by the matchmaking system. Under these circumstances, the only chance to win this game was to let Su Qianqian's Luna get farmed up. And Qin Feng's goal was that they had to win this game. Winning was the only way to get the hidden 10-game streak reward. 10 minutes later. Little brother, I'm sorry, I did my best. Su Qianqian's voice full of apology rang out. It was only 10 minutes in, and the opponents had already pushed down 3 of their high ground towers. With the opponent's super minions coming, they had a 3-lane advantage, and as the game time increased, the super minions would only get stronger. In this situation, Qin Feng's team was doomed to lose. It was impossible to win anymore. It's okay, I don't blame you. Qin Feng. In this game, the opponents could also see that only Su Qianqian's Luna knew how to play, so she was being targeted relentlessly. From the start of the game until now, Su Qianqian hadn't managed to secure a single blue buff. Even so, relying on her solid skills, Su Qianqian still managed to secure 5 kills, and she was the only one on the team with a positive record. I feel sorry for the Luna on the other side. The opponent's Miyamoto Musashi sent a message in the all chat. Opponent Xiahou Dan, I checked the ID. The Luna on the other side is actually a girl. Opponent Angela, Luna girl, let's play together. I'm really good at it. Opponent Huang Zhong, Luna girl. I'm good at it too. I can do any position you like. Opponent Zhuang Zhu, Luna girl. We're in the same city, want to meet up. I can help you rank up. Because of what Xiao Dun said, the opposing players got all excited, and all sorts of disgusting, teasing messages started pouring in. Su Qianqian retorted in anger, but that only made those animals more excited. They weren't even in a hurry to push anymore, they just loitered around Luna, saying all sorts of lewd things. Girl, call me hubby and I'll give you a kill. Girl, if you say my dear, I'll go AFK right now. Yeah, you say it and we'll all go AFK and feed you kills. Qin Feng sighed. It seemed he had to use his money power to tame these beasts. Hey opponents, give me a kill and call me daddy, and I'll give you 100. Qin Feng sent a message in the all chat. Oh, a white knight, huh? Stop fronting. You think I believe you? What a loser. You must be a loser in real life too. 100 for a kill? That won't even fool a kid. The opponents didn't believe him at all. 100 for a kill? Not to mention normal people, even a child wouldn't believe that. Qin Feng sent another message. You're not in a hurry to push anyway. If you believe me, just send over your Alipay number. Once you send it, you'll know. Scammer, trying to dox me are you? Haha, another sore loser. I'm not pushing anymore. I'm just gonna stay here and keep humiliating you. The opponents started mocking again. At this moment, in a high school dormitory, a young boy was hiding under his covers playing Honor of Kings. His hero was Miyamoto Musashi. He was exactly the opponent facing Feng. In the bed next to him was his teammate, the one playing Xiahou Dun. Money for feeds? If that's real, I could make him go bankrupt. The boy thought about it and sent his Alipay details into the all chat, 187. Holy crap, why did you actually send your Alipay details? The boy didn't care and said, it's just an Alipay number, why not try it? Maybe we really hit a rich guy. Before his voice even faded, Alipay received 1,000. The Alipay voice notification rang out. The boy and his roommate were stunned. Coming to his senses, the boy opened his Alipay and saw a transfer from a stranger. There was even a note attached. Pre-ordering 10 kills from you. In a college dorm. Su Qianqian was truly infuriated by those mouthy opposing players. And with this game already lost, the opponents were just dragging it out to mock them. Little brother, let's surrender and start a new game. Su Qianqian asked for Qin Feng's opinion. No, wait a little longer. Qin Feng's voice echoed, and Su Qianqian could only helplessly maneuver her Luna to clear the super minions. Suddenly, the opponent's Miyamoto Musashi used flash and dashed in from outside the high ground tower. Little brother, Miyamoto is using flash to initiate. Fall back quickly, Su Qianqian warned immediately. However, the next moment, a message from Miyamoto in all chat appeared, leaving Su Qianqian dumbfounded. Daddy, I'm here to give you a kill.
Miyamoto flashed in just to feed a kill. He really just stood there in front of Qin Feng without moving, letting Qin Feng's Ming drain his health bar bit by bit. Daddy, there are 9 kills left. I sold all my gear. You should switch to full attack items so you can kill us faster. After feeding the kill, Miyamoto even thoughtfully gave Qin Feng a tip. Daddy, I'm coming to feed too, my alipay is 177. In the chat panel, the Xiahou on the opposing team couldn't hold back anymore. He's roommates with Miyamoto. He saw with his own eyes that the money was actually transferred. This is a godsend opportunity to make some easy money. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. At this moment, there was only one thought in Xiahou Dun's mind. I'm gonna feed until he goes bankrupt. Damn it, two idiots actually believed him. The rest of the opposing teammates started mocking them. Let's group up and end the game fast. Don't let these two idiots dictate the pace. The players on the other side who wanted to win started to get nervous. But when the team fight broke out, Miyamoto and Xiahou Dun just stood there doing nothing, letting Qin Feng and his team attack them. It's 3 against 5 for them. Winning a team fight like this isn't that easy anymore. Soon, for the first time since the start of the game, they were aced. Then they were aced a second time. And a third time. Luna seized the opportunity to take the big dragon, easing the pressure from the minion wave significantly. The momentum started to shift in Qin Feng's favor. Report Miyamoto and Xiahou, those two idiots. Damn it, they've given away over a dozen kills. A perfectly good game turned around just like that. The opposing players complained angrily. Miyamoto Musashi, idiots? You guys are the idiots. I've fed Daddy 15 kills and already received 1,500 bucks, you bunch of morons. Xiahou Dun, exactly. What's the point of winning? It's just a star. You'll never meet a rich guy like this twice in your life. You guys are too stupid to know how to make money. Angela, did he really pay you? Another player got tempted. Miyamoto Musashi, I'd be crazy to feed this if he didn't pay. Xiahou Dun, that's right. I'm telling you, the Ming on the other team is a real rich guy. Hurry up and call him daddy and start feeding. You still have a chance to make money. A little while later. Angela, daddy, can I get money if I feed too? Qin Feng, the 3 of you need to apologize to Luna. If she forgives you, you can get the same treatment as Miyamoto and the others. Su Qianqian, who was taking the blue buff, paused for a moment. The girls beside her all saw the message Qin Feng sent and started teasing her. Wow, this rich guy is really protective of Qianqian. Hey, mister, do you like our Qianqian? Mister, I'll make the call for her. She's yours now. We'll send her to your bed tonight. Su Qianqian's face turned red. Oh, stop talking nonsense, shut up. In the game interface. Angela on the other side, Luna, I apologize to you. I'm sorry, I was being rude earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Qianqian, are you satisfied? Qin Feng's voice came through the game voice chat. Su Qian gave a shy little nod. She had encountered plenty of toxic players in games before, but this was the first time someone forced them to apologize to her. Qin Feng's image of Qianqian's heart just scuffed. In the game, Qin Feng also sent a message to everyone, send me your alipay numbers. Angela on the other side, 133. A few seconds later. Angela on the other side, damn, thank you, Daddy. Daddy, I'm coming to feed you a kill right now. The feeding squad on the other side went from 2 people to 3. The 3 of them sold all their items and just bought a pair of speed boots. That way, they could get back to Qin Feng as quickly as possible after respawning to be killed again. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. In the chat panel, the gratitude from the feeding trio never stopped. Because for every kill they gave him, they received 100 bucks on alipay instantly. Picking up money isn't this satisfying. In this short time, Miyamoto had already fed over 20 kills and earned 2,000 bucks. Xiahou Dun had also earned 1,800. Angela started a bit late, so she only earned 500. Are you two gonna hold out? Qin Feng sent a message to Huang Zhang and Zhuang Zhu, who hadn't surrendered yet. These two were playing together. Qin Feng saw their relationship badge at the start of the game. A little while later. Huang Zhang, if you 3 are scamming us, I curse you to never win a game for the rest of your lives. Screw it, I'm going for it. Huang Zhang couldn't take it anymore. He followed Angela's lead, apologized to Luna, and after getting her forgiveness, he charged toward Qin Feng while calling him daddy. If those 3 teammates weren't crazy, then they'd really met a rich guy. Xiahou Dun was absolutely right. Winning a game is just getting another star, right? It's useless. If it's really 100 bucks a kill, even a kid would know what to choose. 1 minute later. Huang Zhang on the other side. Damn, I really met a rich daddy. Daddy, please don't leave. Let's fight until dawn. Zhuang Zhou on the other side, Arguzi, did you really receive the transfer? Huang Zhang on the other side, it's as real as it gets. Apologize to Luna and join me in feeding our daddy. Zhuang Zhou didn't hesitate any longer, apologized to Luna and once forgiven, started feeding while shouting daddy. With that, all 5 players on the opposing team joined the feeding squad. Qin Feng, just a reminder, is only money if you feed the kill to me. If it's not me, there's no money. Miyamoto Musashi, understood, daddy? Xiahou Dun, everything is up to you, daddy. Angela, whatever daddy says goes. Huang Zhang, got it, daddy. Zhuang Zhou, understood, daddy. Back in the university dorm, Su Qianqian was completely stunned. This is real money power. A game that was bound to be lost was turned around by Qin Feng's cash. And the 5 guys on the other side, who were total jerks at the start, turned into obedient sons who listened to everything he said. Qin Feng sent another message to his own teammates. This game is a carry from me. Don't push the lanes, just clear the minions. After the game ends, I'll give each of you a 200-buck red envelope. When Qin Feng said this, his teammates got excited too. They were getting a cut too. Not only did they get carried to a win, they got money for it too. Naturally, everyone was happy. The only regret was that teammates couldn't feed kills. Sigh, this trash game, if only we could feed our own teammates, that would be great. This match lasted for an entire hour and a half. It only ended because even the teammates couldn't handle the super minions anymore. Qin Feng was laughing like crazy. Miyamoto and Xiaohu each fed him over 70 kills. The other 3 also fed him nearly 50 kills each. In the late game, the respawn time was as long as 1 minute. But it didn't matter, Qin Feng just stood inside their base waiting for them, and they had double boots of speed. Basically, as soon as they respawned, they died again within 3 seconds. Qin Feng gave out nearly 30,000 to the opponents, and he earned a full 320,000 himself. One game, he made 20,000. This single match brought in as much as his previous 10 matches combined. At this moment, Qin Feng had 900,000 in his bank account, almost reaching $1 million. Qin Feng would never have dreamed in his life that his first million would come from playing video games. Phew, it's finally over. In the university dormitory, Su Qianqian also let out a sigh of relief. By the end, they were basically just watching Qin Feng put on a one-man show. She was so bored that she started watching a TV series on her friend's phone. Ding dong. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped on Su Qianqian's. She tapped to open it. In the chat window with Qin Feng. WeChat transfer 1,000 yuan. Huh. Su Qianqian was startled. In the last game, she didn't let Qin Feng take any kills, and later, once Qin Feng used his money power, it was all him playing by himself. Qin Feng actually transferred money to her again, and it was 10,000 yuan. Little brother, this money. Take it. You accompanied me for so long while being bored in the last match, you deserve it. Just as Su Qianqian was about to refuse, Qin Feng cut her off. Su Qianqian already knew Qin Feng's temperament. He wouldn't take back money he had already given out, so she could only click to accept. At this point, her WeChat balance had exceeded 40,000. Her friends who were watching the whole process were so excited. They had witnessed firsthand the process of Su Qianqian's WeChat balance changing from 100 to 40,000. In the rental apartment, Qin Feng closed the text message showing his bank balance, his hands still trembling slightly. Before, he thought it'd take 10 days or half a month to save enough to buy a house in full. Now it seems that if he works hard today, he might be able to afford that house. A house a day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward for a 10-game winning streak. Hidden reward, kill and assist rewards doubled. System, you're the best. Qin Feng shouted from the bottom of his heart. The rewards have doubled. That means 2,000 per kill and 1,000 per assist. My hands will be numb from counting all this money. He is already at Star Tier 3 now. King Tier is not far off. The requirements of the system's task are also not far away. At this moment, Qin Feng is very much looking forward to what kind of surprise the system upgrade will bring him. Qianqian, start the next one. Qin Feng instructed. Okay, little brother. Su Qianqian said gently and started the match. They entered the game quickly. This game, Qin Feng chose Fox's support. Once the Fox is well equipped, a full combo can take someone down instantly. Su Qianqian was still playing Luna in the jungle. When they fight, as long as Luna leaves the opponent crippled, his Fox can immediately take the kill. The efficiency is extremely high. Right at the start, Qin Feng followed Luna to take the red buff first. Just as they were fighting, suddenly a message from the opponents appeared in the chat panel. Oh my god, Daddy, we matched with you again. Wow, it's really Daddy. Daddy, is there any benefit this round? Qin Feng opened the match stats and was stunned. The duo Q Huangzhong and Zhuang Zhou on the other side were actually the same guys from the last game. This is truly heaven sending money. Same old. Qin Feng replied. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Wang Zhang and Zhuang Zhou were even more excited. They each made over 7,000 yuan in the last game. For an ordinary high school student, this is a huge sum of money. Who would have thought that heaven would be so kind to them, and the rich daddy is on the other side again this game? If they can operate like last game, they'll definitely make over 10,000. In the chat panel, opponent Cao Kao, what's going on? Is this a father-son game? Opponent Xiao Qiao, Huangzhong Zhuang Zhu, is the fox on the other side really your biological father? Huangzhong, he is my biological father. Zhuang Zhou, he's even closer than a biological one. Su Qianqian was amused after seeing the chat history. These players are really something else. But with Huangzhong and Zhuang Zhou here, this game is in the bag. Looks like she's going to be slacking off again. In the bottom lane, the marksman on Qin Feng's team is Di Renji. Because Zhuang Zhou and Huangzhong are moving together, he's being pressured a bit and his health was cut in half after clearing one wave of minions. Just as he was about to return to base to recover, he saw the fox walking openly from the river. Renji immediately sent a retreat warning. But the fox just kept walking straight toward them as if he didn't see it. "Fox, my condition is bad, I can't fight." Renji quickly typed a message. By the time the message was sent, he had already successfully returned to the fountain. But from the minimap he saw the fox had reached the bottom lane and met Huangzhang and Zhuangzhu. Noob. Renji cursed. Before his words finished, first blood. Double kill. His fingers controlling the game character trembled, and Renji froze in place. My god, the fox got a double kill. This is too unscientific. He as a marksman couldn't even beat Huangzhang and Zhuangzhu. A fox who bought a support item got a double kill? Ding, successfully killed a player. Received 2,000 yuan reward. Ding, successfully killed a player. Received 2,000 yuan reward. Qin Feng felt incredibly satisfied hearing the wonderful system notification. It really is double rewards. He earned 4,000 yuan from 2 kills. He used to work himself to the bone in sales, and he couldn't even make that much in a month. And now it's just a matter of 2 kills. Even picking up money is as ruthless. Immediately after in the game chat panel. Opponent Huangzhang, thank you daddy. Opponent Zhuangzhou, thank you daddy. Apart from Qin Feng and Suqianqian, all the other players were dumbfounded. What kind of idiots are these two? They are feeding and yet they are thanking the person? Are they masochists? They didn't know that Huangzhang and Zhuangzhu's gratitude was because the money from Qin Feng had arrived. Next. All sorts of double kill sounds echoed throughout the canyon continuously. Huangzhang and Zhuangzhu's daddy calling didn't stop either. God, surrender. 2 people are deliberately feeding. What's the point of playing? Surrender. Damn it, it's only 15 minutes in and the bottom lane has fed nearly 30 kills, no point in playing. Let's report these 2 pieces of trash after the game. By the 15-minute mark, 3 players on the opposite team couldn't take it anymore. Huangzhang and Zhuangzhou had already been killed to pieces. From the opponent's game perspective, someone started a surrender vote and 3 people agreed immediately. In the high school dormitory, the players for Huangzhang and Zhuangzhou looked at each other. Surrender. Surrender my ass. The rich daddy is on the other side, we won't surrender even if the king of heaven himself shows up. Each kill is 100 yuan. Where else would we find money to pick up if we surrender? They might not have such good luck to run a rich daddy in the next game. So both of them clicked automatically reject surrender for this match without hesitation. Huangzhang, Zhuangzhu, I bet your mom buys vegetables with a super multiplier. Your grandma is definitely half a beat slow when doing square dancing. Your mom's cooking always sticks to the pot. You don't have a 7 when playing landlord. The 3 opposing players, seeing that surrender was hopeless, started a verbal attack. Huangzhang and Zhuangzhou acted as if they heard nothing at all. Keep scolding, it won't cost me a cent anyway. Feeding kills is what matters. After Qin Feng and Suqianqian had a little laugh, Qin Feng sent a message on the all-chat channel. Do you want to know why they are feeding so happily? Tao on the opposing team, bad luck. Sorry everyone, I forgot to keep my 2 dogs on a leash, made a fool of myself. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team, don't get cocky. If it weren't for these 2 dead weights, who would win is still up in the air. Diane Wei on the opposing team, to the enemy team, if you don't want to deal with teammates like this, please help report them after the game. Thanks. Qin Feng continued typing. Actually, you're blaming them for the wrong reason. You're just playing a game while they are here to make money. Cao on the opposing team, make money? More like earning ghost money. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team, what kind of money can you make playing a rank match? I've been a player for 7 years, don't try to scam me. Dian Wei on the opposing team, master. Newbie here asking for advice. Can you really make money playing games? Qin Feng saw this and thought that the opposing Dian Wei was a sensible one. He replied, of course. Because every time they feed me a kill, I give them 100 bucks. Dan Wei on the opposing team, master, I didn't go to school much, don't lie to me. Qin Feng, don't believe me? Ask those 2. Otherwise, why would they keep feeding me kills? Dian Wei on the opposing team, aren't you their dad? A black line appeared on Qin Feng's forehead. Su Qianqian was all laughing uncontrollably. She couldn't believe there was actually someone so blunt, truly thinking that the opposing Huangzhang and Zhuangzhu were Qin Feng's sons. Huangzhang on the opposing team, Dian Wei, you seem honest, so I'll tell you the truth. The fox on the other team is a real tycoon. Pieft, I mean a god-level tycoon. Zhuangzhou on the opposing team, yeah, god-level tycoon. Daddy tycoon, he gives 100 bucks for every kill, Dian Wei. If you want to make money, come join us and feed him. Dian Wei on the opposing team, Master Fox, what they said true? Qin Feng, just send me your Alipay account and you'll find out. Dian Wei on the opposing team, 181. In less than a minute. Dian Wei on the opposing team, holy crap, Daddy Tycoon, I'm coming to feed you a kill too. Ding, kill confirmed, received 2,000 yuan reward. Qin Feng happily accepted the delivered by Dian. Watching Dian Wei run off to feed another kill just after respawning, Cao Cao Zhao Qiao started to feel uneasy. In their eyes, Huang Zhang and Zhuang Zhou were just two total burdens. But Dian Wei had the best stats and the best skills on their team. If even the MVP was going to feed kills, then it was 9 out of 10 likely that the enemy fox giving out money was for real. The law of true fragrance might be delayed, but it will never be absent. A minute later. Cao Cao, thanks Daddy Tycoon. Xiao Qiao, Daddy Tycoon, I'm a cute girl, soft and easy to push over. Can you leave a contact? Qin Feng, sorry, I already have a girl. Over at the university dorm, after Su Qianqin saw Qin Feng's message, her pretty face turned red instantly and her heartbeat quickened. The girl Qin Feng mentioned must be her. They'd been playing in a team the whole time. Her mates immediately started teasing her, righteously demanding that Qin Feng leave his address so they could deliver Su Qianqian to Qin Feng's bed tonight. You guys are doing it wrong. Let me teach you how to feed faster. Wang Zhang spoke up again in the game. Cao Cao on the opposing team, Master, please teach us. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team, Big Brother, tell us quickly. Huang Zhang said smugly, feeding kills, I'm a professional. Open your stats and look. After Cao Cao and Xiao Qiao opened the stats tab, they were enlightened in an instant. The master is truly professional. Big Master is awesome. The two immediately sold all their gear and kept only a pair of speed boots. Sure enough, the efficiency of feeding kills improved drastically. Qin Feng, to my teammates, this game is a free win for you. When the game ends, I'll give each of you a 200 yuan red envelope. Don't report the opposing team. Cao Cao on the opposing team. Daddy Tycoon is so thoughtful. Even left us a way out. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team. Daddy Tycoon. I can learn any position you like. Please leave a contact. The male players on both teams felt spark in their hearts after seeing Xiao Qiao's message. Money power at its finest. Women are throwing themselves at him, and in an era where there are too many wolves and too little meat. And Qin Feng didn't bother responding to Xiao Qiao. Qin Feng was immersed in the wonderful feeling of constantly receiving money. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Monkey on his team, they get $100 for a kill. Why do we only get 200? Give me 1,000, or I won't agree not to report. Otherwise, I'll report them one by one, and I'll report you for bribing the enemy. D. Renji on his team. Ahem, Monkey, getting a free win and $200. The big tycoon has already been very generous. Yuanj on his team. Exactly. Monkey, don't be too greedy. The big tycoon is carrying us and giving us money. I've played for years and never encountered such a good thing. Two of the casual players stood up and tried to persuade him. But, Monkey on his team. I don't care. You are you, I am me. I want 1,000, and if it's less than 1,000, I'll report. I'll make it miserable for everyone. Su Qianqin couldn't help but snap back. How can you be so insatiable? He's giving it to you, and you're trying to rob him. Monkey on his team. So what if I'm robbing him? You need me now anyway. I'm not as stupid as D. Renji and Yuanj. Making a good impression on a tycoon is useless. You won't see him again. Money is what's real. Qin Feng sneered and sent a message. You are certainly pragmatic. Monkey on his team. Of course. Big tycoon, $1,000. No haggling, deal? Deal? Deal your sister. Qin Feng couldn't even be bothered to deal with him anymore. Letting him get a free win, giving him 200 for free, and he still wants to haggle. With character like that, Qin Feng could never trust him. It's possible that after Qin Feng transfers the 1,000, he would still report the opposing team for feeding at the end. So Qin Feng sent 2 messages to the all-chat channel. To my teammates, excluding Monkey, after the game, everyone gets a 2,000 yuan red envelope. To the opponents, apart from your feeding rewards, I'll give each of you an extra 1,000 yuan red envelope. If you get banned, this 1,000 is for you to buy a new account. As soon as Qin Feng's message was sent, the chat screen exploded instantly. Thank you, Daddy. From now on, I'm your son, Daddy. Daddy? I want to call you Daddy in bed. Please take me. Thanks to Master Fox for the 2,000 yuan red envelope. Thanks to God Level Tycoon Fox for the red envelope. Thanks, Master Tycoon. Don't worry, this game is just to keep you happy. We will never report. What is a God Level Tycoon? This is what a God Level Tycoon is. As if a God Level Tycoon would be scared by a lowlife like you. Monkey wanted 1,000. Qin Feng gave his teammates a 2,000 red envelope instead, just to not give it to Monkey. The opponents were worried about being banned. Qin Feng immediately gave everyone an extra 1,000 red envelope. If you get banned, it's on me, Qin Feng. This 1,000 is for buying you a new account. How could the players not be excited? How could it not explode? And look at Monkey. By now, he was regretting it so much that his guts were turning blue. Monkey was full of regrets. Forget the 1,000 red packet, even the original 200 that Qin Feng was going to give him was gone. Threatening a billionaire tycoon who gave him the nerve. With money, there are 10,000 ways to humiliate him. Monkey on our team, big tycoon, I know I was wrong. I don't want 2,000 anymore. Just give me 1,000, I promise I won't report you. No one paid him any attention. Monkey on our team, big tycoon, I don't even want the 1,000 anymore. 500, how about 500? Still, no one answered him. Monkey on our team, 200, just 200 is fine. A minute later. Monkey on our team, big boss, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. Just give me 20, that's enough for my internet cafe fee for the night. Boss, just 20 yuan will do. Cao Cao on the opposing team, so you're just a beggar who can't even afford an all-night internet session. Heh, you really had the guts to demand a price from a tycoon. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team, keep jumping around, Monkey. You could have had 200 yuan, enough for 10 nights at the caf, but now it's all flown away. You have to know when to be content. This is the price of being greedy. Seeing that he really wasn't going to get any money, Monkey started shaking uncontrollably again. Monkey on our team, don't get cocky. Once the game ends, I'm going to report you all and get your accounts banned. Xiao Qiao on the opposing team, haha. The tycoon already sent me 3,000 yuan for feeding kills, and there's another 1,000 coming later. Even if I have to start a new account, I can buy all the skins I want. Getting banned would be worth it. Stay salty. Cao Cao on the opposing team, young man, I think I should remind you of something. A tycoon who can throw away tens of thousands in a single game is not someone you can afford to mess with, so don't do something you'll regret. As someone who's been around, that's all I'm gonna say. If you still want a court death, that's up to you. The monkey player had typed out a long string of insults for Qin Feng, but when he saw the message from Cao Cao in the public chat, he froze. He felt a sudden chill run up his spine, instantly sobering him up. He had been in such an agitated state, thinking he could extort some money. Cao's warning helped him calm down. Being at that rebellious, impressionable age, he also loved watching suspense and crime movies. He naturally started projecting himself into those cinematic scenarios. Could someone who shells out tens of thousands in a casual ranked match be an ordinary person? That's a high-profile tycoon with powerful connections. They could probably find his personal information through his game account. This game is registered with real names, and he used his own ID card. In the movies, there are so many ways for tycoons to quietly take revenge on someone. They could absolutely make him disappear from this world without a trace. He hurriedly deleted the message he had typed and started editing a new one. Fox Tycoon, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I won't report you. Please don't take revenge on me. I'm like a ghost now. Just pretend I don't exist. From then on, Monkey didn't say another word, just aimlessly pacing in the fountain, not even daring to go near where Qin Feng's Fox character was. Thanks to the great cooperation between the opponents and teammates, this game lasted nearly 100 minutes. In the end, Qin Feng's super minions pushed down the enemy's crystal, and the game finally ended. Huang Zhang and Zhuangzhou on the opposing team were perfectly in sync, each feeding 90 kills, for a total of 180 kills between them. Dian Wei gave 78 kills. Cao Cao gave 75 kills. Xiao Qiao gave 7 kills. Qin Feng racked up over 400 kills in this match. With the rewards doubled, Qin Feng earned a full 800,000. Time to hand out the money. No one left the game results page. Qin Feng had already sent them red packets while they were feeding kills. Huang Zhang and Zhuangzhou each got 1,000. Dian Wei got 700. Cao Cao got 700. Xiao Qiao got 700. He had already spent over 40,000 in-game. Now, Qin Feng was sending them the extra bonus red packets he had promised. He sent another 1,000 to everyone on the opposing team. Then he sent 2,000 to his own teammates, Renji and Yunj. A total of 49,400 spent. Qin Feng spent the money willingly, especially since his own gains were much higher. Thank you, Big Tycoon, for the 10,000 yuan red packet. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Big Tycoon, for the red packet. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Big Tycoon, for the 2,000 red packet. Thank you, boss. Thank you. In the chat box, the players who received the money were expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Qin Feng. Receiving thousands in red packets just for playing a ranked game, this was truly picking up money. I propose we give the Big Tycoon a proper send-off. Cheer for the boss. Cao on the opposing team was clearly someone older and experienced, and his suggestion was agreed to by everyone. Come on, get in formation, follow me. Respectful send-off to the boss, wishing the boss a happy game, eternal vigor, and happy nights with the ladies. Cao Cao's joke caused a small climax in the chat. Everyone joined in on the fun and lined up. Everyone knew that Luna was playing with the tycoon, so they were teasing them on purpose. Haha, I'm off! Let's team up again if we match in the future. Qin Feng laughed heartily and left the results page. Su Qianqian also blushed with Qin Feng. After they left, the other players remained on the results page, chatting excitedly, guessing the true identity of Fox Tycoon and wondering how many mines this guy's family owned. The monkey player didn't leave either. Watching everyone chatting so happily, his heart ached with regret. In the end, he didn't dare to report anyone and slinked away from the results page. Qiantian received the red packet. WeChat transfer, 20,000 yuan. Big brother. Su Qianqian was shocked again. She had practically done nothing this game, even more idle than the last one. Qin Feng actually sent her a 20,000 red packet. Just take it, stop talking so much. Su Qianqian didn't dare say anything else and obediently tapped to accept the transfer. Qin Feng was satisfied. If he was willing to give thousands to random strangers just for feeding kills, he certainly wouldn't treat Su Qianqian poorly. After all, she had carried him to victory the entire time. If Su Qianqian hadn't led him on a winning streak, he wouldn't have had the chance to get double rewards. Not to mention earning over 800,000 in one go. Qin Feng knew clearly that this was what Su Qianqian deserved. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Qin Feng's Alipay. He opened it and saw it was from Huang Zhang, the opposing player. Huang Zhang left him a message on Alipay. Big Tycoon Dad, I have a way to make you highly likely to encounter players willing to feed you kills during your rank matches. Qin Feng was suddenly interested. In honor of kings, both opponents and teammates are matched randomly. He was lucky in these two matches, running into teammates who were willing to trust him to carry. But such luck won't last forever. Perhaps in the next game, Qin Feng will be at a disadvantage, and if no one on the opposing team believes him, he won't be able to bribe them with money. When that happens, he'll lose just the same and he won't even make much money. What kind of method is it? Tell me about it, Qin Feng replied. Far away in a high school dormitory, the young boy became instantly excited after seeing Qin Feng's reply. Oh my god, the big spender replied to me. What did the big shot say? His roommate who was gaming with him leaned over excitedly. The big shot seems interested. The boy deliberated for a moment and typed, Big shot, my name is Zhao Xiaoming, you can just call me Xiaoming. It's like this, big shot. I like making friends in games and have joined over a dozen large honor of kings groups. Altogether, there are 20,000 hardcore daily players, mostly at the star rank or higher. And then, Qin Feng asked. Zhao Xiaoming typed back, you probably know that Honor of Kings has over 5 million daily active players. Star-ranked players account for 10% of the total, which means about 500,000 star players are gaming every day. The number of active star players at any given moment is even lower than 500,000. If I get those 20,000 players from the groups to match at the same time as you, the odds of becoming your teammate or opponent are over 1%. In his rented room, Qin Feng clicked his tongue in admiration after reading Zhao Xiaoming's message. This is truly a clever kid. He's even a hardcore player, he knows the game's data by heart. 1%. That probability is quite significant when you consider the daily player base of 5 million. Zhao Xiaoming's method is definitely feasible. This can work, Qin Feng replied. Zhao Xiaoming was beyond excited when he saw Qin Feng's message. The big shot approved, which means he can keep in touch with this wealthy benefactor long-term. He earned nearly 20,000 yuan just by playing a couple of games with him. If he serves the big shot well, wouldn't he be set for life? Big shot, if you think it's feasible, I can handle the prep work for you, Zhao Xiaoming typed with trembling fingers. Go ahead. If it works, anyone who matches with me teammate or opponent gets a 200 yuan red envelope. Feeding me a kill or giving me one gets a 100 yuan one. If you match with me, you get the kill reward plus an extra 200. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Thank you, big shot. I'll get to work right away and notify you as soon as it's ready. With that short reply, Qin faded Alipay. Little brother, are you still playing? A message from Su Qianqian appeared on WeChat. I've been playing a bit too long, the anti-addiction warning popped up. Let's take a break. Continue tonight, Qin Feng replied. Su Qianqian, alright, little brother, look for me when you play tonight. Qin Feng. Su Qianqian, okay, little brother, I'm logging off. Qin Feng, alright, by the way, my name is Qin Feng. After saying that, Qin Feng logged out of the game and the voice call with Su Qianqian was disconnected. At the university dormitory, Su Qianqian stared at the game interface, stunned. He told me his name. Su Qianqian couldn't believe it. Qianqian, big shot little brother has really taken a liking to you. Wow, I can already see the start of an idol drama. I can smell the sweet stench of love already. Su Qianqian's friends began to tease her. Ring. Suddenly, Su Qianqian's friend Lian Jiaojiao's phone. Hello, Senior Zhang, hello? What? You're passing by on a business trip? That's great. I'll have the documents organized by tonight. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the dance club. After hanging up, Liang Jiaojiao looked delighted. What's wrong, Jiaojiao? Did you hook a senior? My dance club got a sponsorship. The sponsor is a senior who graduated just last year. Haha. She was the president of the dance club and she had gone online recently looking for sponsorship to upgrade their equipment. She didn't expect this senior to happen upon it and offered to sponsor them. A senior is definitely more reliable than a random stranger, so Liang Jiaojiao had been chatting with him happily for a few days. Just now, Senior Zhang Lin called to say he was near the school and asked her to prepare the club's materials to finalize the sponsorship. This sponsorship was in the bag. Jiao, where is this Senior Zhang now? He's busy with work right now, but he said he's going to a bar to relax tonight and chat about the sponsorship then. A bar? Jiao, is this senior up to something, like getting you drunk later? Oh, what are you guys thinking? Senior Zhang Lin works for a state-owned enterprise. I even looked him up. He graduated just a year ago and is already making over 200,000 a year. He's a decent guy. That's not necessarily true. Men, they've only got one thing on their minds. If he wasn't, why choose a bar to talk? Exactly. You girls in the dance club have such great figures. Even I get excited looking at you. Jiao, you have to be careful. Jiao, you must not go alone. The girls were all chattering away. Tian, we all have elective classes tonight. Why don't you go with Jiao? One of the girls suggested. Me? What if little brother wants to play games with me tonight? Qian said, feeling conflicted. You traitor, abandoning your sisters for a guy. Jiao is so naive, she'd probably help count the money if she were sold. You have to go and watch out for her. Qian thought for a moment and said, how about not going? How much money does your club need? I'll cover it. Qian was a wealthy woman with hundreds of thousands now. Liang Jiao waved her hand. How could I take your money? It's not a private matter. It's for the school club. Keep your money to treat us to dinner instead. Fine, then I'll go with you. Qian really couldn't stop worrying about her careless friend. If Qin Feng asked her to play tonight, she'd just have to play while at the bar. On the other side, Qin Feng had left his room and was walking around outside feeling energized. In the past, after playing for several hours, he would be too tired to do anything but sleep, let alone wander around. But since taking the gene pill, he felt like he had superhuman stamina. He had been staring at his phone for a long time, but his eyes weren't sore and his head didn't ache. Even his nearsightedness from before was gone. The world in front of him was clearer than ever before. It was like the transition from HD to RAW, uncompressed quality, absolutely miraculous. How did I end up here? Qin Feng looked up at the Jinsha Auto Trade Center across the street. It's one of the larger car markets in the city, with everything from second-hand cars to high-end luxury vehicles. Qin Feng was about to turn away by instinct when he suddenly stopped. I think I can actually afford to buy a car now. Veteran author, new account. Just arrived at Tomato, stable updates. Read with peace of mind. Friends who like this book, please leave a review or click on an ad to help the author earn some income. Your support is my biggest motivation for writing. Thank you.
Every man has a dream of owning a car. Qin Feng had also dreamed of owning a car of his own before. But with a minimum monthly salary of 1 to 800, his range of choices was limited to the used car market. But things are different now. He has nearly 2 million in his bank account balance. In the past, Qin Feng would take a detour whenever he saw a 4S dealership. He simply didn't have the courage to walk inside. But now, when your wallet is full, you walk with confidence. Who cares about a used car? If I'm buying the best one here. Class monitor Qin. As soon as Qin Feng walked into the store, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Qin Feng turned toward the voice, his eyes lighting up. Mo Yuking was his classmate in college and even the class beauty back then. Opposite him, a girl wearing professional attire with an 8 out of 10 beauty score walked over with a pleasantly surprised look. It really is you, class monitor Qin. Not bad, Yuking. You've become a manager at Jinsha Auto Trade City. You're doing quite well. Qin Feng noticed the manager's nag hanging on Yuking and Hey, it's alright, class monitor Qin, where are you making your fortune these days? Mo Yuking asked with bright eyes. It had been over a year since graduation, and this was the first time she had seen Feng again. She felt like Qin Feng looked even more handsome than he did in college, and it made her heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably. Ah, I'm not doing as well as you, I'm just a red wine salesperson now, Qin Feng said generously. In the past, he wouldn't have been so calm about admitting his profession to an acquaintance. But with money in his pocket, Qin Feng had developed an invisible air of self-confidence. No matter what he said, he remained very calm. You're still selling wine? Mo Yuking asked with some surprise. Huh? Judging by your tone, did you already know I was selling wine? Qin Feng asked curiously. Zhang Lin from our class mentioned it in the class group chat before. I guess you muted the group so you didn't know, Mo Yuking explained. Qin Feng laughed. So it was Zhang Lin? That kid is probably just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Back when they were in school, Zhang Lin liked a girl who happened to have a crush on Qin Feng. Zhang Lin had a twisted way of thinking and for some reason, ended up holding a grudge against Qin Feng and targeted him everywhere. The two of them had a falling out and hadn't resolved their differences even by the time they graduated. Mo Yuking looked at the smooth-talking Qin Feng in front of her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's a real shame for a man who is so good-looking and confident. They were no longer the naive students in the ivory tower. After stepping into society, everyone becomes much more realistic. What good is a man no matter how good-looking or charming he is if he can't make any money? Isn't that what they say on the internet? The cheapest thing in this world is the tenderness of a man who hasn't achieved anything. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Class Monitor Qin, are you here specifically to visit me? But it's not time for me to get off work yet, Mo Yuking said, putting her thoughts aside. I'm here to buy a car, Qin Feng said. Buyer? Mo Yuking subconsciously looked Qin Feng up and down. This was her professional habit as a sales manager. She checked the customer's attire to roughly judge their wealth, making it easier to recommend cars in a suitable price range. But when she looked at Qin Feng, on top he was wearing a white t-shirt that had been washed until it turned yellowish. Below, he had on the cheapest kind of blue jeans you could find on Taobao or at a street stall. And his shoes, a pair of flip-flop. He had no bracelet or watch on his wrists. Qin Feng's entire outfit definitely couldn't have cost even 200 yuan. After making a rough estimate of Qin Feng's wealth, Mo Yuking reached a conclusion. Qin Feng was probably looking for a used car. Of course, she wouldn't say any of this out loud. Class Monitor Qin, which model did you have in mind? I'll definitely give you the best price, Mo Yuking asked with a smile. Qin Feng scratched his head. Actually, I haven't decided on a model yet. Should I take a look around first? Sure, feel free to take a look around. Where are your most expensive cars? Qin Feng asked. Over there. Mo Yuking was stunned for a moment and pointed in a direction, her enthusiasm fading a bit. Just a moment ago, she thought he might at least buy a used car, but now it seemed like he probably wouldn't buy a car at all. Qin Feng was dressed in less than 200 yuan worth of clothes and was just a wine salesman. The most expensive cars? He probably couldn't even afford a tire. He was likely just trying to save face in front of an old classmate. Qin Feng, Yuking, how much this Benz? Mo Yuking, this one is over 300. Qin Feng, 300. Mo Yu. Qin Feng, how much is this 5-ring car? Mo Yuking, that's an Audi, it's 4 rings not 5. Qin Feng, I know it's an Audi, don't tell me you really think your old classmate is illiterate. Mo Yuking forced a laugh, this one is even more expensive, over 500,000. Qin Feng, only over 500? Mo Yuking's mouth twitched and she didn't want to speak anymore. Big brother, it's not your fault that you don't have money. But it's your fault to be penniless and still try to show off. Only if I just... How dare you say that? Qin Feng, Yuking, this BMW looks pretty good, how much is it? Mo Yuking had lost her patience. Qin Feng, I have a potential client here, I need to go see them. Why don't you look around on your own? Making up a random excuse, Mo Yuking hurried away, she really couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Qin Feng didn't used to be like this. How did he become like this now? Returning to the office, Mo Yuking said with a look of disgust. Sister Yuking, weren't you showing a client luxury cars, why did you come back? A colleague in the office asked curiously. What luxury car? It was just an old classmate who has no money but still wants to show off. Why are people so oblivious to their own status these days? Their vanity is just too much, Mo Yuking said, speechless. Damn, Sister Yuking, is your old classmate trying to rip off the car emblems? Mo Yuking's office had floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, providing a perfect view of the entire showroom. She stood up to look and was startled. Qin Feng was indeed in front of a Mercedes-Benz fiddling with the emblem. Xiao Tong, come over here quickly, Mo Yuking shouted. A young girl who had just joined the company walked over. Sister Yuking, what's wrong? Xiao Tong, go downstairs and keep an eye on that guy in the white t-shirt, don't let him mess with the cars. And watch your attitude, don't be obvious, just treat him like an ordinary customer. Ah? Sister Yuking, isn't that your client? If a sale is made, wouldn't I be stealing your commission? Xiao Tong asked cautiously. She had been trained by Mo Yuking since joining, and Mo Yuking was her mentor. Stealing a client from a mentor was very unprofessional. That's my old classmate, he won't be buying anything. Even if he does, the performance and commission will be yours, okay? After Mo Yuking gave her instructions, Xiao Tong nodded and left the office. In the luxury car section, Qin Feng compared a few cars he liked once more and said softly, the BMW X6 is definitely the best looking. Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Tong walked over. Qin Feng took out his bank card from his jeans pocket. Swipe the card. Full payment. I want the top of the line X6. Bang. A loud noise rang out. The door to Mo Yuking's office was pushed wide open with a slam. Sister Yuking, it worked. It actually worked. Xiao Tong's voice was trembling, her tone filled with sheer disbelief. What worked? Why are you being so jumpy? Mo Yuking asked with a frown. The sale, it went through. Full payment by card, the top trim BMW X6, Xiao Tong said, panting heavily. What are you talking about? What BMW X6? Mo Yuking asked in pursuit. Xiao Tong took a couple of breaths. It's your old classmate. He wanted the top-tier BMW X6. He already swiped his card, and it was the full amount. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Mo Yuking's Boom. Her mind went completely blank. Are you saying he bought that X6? Mo Yuking still couldn't quite believe it. It's the most expensive car in our showroom. Sister Yuking, your classmate is such a billionaire. He didn't even haggle, he just swiped 1.8 million on the spot. Mo was completely Qin Feng, wearing an outfit that cost no more than 200 yuan, had just paid for a BMW X6 worth over $1 million in full. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Sister Yuking, thank you so much. Thank you for taking care of me and letting me have such a big sale. Xiao Tong bowed deeply to Mo Yuking felt ache in her heart. 1.8 million in full payment. Qin Feng didn't even negotiate the price. The commission on that car would have been at least 80,000, plus the year-end performance bonus. The total commission for this single car would have been around 100,000. 100,000? That's more than her annual salary. Her current monthly salary is only around 8,000. She hasn't even managed to save 100,000 since she started working after graduation. But on the surface, she could only force a bitter smile and say, Good job, I've always believed in you. She had just declared in front of the entire office that if her old classmate bought the car, the performance and commission would go to Xiao Tong. At this point, she couldn't take it back even if she wanted to. And she couldn't afford to lose face like that. Xiao Tong thanked her profusely before running off to handle the follow-up procedures. Come on, let's go see the big tycoon. Holy cow, over $1 million in cash. That breaks our store's record for a full payment purchase. Yuking, you're amazing. If your classmate comes back to buy another car, remember to introduce him to me. Let me catch some of that luck too. The colleagues in the office all rushed out to watch the commotion. Mo Yuking struggled to twitch the corners of her mouth, forcing an insincere smile. She was so full of regret. If only she had stayed and spent a little more time with Qin Feng back then. The 100,000 that was almost in her pocket just flew away like that. When Qin Feng mentioned the 300,000 or 500,000 cars, she had thought he was just posturing. Only now did she realize that she had measured a gentleman's heart with a petty person's yardstick. Someone who pays for $1 million car in full obviously wouldn't be interested in those smaller ones. Qin Feng's $1 million full payment purchase caused a sensation throughout the entire auto mall. Even the general manager came out in person. Recognizing Qin Feng as a VIP, the general manager used his authority to put him through a special channel. In less than an hour, all the remaining formalities were completed. Mr. Qin, here are your car keys. The general manager handed the X6 keys to Qin Feng with both hands and then respectfully escorted him out of the office. Wow, so that's the handsome guy. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Wearing cheap off-the-rack clothes, yet he can drop $1 million in cash for a car. Is he a rich second generation here? Must be, he's so young, there's no way he earned that kind of money himself. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so rich. Oh my god, I'm dying. I want to throw myself into his arms. I heard this handsome guy is actually Manager Mo's classmate. Damn, doesn't that mean Manager Mo just hit her performance target for the year? Not exactly. I heard that Manager Mo gave this lead to her apprentice, Xiao Tong. No way. With that kind of commission, has Manager Mo lost her mind? I heard it's because Manager Mo thought her classmate wouldn't buy a car and sent Xiao Tong to deal with him, but before Xiao Tong could even say a word, he just bought the car. Well, she deserved it. Snobbery always backfires, didn't it? I bet her guts are turning green with regret right now. The surrounding employees watched Qin Feng with shining eyes, whispering among themselves. Some admired Qin Feng and others took malicious pleasure in Mo Yuking's misfortune. Everyone clear out, get back to work. It was only after the general manager spoke up that the crowd of gossiping employees dispersed. The store had originally wanted to hold a welcome ceremony for the car delivery, but Qin Feng declined. Once left alone, Qin Feng walked around his BMW X6, admiring it from every angle. Life really felt like a dream. A few days ago, he couldn't even afford a used car, and now he owned $1 million vehicle. Hey, Class President Qin, you're not being very fair, are you? Suddenly, Mo Yuking's resentful voice came from behind him. How am I being unfair? Qin Feng asked, looking completely confused. Mo Yuking gave him a flirtatious glance. You struck it rich, so why hide it from your old classmate? Seriously, are you afraid I'd borrow money from you? Qin Feng rubbed his nose. You never asked. Was I supposed to go around shouting that I've struck it rich? I've struck it rich? Pieffed. Mo Yuking couldn't help but burst in. I knew you were always low-key, but who knew you'd be this low-key? You showed up in flip-flops to buy $1 million car. Even novels wouldn't dare write it like that, right? Qin Feng shook his head. Then you clearly haven't met those shameless web novel authors. Mo Yuking gently stroked the X6 and smiled. I wonder if I'm still worthy enough to climb up to class president Qin's $1 million luxury car for a ride. Of course, let's go, I'll take you for a spin. Qin Feng had gotten his driver's license back in his student days. Although he didn't own a car, he had driven company vehicles many times over the years. His driving skills were naturally top-notch. Brother Feng, look, they're all dodging you, not daring to get too close to your car. While waiting for a red light, Mo Yuking looked back and played along in an exaggerated manner. At this moment, she had even changed her address for Qin Feng to the affectionate Brother Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, offered a faint smile, and said nothing. Mo Yuking watched Qin Feng handling the steering wheel. Even though he was still wearing his cheap off-the-rack clothes, in her eyes he was incredibly charming. Wait, Zhang Lin is actually here. That kid is planning to take some nearby classmates to a bar. Mo Yuking exclaimed as she scrolled through her phone. Brother Feng, why don't we go check it out together? Mo Yuking asked with anticipation. Is it appropriate for me to go to his gathering? Of course it is. Didn't he always want to make a fool out of you? Let's go show him up and give you a chance to vent. I'm not going to lower myself to his level. Brother Feng, Zhang Lin said he's bringing a freshman. You know what kind of person he is. How can you bear to watch him take advantage of our junior student? I read all your comments, so if there's any plot you'd like to see, feel free to leave a message. If you want to be a side character, just let me know. Also, please click on the ads while reading, as it affects the evaluation of the book's potential. I'll focus on writing and updating, but how far this book goes depends entirely on all of you. Thank you. In the end, unable to resist Mo Yuking's enthusiasm, Qin Feng had no choice but to head toward the bar with her. 0 Point Bar. It was a fairly large bar near the university town. Because it was frequented by students, business here was always booming. After Qin Feng parked the car, he and Mo Yuking went to a nearby supermarket to buy some water. When they returned, they saw quite a few classmates standing at the entrance of 0 Point Bar. Zhang Lin was there too. He was leaning against the BMW X6 parked in front of the bar. Qin Feng, Yuking, when did you two get here? The sharp-eyed classmates recognized them and walked up to greet them. We just got here too. We went out to grab some water, Mo Yuking replied. Yo, class monitor Qin, haven't seen you in a year, you seem to have gotten even more handsome. Several female classmates exclaimed with admiration. You all look more beautiful as well, Qin Feng said with a smile. A year after graduation, everyone had really changed. The awkwardness of their student days had faded away, and they had all transformed into sophisticated city dwellers. Why are you all standing at the entrance? Mo Yuking asked. Boss Zhang invited some junior students from our school, and he's waiting for them right now, one female classmate explained. Is Zhang Lin a boss now? Mo Yuking teased. Of course. See that car behind him? It's a BMW X6. I heard it costs over $1 million. Yuking, you work in this industry, why don't you guess Zhang Lin's car is worth? Mo Yuking was stunned for a moment. That X6 is Zhang Lin's? Of course, Zhang Lin said so himself. The expression on Mo Yuking's face became incredibly colorful. That car was clearly the BMW X6 that Qin Feng had just picked up. How did it suddenly become Zhang Lin's? The license plate hasn't even changed. Ahem, I'd estimate this car costs about 1.08 million. Qin Feng's voice rang out. Mo Yuking looked back at the playful smile on Qin Feng's lips and suddenly realized what was happening, so she didn't bother to explain. 1.8 million. Wow, Zhang Lin has really made a fortune. Yuking, what are you two talking about over there? Come over here quickly. Zhang Lin, dressed in a suit, called out from not far away. Old classmates meeting like this were exceptionally enthusiastic. Mo Yuking was the class beauty, and with her professional attire complete with a manager's badge, she immediately became the center of attention. As for Qin Feng, dressed in Taobao clothes, he was ignored after a couple of superficial greetings from his classmates. After all, this was Zhang Lin's event today, and the fact that Qin Feng and Zhang Lin were at odds was well known to the entire class. Moreover, they were no longer students. They had become realistic. How could Qin Feng, who sold alcohol, compare to Zhang Lin, a big shot at a state-owned enterprise? Zhang Lin, when did you buy an X6? Mo Yuking asked with a mocking smile. Zhang Lin laughed smugly and said, just picked it up. Made a little money recently. Boss Zhang, I knew you had a bright future back in school. Look, it's only been a year since graduation. We can't even afford a used car, and you've already got an X6. Boss Zhang, now that you've hit it big, please take care of us old classmates. Things have been really rough for me this year. Do you have any opportunities you could introduce me to? Boss Zhang has always been a warm-hearted person. How could he not take care of us old classmates, right, Boss Zhang? The classmates were fawning over him and Zhang Lin was beaming with joy. In truth, he was a little panicked, his eyes darting toward the bar entrance every now and then, because this car wasn't his at all. When he arrived at the bar and saw the car, he thought he'd take a few photos to show off later, but he didn't expect a whole group of classmates to arrive at the same time and misunderstand that it was his. Because of this BMW X6, his classmates were treating him with such respect that he felt very important, so he simply went along with the misunderstanding. Right now, he was terrified that the owner of the X6 would walk out of the bar as that would blow his cover completely. Suddenly his phone rang. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately answered, Junior Jiao, I'm waiting for you at the bar entrance. I'm right next to my BMW X6, you'll see me as soon as you arrive. What? Another female student is coming with you. That's fine. Of course, you two can come join us. Zhang Lin hung up the phone with a broad smile. The male classmates beside him grew excited. Boss Zhang, are you setting yourself up with 2 junior students at once? Take care of your health, man. What nonsense are you talking about? Boss Zhang is in great shape, let alone 2, he could handle 2 more. Haha. Mo Yuking rolled her eyes. Hey, what are you saying? There are female classmates here too. The male classmates laughed sheepishly and stopped. Before long, 2 young and beautiful girls arrived at the entrance of 0 Point Bar. It was Liang Jiaojiao and her companion Su Qianqian. Senior Zhang Lin. Liang Jiaojiao had seen his photo and recognized Zhang Lin immediately. Zhang Lin walked up to greet them, but when he saw Su Qianqian beside Liang Jiaojiao, his eyes went wide. It wasn't just him, all the other male classmates had bright, eager eyes too. This junior student was just too beautiful. A light-colored dress accentuated her tall and perfect figure. With light makeup on her face, her fair skin was radiant like a fairy descended from heaven. Even female classmates like Mo Yuking were a bit dazed by her beauty. Su Qianqian's beauty didn't make them jealous, they felt nothing but genuine, pure appreciation. Senior Zhang Lin, this is my roommate, Su. Liang Jiaojiao and Before coming, Su Qianqian had specifically insisted on not using her real name. She didn't want to get involved with some random senior student. Su, that's a beautiful name. Nice to meet you, Su. Zhang Lin said with a smile, extending his hand. Nice to meet you, senior. As it turned out, Su Qianqian had no intention of shaking his hand and just gave a simple wave. Zhang Lin retracted his hand in slight embarrassment and shuffled a bit closer to the BMW X6. If I hadn't been held up by something earlier, I would have gone to pick you up. No need, senior, we were already quite close to here. Liang Jiaojiao replied with a smile. Senior, is this BMW yours? It's mine. A BMW X6, not worth that much, just around $1 million, Zhang Lin said, his face glowing. Liang Jiaojiao was a bit naive, looking at him with immense admiration. In her eyes, since he could afford $1 million luxury car just 1 year after graduating, this senior must be very capable. Su Qianqian, however, frowned, disliking Zhang Lin's pretentious way of showing off his wealth. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Lin led the group into a booth area inside the bar. Qin Feng walked at the back, looking suspiciously at the girl named Su. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why does this girl's voice sound so familiar? Su Jiaojiao, let me introduce you, everyone here is your senior. Once they were seated, Zhang Lin took charge of the room and began introducing everyone enthusiastically. Mo Yuking and the other classmates all took turns introducing themselves. What's that handsome senior's name? As it was almost Qin Feng's turn, Liang Jiaojiao asked with a love-struck look on her face. Su Qianqian, who had been keeping her head down playing on her phone, couldn't help but look up at Qin Feng. Among all the seniors present, Su Qianqian had the best impression of this one. This senior was clean-cut, good-looking, and always stayed quiet, unlike the others who were busy sucking up to Zhang Lin. He stood out like a green lotus in a pond of mud, so it was no wonder Liang Jiaojiao couldn't help but ask about him first. Hey, class monitor, your charm hasn't faded a bit. Even the freshmen are taking the initiative to hit on you. You can say that again. Our class monitor was the school hunk back in the day, the dream lover of so many girls. Class monitor, the freshman is asking you something, hurry up and answer her. The classmates started jeering and teasing. Watching from the side, Zhang Lin wore a smile on his face, but he was cursing up a storm in his head. Whether at school or out in the real world, it seemed like no matter where Qin Feng was, he was always the main character. Even though he was the one who organized today's gathering, he still couldn't outshine Qin Feng. How could that not annoy him? Just as Qin Feng was about to introduce himself, Zhang Lin's snide voice cut in. Little Qin, I heard you're still selling liquor. How come you've been doing worse since leaving school? Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, you're quite concerned about my current situation, Mr. Zhang. We're old classmates, of course I care. Have you bought a house yet? I haven't done as well as you, Mr. Zhang. I still haven't bought a house. Zhang Lin asked again, what about a car? Never mind, with your current job. Don't even think about houses or cars. You'd better find a reliable job. Little Qin, if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to afford the wheels on that BMW X6 of mine parked outside. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. Zhang Lin pressed on, what? You don't believe me? Yuking, aren't you a manager at Jinsha Auto Trading? Why don't you educate our little Qin on the value of my X6? Mo Yuking was stunned for a moment, then after glancing at Qin Feng, she looked at Zhang Lin with an amused expression. You really want me to say it? Zhang Lin said, who among us knows more about cars than you? This is your specialty. Just consider it an educational moment for little Qin. Ha ha ha. Mo Yuking put down her wine glass and parted her red lips. This is a fully imported BMW X6 with a list price of around 950,000. Including purchase tax and all other fees, you can get it for under $1 million after standard discounts at a 4S dealership. Halfway through, Mo Yuking glanced at Qin Feng again and laughed. Of course, if it's some wealthy person who doesn't negotiate at all, the price would be 1.8 million. Yuking really lives up to being a manager. You even know the exact prices. Yuking, I'll come to you when I buy a car in the future. You have to give me a discount. Mr. Zhang, did you buy this X6 for 1.8 million? A classmate asked curiously. Zhang Lin sipped his wine and said smugly something like that. But the cost of living is higher where I am. So when I paid for it in full, it was around 1.2 million. Mr. Zhang, you've really hit it big. 1.2 million in full. That's incredible. I don't think I could save up $1 million in 10 years. Ahem, Zhang Lin, did you buy this car in the imperial capital? Mo Yuking asked with a curious expression. Zhang Lin had been working in the imperial capital since graduation. Of course. Where else would I buy it? I drove it all the way from the capital. After a few drinks, Zhang Lin's eyes were getting blurry, and he couldn't help but keep glancing at Su Qianqian and Liang Jiaojiao. That's strange, if you bought the car in the capital, why did you register the plates here in our city? Mo Yuking asked the killer question. Zhang Lin paused for a moment and stammered. Well, you know, registration fees in the capital are expensive, so I came here to do it. One of the reasons I came back this time was to register my car. Someone who can afford to pay 1.2 million for a car in full thinks a few hundred for registration is expensive. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, little Qin? This is called spending money where it counts. Why pay more when you can save? It's called a rich person's mindset. I'm telling you, you've got a long way to go before you think like that. Zhang Lin said disdainfully. Exactly. Mr. Shang is right. Actually, the richer people are, the better they are at saving money. That's how our boss is too. A rich person's mindset. I learned something new today. Thanks for the lesson, Mr. Zhang. Little Qin, you should learn from Mr. Zhang. He's in a different class from us now. Everything he says is valuable experience. The other classmates began to shower Zhang Lin with flattery. Qin Feng just smiled noncommittally. Learn from Zhang Lin. Learn how to show off. Susu, come have a drink. Stop playing on your phone. A flushed Zhang Lin squeezed in to sit next to Liang Jiaojiao. Senior, we don't drink. Liang Jiaojiao scooted aside. You can't get by without drinking. Let me tell you, once you graduate, you have to learn to drink. Table culture is a required course. You need to get used to it. Come on, have a drink. Zhang Lin picked up a glass of wine and tried to feed it to Liang Jiaojiao. Su Qianqian stood up instantly and pulled Liang Jiaojiao behind her. Senior, we came here to talk about you sponsoring new equipment for the school dance club. We didn't come here to drink. If you're not willing to sponsor us, we're leaving. Su Qianqian said righteously. She had long been sick of the sight of Zhang Lin. From the very beginning, she hadn't seen an ounce of sincerity about the sponsorship, and now he was trying to force them to drink. Zhang Lin quickly appeased them. Sponsor. Of course I'll sponsor. You should know my financial standing by now. Upgrading equipment for a small school dance club is nothing. The main thing is that we're having a class reunion today, so everyone should be happy. You're not even having a drink, aren't you showing me any respect? That's right, freshman, you have to drink. Freshman, senior Zhang Lin is just being nice, don't misunderstand. There's a whole bunch of us here, you don't need to be afraid, everyone is just having a few drinks to be happy. Some of the more opportunistic male classmates started trying to persuade them. They could clearly see the ulterior motives Zhang Lin had for these two freshmen. If they could help Zhang Lin get these two, it would certainly be easier to ask him for favors in the future. Enough, that's quite enough of that, Qin Feng said with a frown. He hadn't wanted to come in the first place, but Mo Yuqing kept pestering him. Who would have thought that after just 1 year, things would have changed so much? This class reunion had lost its meaning. Those old classmates had become people he no longer recognized. Who do you think you are? We're talking to the freshmen, what's it to you? Zhang Lin glared at Qin Feng unhappily. A mere liquor salesman daring to stand up to him, he must be out of his mind. You two, come here and leave with me, go back to school immediately. Qin Feng ignored Zhang Lin completely and spoke to the two girls. Liang Jiaojiao was still in a daze, but Su Qianqian quickly grabbed her and walked to Qin Feng's side. Senior, thank you. Su Qianqian looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. Out of everyone here, this senior was the only one with real character and the only one worth trusting. Qin Feng, you really think you're something, don't you? I organized this gathering, and you think you can just take people away? Keep dreaming. Zhang Lin stood up furiously, clutching a wine bottle. Behind Qin Feng, Su Qianqian and Liang Jiaojiao both widened their eyes. Su Qianqian's cautious and nervous voice sounded from behind Qin Feng. Are you, brother Qin Feng? Every time Qin Feng spoke, Su Qianqian always felt a sense of familiarity. And when Zhang Lin shouted out Qin Feng's full name, Su Qianqian realized it in an instant. The tall and handsome senior standing before her was none other than the generous benefactor she played games with, right? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and turned around. Qianqian? Su Qianqian calling Big Brother sounded so familiar to his ears. Brother Qin Feng, it really is you. Su Qianqian's large eyes sparkled, and in her excitement she threw herself directly into Qin Feng's arms. After a moment, she realized she had lost her composure due to excitement and quickly stepped back from his arms with a blushing face. The Qin Feng before her was 100 times more perfect than the image of the generous benefactor she had imagined. She was absolutely overjoyed. Zhang Lin was dumbfounded. All the classmates were dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? This fairy-like girl actually knew Qin Feng and was so intimate with him. It was obvious that they had a special relationship. It's too noisy here, let's go outside and talk. Qin Feng didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhang Lin anymore. She had surprised him just as much as he had surprised her. When Su Qianqian's roommate mentioned she was the school belle while gaming, Qin Feng hadn't paid much attention. Now Qin Feng believed it. Amidst the stunned crowd, Qin Feng took Su Qianqian's hand and walked out of the bar. Boss Zhang, are you just going to let him leave like that? A sycophantic classmate asked. Qin Feng dares to touch the woman I've got my eyes on. He must be taught a lesson. Zhang Lin downed a glass of wine and, as if finally snapping to his senses, rushed out. He felt bitter to his core. Those two beautiful girls hadn't even given him a proper look. And now the prettiest one of the two had just thrown herself into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng is just a wine salesman. How could he possibly deserve such luck with women? A few of his bootlickers also rushed out with him. The remaining boys hesitated. Although they wanted to cozy up to Zhang Lin, they couldn't bring themselves to lay a hand on an old classmate. You guys are doing the right thing by staying. Zhang Lin is no match for Qin Feng. Mo Yuqing's soft voice came from the side, leaving the remaining students completely confused. At the entrance, the sycophants followed Zhang Lin closely. My god. Boss Zhang, Qin Feng is walking towards your X6. This brat isn't thinking of damaging your car, is he? If he has any sense, he wouldn't dare touch Boss Zhang's BMW X6. Even just scratching the paint would cost more than his annual salary. Boss Zhang, just say the word, I'll go through fire and water for you. I'll beat him to... Huh? Before the bootlicker pledging his loyalty could finish, he saw the headlights of the BMW X6 in the distance flash twice. Then Qin Feng opened the car door, let Su Qianqian and Liang Jiaojiao in first, and then got into the driver's seat himself. He closed the door, the engine started, and they sped off into the distance. Zhang Lin was stunned. The bootlickers beside him were stunned too. Boss Zhang, was your car key stolen by Qin Feng? Someone asked tentatively. That must be it. Boss Zhang, let's call the police. Your car is worth over $1 million. That's enough to put Qin Feng in jail for half his life. Someone else suggested. Zhang Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead. What police? He muttered to himself and walked back into the bar. At the booth, Mo Yuking saw the different expressions on the returning classmates and understood everything. Did you guys confront Qin Feng? Asked the students who hadn't left. No, Qin Feng. Brother Feng drove off in the BMW X6. A BMW X6? Isn't that Boss Zhang's car? How did Qin Feng drive it away? Is that car actually Qin Feng's or Boss Zhang's? Everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang Lin, whose face was dark as thunder. I drank too much and mistook the car for mine. What's wrong with that? That car is something Qin Feng rented from his company to show off. You actually think he can afford a BMW X6? Ridiculous. Zhang Lin stubbornly clung to his pride and mocked Qin Feng again. Boss Zhang, didn't you drive that car all the way from the capital? How could you mistake it for your own? Mo Yuking sneered and intentionally pressed him further. Zhang Lin's face turned black and he stuttered, unable to respond. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, and everyone looked at Zhang Lin with strange expressions, especially those sycophants who had been fawning over him. Class reunions are meant to cherish our old friendships. Don't call me for gatherings like this in the future, lest we see more people mistake other people's cars for their own, and then arrogantly use it to lecture others. Mo Yuking picked up her bag and stood up. Mo Yuking, I admit that car isn't mine, but it's definitely not Qin Feng's either. It must be his company's or a friend's. He deliberately got it to show off. As a wine salesman, he couldn't even afford one wheel of that X6. Who are you trying to fool? Zhang Lin shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to save his last shred of dignity. Mo Yuking smiled contemptuously. I thought the same thing before, which is why I missed out on 100,000 commission when Qin Feng came to our dealership to pick up the car this afternoon. Zhang Lin, as an old classmate, I'll tell you one last thing. You couldn't afford to defend Qin Feng before, and you certainly can't afford to now. And another thing, not everyone is as desperate to show off as you. With that, Mo Yuking turned and walked away. The remaining classmates looked at each other, and their attitudes toward Zhang Lin had completely changed. The classmates who were loudest in calling him boss were now blushing with embarrassment. They thought they were sucking up to a big shot from a state-owned enterprise, but it turned out he was just a poser. The $1 million luxury car was paid for in full by Qin Feng. He was the real big shot. Crucially, because of Zhang Lin, they hadn't bothered to talk to Qin Feng at all. A golden opportunity to build a connection with a real big shot had just flown out the window, and naturally, some felt quite bitter. Zhang Lin, it's better to be honest in life. One classmate got up and left, followed silently by several others. In a matter of moments, only Zhang Lin was left at the booth, his brain in a complete haze. Recalling Mo Yuking's taunting remarks from earlier, he finally realized she had known all along that the car was Qin Feng's. Qin Feng and Mo Yuking had been watching him perform like a monkey in his own little show. 1.8 million, paid in full. Zhang Lin swallowed hard, grabbed his bag and hurriedly left as well. He swore to himself that he would never go anywhere Qin Feng was present again. Mo Yuking was right. He couldn't afford to offend Feng before, and now he could afford it even less. On a road elsewhere. Brother, this car is actually yours? Su Qiantian and Liang Jiaojiao were sitting in the back seat, excitedly checking out the interior. Did you think I stole it? Qin Feng joked. I really thought it was that Zhang Lin's. When you drove off, I looked out the window and saw his face turn purple. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. He must have been so embarrassed. Liang Jiaojiao laughed heartily. Su Qianqian lectured her dim-witted roommate. Stop laughing. You need to be more careful in the future. Don't get fooled by types like Zhang Lin again. We were just lucky this time that we ran into brother Qin Feng. I know, I'll never trust things people say online again. Liang Jiaojiao stuck her tongue out and made a wronged expression. Just as Qin Feng was about to make a playful remark, his phone rang with an Alipay notification. He opened it and saw it was Zhao Qiaoming. Big boss, I've arranged everything. There are about 10 groups of players responding right now. When are you planning to get online? Qin Feng took a deep breath. He had just bought a car and his savings had been cut in half. It was time to top up his balance. Qianqian, will you have time to play games later after getting back to school? Qin Feng asked. I have time, brother, Su Qianqian said sweetly. Great. I'll drop you off at the school gate and head back. Keep an eye out for my WeChat message. 10 minutes later. Su Qiantian and Liang Jiaojiao stood at the university gate watching Qin Feng leave. It's infuriating to compare people. Brother Qin Feng was such a gentleman the whole way. He's 10,000 times better than that idiot Zhang Lin. Of course, you don't know whose big brother he is. Su Qianqian tossed her head proudly and walked happily toward her dormitory. She had to get online quickly, she couldn't keep him waiting. The college entrance exam is in 2 days. Wishing all the candidates success, and that they make the honor roll. May every student walk toward a bright future at this turning point of destiny. Wishing you an infinite future.
In a high-end internet cafe booth, Zhao Xiaoming's hands were clicking rapidly across the keyboard. The hourly rate in the main hall of this upscale cafe was 8 yuan. The boothie was in cost even more, at 20 yuan per hour. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to step inside. But things are different now. The 20,000 yuan sitting in his Alipay account was his newfound source of confidence. Comrades, may scammers die a horrible death. I am truly trying to bring you all some benefits. Take a look at the group photo album. I've already uploaded all the screenshots of my Alipay receipts there. This is a real big spender. He pays 100 yuan for every kill, as long as you can match with him. The big spender's game name is King Deng Bugiki. To prevent any confusion, make sure you remember the secret code. The secret code's Big Spender Daddy. If you match with Big Boss, he will reply with the usual rules. For those of you saying you don't believe it, why not just play one game and find out? As soon as you deliver a kill, the money hits your account immediately. Zhao Xiaoming's workstation was filled with drinks, fried chicken, and various snacks. He was eating while replying to various groups. Ding dong. Suddenly, his Alipay notification sound went off on his phone. Zhao Xiaoming hurriedly put down the fried chicken and, ignoring his greasy hands, grabbed his phone. Qin Feng sent a message. How are things prepared on your end? Everything is ready, Zhao Xiaoming replied. Qin Feng replied, good, start matchmaking in 2 minutes, exactly at 1950. Received. Zhao Xiaoming put down his phone, immediately typed a message in the computer group, and then copy-pasted it. 1950, match on time. Whether you match with the big spender depends on your luck. If you match with him, you'll be raking in money lying down. 1950, match on time. Whether you match with the big spender depends on your luck. If you match with him, you'll be raking in money lying down. 1950, match on time. Whether you match with the big spender depends on your luck. If you match with him, you'll be raking in money lying down. After Zhao Xiaoming sent it to 10 groups, he opened Honor of Kings himself, went to the ranked match screen, and stared at the clock, waiting to queue up with Qin Feng. Meanwhile, in Qin Feng's rented room, little brother, why haven't you started yet? Su Qianqian's sweet voice rang out in the game voice chat. Wait a moment, Qin Feng replied. Oh, alright. Qin Feng didn't choose a full 5-player team, he was still playing a duo with Su Qianqian. Although everyone would let him have the kills in a 5-player team, there would be no fun in the game that way. Besides, Qin Feng knew his own level. He was now at Star Tier 2 and he had reached that height entirely because of Su Qianqian carrying him. In reality, his skill level was only about that of Eternal Diamond player. Even if his teammates gave him all the kills, he wasn't guaranteed to lead them to victory. Since the money was guaranteed anyway, Qin Feng was in a rush. Gotta play the game and gotta earn the money too. Happy and content of both worlds. Time ticked away, and at 1950, Qin Feng tapped the button to match for a game. 3 seconds later, the match was found. King Deng Bugiki, Big Spender Dad. Suddenly, the third position teammate sent a message. Just as Su Qianqian was spacing out, Qin Feng replied, the usual rules. Holy crap. Is it really the big spender? Could this be a scam? The third position teammate followed up. Send me your Alipay account, Qin Feng replied. Action. In other chat groups where Zhao Xiaoming was present. Dalang, wake up and take your medicine, mentioned Zhao Xiaoming. Boss Xiaoming, take a look. Is this fourth position teammate that Big Spender Daddy? Zhao Xiaoming opened the group member's screenshot and replied, Envy, it's Big Spender Daddy. In this game, just deliver kills to Big Spender Daddy nicely, and then sit back and collect the cash. Other group members also started becoming active. Holy crap, do you really match with him? Matched, sure, but who knows if he'll actually pay. I'm a bit skeptical too, 100 per kill, even Wang Saikong wouldn't be that lavish, right? Dalang, when you're feeding kills later, if the big boss sends you the transfer, remember to post a screenshot for us to see. Dalang, if you're a shill, I curse you to be single for life. During this matchmaking round, many group members didn't actually join the queue. They were just watching for fun, letting others test the waters first. If it was real, they would jump in. Dalang, wake up and take your medicine. Just now, Big Spender Daddy asked for my Alipay account. I think it's legit. Also, I'm not Dalang. Please call me Magistrate Simon. Alright. Understood, Dalang. Zhao Xiaoming was disappointed to find that he hadn't matched with Qin Feng in this game. But there was still a chance. It's impossible to confirm the opponents right now. Only after both sides pick their heroes can you basically judge. The Big Spender's team positions 1, 2, and 3 pick Milady, Cheng Yaojin, and Wukong. The opponents pick Zhenji, Hua Mulan, and Chen Jisihan. Is anyone on the opposing team? Zhao Xiaoming started asking based on the data Dalong provided. By this point, he was certain he hadn't matched with Qin Feng at all this round. In the group chat. Peppa Pig, I'm that Chen Jixian. Pink Robe Gandalf, I think I matched with him, I'm below Chen Jixian, haven't started picking yet. After both sides finalized their characters, Zhao Xiaoming relayed the statistics to Qin Feng. A total of 3 group members were matched in this game. One was on Qin Feng's team, playing Cheng Yaojin, and the other 2 were on the opposing side, one playing Chen Jixian and the other playing the jungler Dian Wei. Then Zhao Xiaoming told all of this to Qin Feng. Boss, a total of 3 group members were matched. Seeing the message, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This game is in the bag. 2 moles on the other side feeding kills. This is basically 7 against 3. If we don't win, heaven won't forgive us. The game started shortly after. Qin Feng played Lubin and was farming in the bottom lane as usual. Su Qianqian played Genji in the mid lane. 3 minutes in, the first blood was shed. Qin Feng's Lubin killed the Chen Jixian who had intentionally let himself be caught. Send me the Alipay account for the opposing Chen Jixian. Qin Feng sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming on Alipay. This time, he didn't ask for the Alipay account directly in the game chat. Asking directly was too obvious. If there was someone on the other side who couldn't be bought, it would create potential risks. For instance, if the other side reported him for bribing and Tencent discovered it, he might lose his account. And if he failed the system mission, he'd really be finished. So now Qin Feng had learned to keep a low profile. He'd leave the cleanup work to that dog-headed advisor Zhao Xiaoming. He'd paid the money anyway. Zhao Xiaoming hurriedly started calling out in the group. Chen Jixian, your red envelope is here. Provide your Alipay quickly. In an instant, dozens of Alipay accounts popped up in the group and Zhao Xiaoming was left dumbfounded. Peppa Pig. Hey, stop messing around. I'm the real Chen Jixian. My Alipay is 156. Then he sent a screenshot of the live game. Only then did Zhao Xiaoming provide the Chen Jixian's Alipay to Qin Feng. And he issued a few warnings in the group that if anyone dared to impersonate someone else to claim the big boss's red envelope, they wouldn't have a chance to participate in this event anymore. The group members gradually calmed down. A short while later, Peppa Pig, holy crap, I actually received a 100 yuan red envelope. It's real, my god. I'm going to feed kills to the boss until he goes bankrupt. The message from group member Peppa Pig, along with his Alipay screenshot, instantly ignited the group chat. Zhao Xiaoming replied faintly, I thought the same as you before, but later I realized that poverty had limited my imagination. I'm busy these 2 days, so there will be fewer updates. Thanks to Qin Feng's bounty rewards, the opposing player, Erha, was now completely convinced that he was dealing with a true big spender. Having gotten a taste of the rewards, he started mindlessly feeding kills. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng's Lu Dan had already racked up 4 kills all from the enemy, Erha playing Genghis Khan. Jungler, come help us in the bot lane, this Erha is a total noob. The enemy support Xiaoming sent a message. The jungler Dian Wei was also a mole on the opposing team. Upon seeing Xiaoming's message, he was practically jumping for joy. He was just about to head down there to feed them. As soon as Erha respawned and started heading toward the bottom lane, Xiaoming began calling out to Dian Wei. Dian Wei, who had been farming the blue buff, stopped mid-farm and started running toward the bottom lane. A few seconds later, double kill, triple kill. Qin Feng's Lu Dan scored a triple kill. Erha, Xiaoming, and Dian Wei were all wiped out. Xiaoming, Dian Wei, are you an idiot? Why did you use big on a minion? Dian Wei, sorry, I got nervous. Don't lose heart, we still have a chance. 3 minutes later. Bottom lane. Triple kill. Xiaoming, you dumbest jungler, don't come back here again. Dian Wei, no, I've got it in for this idiot. I'm definitely taking him down today. Xiaoming, how the hell am I supposed to trust you? Dian Wei, trust me. I'm a city-level jungler. I've got the badge to prove it. 2 minutes later. Triple kill. Xiaoming, oh my god. Jungler, please get the hell away from me. You're such a noob. You're as useless as a Siberian husky. Dian Wei, oh my god. I'm really pissed now. All of you, get the hell out of here. I'm going to lane against this moron. I'm going to kill him no matter what in this game. Erha, no, I'm not leaving. That loser has pissed me off too. I'm going to kill him at least once today. Xiaoming, Erha, you're such a noob and you think you can kill that brined egg on the other team. Who gave you the guts? Is it Fish Liang? Milady, stop arguing in the bot lane. I'll join you guys for an ambush later. We can't let that braised egg farm up. Outside the game in the chat group, things were already in an uproar. While the enemy Dian Wei player was waiting to respawn, he posted the entire in-game chog to the group. Learned a lot, learned a lot. The pros really know how to play. Poor Xiaoming thought you two were noobs, little did he know you're professional feeders. You'll never wake up a noob who's intentionally feeding. Xiao Ming is so pitiful, I really shouldn't be laughing at him anymore. But sorry, I just can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Looks like Milady is going to be the next poor player to get torn apart. Now let's look forward to seeing how Milady's worldview gets shattered. Poor Xiao Ming and Milady, they thought they were in a 4-on-2 situation, but they didn't realize they were the two. In the game, 1 minute late. Dian Wei and Xiao Ming, who was holding Milady's hand, stood in the bushes along the bottom lane's farming path, while Erha was clearing the minion wave. Xiao Ming, with this ambush, it's 4 against 2. We're definitely going to take down Lu Dan. Dian Wei, that's right, 4 against 2. We can definitely do it. Erha, right, 4 on 2. We've got this. Xiao Ming, you two are such noobs. All I ask is you don't waste your abilities on minions. Milady, in a moment, Xiao Ming, you go out first and lure Lu Dan to the edge of the bushes. I'll hit him with my ultimate right away, then Dian Wei, you jump out and follow up with your ultimate. He's definitely done for. Xiao Ming, got it. Dian Wei, got it. Xiao Ming stepped out of the bushes as planned. He was down to just a sliver of health, and as soon as Qin Feng, controlling Lu Dan, spotted him, he naturally charged forward to finish him off. Xiao Ming turned and darted back into the bushes, with Qin Feng's Lu Dan hot on his heels. 2 more steps. 2 more steps. You're almost within range of my ultimate. Milady planned meticulously. Boom. Suddenly a game sound effect rang out. Milady was stunned. Dian Wei's ultimate slammed into the enemy minion's head, exposing his position in the process. While Milady and Xiao Ming stood there dumbfounded, Erha, who had been clearing minions, flashed over to join the fray. With the 2 heroes right in his face, Lu Dan instinctively stepped back. No matter how much Milady wanted to curse, she had no choice but to follow him out, hoping to seize the opportunity to take him down. However, before Milady could even step out of the brush, the triple kill announcement rang out. She too was mowed down by Lu Dan's machine gun fire, and the game screen turned blank white. Milady, Dian Wei, did you fucking do that on purpose? Dian Wei, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean to, my hand just twitched, and I accidentally hit my ultimate. That minion just happened to be within my ultimate's range, so you know, it's not my fault. Xiao Ming, like hell I believe you. You're a sneaky old fart. Do you have Parkinson's or something? You've been shaking the whole game. Milady, Erha, and you too. Why did you flash in there to feed the enemy? Erha, what do you mean flash in to feed? Dian Wei just used his ultimate, of course I had to follow up with damage, or you guys would have called me a noob again. Milady, you've got a damn good point there. Xiao Ming, damn right you're not dealing any damage. The enemy Lu Dan has all 3 core items, and you've got nothing but a pair of boots. How dare you even bring up damage? Why even play this game? Can't you just live a normal life? Erha, Xiao Ming, I've put up with you for way too long, you're always berating me. Fine, I'm laying my cards on the table, I've lost it. From now on, I'm going to feed. Remember this, I'm not feeding because I want to, but because of you. Because of all your insults. Dian Wei, +1. He just called me a Parkinson's patient. I've lost it too. Didn't he say I was feeding Lu Dan on purpose? Well, I'm gonna feed Lu Dan on purpose this round. If we lose this game, it's all that troll Xiao Ming's fault. Xiao Ming, what the hell? Next, having successfully shifted the blame, Dian Wei and Erha switched to full-on feeding mode without a shred of guilt. Qin Feng's Haludan had already been farming aggressively in the early game, and with Dian Wei, Erha, and Xiao Ming completely falling apart. At the 20-minute mark, Qin Feng's teammates successfully destroyed all 3 enemy lanes and the Nexus, securing the victory. In this game, Qin Feng racked up 38 kills and 16 assists. Total earnings, 92,000. After sending red envelopes to Dian Wei, Erha, and a clan member who was matched with Qin Feng's team, he still had over 86,000 left. Qin Feng kept exactly 80,000 and transferred the remainder to Suqianqin. Qin Feng had seen games where the prize pool reached 800,000, so 80,000 didn't faze him in the slightest. The match for the second game began immediately. This time, no group members were matched on the opposing team. Instead, 2 group members were matched on his own team. With Qin Feng and Suqianqin on his team, there was only 1 random player left. Qin Feng once again chose a marksman built for securing kills. However, this time he picked a highly controversial marksman, Baili Shuayu. Baili Shuayu is a hero with 2 very distinct playstyles. Played well, he's a sniper god. Played poorly, he's nothing more than an ATM for the enemy. He's also a liability to his own team, lacking both attack speed and damage. And for the vast majority of casual players, they fall into the latter category. Qin Feng was no exception. But in this match, Qin Feng, in this game I'm going to experience the joy of sniping. Player 3, got it, I'll play Zhang Liang in the mid lane. Player 4, got it, I'll play Dong Wang as support. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Not bad, both of his group members were really on the ball. The game beat. Qin Feng hadn't even stepped out of the fountain yet when the taunts from the enemy marksman Hou Yi started flying his way. Enemy Hou Yi, someone's still playing Bailey in this patch. Looks like we've got this game in the bag. Our team's Zhang Liang Hou Yi, don't get too cocky. Our team's Dongwang Hou Yi want to feel the power of arterial blood-sucking. The two players Zhang Liang and Dongwang naturally began protecting our team's carry. After all, they had every reason to be confident. As the saying goes, no matter how strong you are, Dongwang and Zhang Liang are unbeatable. This is no joke. Many players have experienced the terror of being dominated by these two heroes. The opposing Hou Yi. Sorry, I'm the top Hou Yi on the Chinese server, just playing on a secondary account 90% win rate. I'm not targeting any one of you specifically. I'm talking to everyone on the opposing team. You're all trash. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. After all this time playing, this is the first time he's come across such a troublemaker. King's Kenyan absolutely does not tolerate players who show off like this. At least not in Qin Feng's matches. Absolutely not. Qianqian, this game is ruining Hou Yi's entire experience, Qin Feng said into his headset. Okay, big brother. What a coincidence. My Luna is also a top-tier player on the Chinese server, Su Qianqian replied sweetly. Zhang Liang Dongwang, the goal for this game is that we can lose, but we have to make the enemy Hou Yi lose his mind and question the meaning of life. Qin Feng typed to notify the other two group members. At that moment, the only random top laner in the game, Kai, timidly typed, "Just a quick question, are you guys a four-man squad?" In honor of Kings, ranked matches only have 3-player and 5-player teams. But from Kai's perspective, the other 4 players on their team seem to be a coordinated group, all following Bailey's commands. That's why he posed this fundamental question. Zhang Liang, no, we're not a 4-man squad, it's fate. Fate brought us together with these pros. Dongwang, right, it's fate. Kai. The bottom lane minions arrived. Qin Feng crouched under the tower, channeling his second skill and preparing to snipe. Boom. A sniper bullet flew out, narrowly missing the enemy Hou Yi, who was waving erratically. Enemy Hou Yi, loser, stop aiming. Bang. A second sniper bullet flew out, but also missed Hou Yi. Opposing Hou Yi, keep it up. Who knows, maybe you'll manage to take me down with a sniper shot this round. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng watched the opposing Hou Yi's taunts, seething in. He really did have to blame himself for being so bad. Our team's Zhang Liang, pro, do you need backup now? Our Dongwang, pro, how about I bait him a bit so you can snipe him? Both teammates saw the message from the enemy Hou Yi and asked in unison. Qin Feng, not right now. Level up to level first. Once you hit level 4, we'll teach him a lesson. Zhang Liang was still farming in the mid lane, and Dong Huang was farming alongside Su Qianqian's jungler. Only their ultimate abilities at level 4 provide hard crowd control. Sending them over now would just mean they'd get fed to the enemy. Qin Feng also kept a low profile, stopping his sniping of the enemy Hou Yi and focusing on sniping minions instead, playing it safe to farm. Finally, after 2 minutes, they reached level 4. Qin Feng opened the stats panel and saw that Zhang Liang and Dongwang had also reached level 4. By this point, the minions had already appeared on the lane. Qin Feng's 2 sniper shots were no longer enough to clear the wave, and the enemy Hou Yi, following the minions, pushed the lane forward. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Liang and Dongwang, who were heading toward the bottom lane, and started typing. Qin Feng, Hou Yi, do you believe I'm going to snipe you with a single shot later? Opposing Hou Yi, what kind of fake booze did you drink today? Does it hit you that hard? Before he could finish speaking, from the river brush, Zhang Liang flashed out and landed a direct hit on Hou Yi's head. Qin Feng immediately charged his second ability, preparing to snipe. Boom. As the in-game sound effect rang out, the enemy Hou Yi's health bar was down to just a little over half. By the time Qin Feng continued charging his second skill, Zhang Liang's ultimate had already expired. Hou Yi immediately flashed back, and then Dong Wang, who had been waiting in the river bush, followed suit with a flash of his own. Ultimate landed right in his head. Qin Feng's second skill was fully charged. With a single sniper shot, he finished off the enemy. High for good. Haha, that'll teach you to show off. Zhang Liang, Dong Wang, you both get credit for this kill, $100 each. Qin Feng happily sent a message. Our team's Zhang Liang, thanks boss. Our Dong Wang, thanks boss. Our Kai, can I just ask what's the deal with the 100 yuan? Our team's Zhang Liang, kid, just focus on the game, don't ask about grown-up stuff. Our team's Kai. Enemy Hou Yi, I had no idea Bali was raising 2 sons. Our Dong Wang, that's right, anyone who messes with my Bailey dad, I'll take them down. Our team's Zhang Liang Quan. Next, Hou Yi went into full questioning the meaning of life mode. Qin Feng is now at Star Glory Tier 1, so as long as his teammates are normal players, their skills and game sense are no problem. When 4 players gang up on a single opponent, there's only one possible outcome. That means absolutely no fun at all. Boo. Ding. Player eliminated. Earned a 2,000 yuan reward. Boom. Ding. Player successfully eliminated, earned a 2,000 yuan reward. Boom! Haha, that feels great. Qin Feng burst out laughing. So this is what makes playing Bai Li Shu Yu so much fun. Taking an enemy general's head from 1,000 li away, it's no exaggeration. Especially after equipping 2 endless blades, a black cleaver, and a shatterer, it was practically one shot, one kill. After Yi on the opposing team was sniped by Qin Feng yet again, he started hurling insults at Qin Feng's teammates. Enemy Hui, is Bailey really your dad or something? You guys are so protective of him. Enemy Hui, oh my god, if you've got the guts, come one-on-one in the Dragon Pit team fighting is bullshit. Naturally, no one on Qin Feng's team paid any attention to the furious Hao Yi. Qin Feng had already achieved his goal, and Hou Ya had essentially been left with no gaming experience in this match. What the hell? Just surrender. Surrender, surrender. In the general chat, it was clear the opposing team had no intention of playing anymore. No way. I'm definitely not surrendering. Bali is useless in the late game. Give me all the gold once I get going. The whole opposing team is just a bunch of trash. The opposing Hoi, clearly enraged, was determined to fight it out. Our team's Zhang Liang, stop struggling. Hui, it's hopeless. Just surrender already. A noob like you shouldn't be dragging your teammates down. Enemy Hui, don't get cocky. Looks like I'll have to pull out my secret move, otherwise you guys might not know what fear really is. Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Our team's Zhang Liang, signature move? If that's your signature move, you must be a dog. 1 second later. Our Dong Wang, hahaha, my bro Zhang Liang is the best. Our Kai, Zhang Liang is 666. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Either this Zhang Liang sure is a bit of a smart aleck. He's definitely a little smart aleck. Hahaha. The enemy's Zhang Liang has he got honey on his tongue. Hahaha. Even Hao Yi's teammates were laughing. Zhang Liang's brilliant play had already shut down the opposing Hao Yi so thoroughly that he didn't even dare to respond. He was terrified that if he said the wrong thing, he'd get roasted again. Boom. As Qin Feng's Bai Li Shu Yu fired his gun, the enemy Hou Yi, who had been clearing the lane, was once again sacked to the black and white game screen. Qin Feng, you're at full health and still dare to come out and mess around. Who gave you the guts? Hao Yi, who had finally managed to steady his nerves, completely lost it. He'd thought only Zhang Liang and Dong Wang were masters of provocation on the enemy team, but little did he know that the one truly killing him without warning was Bai Li Shu Yu, who'd been keeping completely quiet all along. Just listen to this. Coming out to mess around at full health? Is that even human speech? Our team's Zhang Liang. Fucking hell, going all in at full health? You're the real deal boss. Haha. Our Dong Wang. Brother Zhang Liang, you're a pro at hunting horses. You're a pro at blowing people's minds, aren't you? Our Kai. This noob is trembling in fear and never expected to run into both the reclining dragon and the phoenix cub in a single game. Although our mid and bot lanes kept chasing the enemy Hui throughout the game, thankfully Sukiankin's Luna had our backs, and Kai played pretty well too, so the enemy was already completely at a disadvantage. Especially with one of their high damage marksmen taken out of commission, the enemy team had almost no damage output left. In less than 20 minutes, the enemy nexus exploded and Qin Feng secured another victory. In this match, Qin Feng had locked horns with the enemy Hui, so he didn't rack up many kills. At the end of the match, he earned less than 80,000. After transferring over 3,000 to 2 group members and giving Sukiankin over 5,000, Qin Feng kept over 70,000 for himself. 2 games, less than 40 minutes, Qin Feng earned 150,000. In the third game, a standard match, the opposing team had 2 group members, while Qin Feng's team had 1. Thanks to a mole on the opposing team, Qin Feng's earnings soared. Even after sending out red envelopes, he still had 100,000 left. Game 4, Qin Feng exploited the mole on the opposing team, bribed the opposing players, and his earnings skyrocketed, reaching 500,000. 5th game, bribing the opposing team again, Qin Feng earned 600,000. Won 35 million of games. Not only did he recoup the cost of the X6, but he also had over 200,000 left over. Round 6. Things got off to an even better start. 4 group members from the opposing team appeared all at once. Just as Qin Feng was thinking he was about to make a killing in this round, Zhao Xiaoming suddenly sent him a message. Boss, we're in trouble. That random player on the other team isn't just any random player, it's streamer Zhang Daxian. Qin Feng's eyed, and as he read Zhao Xiaoming's message, Zhang Daxian, this isn't just any streamer. She's the #1 streamer for Honor of Kings. Qin Feng was actually a big fan of his. Back in school, he used to watch Zhang Bingxin's streams whenever he had free time. Zhao Xiaoming, boss, thank goodness we have group members who watch streams. Zhang Daxian just started a game a moment ago, and his team composition is exactly the same as the one you're facing right now. Plus, several group members on his team have confirmed it. In this match, Zhang Daxian is playing a casual game using a random player's account. Qin Feng fell deep in thought. He definitely wants to win. But there were so many more concerns in this game. After all, a top-tier streamer like Zhang Daxian has an influence that runs even deeper than that of some professional players. For Qin Feng to bribe the opposing team and get them to feed him, it all had to be based on the assumption that the players were ordinary people. Is Zhang Bingson an ordinary person? He's a monster. Trying to bribe him with money definitely won't work, and if Zhang Bingson catches on to anything suspicious this time, just one privilege report from him would probably get the other group members banned for at least 10 years. Qin Feng might even lose his own account in the process. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming. Tell the group members to play this round. Normally don't feed the enemy. This Zhang Bingson is way too influential. He's a tough nut to crack. As soon as Zhao Xiaoming received the message, he announced it in the group chat. The few group members who'd finally been matched against Qin Feng instantly felt a pang of disappointment. They'd thought this game would be a breeze, just sit back and collect the money, but who knew they'd be matched against a streamer and Zhang Bingson at that. They had no choice but accept their fate. The game began. Qin Feng was still playing Bailey in this game. He ran to the farm lane tower as usual. The minion wave hadn't even reached him yet when suddenly another message from Zhao Xiaoming popped up. Pro, Zhang Daxian is planning to steal your red buff. He's hiding in the bushes right behind Red Dad right now. Qin Feng's eyes lit. No need to ask, Zhao Xiaoming was definitely watching Zhang Bingson's live stream and had pinpointed her location. Qiantian, don't take the blue buff yet. Zhang Bingson is planning to steal your red buff. Let's set up an ambush. Qin Feng immediately called out to Su Qiantian. Su Qiantian also quietly slipped away from Blue Dad and took cover in the bushes near the Three Wolves position. Meanwhile, in Zhang Bingson's live stream, Zhang Bingson, Star Glory matches are still pretty easy. Look, the enemy has Luna as their jungler. She'll definitely go for the blue buff first. There's no one guarding the red buff, so let's steal it first, then go back to camp our own blue buff. Zhang Bingson took a sip of water as she explained. 30 seconds into the game, both the blue and red buffs had spawned. Zhang Bingson, playing Liu Bei, charged straight for the red buff on Qin Feng's side. Hey, mid laner and support, come help me out. It's really tough for me to handle this alone. In honor of kings, when a jungler steals the enemy's camps, the support usually comes to help, and a skilled mid laner will often come over to secure vision as well. This allows for a quick camp steal while ensuring safety. To Zhang Bingson's frustration, his teammates in this game seemed like bots. He'd been marking the enemy red buff since the start to signal he was going to steal it, but the support acted as if he didn't even exist and just followed the marksman. Little did he know, at that very moment his teammates were seething with frustration. After all, they'd been waiting all night for a chance to make a quick buck, only to have it all down the drain just because they'd been matched with Zhang Bingson. Zhang Bingson called out to his teammates, but no one answered. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and take down the red buff himself. At this point, he couldn't go back to farm his own blue buff either. That would only throw off his rhythm. Don't panic, guys. Luna will definitely go for the blue buff first in this game. The enemy mid laner is still on the lane, and Bailey should be cloaked under the tower on the enemy farm lane. We've got this red buff in the bag. Before Zhang Bingson could finish speaking, a moon blade suddenly flew right at his head. With the red buff still clinging to a sliver of health, Luna finished it off with a moon blade. What's wrong with our teammates? Why didn't they come over to help? This is just terrible teamwork. Zhang Bingson's face turned dark with anger. After all her hard work, she'd end up handing the kill to the enemy Luna. The comments in the live stream exploded instantly. You have to understand that Zhang Bingson's fans are different from those of other streamers. Fans of other streamers love to see their streamers being super cocky, cool, and absolutely badass. But Zhang Bingson's fans just love seeing her get humiliated. If Zhang Bingson goes on a winning streak, her fans would all start dozing off. But if she loses several times in a row, her fans go wild, showering her with virtual gifts like they're free. For example, congrats to my Qianji on 5 straight losses. Congrats to my Qianji on 6 straight losses. Go, Qianji! You're about to break the record with 10 straight losses. Go! You can do it! In this game, Zhang Bingson tried to steal the enemy's red buff, but got ambushed instead. Seeing Zhang Bingson get humiliated, his fans Gust is excited. Are you there? Didn't we agree that Luna would take the blue buff first? That's classic old Bingson right off the bat. Haha! You thought you were stealing the red buff, but you didn't realize the enemy was already planning to steal it from you. Haha! Zhang Bingson pretended not to notice her fans' teasing. While controlling Liu Bei to face off against Luna, she commented, Phew, Luna isn't that strong in this patch. Plus, I'm not afraid of her until she hits level 4. Watch closely, it's still anyone's game right now. Hey, mid lane guy, come help us out. As she spoke, Zhang Bingson sent another distress signal to her mid lane teammate. Boom. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out and a sniper bullet flew from the bushes. Zhang Bingson, who had been completely focused, flinched in fright, and the game screen instantly turned to a black and white TV. He threw up his hands in frustration and snapped, Are my teammates all demons or something? They won't even come to help. At that moment, Qin Feng, who was controlling Bai Li Shu Yu, froze in shock at a system notification. Ding! Successfully eliminated a professional streamer. Earned a 10,000 yuan reward. 10,000 yuan. Qin Feng was stunned. Ever since he activated the critical hit bonus, each kill had been worth 2,000 yuan. Now it's 10,000 yuan. Ding! Report to the host. Since the host has been matched against a professional game streamer, the reward system has changed. Whenever a professional player or professional game streamer appears on the opposing team, the value of every kill they make will be multiplied by 5. The system's explanatory voice rang out. Qin Feng instantly wild with excitement. As he looked at the opposing players in the game, they were nothing but golden ingots. 10,000 yuan per kill. He had originally thought that running into Zhang Bingxin meant he was doomed. But now he realized that Zhang Bingxin was a good luck charm. Just because she was there, the value of every kill on the opposing team had instantly quintupled. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He immediately opened Alipay on his phone and sent a message to Zhao Xiaoming. Tell the teammates matched with me to find a way to feed me as much as possible in this game. As long as Zhang Bingxin doesn't notice, I'll pay 200 yuan per kill. At the internet cafe. As soon as Zhao Xiaoming saw Qin Feng's message, he quickly put down the chicken drumstick he was holding. Earlier, Qin Feng had promised this round would be a sure thing, no feeding. Now he'd changed his mind and the price per kill was different too. 200 yuan per kill. That's double the price. Zhao Xiaoming didn't waste a second. He immediately started tagging group members in the chat who had been matched against Qin Feng. Zhao Xiaoming, our big spending daddy is offering a massive bonus this round. Hurry up and figure out a way to feed him without Zhang Bingxin finding out. Each kill is now worth 200 yuan. Not long after Zhao Xiaoming sent the message, from Zhang Bingxin's in-game perspective, his 4 teammates suddenly all froze in place. What's going on? My teammates are really throwing me off this round. Zhang Bingxin, who'd had a rough start to the game, was getting a little annoyed. He had no idea that at that very moment, all 4 of his teammates had temporarily switched out of the game and were now on the group chat page. Holy crap, 200 yuan per kill. I'm definitely gonna feed in this game. I'm feeding too. I'll feed the rich dad 100 or so kills, it'll be worth it even if my account gets banned. Screw it. Forget about Zhang Bingxin or Li Bingxin, all I care about right now is making money. Make some cash, make some cash. Let's go. Back in the game to feed. Zhao Xiaoming looked at the chat logs of the 4 group members who had been matched against Qin Feng. His eyelid twitched in shock, and he hurriedly typed, "Hey, you 4 big shots. Read the conditions the big spender set carefully. We can't let Zhang Bingxin get suspicious. If you feed him kills as soon as you log in and Zhang Bingxin finds out, that doesn't count. You won't get paid." Zhao Xiaoming's words calmed the 4 group members down. They absolutely had to make the money. But we can't just wing it. If we mess this up, we won't get any money. Zhao Xiaoming looked at the silent group chat, thought for a moment, and typed, "I actually have an idea." 1 minute later. From Zhang Bingxin's perspective, her 4 teammates sprang into action. "Guys, what's going on here?" Zhang Bingxin asked, puzzled. "Top laner Xiang Yu, why do you junglers love to whine so much? I've put up with you for way too long." "Mid laner Zhen Ji, I've had it out for you ever since you fed the first kill right at the start. Keep whining, and I'll feed you another one." "Bot lane D Renji, keep feeding jungler, you're trash." "Support Kai Wenji, the worse you are, the more you love to whine. You call yourself a jungler? Even a dog tied up in the jungle would be better than you." Zhang Bingxin stared at the stream of messages on the chat panel, completely dumbfounded. His stream was live, so every message on the chat panel was being broadcast to the world. Zhang Bingxin's eccentric fans were getting more and more excited. Zhang Bingxin, questioning the meaning of life, looked into the camera and said, "Guys, I didn't say anything, did I? Why are they so hostile?" On the live stream chat. "Honestly, I really hate it when teammates start lecturing me right off the bat. Zhang Tank, you need to do some soul searching." "Actually, they just think you talk too much. Ha ha ha." "I don't know why, but whenever I see Zhang Tank getting called out, it just makes me so happy. Zhang Tank, you're my source of joy." Xian Ji, I think your teammates are acting a little weird this game. It seems like they're targeting you. When Zhang Bingxin saw the last comment, she furrowed her brow. And you know what? From the very start, his teammates hadn't helped him steal jungle camps, and now they were all ganging up on him. It really did feel like they were targeting him. Just as Zhang Bingxin was puzzling over this, the double kill sound effect rang out in the game. His teammates, Di Renji and Kai Wenji, had actually been killed by the enemy's Bai Li. Several messages instantly popped up in the in-game chat panel. "Top lane Xiang Yu, those 2 trash players in the bot lane, do you guys even know how to play? Mid lane Zhen Ji, I'm seriously fed up. Why do I always get matched with teammates like this? The jungler's a useless piece of trash, fine, but now the bottom lane is full of useless trash too. When Zhang Bingson saw this, his anger instantly subsided. Guys, did you see that? They really aren't targeting me specifically, they're just picking on whoever they can. These young players are way too quick to get angry. Just as he was speaking, another message popped up in the game chat panel. Bot lane DRNG, which two pieces of trash are you talking about? Zhang Bingson shook his head as he read this. See, our top and mid laners are already getting worked up. The bot lane ADC and support died just once and got mocked like that, anyone would be pissed. I feel so bad for our DRNG. But before he could finish his sentence, DRNG from the bottom lane. It's this Kai Wenji who's trash, what's that got to do with me? Zhang Bingson. Sorry, I take back what I said about feeling bad for our DRNG. This DRNG is a real head case too. This game is going to be a nightmare. From there, the game gradually spiraled out of Zhang Bingson's control. Her four teammates grew increasingly angry as they argued, hurling verbal insults at each other, and she was the only one still actually playing the game. DRNG and Kai Wenji were so caught up in their argument that they ended up feeding the enemy a tower of sight that made Zhang Bingson cringe. Looks like I'll have to turn on my mic. Zhang Bingson sighed and prepared to pull out her ultimate move. As the top streamer in Honor of Kings, Zhang Bingson's reputation carried significant weight among players. She'd faced situations like this before. As soon as she turned on her mic and revealed her identity, she could take control of the situation and lead her teammates to victory. Hey guys, I'm streamer Zhang Bingson. This is just a casual match. If you don't believe me, feel free to check my voice chat. I'm the real deal. Please do me a favor and play your best. After sending out a string of text messages, Zhang Bingson waited to regain control of the situation. But who would have thought? Xiang Yu on the top lane. Zhang Bingson, who's that? Some spirited young guy. Mid lane Genji. Hello everyone, I'm Menglai. We're playing a casual match right now. Just call me daddy, and I'll lead you to victory. Bottom lane DRNG. Liu Bei, with your skill level, you actually dare to impersonate Zhang Bingson. You're insulting my idol. Fine, if you win this game, I'll do a handstand and eat shit for you. Support Kai Wenji, handstand and eat shit +1. You insulted my idol, I'll show you right now. Zhang Bingson was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was grinning from ear to ear. Ding, player kill successful, earned a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding, player eliminated, special reward 10,000 yuan. Ding, player killed, special reward 10,000 yuan. I haven't been online much, I've just been really busy lately. I'll adjust my schedule going forward and try to post more updates every day. Zhang Bingson hurriedly sent a message. Guys, it's really me, Zhang Bingson. If you don't believe me, turn on your mic and listen to my voice. Or check out my live stream I'm streaming right now. DRNG, like hell I believe you. You even dared to insult my idol. You really don't think I dare to send a gift, do you? Kai Wenji, Zhang Bingson is sacred and untouchable in my heart. I'm her most loyal fan. You piece of shit, how dare you impersonate my idol? I'll send you a gift right now that'll make you question your existence. Zhang Bingson was on the verge of tears. His feelings were a total mess. He really wanted to curse out DRNG and Kai Wenji, but they kept calling Zhang Bingson their idol. For the sake of their idol, they were even willing to sacrifice themselves to punish the imposter. These are true diehard fans. Zhang Bingson felt both proud and furious, a whole mix of emotions. He was still weighing his words, trying to figure out how to communicate with his teammates when he saw messages pop up from his other two teammates. Top lane Xiang Yu. Those two pieces of trash on the bottom lane, who are they trying to scare? Like they're too scared to die. I'm gonna die right now too. Mid lane Genji. You four noobs. Who are you trying to scare? It's like you think I'm too scared to feed. Those two noobs on the bottom lane have turned the enemy Bailey into their daddy. I'm going to feed Bailey too. I'm going to turn Bailey into your grandpa. Next. In the livestream chat, Zhang Bingson's eyes widened and her mind went completely blank. Her four teammates were literally lining up to feed Bailey. The chat was exploding with comments. In all her years of streaming, this was the first time Zhang Bingson had ever encountered a game like this. All four teammates were cursing at each other and then they all fed the enemy marksman? What kind of play is this? You might say they're terrible, but they actually knew to sell all their gear and buy just a pair of speed boots to feed the... And they fed him so fast it was lightning quick. You might think they're just a bunch of crazy guys, right? But they're actually pretty determined, they mean what they say. All four of them really did focus on feeding only Bailey. Zhang Bingson looked at the flood of comments, took a deep breath, and composed herself. Guys, see that? That's a classic case of getting carried away while gaming. You guys should definitely avoid acting so impulsively in the future. Man, I really can't figure out what these kids are thinking. It's just a game, they're not getting paid for it. Why do they have to take it so seriously? They're so hot-headed. After venting for a moment, Zhang Bingson added, "This game is definitely a lost cause. I'm not even gonna play anymore, let's just surrender." With that, Zhang Bingson immediately initiated the surrender. Normally, in a situation like this where none of the teammates want to play anymore, they just surrender and wrap things up quickly. But to her surprise, the moment she initiated the surrender vote, 4 red bars instantly lit up in the voting bar. Apart from him, none of his teammates were willing to surrender. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Bingson typed, "Guys, since none of you want to play anymore, let's just wrap this up. It's really pointless to drag this out." No sooner had he sent the message than, "Renji, no, it's actually really fun. I'm all in on this round. Whoever surrenders is a wimp. Kai Wenji, I'm in this for the fight too. Whoever surrenders is my pushover. Shang Yu. Genji, if you've got the guts, don't leave. Let's battle it out until dawn." Zhang Bingson's face turned ashen as she read her teammates' messages. Damn it. What kind of hellish teammates are these? Feeding the enemy and still wanting to fight until dawn? How are we supposed to fight? A contest to see who can feed the most? Zhang Bingson let out a long sigh. He felt he might really be getting old, he just couldn't understand what young people were thinking these days. Over on Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng had already let his 4 random teammates in on the plan early on. He offered each of them a 200 yuan red envelope to keep them from pushing the enemy lane. At that moment, Qin Feng's team was in perfect harmony. Everyone was just going through the motions, while only Qin Feng was working hard to rack up kills in the bottom lane. Ding! Player killed, special reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding! Player eliminated, special reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding! Player eliminated, special reward of 10,000 yuan earned. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Ding! Player killed, special reward, 10,000 yuan. Ding! Player defeated, earned a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding! Player successfully eliminated, received a special reward of 10,000 yuan. Another hour had passed in the blink of an eye. The match had now lasted 100 minutes. Zhang Bingson stared at the game screen, her hands trembling. He had literally watched his teammates feed for nearly 100 minutes. Forget about the gaming experience. It was nothing short of inhuman torture. He'd tried to call a surrender several times in a row, but the result was always the same. All 4 teammates refused. It was horrifying. If he were playing by himself, he could just quit the game. But he was streaming for his viewers. If he quit, the system would definitely flag him as AFK and deduct points, which would damage his reputation as a streamer. So Zhang Bingson had no choice but to grit his teeth and hang in there. Ah, what terrible luck. Look, the other team is working together so well, they're just sitting back and laughing at us. They just won't push forward. That's why you should never let your emotions get the best of you when gaming. It's such an embarrassment. Zhang Bingson said with deep regret. She didn't even dare to look at the stats. His teammates have already racked up over 400 individual deaths. That's definitely breaking the record for the most kills in a single champion match. But what he didn't expect was that, thanks to these bizarre teammates in this match, the viewership on his livestream skyrocketed. He used to be #1 in the King tier, but now he's #1 across the entire platform. And he's surpassed the second-place streamer by 10 million in popularity. In the livestream chat, I heard Zhang Tank ran into some amazing teammates. Any early birds here who can fill us in? It's way more than just a teammate. Look, Zhang Tank's teammate has already fed 400 kills. 400. What a spectacle. Zhang Tank really is a monster and all his teammates are monsters too. Proof that he's got a monster constitution. At the same time, spectators in the audience were showering her with all kinds of gifts, instantly sending the heat in Zhang Bingson's livestream through the roof. Thanks for the giant rocket. I was so happy to see Tank Zhang get unlucky. Thanks to that unlucky guy Zhang Tank for the magic book. Thanks to the person who's seriously trolling Zhang Tank for sending that big rocket. Zhang Bingson replied with a wry smile. Just then, from behind the live stream camera, her assistant quietly slipped her a piece of paper. There were words written on the paper. Xianji, your live stream is trending on Weibo. Zhang Bingson froze for a moment, his feelings growing even more complicated. He really didn't know whether to thank these teammates or hate them. His teammates were feeding the enemy like crazy, and yet they'd actually managed to get his live stream onto the trending list. This was a wave of free traffic. Guys, I really didn't hire these actors. You can check the replay later. I don't know what happened, I just happened to run into this bunch of crazy guys. They just gave away kills without a second thought, and to top it off, they bizarrely fed them to the enemies by lie. I'm seriously speechless. From now on, I'll never call myself a monster again. They're the real monsters. No, they're demons? Demons. And you guys who are gloating over this are demons too. Faced with comments in the live chat questioning whether hired actors, Zhang Bingson immediately fired back. His teammates had already pushed him to the brink, and now he was being accused of hiring actors to deliberately trend on social media naturally. He was furious. Finally, after 120 minutes when the super soldiers had become unstoppably powerful, Zhang Bingxin's nexus was finally destroyed. Zhang Bingxin's hands were shaking as he exited the game. He didn't even dare to look at game stats. 500 kills. A full 500. These guys were seriously amazing. For the first time, Zhang Bingxin felt a sense of dread toward this game. He didn't even dare to play it again, afraid of running into such devilish teammates. Meanwhile, back at Qin Feng's rented apartment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at his bank balance. His hands were trembling with nervousness. I'll try my best to post extra chapters starting tomorrow. Thanks for all your support. I hope you'll help out by clicking on the ads.
456 kills. He racked up 456 kills in this match. A profit of exactly 4.56 million. Add that to the over 1 million he already had in his bank account. His balance has now reached nearly 6 million. In this city, 6 million is more than enough to buy a large villa in a prime location outright. Qin Feng was breathing a little heavily. The dreams a man strives for his whole life: luxury cars and mansions, he now has them all. After logging out of the game, Qin Feng started handing out red envelopes. There were quite a few red envelopes this time. Qin Feng had been too busy racking up kills in the game to send them out in real time. He had Zhao Xiaoming add him on WeChat, then created a WeChat group. In the temporary group, Qin Feng was the first to speak. Report your kill count and send me your Alipay account numbers. Make sure your numbers are accurate. If I send the money to the wrong account, it's your own fault. 177, 123 kills, thanks big spender. 156, 124 kills, thanks big spender. The 4 group members each reported the number of kills they'd contributed, and everyone's red envelope totaled over 26,000. Qin Feng waved his hand and started transferring the money. 1 minute later. Big shot. Did you make a mistake? Why did you send me 30,000? Me too, boss, what's going on? Me too. I got 30,000 too. 4 group members sent messages, asking in confusion. They certainly hadn't earned that much in red envelopes. Qin Feng. I had a lot of fun in the last game, and you all really pulled off your roles. This is an extra reward for you. It's also to prevent Zhang Bingxin from reporting you and getting your accounts banned if you do get banned. This will serve as compensation. Qin Feng made over 4 million in this round. He wasn't the stingy type. With a generous gesture, he gave each of them 30,000. Qin Feng did this not just to show off his wealth, but also for deeper reasons. For Qin Feng, this business wasn't a one-time deal. To ensure that the group members recruited by Zhao Xiaoming would work even harder to feed him kills in the future, these group members who received red envelopes were the best advertisement. Thank you, Big Spender Dad. Thank you, Big Spender Dad. I hope the heavens are watching, so I can be matched with Big Spender Daddy again in the future. Daddy, is it still too late for me to take a trip to Thailand now? The 4 group members were ecstatic. Qin Feng exchanged a few playful remarks with them before leaving the chat group. Afterward, he sent Su Qianqian a 10,000 red envelope. Although Su Qianqian hadn't contributed much to this match, she had been the one setting the pace for the entire team from the very beginning. With Su Qianqian's skills, Qin Feng felt at ease. He could focus on racking up kills and earning money without worrying about anything else. So it was only right that he gave Su Qianqian this money. After sending the red envelope, Qin Feng opened the game again. As soon as he logged in, an anti-addiction warning suddenly popped up. Dear user, your playtime has exceeded 6 hours. Please take a short break. Then the game shut down automatically. Qin Feng was taken aback. Ever since taking the gene pills, he had never felt the slightest bit of fatigue. Only now did he realize he'd actually been playing for over 6 hours today. 6 hours and he'd earned 6 million. Wow, that's a pretty decent rate of earning, isn't it? Qianqian, I played for too long and got forced offline. I think I'll skip gaming for today. Qin Feng messaged Su Qianqian. Back in her college dorm, Su Qianqian yawned. She hadn't taken any gene pills, so by now she was already exhausted. Sweetie, I'm logging off to get some rest. Go ahead and rest, we'll play again tomorrow. Qin Feng replied and shut off his... Ding! The system has detected that the host is unable to continue the game due to external circumstances. A compensation mission has been activated. The system's voice rang out. Qin Feng's eyes lit. What a thoughtful little helper. He'd been worrying about having nothing to do late at night, and now it had actually sent him a compensation mission. Ding! Compensation quest. Host, please win 10 matches in Peacekeeper Elite within 12 hours. Reward, 10,000 yuan for each opponent eliminated. Ding. Upon completing the mission within the specified time, the total amount of money earned will be multiplied by a random multiplier of 310 times. If the mission is completed after the time limit, there will be no multiplier bonus. Ding. Tip. The faster you complete the mission, the higher the critical hit multiplier will be. System. I absolutely love you. Qin Feng's adrenaline was skyrocketing. He was familiar with the game Peacekeeper Elite was a phenomenon-level mobile game on par with Honor of Kings. The main gameplay involves 100 players scouring the map for gear, battling it out, and in the end only one person survives. That survivor wins and eats chicken. This compensation mission the system gave him was truly awesome. 10,000 yuan per kill. For skilled players, killing 20 or 30 opponents in a single match is totally normal. That's 2,000 to 300,000 yuan. 10 matches would be 2 or 3 million. On top of that, there's a critical hit bonus. The total amount of money earned gets multiplied by a multiplier ranging from 3 to 10 times. Even Qin Feng, who's seen it all, found himself a little breathless. Round it up and that's 100 million. Qin Feng opened Zhao Xiaoming's WeChat with practiced ease and started sending a message. I'm going to play a few rounds of Peacekeeper Elite. Use the champion strategy to help me find teammates. Qin Feng knew his own skill level. He only managed to eat chicken once every few dozen matches on average, so this time, he once again opted to rely on his deep pockets. Zhao Xiaoming first posted an announcement in the group chat, and sure enough, most Honor of Kings players also played Peacekeeper Elite. He also joined a few more PUBG Mobile player groups through gaming friends he knew, then asked them to help spread the word. Previously, when he'd promoted Qin Feng in the Honor of Kings group, he'd been working alone. But now, since word had spread that Qin Feng would send red envelopes to group members who fed him, thousands of people had already started sharing the news. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoming, the mastermind, had skillfully arranged everything. Qin Feng opened Peace Elite and gave the order, and thousands of group members began queuing up with him. Before long, they were successfully matched, and everyone entered the waiting area. A cacophony of voices began to fill the headset. Is Big Spender Dad here? Big Spender Dad, are you here? Big Spender Dad? With nearly 20 people all shouting Big Spender Dad at once, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. It left the other casual players completely dumbfounded. I'm under the power tower. Qin Feng replied through his headset. A swarm of over 20 people immediately surrounded him. Here are the rules. Zhao Xiaoming has already told you, right? After the game ends, 100 red envelopes for each of you. If you spot an enemy, take them down and hand them over to me. That's another 100 red envelopes. If you help me win the chicken dinner, you'll each get an extra 100 red envelopes. Got it, Big Spender Dad. We've all got it. Hey, I'm new here. Are you guys sure everything this big shot is saying is true? My buddy played Honor of Kings with him and made 30,000 in red envelopes in a single match. You tell me, is that real or not? I was lucky enough to match up with a big shot in Honor of Kings too. I made 2,000 red envelopes. I really want to win a chicken dinner too. I haven't won one in several matches. What's the point of winning the chicken? You just play as a support to help the pro pull it off. Get a 2,000 red envelope for free. Wouldn't it be better to just buy some real fried chicken instead? The players in the waiting room chattered away. Meanwhile, on the Shark live streaming platform, a female streamer in the PUBG section listened to the voices of various big spending dads coming from her phone, and her eyes lit up. Girls, it looks like we've been matched with someone really special in this round. Look, this chapter has way more words than yesterday's. I said I'd post an extra chapter, so here it is. That's how I keep my word. Dog head for safety. Don't hit me. Holy crap, Yu, what kind of big shot did you get matched with? And why does he have so many minions tagging along? Such a big entourage. This reminds me of a certain big shot from PUBG. Is that a cappuccino for Auntie? Everyone, do me a favor. Stop talking about this. After all, Grandpa Lu was a respectable man in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. In female streamer Yu's live chat, viewers began to make jokes. They were truly stunned by what they saw on screen. A player dressed in a yellow outfit stood atop a power tower, while more than 20 people below were shouting Big Spender Daddy, in unison. Is this a damn video game, or are they conducting a military exercise? Turns out the games these big spenders play are totally different from ours. Yu, hurry up and join the fun. You might just score yourself a big spender for free. Anyone who can rally this many people to play with him must be someone special. Yu, if you can snag him, you'll be set for years. The live stream viewers began egging the female streamer on to join the fun. Everyone, don't get ahead of yourselves. Let's test the waters first and see what they're really up to. The female streamer Yu said calm. Soon the game began and everyone boarded the helicopter. Big spender dad, where should we jump? Daddy, make up your mind already. We'll jump wherever you do. Daddy, let's jump at the nuclear power plant. There's good loot there. In the helicopter's public chat channel, the minions Qin Feng had recruited were still chattering away. Let's jump at the field hospital. Finally, Qin Feng made his decision. The field hospital was Qin Feng's favorite drop spot when he played the game. This location is well connected. You can head north to G-Port and P-City and there are plenty of places to find gear, making it a prime spot. To everyone on the public chat, if you want to make some money, jump with me at the field hospital. If I take you out after we land, I'll send each of you a 100 red envelope. When the plane reached the field hospital, Qin Feng led the way and jumped out. Just as the casual players were left bewildered, they saw more than 20 people jump down together. Female streamer Yu also controlled her character and jumped in with them. Guys, let's go see if this big spender is actually going to pay up. Soon all the players in Qin Feng's group had landed. Qin Feng's voice rang out again. Guys in the group, surround me and protect me. The rest of you who just joined, line up outside. Once I kill you, give me your payment info. I'll send each of you a 100 red envelope. More than 20 players from the group immediately surrounded Qin Feng. A few quick-witted henchmen had already started sweeping through the room, and before long they all ran back out. Boss, I found an AK and a level 3 helmet. Boss, I've got a shotgun here. Boss, I've got level 3 armor. Boss, I found a pistol. After picking up the gear, the henchman immediately brought it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to grab the gear, then walked to the front of the group. At the very front stood a dozen or so random players who had jumped down with them, completely unarmed. Qin Feng clicked the fire button and unloaded a full magazine from his AK. The dozen or so random players turned to a pile of crates. If you're dead, report it on Alipay. Daper. Sen. Can I give you my WeChat ID instead, boss? I don't have Alipay. A casual player asked. Qin Feng's lips twitched. What era is this? There are actually still people without Alipay. Hold on a sec, I'll give you my WeChat ID, just add me. Saying this, Qin Feng switched to WeChat, found Zhao Xiaoming's WeChat ID and copied it. After thinking for a moment, he transferred another 100,000 yuan to Zhao Xiaoming. From now on, you'll be in charge of sending out the red envelopes. Keep track of the numbers and distribute the per-player red envelopes for me. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoming's reply, Qin Feng switched right back to the game. A big spender has to maintain a certain level of class. Why should he have to handle something like sending red envelopes himself? Besides, he'd have to verify the number of players. It's such a hassle. Better to leave it all to Zhao Xiaoming, his mastermind, and just sit back and rake in the money. At the internet cafe, Zhao Xiaoming, who was watching Qin Feng's gameplay, was instantly stunned. His roommate sitting next to him also had his eyes wide as saucers. $100? To them as high school students, that was a huge sum of money. It took a moment for Zhao Xiaoming's brain to start functioning again. His eyes lit up. He had absolutely no intention of pocketing that 100,000 yuan for himself. After all, he was a smart guy who knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Not to mention, he wouldn't dare pocket the big spender's money in the first place. Even setting that aside, compared to the trust of the big spender, that 100,000 yuan was practically worthless. The fact that the big spender entrusted him with 100,000 yuan shows that he has already begun to earn the big spender's trust. Otherwise, why would the big spender entrust him with such a huge sum? Don't worry, big shot. Just leave all the follow-up tasks to me. Zhao Xiaoming typed back solemnly. He had no idea that, in Qin Feng's eyes, 100,000 yuan was practically the same as 10 yuan. Qin Feng was just trying to save himself the trouble in the game. After Qin Feng sent out Zhao Xiaoming's WeChat ID, he told all those random players who'd been eliminated immediately upon spawning to go ask Zhao Xiaoming for red envelopes. The skilled players, keep 5 for yourselves. The rest of you head to the hospital first, loot all the gear, then regroup here before we move on to the next phase of the plan. Qin Feng barked out his orders. Boss, I'm a sniper, I'm staying to protect you. Boss, I'm great at pinpointing enemies by sound, I'll stay and protect you too. Millennium Fish King requests to join the fight. After 5 of the most skilled brothers stayed behind to protect Qin Feng, the rest began searching the hospital for gear. Tap tap tap. Suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out, followed immediately by a voice over the microphone. "Guys, I got ambushed. Come help me." Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed a random player had also dropped in here, but instead of coming over to get killed, they'd gone to scavenge for gear. "Report your location. I've got a sniper rifle here," Qin Feng commanded. "The roof of the second room due north. I've been hit again, I'm done for," came the reply over the mic. Qin Feng looked toward the second room to the north and said, "Sniper, keep the rooftop in your sights. The rest of you fall back and surround the second room to the north. Anyone with a gun, aim at the rooftop and open fire, suppress him with firepower. Don't give him another chance to kill anyone. Take him down. Avenge our fallen brother." Qin Feng's shout instantly rallied the team's spirit. "Take him down. That son of a bitch dared to ambush my brother. Holy shit. I can feel the long dormant passion boiling up inside me. This is what playing a game is really all about. Me too, I'm so pumped right now. It feels like the M249 in my hands has turned into a blue glowing data machine gun." With everyone's blood boiling over the mic, a massive crowd surged toward the target room. At that moment, a casual player upstairs was completely devastated. He didn't even dare stick his head out the rooftop, was completely surrounded by a barrage of fire, and he couldn't even make his way downstairs. "Big shot. Stop shooting. I surrender. Give me 100 red envelope, and I'll hand you the kill right now. Otherwise, as soon as your teammates get up here, I'm throwing a grenade." This is a makeup update for yesterday. Today's update will be uploaded shortly. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy wasn't surrendering at all, it was a blatant threat. Qin Feng wouldn't let this random player lead him around by the nose, even if it meant giving up the bounty. Besides, all the brothers in these groups are watching. That does remind me of something. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He spoke up again. "Guys, how many thunder bombs do you have right now?" "I've got 2. "I have 1. "I've got 1 too. "I have 1 too. 8 people spoke up. That makes a total of 9 grenades. 9 landmines, that's enough. Guys, don't charge in. Anyone with a grenade, find a spot and treat him to some grenade buns. I don't want your head. Anyone who kills my brothers will die." Before long, several grenades exploded. That random player was completely blown to bits. He never would have dreamed that playing this game would end with him getting blown to bits by 9 grenades at once. What a way to die. That's pretty high level. "Guys, you've moved me to tears." The group member who'd been killed was still in the game and hadn't logged out. He used to play games for one simple reason, to win. When he got killed, he'd curse a bit, then log out and start a new game. Today, he had a whole new experience with this game. This is what playing a game is really all about. Looking back, it seemed like the game had always been playing him. After he got ambushed, more than 20 of his teammates rushed in to avenge him, and there was even a super rich big shot who wouldn't accept the enemy's surrender. He was determined to take that player down. All because that person had killed him. This feeling of being protected and treated like a brother, whether in real life or in the game, was something he had never experienced before. Today was the first time he'd ever felt this way. It was both heartwarming and exhilarating. We're all brothers who hang out with the big shot, of course. We've got to help each other out. Right. The big boss said anyone who kills one of our brothers is as good as dead. The boss treats us like brothers. Brothers, we can't let him down. We're definitely going to make sure the boss wins this round. I'm putting it out there. Anyone who dares to steal the boss's chicken, I'll stand right in front of them with a grenade and blow them up. At this moment, the players' spirits in the group had undergone a massive shift from before. Before, they joined with only one goal in mind, to earn red envelopes. Help the big boss win the chicken dinner, then collect the money. But now everyone had a different feeling in their hearts. They were starting to enjoy the game itself. Meanwhile, in streamer Yuyi's stream, even after Yuyi was eliminated, she didn't quit the game. She stayed on as a spectator. Everything happening in the game was streamed live in real time. The comment section was buzzing with excitement. Wow, suddenly, I want to join that pros team too. It doesn't matter if I earn red envelopes or not, it's just that this kind of gaming experience feels so great. Wow. In this society where human connections are so thin, I never expected to see such a passionate scene in a game. A group of complete strangers trusting and protecting one another just like that. That pro really knows how to lead. He's no ordinary player. Stop rambling, guy above. All I care about right now is whether that big shot actually sent out red envelopes. Exactly. If he really sent a red envelope, he's a big shot who's loyal, generous, and rich. If he didn't, he's just a scammer preying on little cuties. Yu, didn't you just feed the enemy? Did you get a red envelope? Someone asked impatiently. Female streamer Yu glanced down at her phone. That big shot who was leading the group just had us all add him on WeChat. I just added him, but I haven't received the red envelope yet. That proves he's a scammer. What warm-hearted big spender. He's just a scammer. I knew it. How could one kill be worth a 100 red envelope? Even if he owned a mine, he wouldn't be that reckless. You freeloader up there, don't be so bitter. The big spender's assistant definitely has to verify it first. What if they sent it to the wrong person? You talk a big game, watch out for a reality check. Just as the comments were flying back and forth, Yui's phone rang. The WeChat ID the big shot gave me just messaged me, asking for screenshots of my kill and my account. I'm sending them right now to see if there's actually a red envelope. Yu, if he doesn't give you a red envelope, send me a private message to add me on WeChat, I'll send you one. What's the person above up to? Trying to scam the streamer's WeChat ID? Are you there? Check out this total jerk trying to scam the streamer's WeChat ID. Yu, feel my shirt, maybe I can get some info on your WeChat ID? Just as the viewers were joking around, a voice notification rang out from the female streamer's phone. WeChat Pay 100 yuan received. Holy crap. Guys, the money's in. There really is a red envelope. The female streamer Yu exclaimed in surprise. 100 yuan isn't a lot of money, everyone's seen that before. But the way she earned those 100 yuan was so simple, all it took was giving up a player's identity. That was truly mind-blowing. What a big spender. Yu. This is a real big spender. You've got to seize this opportunity. Poor streamer, after streaming for so long, she's finally come across a genuine big spender. Yu, you've got to find a way to make him your main patron. Amazing. He really is a generous big spender with a heart. There were over a dozen people feeding at the start of the game, right? So does that mean this big spender gave away over 1,000 yuan right off the bat? Over 1,000 yuan. Holy crap. So a third of my monthly salary is just pocket change compared to the red envelopes this big spender gives out for feeding. That really stings. Hey, you up there. You're overthinking it. Your salary probably doesn't even cover a fraction of that big spender's pocket change. Just look, there are over 20 people around him right now. One game for him is worth a whole month's salary for you. Alright, that really stings. Where are all those bitter freeloaders from earlier? Come on out and make some noise. By this point, the female streamer Yu had stopped paying attention to the comments section. Her eyes were now fixed solely on that big spender in the game. He can spend several thousand in a single game. This random big spender really has deep pockets. Just as the viewers were saying, if she could find a way to hook up with this big spender, she'd definitely skyrocket to fame. God, please. Please let me get matched with this big spender again in the next game. Streamer Yu prayed silently to herself. Back in the game. By now, the poison zone had shrunk significantly, and Qin Feng's team had also suffered some casualties. Of the original 25 clan members, only 20 remained. However, all the attackers had been eliminated. Guys, there's a sniper in the grass to the east. There's a sniper in the grass. I'm done for. I'm done for. A teammate's voice rang out over the mic. There's a sniper to the east. Those 5 pros protect the boss. The rest of us will push through and take him out. Then, a swarm of 15 players charged recklessly toward the enemy's position. In the grass, the random sniper player had just raised his scope and was about to fire when he froze in shock. From his perspective, a whole crowd was charging straight at him. How the hell am I supposed to play like this? He could take out 1 or 2 with a sniper shot, maybe even 3 or 4 if he played exceptionally well. But at a glance, there were clearly more than 10 of them. If he fired even once more, his position would be pinpointed, and he'd be mowed down by a hail of bullets. Without a second thought, the casual player slung his rifle over his shoulder and turned to run. He's running. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Sniper, aim at him. Don't let him get away. The guy in the front, throw a grenade and take him out. As the casual player fled, listening to the chat on the public channel, his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. The casual sniper player hadn't even made it 50 meters before he was reduced to a box, and then Qin Feng's team swarmed over to loot the body. All clear. Keep running from the poison zone. At Qin Feng's command, the teaming army set off once more. As the game progressed, the poison zone continued to shrink. Eventually, Qin Feng and his remaining 18 teammates took down the last random player. Qin Feng's team was the only one left on the map. Yay! We won! We won! We secured the chicken dinner for our boss. The group members cheered, looking even happier than if they'd won the chicken dinner themselves. Haha! That was so satisfying! Boss, can you add us to a group chat so we can play together more often? Exactly. I want to keep playing like this too, it's so much fun. Hearing the group members' requests, Qin Feng said, sure. You guys are the first brothers to follow me, and you're the ones I trust the most. Later, find Zhao Xiaoming and have him add all of you to a group chat. Okay, thanks boss. Boss, go ahead and wipe us all out. Let's start the next round. Come on, come on. Brothers, line up over here, let the boss unload a magazine on us. The group members all stood not far across from Qin Feng, voluntarily putting away their weapons and lining up in a row. Guys, maybe we'll team up again in the next round. Qin Feng called out, then tossed a grenade into the crowd of group members. Then, wielding his AK, he unleashed a barrage of fire, turning all the group members into boxes. Good luck, let's win tonight. First place. Qin Feng, the only player left on the map, emerged as the ultimate winner of the match. Compared to Honor of Kings, this game has one very obvious advantage. That is, if a player intentionally feeds, the system won't penalize them. In Honor of Kings, if you feed and get reported, you'll be penalized. But in Peacekeeper Elite, it's different. If a player voluntarily gives up their chance to win and lets someone else take it, no one can say a word, and the system has no reason to penalize them. After all, there are players who self-destruct in every match. Qin Feng glanced at the system panel. The compensation mission progress had now changed from Xin to 110. This match took only 25 minutes. That means he could play about 3 matches in an hour. With a bit of luck, he could complete the system's task in just over 3 hours. Then he could enter the lottery for a critical hit multiplier. In this match, Qin Feng racked up a total of 48 kills and earned 480,000. If you do the math, 10 rounds would be 4.8 million. And with a critical hit multiplier starting at 3x, that's at least over 10 million. Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling a bit lightheaded. This compensation quest is seriously awesome. After logging out of the game, Qin Feng opened WeChat. Zhao Xiaoming had already set up a WeChat group and added him to it. The group name was a bit cheesy, but considering Zhao Xiaoming's age, Qin Feng could understand. Qin Family Army. Everyone in the group, change your name prefix to Qin Family Army. This was a group announcement. Qin Feng had just closed the group announcement when he saw Zhao Xiaoming send a message. Qin Family Army Zhao Xiaoming. A big spender has joined us, everyone. Line up to welcome him. Do Qin Family Army Ghost blowing the lamp. Welcome, big spender. Qin Family Army ex-boyfriend. 3 seconds. Welcome, big spender. Qin Family Army the old man and the seagull. Welcome, big spender. Qin Family Army let Shen's bullets fly for a while. Welcome, big spender. More than 20 welcome messages popped up at once. Qin Feng glanced at the group members' usernames and twitched the corner of his mouth. These netizens are really something else. If any of you have friends you trust, invite them in. We'll queue up together later. Note, they must be people you trust. If anyone you invite is unreliable or doesn't follow my commands, I'm sorry, you'll all get kicked out. Qin Feng announced. Boss, I have a childhood friend who's a total pro and totally reliable. Can I add him? Boss, I've got a friend here too, he's super reliable. Instantly, several players popped up recommending their friends. Alright, as long as they're reliable and skilled, bring them right in, Qin Feng replied. Before long, nearly 10 more people joined. The Qin Family Army had grown to 38 members. In 1 minute, join me in a match, Qin Feng said. In addition to the people in the WeChat group, Zhao Xiaoming rushed over to the QQ group to post the announcement. The people in the QQ group were the main contingent. Only by matching with a base of 10,000 to 20,000 people could more people be matched with Qin Feng. Soon the time Qin Feng had set arrived. Everyone who had been waiting clicked match along with Qin Feng. The match was successful in no time. The game map began loading. In no time, all the players entered the game's waiting area. Big shot, I got matched with you. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoming's excited voice rang out over the chat. Zhao Xiaoming saw Qin Feng's eye. The wandering lamp. Just like Qin Feng's name in honor of Qin. Zhao Xiaoming was genuinely thrilled. Thanks to a stroke of luck, he'd been matched with Qin Feng twice before, which had led to everything that followed. Ever since those 2 matches, Zhao Xiaoming felt like his luck had run out. He hadn't been matched with Qin Feng again. It seemed like his luck was finally turning around in this match. I'm under the turret, come find me, Qin Feng replied. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than he heard Zhao Xiaoming's hysterical voice over the mic. Qin's army, follow me. A teeming crowd of players, following Zhao Xiaoming's character, all rushed to the base of the power tower. At the base of the power tower, Qin Feng wearing a yellow outfit was surrounded by the crowd. Qin family army members who were matched, head to WeChat group Q1. I'm counting heads. Brothers from the QQ group, send me a message, Q1. Zhao Xiaoming, the dog-headed strategist, had already fully immersed himself in his role. Before long, he walked up to Qin Feng and said, Boss, we've got 18 members from the Qin family army in this match. 16 brothers from the QQ group. That makes 35 in total, including me. Great, 35, we've got this covered. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. 35. We're definitely going to win this round. Holy crap, what's going on here? What kind of players did we get matched with? I think I heard Qin family army, could it be some streamer? Hey streamer, can you take me along? I know how to control my aim. Shut up. If you can't control your aim, you're a noob. Hey, just chat if you want to chat, why are you cursing at people? Casual players from all around gathered to watch the spectacle. Despite having played the game for so long, this was the first time they'd ever seen a scene like this. Meanwhile, in Shark's livestream, female streamer Yuyi was also I got matched with him. I've been matched with this super rich big shot again. Girls, is this what they call a fated connection? The comment section was in an uproar. It's over, the streamer has already bowed down to the evil allure of money. I don't know about fate, but I just want to see if you little streamer can suck up to this big spender. You, go all out. A big spender like this is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Meeting him twice means you've used up all your luck for this lifetime. You can't miss this chance. You've got to win over this wild big spender. Female streamer Yu patted her ample chest and declared, don't worry. I'll definitely take care of this big shot. I didn't practice the 18 techniques for charming men for nothing. Just sit back and watch. While female streamer Yu was interacting with her fans, the game had already finished loading and everyone had boarded the helicopter. Yu had intended to strike up a conversation with this big spender, but the public chat channel was so noisy she simply couldn't get a word in. Before long, the big spender led the team in a parachute drop, and Yu naturally followed suit. As casual players, just like in the previous match, they were blocked outside and couldn't get near Qin Feng. They didn't have to wait long before Qin Feng, decked out in top-tier gear, stepped out. When Yu saw the big spender make his appearance, she suppressed her excitement and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. Ahem, handsome, I'm a female streamer on the Shark platform. I'd like to... Boom. Before Yu could finish her sentence, the camera angle suddenly shifted. Her character was lying face down on the ground, and then the game screen changed to... You have been killed. She had turned into a box. Yu froze in place, swallowing the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She was certain that the big spending player could hear her voice, but why did he still just shoot her and take her down? Didn't he know that female streamers who strike up a conversation are easy to seduce? Go claim your red envelope. Qin Feng's voice rang out and Yu's face had already turned the color of liver. This plot twist was nothing like what she'd imagined. Meanwhile, the viewers in her live stream were laughing their heads off. This book won't be abandoned, at least not until the stats plummet, or I'm flooded with 1-star reviews from readers. As for updates, I'll do my best. Thanks for everyone's support. Yu, what happened to the 18 techniques for taming men? Ha 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 ha. I've had professional training. I usually don't laugh unless I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. Yu, your 18 techniques for taming men are meant for beggars. This guy is a super rich big spender who's throwing money around. The commenter above is spot on. Welcome everyone to this little streamer's epic fail live. Ha ha ha. Streamer Yuyu looked at the comments section in her live stream and sank into deep self-doubt. Meanwhile, back in the game, Qin Feng walked up to the last random player who was about to feed, just as he was about to press the fire button. Suddenly, a cute little voice rang out. "Big pot, will you really give me some money?" Qin Feng glanced at the character in front of him, a burly, scruffy-looking guy with the ID Mighty Man in tears. To his surprise, the voice belonged to a cute little girl. That voice paired with that name, it was really hard to put into words. Plus, that voice sounded very familiar to him. It sounded just like that mind-numbing video from a while back. "Sue? Hey Sue, hey Sue. Tuanji, are you Tuanji?" Holy crap, that's why the voice sounded so familiar. Is it really Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan, don't you play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, so you play mobile games too? The group members all excitedly gathered around her. Huh? That's not me. I'm not Tuan Tuan. I just sound a lot like her, so a lot of people get us mixed up. The player Mighty Man in tears explained. The group members were disappointed. They'd thought they'd met a big streamer, but it turned out to be just a voice resemblance. Come to think of it, she's a big PUBG streamer. She's probably tired of playing that game by now. Why would she even play mobile games? Qin Feng didn't waste any more words. He fired off a full magazine of bullets. The player Mighty Man in tears was reduced to a box. Go claim. Qin Feng's words trailed off because a system voice popped into his head. Ding. Successfully eliminated a professional streamer. Earned a 50,000 yuan reward. A five-fold Qin Feng had only ever heard this voice when he encountered Zhang Bingxin. In other words, this tough guy in tears, right in front of him, was a top-tier streamer on the same level as Zhang Bingxin. And considering that incredibly distinctive voice, apart from Tuan Tuan, who else could it be? It really is you, Qin Feng thought to himself in surprise. Xiao Tuan. One of the hottest female streamers right now. The undisputed queen of the live streaming world. With her hilarious personality, adorable voice, and abysmal PUBG skills, she's amassed tens of millions of followers. I never would have guessed that Xiao Tuan Tuan actually plays this mobile game. Is she here to practice her skills? Come to think of it, that's actually a possibility. Big pot, can I go claim my red envelope now? Xiao Tuan Tuan's soft, cute voice rang out once. Sure. If you duo with me in the next match, I'll give you 200 for every kill, Qin Feng said thoughtfully after a moment's pause. Why am I worth so much? Xiao Tuan Tuan asked curiously. Because you have a lovely voice, just think of it as keeping me and the guys entertained. Qin Feng said with a straight face. He wasn't about to tell Xiao Tuan Tuan that it was because her kills were worth 50,000. The group members cheered and all expressed their willingness to join. Meanwhile, in another villa, Xiao Tuan Tuan was slumped in a chair, holding her phone and grinning like an idiot. She was none other than the player tough guy in tears. Qin Feng was right, Xiao Tuan Tuan was playing this game just to practice her skills. She was honestly way too bad at PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But in Peace Elite, she could at least rack up a few kills. Sounds good. 200 yuan, that's enough for a hot pot meal. I'll add you as a friend in the game later. After sending a voice message, Xiao Tuan Tuan logged out of the game. Then she started messaging the WeChat-eyed Qin Feng had given her to ask for a red envelope. Before long, a 100 yuan red envelope arrived. Xiao Tuan Tuan cheered with delight. Oh my gosh. Someone actually plays the game like this. Come quick. Look, he really sent me a red envelope. Xiao Tuan Tuan excitedly showed off to her group of best friends. A top streamer who rakes in millions a month is actually this surprised by 100 yuan. Tuan Tuan, you're kidding, right? Her best friend asked in astonishment. Xiao Tuan Tuan explained, no way. Don't you guys think that big spender who just sent the money was really funny? It looked like a female streamer was trying to chat him up just now, but he headshot her with a gun. Ha ha ha, pig squeal. I almost died laughing. For a streamer of Tuan Tuan's caliber, money is basically just a number. She doesn't look up to or down on someone based on whether they're rich or poor. These days, she prefers people who are interesting. Like this genius big spender who can drop thousands on a single game and, when a female streamer tries to chat him up, responds by giving her a headshot. Tuan Tuan, stop playing already. Go get some rest, you've got a live stream tonight, her best friend said thoughtfully. No, I want to play one more round, it's been ages since I've come across someone this entertaining. Tuan Tuan looked utterly pitiful. She enjoyed the financial rewards that came with being a top streamer, but she was also troubled by the fame that came with it. That's because anyone who approached her had some sort of ulterior motive to a greater or lesser extent. As a result, her social circle wasn't very wide. She had only a few close girlfriends she could confide in. But in the game, she didn't have that worry. Especially since the people she'd just met all believed she wasn't Tuanzi-free from the burden of being an idol, she was able to truly relax for once. Her best friend shook her head affectionately but ultimately didn't intervene on Tuanzi's behalf. About 20 minutes later. In the game, Qin Feng took out the last player in his squad and won the chicken dinner once again. In this match, he took out 56 players and earned 600,000. Xiao Tuantuan alone gave him 50,000. Guys, let's team up again next round. After exiting the game, Qin Feng returned to the home screen. Tough Guy in Tears has requested to add you as a friend. Qin Feng was taken aback. He knew Xiao Tuantuan's true identity. A measly 200 yuan was absolutely no way to win him over. He'd just been joking. He never expected Xiao Tuantuan to take it so seriously. Is this little guy up to something? Qin Feng pondered for a moment but ultimately added Xiao Tuantuan to his party. He was going to see exactly what this little rascal was up to. Big pot. I'll definitely make sure you win this round. Don't forget my little money. As soon as he joined the party, Xiao Tuantuan's soft, cute voice rang out. Hearing that familiar pig-like squeal, Qin Feng was certain it was none other than little Tuantuan himself. Next, they followed the usual routine. The entire group matched up and entered the game together. This match had a group of 45 players. Another match where victory was a sure thing. Big pot, you went out of your way to invite me. Have you secretly fallen for me or something? Since she wasn't streaming, no one knew she was Xiao Tuantuan. Taking a rare break, she started pulling off some cheeky moves the moment she entered the game. Yeah, you caught me red-handed, Qin Feng chuckled to himself, playing along with her. This Xiao Tuantuan really is a handful. Daguo, you seem pretty rich. If you really like me, could you give me 5 yuan out of the 10 you have? Xiao Tuantuan asked with a silly grin, starting to set a trap for Qin Feng. Of course, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Back at Xiao Tuantuan's villa, her eyes lit up the moment she heard Qin Feng's reply. That was exactly what she'd been waiting for. Haha, he fell for it. I can't wait to see how he gets out of this one, Xiao Tuantuan said, winking and grinning at her best friend. She cleared her throat and asked with a straight face, what if you had 1,000,000? Before long, Qin Feng's hushed voice came through the game, leaving Xiao Tuan frozen in place. Then I'd give you all 10 yuan.
Inside the villa, Xiao Tuantuan's expression froze. Her best friend, watching from the sidelines, was laughing so hard she could barely stand. Give you all 10 yuan, my ass. Tuantuan tried to outsmart someone but ended up getting outsmarted himself. Meanwhile, in the game, Qin Feng's army of guards was also laughing their heads off. All sorts of pig-like squeals echoed through the headsets, one after another, without end. What kind of straight guy is this? Xiao Tuantuan stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then laughed so hard her eyes nearly filled with tears. She turned on her headset and said in a serious tone once more, Big shot. Let me tell you, if you're this straightforward, you'll never get a girlfriend. Ah, you can't force matters of the heart, Qin Feng said. Xiao Tuantuan perked up and asked curiously, judging by the way you talk, Big shot, it sounds like you've been hurt in love before. Can I ask how many girlfriends you've had? As soon as the other gamers in the group heard this topic, they all pricked up their ears, and some nosy ones chimed in with their own questions. I'm curious too. Someone as rich as you must have several mounts. I mean, you must have had several girlfriends, right? Ahem, the word mount is quite suggestive. Feminist alert, watch out for account bans. To the guys who just spoke, your accounts are gone. After a round of jokes among the group members, and as everyone waited with curiosity, Qin Feng's voice rang out once more. Actually, I've only ever had one girlfriend. She was my first love. Wow, your first love. It must have been so romantic, right? Xiao Tuantuan asked dreamily. Yeah, we eventually got to the point where we were talking about marriage. She was practically my fiancée at the time, but we ended up breaking up due to certain circumstances. Qin Feng's voice took on a deliberately sorrowful tone. Huh? I don't mean to bring up a painful memory for you, but I'm really curious. For someone like you, what kind of objective reasons could have led to a breakup? Xiao Tuantuan fired off a soul-searching question. In her view, Qin Feng was rich, clearly well off financially, and a fun person to be around. How could a man like that break up due to objective reasons? Right when they were talking about marriage? Big shot, it's not because your family elders wouldn't allow such a melodramatic plot twist, is it? I suspect that too. The group members had already automatically cast Qin Feng as the rich second-generation heir of some super wealthy family. No, actually, it's because of my first love's family. Qin Feng trailed off, as if hesitating to say more. Bro, Stop keeping us in suspense, tell us already. What's the deal with your first love's family? Why wouldn't they let you two be together? Xiao Tuan was dying to know. Sigh, I'll just come out and say it. It's actually because my first love's family was too poor. That's why we didn't end up together in the end. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the voices in his headset fell silent. After a moment, Xiao Tuan's voice, tinged with uncertainty, rang out. So you're saying you looked down on your first love's family because they were too poor? Exactly, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Silence fell over the headset once more. The guys in the group chat all seemed a little disappointed. So he was just another rich kid who looked down on poor people. Compared to Qin Feng, who could hand out thousands in a single game, everyone in the group was practically poor. It turned out that the big spender they'd been hailing was actually looking down on them from the bottom of his heart. Hey, how can you be like this? Can love be bought with money? That's your first love. How can you look down on her just because her family isn't rich? Do you have any idea how much that hurts her feelings? No one dared to stand up to Qin Feng. Only Xiao Tuan's angry voice rang out. She was genuinely furious. She'd previously found this big spender rather amusing, but now she was truly outraged. It's not my fault, Qin Feng protested. Xiao Tuan huffed and snapped. Of course it's your fault. You're the one who looked down on her because her family is poor. If it's not your fault, then is it your first love's? The group members remained silent, but in their hearts, they all silently gave the player Mighty Man a thumbs up. It really isn't my fault. This all goes back to that mid-autumn festival. My parents had already prepared a gift for me to take when I went to meet her parents. After I told my first love about this, she said... Qin Feng stopped mid-sentence, building suspense. What did she say? Hurry up and tell us. Xiao Tuan was really annoyed that Qin Feng had left his story hanging. Qin Feng cleared his throat. She said she wanted to come to my house. No way in hell. What are you talking about, man? What are you trying to say? Xiao Tuan was completely confused. Qin Feng explained, look, her house doesn't even have a door, just imagine how poor they must be. I really couldn't bring myself to picture it. I was so freaked out that I ran away right then and there. I never contacted her again, we just broke up. Pieffed. Haha. So she didn't even have a door. You had me breaking out in a cold sweat. I broke out a cold sweat too. Boss, try not to gasp for air when you talk next time. We poor schmucks were so scared we almost dropped dead on the spot. So damn poor they don't even have a door. I'm blown away. Big shot. Start a live stream. I'll set up a donation account for you. From now on, you're my source of joy. Once the group members understood what Qin Feng had said, they perked right back up. Turns out it wasn't that the big shot looked down on us poor folks, he'd actually been flat out rejected. So poor you don't even have a door. Ha ha ha. I'm actually crying. Ha ha ha. Pig squeal. Xiao Tuan was laughing so hard he was rolling on the floor. It turned out they'd completely misunderstood this genius big shot just now. Xiao Tuan's best friends were also in fits of laughter. Qin Feng's move had truly caught them off guard. Thanks to this little interlude, the mood in the group was lifted. Everyone started chatting and laughing again. My partner and I are also each other's first loves, but now that we've graduated, we're in a long-distance relationship. How can I put it? Right now, it's really painful and hard to get through. That's just how relationships are. You have to go through some painful trials before you can finally make it work. Long-distance relationships, that just brings back all those sad memories. The worst thing about a long-distance relationship is when one person is too busy and the other has too much free time. That's exactly how my ex and I broke up. Young man, as someone who's been there, let me give you some advice. In a long-distance relationship, don't let suspicion creep in. That's a major no-no. Once it starts, it won't end well. One by one, the group members transformed into relationship gurus and began offering advice. Some veterans also shared their personal experiences, sparking a discussion on the topic of long-distance relationships. Everyone, hold on a second, let's hear what the big shot has to say about long-distance relationships. Everyone was really getting into conversation, and Xiao Tuan enthusiastically joined in. But compared to the group members' discussion, she was even more eager to hear what this mysterious big shot had to say. After all, this expert had been dropping golden nuggets of wisdom left and right, leaving her with a sense of inexplicable anticipation. The group members all quieted down obediently, waiting for Qin Feng to speak. Qin Feng cleared his throat. One of the guys just said it perfectly. In a long-distance relationship, you shouldn't be suspicious of each other. That's a major no-no. Why is it a big no-no? I don't quite get it, Xiao Tuan asked, puzzled. A group member quickly chimed in. If you're constantly suspicious of each other, where's the basic trust? That's the foundation of a relationship. Without that foundation, there's no future. Big shot, is that really true? Xiao Tuan, who was new to relationships, pressed further. Qin Feng paused for a moment. What I mean is, in a long-distance relationship, you shouldn't be suspicious of each other, because that's bad for all four of us. Pieffed. Haha. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing first. Tap, tap, tap. Then suddenly a burst gunfire rang out. Who the hell fired that shot? Quick, help me up, I'm done for. Ahaha, sorry, I was laughing so hard I was shaking all over and accidentally hit the fire button. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Tap, tap, tap. That unlucky group member never got back up. He was sent to the afterlife by another member's shaky finger. I'm totally losing it, the unlucky member screamed hoarsely. Then the headset filled with the sound of pigs squealing. No one could hear him anymore. Don't be suspicious of each other in a long-distance relationship. It's bad for all four of you. Ahaha, that's the truth, boss. Ahaha, I don't give a damn about anything else. I'm all about you, boss. My family's poor. We only have one lock on our front door. Every time it rains, I press my face against the door and beg the lock, please don't rust. Stop showing off, bro. Big shot. Please stop with the magic. The truth is too devastating. After hearing what you said, Big Shot, life just isn't worth it. Love, screw love, it's nothing. Group members kept making sarcastic comments one after another. Xiao Chuan and her girlfriends were all laughing so hard they could barely breathe. They thought Qin Feng was going to share some life wisdom, but this is what he ended up saying. This wasn't just heartbreaking, it felt like a knife right through the kidneys. Is that guy in the long-distance relationship okay? Xiao Tuan asked, stifling a laugh. He's fine, he's fine. He's already in a taxi on his way to the train station. Ahaha. Man, you scared him into going to find a girlfriend. Poor guy, he was just trying to have some fun playing a game, but he ran into the heartbreaker. Amid everyone's laughter, the game came to an end. Everyone had a great time playing this round, except for the teenager rushing to the train station. In the end, Qin Feng killed 61 people and earned 650,000. Guys, see you in the next game. Qin Feng exited the victory screen. Boss, add me fast. I want to play with you again. Xiao Tuan couldn't wait. She could remember the last time she'd felt such genuine joy. Although she often laughed out loud during her live streams, it was mostly for the sake of the show. There had been very few times when she'd felt such carefree joy as she did today. Qin Feng chuckled softly as he added Xiao Tuan to his party once again. The game began. In this match, Qin Feng was matched with 40 players, a bit fewer than the last one, but still a surefire victory. Pro, tell us more about relationships. I love hearing your heart-wrenching quotes. Ha ha ha, oink. As soon as they entered the lobby, Xiao Tuan couldn't help but speak up. What's there to talk about? I've only been in one relationship, there's not much to say, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Then tell us about your ex. You do have an ex, right? Xiao Tuan asked cleverly. My ex? I definitely can't talk about my ex, Qin Feng said. Huh? Why not? Xiao Tuan pressed, puzzled. No bad-mouthing, no bothering my ex, Qin Feng's voice rang out softly. Hearing this, Xiao Tuan's opinion of Qin Feng instantly skyrocketed. Wow, that's impressive. I can't believe I actually heard such a serious statement come out of your mouth. It's making me feel a little disappointed. A group member who'd been matched in a previous session, knowing the whole story, joined in the discussion. A tough guy shedding tears. Even though our big shot sometimes talks trash, I can tell he's a decent guy. Exactly. Take what our big shot just said, for example. No slander, no meddling. Only a man with enough inner maturity could say something like that. Our big shot is absolutely right. After all, these two were once in love. Even if they've broken up, there's no need to hold a grudge. Learned a lot. Following our big boss really broadens your horizons. All sorts of flattery came pouring out. Just then, Qin Feng cleared his throat. I haven't finished what I was saying yet. Big shot, go on. I've got my little notebook ready. The big shot has transformed into a relationship coach, giving live advice. All you single folks, take notes. Go ahead, boss. We're all listening. After a long while, once everyone had fallen silent, Qin Feng's voice rang out again. What I mean is that not slandering or disturbing your ex is the greatest respect you can show the deceased. There was silence in the headset for a minute. Then a wave of wild laughter erupted from all sides. Xiao Tuan's tears, which she'd just managed to wipe away, started flowing again. Haha, I thought the big shot was going to give me some inspirational advice, but who knew this advice was poisoned? That really stings. Boss, you're concocting toxic motivational soup right here. Enough said. I'll down this bowl of toxic chicken soup first to show my respect. Big shot, please stop showing off. I'm afraid if my hands shake even a little more from laughing, I'll accidentally hurt one of my brothers again. Tap, 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 tap. Oh my god, help me up. Damn it. I'm pretty sure you did that on purpose. This must be a side effect of the toxic motivational speech. I'm way too hooked on it, sorry, bro. You guys might not know this, but when I was playing Honor of Kings with the boss today, He dropped some heartbreaking one-liners like, "You're at full health and still dare go on a rampage. Heartbreaking, boss, it's confirmed." Everyone laughed and joked their way into the game. In this match, Qin Feng's cutting remarks really fired everyone up, and they were all in top form. Even Xiao Tuantuan, who was usually so bad she could scrape the floor, managed to kill 5 people in just 10 minutes. That was practically her all-time best performance. Pro, I just heard someone say you not only play Peacekeeper Elite but also Honor of Kings. Why do you only play mobile games? Don't you play PC games like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or League of Legends? After bagging another kill, Xiao Tuantuan started chatting again. She was a PUBG streamer, and if Qin Feng played it too, they could team up for a duo match. With his biting sarcasm, their stream would definitely go viral and she'd have a blast playing with him. I haven't really played PUBG much. I used to play League of Legends a lot, but I don't play it much anymore, Qin Feng replied. League of Legends has always been popular and the player base is still very active. Why did you stop playing? Xiao Tuantuan asked curiously. This big shot was clearly both wealthy and with plenty of free time he could play whenever he wanted. Unlike other ordinary young people who play a bit while in school but gradually give it up after graduation when they no longer have the time. The gaming environment just isn't what it used to be. The players are too immature, they're always cursing at the drop of a hat, so I stopped playing, Qin Feng sighed, sounding quite regretful. So what did you get cursed at? Qin Feng replied, I remember in the very last game, I last hit 80 minions on the bottom lane in 10 minutes, but all my teammates cursed at me. It really broke my heart. I totally feel your pain, bro. That's exactly why I quit too. The veteran players are all gone, and the new ones are one jerk after another. The worst part is they're terrible players. They have no skill and no game sense. And they all pride themselves on being Zon players, constantly calling themselves Horsemen of the Rift. It's so childish. A group member picked up on Qin Feng's train of thought and chimed in. Bro, you last hit 80 minions in 10 minutes. That's some serious skill. Are your teammates crazy? Is it because they're jealous? Xiao Tuantuan was a bit indignant too. Qin Feng said, You're absolutely right. Even the enemy ADC is praising me, but our own ADC is leading the charge and berating me. Don't you think my teammates are shameless? I know my updates are slow, so I have to focus on quality, the inner monologue of a poor writer. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the headset fell instantly silent. A long time later. Xiao Tuantuan, Pro, you last hit 80 minions in 10 minutes on the bottom lane. Why is there still an ADC there? Aren't you the ADC? Qin Feng, when did I ever say I was the ADC? I only said I last hit 80 minions. So you're a support. Hahaha. You're the one who's really dragging the team down. You totally deserve to get flamed. Xiao Tuantuan burst out laughing. As a support who farms 80 minions in 10 minutes, the enemy ADC would have to praise you to the skies, wouldn't they? Because you single-handedly rendered your own ADC useless. Amid the laughter, the fourth game came to an end. Qin Feng got 68 kills and earned 700,000 at Xiao Tuantuan's villa. When her best friend saw that she had finished the game, she walked over and said, Tuantuan, you can't play anymore. You need to get ready for the live stream. Xiao Tuantuan glanced at the time. Isn't there still an hour left? Her best friend tapped her on the head and said, Look at your memory, have you forgotten what today is? What's special about today? Tuantuan asked, still confused. Did you forget about the platform's positive energy campaign? You're supposed to interact with college students online today and spread positive energy. That sounds so boring. Tuantuan instantly slumped back into her chair. This positive energy campaign was a recent initiative launched by the platform to shape its brand image. It involved top-tier streamers interacting with college students to discuss current hot topics and provide positive encouragement to fans and viewers. As the top female streamer on Shark platform and the face of the platform, Tuantuan was naturally assigned to participate. She'd already participated in several such events, dozing off the entire time. On a few occasions, she'd nearly fallen asleep. It was truly quite boring, nothing but grand principles and not a bit of fun. Just as Tuantuan was feeling exasperated, she glanced at her phone's game screen, and a bold idea popped into her head. What if she could bring that big spending tycoon over here? Just the thought of it made Tuantuan immediately excited. From their interactions over the past few rounds, she was certain this big spender wasn't just anyone. His off-the-cuff golden quotes would definitely blow everyone away. After thinking it over, she rejoined the party. Ignoring her best friend's protests, she played another round with Qin Feng. 20-odd minutes later, they took down the last random player. Guys, see you in the next game. Qin Feng's voice rang out. Big shot. Wait, I've got something to say. Xiao Tuantuan, who'd been waiting for a match, quickly chimed in. Qin Feng, go ahead. Xiao Tuantuan gathered his thoughts. Guys, I can't play with you anymore because I'm about to go live. I'm sorry, actually, I lied to you. I'm Xiao Tuantuan. Holy crap, is that really Tuantuan? I knew the voice sounded so familiar. It really is Tuantuan. I'm blown away. I actually played 3 games with Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, Tuan Tuan, mark my words. I'm the guy you'll never get. Over 40 group members went wild all at once. The headset was instantly filled with an overwhelming. Qin Feng listened quietly to the commotion in his headset without saying a word, because he had known Tuan Tuan's true identity all along. He felt a twinge of regret. Tuan Tuan was about to go live, so it looked like they wouldn't be able to duo up after all. Sigh, a bounty worth 50,000 yuan. Everyone, please quiet down. I've had a lot of fun playing with you all today, and I want to thank you for your company, Zhao. Tuan Tuan said again. We had a great time too, haha, mostly because it was so much fun playing with the big spending big shot. Tuan Tuan, even though I'm your #1 fan, I have to be honest, it's really because of the big spender that we're having so much fun. There was once a Tuan Tuan who played games with me, but I didn't cherish her. If heaven gave me another chance, I'd still choose to play with big spender. Haha. Xiao Tuan Tuan, you bunch of jerks. You said you loved me. After a bit of banter, Xiao Tuan Tuan cleared her throat and spoke again. Actually, this round has already taken up some of my streaming time. The reason I'm still playing this round is because I have a wish. You all probably know that the Shark platform is running these positive energy campaigns right now. They're super boring. Big spender, would you be willing to stream with me? You don't even have to show your face. After saying this, Xiao Tuan Tuan's pretty face flushed involuntarily and her heart began to race. She'd never experienced this kind of strange anticipation before. Did I hear that right? Tuan Tuan is inviting the big spender to stream with her? Holy crap. Big spender, if you go, we'll definitely show up to support you. The 20,000 or 30,000 brothers in the QQ group will all be there too. I've watched that positive energy stream before. I couldn't stand it after 10 minutes and turned it off. But if the big spender joins, I'll definitely watch it all the way through. Guys, don't you realize what our big spender's signature move is? Heartbreak. When heartbreak meets positive energy, just let that sink in. Oh my god, that guy just hit the nail on the head. I'm already looking forward to it. Big shot, you absolutely have to go. Go teach those college kids a lesson. Tear them apart. I remember an episode where the student council president from some top-tier university went live with Tuan Tuan. That president acted so high and mighty he was practically calling all of us gamers and stream viewers idiots. Bro, congrats, you hit the jackpot. That student council president is Li Tiaming, the university student representative who's going to go live with Tuan Tuan again today. Holy crap! Boss, you've got to go. You've got to put that jerk Li Tiaming in his place. Last time, that guy openly claimed that most people who play games and watch live streams are the dregs of society, people who contribute nothing positive to society. He got slammed so hard he trended on Weibo. Boss, you've got to get justice for us brothers. Take him down. The indignant voices of his brothers in the group chat rose and fell through headset. Qin Feng hadn't paid any attention to this event on the Shark platform. He hadn't expected there to be such a feud here. Big shot, would you be willing to stream with me? Don't worry, I'll definitely protect your privacy. Xiao Tuan Tuan asked again, full of anticipation. Qin Feng hesitated. What's with this live stream nonsense? Why am I getting my heart broken? All I want to do right now is make some money. But just as he was thinking of how to politely decline, suddenly a voice rang out through his headset. The Qin family army requests the patriarch to come out of retirement and crush those arrogant top students. The Qin family army requests the head of the family to step forward and crush those arrogant top students. First, one person shouted this incredibly over-the-top slogan. Immediately afterward, dozens of others joined in the chant, until all the clamor converged into a single unified chant. The Qin family army calls upon the patriarch to return and crush those arrogant top students. Count me as owing 2 updates. If I hadn't pushed myself to the limit, I'd never have realized what a loser I really am. Xiao Tuan Tuan joined with the chanting crowd as well, because she really wanted this mysterious big shot to go live with her. Otherwise, she'd be bored out of her mind during the live stream. Big shot, just say yes. If you agree, I'll grant you one request, Xiao Tuan Tuan pleaded repeatedly. As soon as she said this, the group members immediately got excited. Tuan Tuan, can it be any condition? If so, I'll agree on behalf of our big spender. All sorts of random images are suddenly popping into my head. Oh my gosh, you've infected me. Get out of my head. Get out. I'm getting way too into this. I've already started getting a nosebleed. Driver, pull over. This isn't a kindergarten bus, I'm getting off. Sorry, the doors are welded shut, no one's getting off. Someone, arrest everyone here, not a single one of them is innocent. Xiao Tuan Tuan's face turned beet red as she listened to the group members' various veiled insults. You bunch of scumbags. I'm not falling for your tricks. She cleared her throat, gathered her thoughts, and said, Big shot, as long as you agree to go live with me, I'll owe you a favor. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll do whatever I can to assist you. To avoid being mocked by the group members again, Xiao Tuantuan quickly switched to a safer line. This offer was already generous enough. At least for ordinary people, it certainly was. But Xiao Tuantuan wasn't sure if it would win over this mysterious big shot. After everyone had fallen silent, Qin Feng's voice rang out soft. Alright, I've been playing for so long that I'm actually getting a bit tired. Might as well go check out those top students everyone's been raving about. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tuantuan was so thrilled he almost started spinning in circles right there. Big shot. Well then, we'll head over to Xiao Tuantuan's live stream and hang out there for a bit. Big shot. Later on, you've got to take that Li Tiaming down hard and let us vent our frustration. Let's go. We're heading to the live stream to hang out. The group members got excited too. Just as Qin Feng closed the victory screen, he saw a message from Xiao Tuantuan. Big shot. Add me on WeChat, I'll go over some details for the stream with you later. My WeChat ID is... Half an hour later, under Xiao Tuantuan's guidance, Qin Feng registered a Shark live streaming account to make it easier to go on a live call later. For his streamer name, Qin Feng still used his in-game ID, the Wandering Lamp. At this point, there were only about 10 minutes left until the Positive Energy column's live stream was set to begin. College students had arrived at the live stream early, and the host had already begun warming up the audience. Joining us in the live stream today as our chief student representative is Li Tiaming, Student Union President of Qingbei University. Accompanying him are other outstanding student representatives from Qingbei University, including... The host introduced them enthusiastically. In the center of the live studio stood a large screen displaying a real-time scroll of comments from viewers. However, at that moment, the comments on the screen were a bit awkward. Not even a trash can hold you. Oh, Li the idiot is back again. How dare you show up after getting slammed on the trending list? King of the Green Grasslands, I was actually planning to buy the Emperor package, but seeing this pathetic little shit, I lost all desire to spend money. Shark executives, you need to do some soul searching. Extra large Harry Potter. I don't know what the game designers were thinking. Why bring in these trashy students full of superiority complexes? Are they here to humiliate us users? Damn it. Uninstall Shark, let's give it a 1-star review. A devotee, just give in to this old monk. Uninstall Shark, let's give it a 1-star review. Everyone below, stay in formation. The screen was flooded with comments like this. Even the moderators couldn't keep up with the flood of comments. Even the professional host on stage couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. These netizens are really ruining the show. And those students from Peking and Tsinghua, they really have nerves of steel. Even after being berated like this, they're still as steady as a rock. Ahem, let me say something. Suddenly, Li Tiaming spoke up. Dressed in a high-end suit with his Peking or Tsinghua University pin pinned to his lapel, Li Tiaming exuded a certain air of authority. As the incumbent student union president at Peking and Tsinghua Universities, this title alone essentially puts him ahead of over 90% of young people nationwide. He certainly had reason to be proud. But pride can easily go to one's head, and Li Tiaming had made some reckless remarks in previous episodes. And of all the people he could have provoked, he went and provoked an army of keyboard warriors. The reputation of these keyboard warriors didn't come about overnight. Just look at the endless stream of insults scrolling across the big screen to see just how formidable these online warriors really are. A few days ago, I spoke some home truths on the show, and I didn't expect it to hit a nerve with certain people. It exposed some people with poor character. I believe these people with poor character are in the minority. Actually, these conflicts are both normal and necessary, because we're promoting positive energy, and in life there are always antisocial scum hiding in the shadows. They don't dare speak up in real life, so they resort to being keyboard warriors online. The more fiercely these people attack me, the more it proves that our positive energy campaign has been a success, because we've successfully enraged those living in the shadows of society. Li Tiaming looked radiant, wearing a confident smile and appearing quite unperturbed. The host and the staff on site were all dumbfounded. Frankly, no one would dare to agree with that line of reasoning. It certainly proved the saying, as long as you're not the one feeling embarrassed, it must be someone else. Li Tiaming's remarks reignited the controversy, and the scrolling comments on the big screen sped up even more, almost blurring into ghost images. It wasn't long before the live stream began. The host steeled himself and continued introducing the special guest host, Xiao Tuantuan. In the video feed, Xiao Tuantuan wearing a mask immediately greeted everyone with a sweet smile. Hello everyone, I'm Tuantuan. Countless Tuantuan fans flooded in, and all kinds of virtual gifts started flying. Some even sent off back-to-back rocket gifts. The host and the on-site staff were deeply impressed a top streamer really is a top streamer. When the top student from Peking and Tsinghua universities took the stage, students from his own university also came over to show their support. But compared to Tuantuan, they clearly fell short. I'm not here alone this time. I've brought a friend. His name is King Ding Bugui Ki. Xiao Tuan cut straight to the chase and brought up Qin Feng. The host was taken aback. The script hadn't mentioned that Tuan was bringing a guest. But with a top-tier streamer like Tuan, the host didn't dare question her. Just as the host was about to improvise a welcome for Tuan's new friend, the barrage of virtual gifts exploding on the screen startled him so much that he swallowed his words. 10 consecutive big rockets sent welcoming the leader of the Qin army to the live stream. 10 consecutive big rockets sent to welcome the leader of the Qin army to the live stream. 10 consecutive big rockets sent to welcome the head of the Qin family army to the live stream. What is true grandeur? It's when the person hasn't even appeared yet, but their presence is already overwhelming. Qin Feng hadn't even gone on the mic yet, and over 50 rockets had already flown into the live stream. It left everyone completely speechless. Keep in mind, this was just a completely meaningless column live stream with hardly any viewers to begin with. Even when Tuan dropped by, only a handful of die-hard fans had sent rockets to build up the atmosphere. But now, the screen was filled with giant rockets. Even Tuan was taken aback. He was truly amazed. True to form for a big spender, that's some serious swag. At that moment, Qin Feng, back in his rented apartment, was also a bit taken aback. He had absolutely no idea this was going to happen. No wonder those guys wanted to head to the live stream early. It seems they'd planned this all behind the scenes. But he really enjoyed the spectacle they put on. Let's welcome Tuan's special guest, the Wandering Lamp. The host spoke with a touch more solemnity. Although Qin Feng's streaming account was a newbie account, what newbie account could summon a screen full of big rockets just by appearing? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this must be a big shot. Li Tiaming and the other students from Tsinghua and Peking University were taken aback. The other students in the group had stars in their eyes at their age who wouldn't crave this kind of prestige. Li Tiaming, on the other hand, seemed much more composed, his eyes brimming with disdain. The host then went through the motions. After a dry opening monologue, the show got into full swing. These days, many people criticize our society for being restless and people's hearts for being restless. This kind of negativity spreads widely online. Today's topic will revolve around discussing this online negativity. What are the causes behind this phenomenon? The host posed the question. Li Tiaming cleared his throat and was the first to pick up the microphone. My school team and I have had several in-depth discussions on this issue, and we've long since identified the root cause of this collective spread of negative energy. Ultimately, it's caused by certain unhealthy trends online. These trends are like a swarm of locusts. They wreak havoc wherever they go. Let me give you a particularly relevant example: the issues of flaunting wealth and vanity. As you've all noticed, right after our show went live today, the live stream page was flooded with gifts thanks to a new viewer. I've spotted some very interesting comments, things like Big Shot 6666, Big Shot is awesome, welcome Big Spender, and the head of the Qin clan has arrived, and other such immature, over-the-top language. I'm not singling out this newcomer, it's just that the theme of our live stream series is positive energy, and for this friend to come in and unleash such a massive wave of negative energy right off the bat really goes against the original intent of our series. Li Tiaming shook his head, looking deeply distressed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone could see how impressive the Wandering Lamp was. Naturally, they knew was a big shot. And yet Li Tiaming had gone straight for the jugular, putting this big shot on the spot. Li Tiaming, what do you mean by that? My friend hasn't even said a word yet, and you're already picking a fight with him. Xiao Tuan's annoyed voice rang out. She had begged Qin Feng to come, so naturally she couldn't just stand by and watch him get attacked. Tuan, I didn't mean it that way, I was just giving an example, Li Tiaming explained with a forced smile. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. He understood Li Tiaming's intentions all too well. Clearly, because his entrance had been so over the top, Li Tiaming was trying to outdo him right off the bat. Qin Feng had seen this kind of scenario all too often back in his school student council. Li Tiaming, are you saying I'm bringing negative energy just because someone sent me virtual gifts when I made my entrance? Qin Feng retorted. Exactly. This is a positive energy live stream. We shouldn't have this kind of nonsense here. Li Tiaming chose to go head-to-head with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's voice, tinged with thoughtfulness, rang out. Now I see what you mean. So, sending gifts during a live stream is negative energy that can corrupt social morals, is that it? Li Tiaming was just about to speak, but when he realized what was happening, his expression changed. By then, some savvy viewers in the chat had already started steering the conversation. As a freeloader account, this is the first time I've ever felt proud, so I've actually been spreading positive energy all along. Brilliant, Shark Seema, the producer, come listen to this. So sending gifts during live streams is negative energy after all. That's awesome. Do you know how to spell dig your own grave? Thank goodness I'm just a one-star account and haven't sent many gifts. From now on, I'll turn over a new leaf and never send even a single mouse worth of gifts again. Guards, arrest all the high-level accounts on Shark platform that spend the most on gifts. They're the biggest spreaders of negative energy. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Lei Tiaming's face turned ashen. He'd only wanted to one-up Qin Feng, but he never expected to get dragged into this mess. Monarch Zhao Xiangyu has arrived in the live stream. Suddenly, a striking red banner popped up at the top of the screen. Monarch account had come to watch the spectacle. I heard that tipping during live streams on the Shark platform is considered negative energy? The king's comment was also pinned to the top. Now the comments section was even more abuzz. King loves Chinese chives and goji berries now in the live stream. It didn't take long for another king account to show up. What's going on here, Shark Live? I'm spending my money here and you're still dissing me? This king account's comment was also pinned to the top. King, I'm going to shower these female streamers with gifts. I've arrived in the live stream. A third king, here just to watch the spectacle, has arrived. Once again, a message from a king account featuring a black avatar was pinned at the top of the live stream. The on-site staff and hosts were constantly whispering into their headsets. With 3 king accounts asking questions simultaneously, this unexpected incident had already caught the attention of senior management. As the staff spoke in hushed tones, they would occasionally look up and glare at Lei Tiaming. With just one remark, this guy had branded Shark Live's business model as toxic. It also caused Shark Live to directly alienate many of its high-spending users. These users were the very lifeblood of the Shark platform. Just as the atmosphere in the studio was growing increasingly tense, a bright red banner suddenly filled nearly the entire screen. Congratulations to Lone Traveler by the Blue Lamp for upgrading to Emperor status in this live stream. Congratulations to the Wanderer by the Blue Lamp on unlocking the Emperor tier in this live stream. Congratulations to Wanderer by the Blue Lamp on unlocking the Emperor tier in this live stream. 3 platform-wide pinned announcements lit up every live stream room. Emperor, it's the highest user tier on the Shark platform. It is also the highest honor the Shark platform bestows upon its users. Unlocking Emperor status for the first time costs 150,000. This noble status is far more prestigious than that of a king. No one could have imagined that a live stream from an obscure column would actually attract one Emperor and 3 kings. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Qin Feng spoke up. I am now exercising my Emperor's privileges to request that the Shark platform's super admin report to senior management and provide me with an immediate explanation. Why is my brother sending me gifts being labeled as negative energy? An explanation must be given to all my brothers.
Big Shot Kingding is awesome. Oh my god, that really got my blood pumping. A top-tier spender calling them out live. Holy crap, spending 150,000 just to demand an explanation. That's awesome. A brand new account jumping straight to Emperor tier. What kind of big spender is this? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. A champion's rage for a beauty now. I see an emperor's rage for his brothers. King Deng Emperor is a legend. Where is the Qin army, head of the Shi clan? The Qin army kneels before the Shi clan leader. The Qin family army kneels before the Shi family head. The comments section completely exploded. Even those 3 Monarch streamers have now joined the ranks cheering for Qin Feng. The live streaming industry. Money rules. This is the place that stirs people's blood and gets their hearts racing the most, because the tips are all real money being thrown around. No matter when, the thrill that money brings is second to none. Moreover, Qin Feng's move won him the favor of countless casual viewers. He spent 150,000 to become an imperial noble, all just to use his privileges and force Shark's upper management to give his brothers an explanation. He not only stood up to Lei Tiaming, but also redeemed the brothers who had just sent him gifts. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In contrast, among Lei Tiaming's student supporters, some were already showing signs of worry. Many students were frowning as they looked at Lei Tiaming. This student council president had truly spent too long in his ivory tower. He had no sense of the real world. Especially after being trending on social media a few times recently, not only did he fail to rein himself in, but he actually seemed to have grown fond of the attention. This time he's really hit a brick wall. A big shot who was greeted with a screen full of rocket emojis right from the start had created a brand new account and instantly leveled up to Imperial Noble just to teach Lei Tiaming a lesson. This is not someone students like them can afford to mess with. Shark's executives held an emergency meeting in response to this sudden incident. To prevent the incident from escalating, an executive personally joined via video call to state Shark's official position. He stated that they strongly condemned Lei Tiaming's claim that watching live streams and sending gifts was a negative behavior and ordered him to apologize. Lei Tiaming's face looked as if he'd swallowed a mouse. Seeing how grand Qin Feng's entrance was, his mind had subconsciously tried to outdo him. But he never imagined, how could a worm possibly overpower a dragon? Finally, after Li Tiaming was forced to apologize with a grim expression, the matter was finally put to rest. The host's hands were trembling as he held the script. Now everyone understood that the Emperor of the Blue Lamp, invited by the group, was definitely not someone to be messed with. After being called out right off the bat, Li Tiaming didn't dare to be defiant anymore. He even became a bit more cautious in his speech. But no matter what he said, Qin Feng would always mercilessly shoot it down. Li Tiaming, money isn't everything, it can't buy happiness. Qin Feng, of course money can't buy happiness. But if you have money, others will go out of their way to make you happy. Li Tiaming. Xiao Chuan Tuan, everyone shout with me, the Emperor of the Blue Lamp is awesome. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. The Lantern Emperor really hit a nerve. Li Tiaming's heart must be shattered. The Emperor is the Emperor, I can't even argue with that. That's exactly why you shouldn't go spouting all that hollow positive energy nonsense all the time. Saying money is useless is just to fool little kids. Anyone out in the real world knows the importance of money. Haven't you heard that a poor couple faces endless sorrows? How many families have fallen apart because of that one word, money? Haven't you seen that a poor guy isn't worthy of love? How many young men have lost their true love over a dowry? If money isn't important, why does the government track GDP every year? Why does the country care about economic growth? Is that all? And you call yourselves students from Peking and Tsinghua universities. Where does this sense of superiority come from? Without money, you can't get anywhere. That's the reality of today's society. Li Tiaming, sweat beading on his forehead. I admit money is indeed important. But money can't solve all troubles and problems, that's a fact. Qin Feng, money can solve 90% of the world's problems and worries. Li Tiaming, did you hear that? Even the Emperor of the Blue Lamp said it can only solve 90%. Qin Feng, young man, don't get so worked up. I haven't finished speaking yet. Money can solve 90% of life's troubles, the remaining 10% is simply because you don't have enough money. Xiao Tuan Tuan, everyone, shout with me, the Emperor of the Blue Lamp is awesome. Ha ha ha. Awesome, awesome. Xiao Tuan Tuan had turned into an emotionless parrot. All he did the whole time was stand on the sidelines shouting, big shot, you're 66666. Ha ha ha. Li SB, how'd you like that counterattack from me, Emperor of the Blue Lamp? That hits home, Emperor. I'm teaching you a lesson right here. Words from the Emperor, life just isn't worth it. Hasn't everyone noticed that what the Emperor of the Blue Lamp says is the real positive energy? I agree. On a personal level, if you want to get rich, you have to work hard and forget all that useless chicken soup. Only by taking it one step at a time can you gradually become wealthy. On a national level, for the country and the nation to be reborn, we all need to work together. When everyone is wealthy, our country will be strong. That's exactly what a prosperous people and a strong nation means. I've learned so much. So all that chicken soup is fake. The toxic chicken soup from the Blue Lamp Emperor is the real deal. Shark's positive energy column. Finally, some real positivity today. The comments section was abuzz, and many viewers began to follow Qin Feng. The show's ratings kept soaring, with live viewership reaching 1 million. Keep in mind that previously, this show had at most 2,000 or 3,000 viewers, and that didn't even count the die-hard fans brought in by Tuan Tuan or the students from Peking and Tsinghua universities who were there to pad the numbers. By this point, Li Tiaming was already drenched in sweat. He had originally hoped to use this show to boost his profile and add a major highlight to his resume. However, on the final day of the live broadcast, he faced his biggest crisis yet. Not only was he forced to apologize, but because of Qin Feng's toxic inspirational advice, many people were no longer buying into the fake, feel-good motivational content he'd previously posted. His follower count was plummeting. The host on set noticed that Li Tiaming was clearly not himself. He was no match for Qin Feng. If this continued, this high-achieving student might have completely lost it right there in the live stream. So the host quickly stepped in to save the situation. Big shot Emperor of the Blue Lamp, after hearing what you just said, I've been deeply moved myself. Life as an adult is truly anything but easy. The host was giving Qin Feng a little backup. However, Qin Feng, who says it's not easy, it's easy to gain weight, easy to get ugly, easy to end up single. See, you just lack the eyes to see it. Xiao Tuan Tuan, everyone shout it with me. Big shot Emperor of the Blue Lamp is awesome. Ha ha ha. The merciless parrot is back online. The comments section exploded with laughter. Everyone agreed that Big Shot King Ding had hit the nail on the head again. Every word really struck a chord. What was supposed to be a positive and uplifting live stream was turned into a toxic motivational session by Qin Feng. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities known for their eloquence were all rendered speechless. No one dared say another word. Because as soon as anyone dared to spout some inspirational nonsense, Qin Feng would immediately slap them in the face with his own dose of toxic motivational retorts. As the saying goes, everyone human or ghost was taking a beating, while only Qin Feng was stealing the show. That's pretty much the scene unfolding right before our eyes. This place had turned into Kang's personal stage. Everyone's attention was focused on his every word. And to top it all off, the livestream's viewership kept climbing. By the time it ended, the number of viewers had surpassed the 5 million mark. Thank you. Thank you all for watching this positive energy special live stream. See you next time. The nervous host uttered the closing remarks as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He had finally completed the task for this live stream. His forehead was covered in sweat all because Qin Feng's presence was so overwhelming that even an experienced veteran host felt like he was walking on thin ice, terrified that a single wrong word might earn him a sharp rebuke. The Qingbei Academy student group is a perfect example of this. As soon as the live stream ended, Xiao Tuan received a message from a Shark executive. Tuan, is your friend a signed streamer? Xiao Tuan replied, no, he isn't. Great. Can you get him to stream on our platform? Xiao Tuan stared at the WeChat message, completely stunned. What's going on? Has Shark officially started poaching talent? He probably wouldn't want to stream here. Xiao Tuan thought about Qin Feng's temperament for a moment before replying timidly. Tuan, your friend is definitely a naturally gifted streamer. He managed to drive a positive energy column with such low viewership to 5 million views. If he's willing to stream with us, our management has decided to offer him a top-tier streamer contract. Xiao Tuan took a deep breath when she read that. A top-tier streamer contract. Ordinary people might not know what this contract means, but she knew all too well. Because she herself was currently signed to a top streamer contract. There are only a handful of top-tier streamer contracts signed across the entire Shark platform, and every single one belongs to a leading figure in the live streaming industry. Annual salaries starting at tens of millions, with a 9:1 revenue sharing ratio. This is the ultimate dream for every streamer. She worked her way up for years to finally land this top streamer contract. And now, just to poach Qin Feng, Shark platform has actually offered him a top-tier streamer contract outright. This is an unprecedented honor. But then she thought about how Qin Feng had given away several thousand just for playing a game, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. An annual salary in the tens of millions would drive countless ordinary people wild. But this Emperor of the Blue Lamp, he's clearly no ordinary person. He won't come stream. When I played games with him before, Xiao Tuan briefly explained the situation to the Shark executive. There's no way someone who can spend over 10,000 in just an hour of gaming would agree to stream like it's a regular job. After reading Xiao Tuan's message, the executive fell silent for a long time. Tuan, if this friend of yours ever decides he wants to become a streamer, you absolutely have to bring him onto our platform. The executive still hadn't given up. Sure, Xiao Tuan replied. Just then she received a message on WeChat. Tuanzi, are you still up for a duo match? The message was from Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been thinking about Xiao Tuan all along. After all, each kill was worth 50,000 yuan. Xiao Tuan thought for a moment, then sent Qin Feng a screenshot of her chat with the executive. Big shot, would you consider a 10 million annual salary? She asked, half-jokingly. Actually, she was also curious just how wealthy was this Emperor of the Blue Lamp. Would a 10 million yuan annual salary even make him bat an eye? However, a moment later, Qin Feng, don't compare your annual salaries to my earnings in a single night. Tuan. Only now did she realize she shouldn't have been so curious in the first place. Actually, Qin Feng wasn't exaggerating, he was currently carrying out a compensation mission for the system. Each round brought in over 500,000. After 10 rounds, his total earnings would skyrocket by at least 3 times, easily surpassing 10 million. Tuan, are you going to play or not? If not, I'm starting the game, Qin Feng urged her again. Xiao Tuan replied, I want to play, but I still have to stream. What if I accidentally stream this to you? So what if it's live? Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Xiao Tuan was taken aback. She'd been worried that streaming Qin Feng's red envelope to win move might cause unnecessary trouble, but it turned out the person involved didn't seem the least bit concerned. Big shot, can I really stream this? Xiao Tuan asked again for confirmation. Qin Feng? Sure. Why not? By the way, don't you have a lot of followers? Have them queue up with me too. If they run into me and I kill them, they'll get a red envelope too. Qin Feng's last remark left completely. Not only could she stream it, but she could also have her fans join the match, and if they ran into him and got killed, they'd get a red envelope too. Tuan felt like this big shot had completely shattered her worldview. Are all rich people this carefree, this uninhibited, and this devoted to freedom? Since Qin Feng had agreed, Tuan didn't waste any time and quickly logged into her livestream. Tuanzi, who is this Emperor of the Blue Lamp? Please give us the room number. A petition signed by 10,000 people. Please give us Emperor of the Blue Lamp's room number. Tuanzi, you have to believe that I still love you. Give me Emperor of the Blue Lamp's room number. The moment Tuanzi entered the livestream, she was stunned. What's going on? How did the comments section get so out of hand? Her diehard fans were actually begging her for Emperor Qingding's room number. Clearly, the fans had mistakenly thought Emperor Qingding was a streamer. You bunch of scumbags, Emperor of the Blue Lamp is a guy, how could you even do this? Tuanzi said, fuming. Tuan, our love for Emperor Qingding is pure, don't insult us. Seriously, in an era flooded with feel-good fluff, Emperor Qingding's toxic advice tastes absolutely amazing. The sensible guys have already bought tickets to Thailand. Emperor of the Blue Lamp, I don't want to try anymore either. Is it too late to go to Thailand now? Emperor of the Blue Lamp, I actually don't care if you're rich or not, I just want to hear you call me out. I never judge friends by how much money they have, they're definitely not as poor as I am anyway. The comments section was once again overrun. Xiao Tuan didn't dare provoke these hyped-up fans any further. Besides, Qin Feng was still waiting for her to duo queue, so she quickly got down to business. You jerks! The Emperor of the Blue Lamp has asked me to give you a special treat. For all you jerks who play Peacekeeper Elite, here's your chance to get up close and personal with the Emperor of the Blue Lamp. After Tuanqi's announcement, the comments section instantly fell silent. Later, the Emperor of the Blue Lamp and I will be duo queuing in Peacekeeper Elite. We'll start matching at the designated time. If you want to join in, just start matching at the same time. You might just end up matched with the Emperor of the Blue Lamp and me. And, as long as you let the Emperor of the Blue Lamp get the kills, each of you will get a 100 yuan red envelope. I can guarantee that the Emperor of the Blue Lamp's word is absolutely trustworthy. Xiao Tuan immediately vouched for Qin Feng. Holy crap, that's Emperor Qingding for you, 100 yuan just for a kill. Love it, love it. I don't care about the red envelope, I just want to get up close and personal with the Blue Lamp Emperor. Is the red envelope sent via Alipay or WeChat? Is this how rich people play games? Why is it so different from how we beggars play? That's a classic question from the guy above. Let me explain it to you. Because we're beggars. The Emperor of the Blue Lamp is a big spender. We don't live in the same dimension, got it? Xiao Tuan stopped paying attention to the comments section. After receiving a message from Qin Feng, she began making the announcement. Matchmaking starts exactly in 10 seconds. Die. 8. Sana. 2. N. Match. At Danzi's command. Every player in the livestream who was playing Peacekeeper Elite pressed the matchmaking button at the same time. In that moment, Tuanzi suddenly felt as if she were commanding a vast army. This was the first time she'd ever interacted with all her viewers at once. Before long, the match was successfully set up, and everyone appeared in the waiting area. Qin's army assemble to the left of the power tower. Viewers from Tuanzi's stream assemble on the right. Zhao Xiaoming's voice rang out over the public chat. Before the fans from Tuanzi's livestream even had time to react, they saw a massive crowd of dozens of people converge on the left side of the power tower. They were all wearing yellow scarves, and the sight of dozens of them gathered together was quite a spectacle. Standing atop the power tower was a player dressed entirely in yellow. Play di King Bugui Ki. Impressive. Look at this entourage, the Lantern Emperor is seriously awesome. Forming an army just to play a game. Is Emperor Qingding here to train his troops in-game? That's the spirit. I wonder if I'll ever be able to pull off something as epic as Emperor of the Blue Lamp in my lifetime. What kind of fake booze is the guy above drinking? A presence like this, if you weren't born with it, you'll probably never have it in this lifetime. Get it? I'm feeling hot and my pee's yellow, let me wake him up. Make way, everyone. I have diabetes, let me give him a taste of something sweet first. Just as everyone was joking around, a shout rang out again in the public channel. Qin family army, fall into formation and report your numbers in order. Yetzen. 2. 3. 4. 5. The Qin family army has finished taking attendance, 51 people present. The number of fans in Tuantuan's livestream hasn't been tallied yet, so the number of attendees there is unknown. The other players were dumbfounded as they watched the Qin family army standing in a row, all wearing yellow scarves around their necks. Are they here to play a game or what? They must be here for military training. And Qin Feng, standing atop the power tower in his all-yellow outfit, suddenly gave everyone the illusion that he was a general commanding a vast army. Holy crap, guys, did you see that? Now that's some presence. Folks in the livestream, can you save some face for me? Don't embarrass yourselves like this in front of the Emperor of the Blue Lamp. Xiao Tuantuan's squeal rang out. She was truly riled up. The Emperor of the Blue Lamp's team was getting more and more professional. Just a moment ago, when she gave the order for all her fans to join the match at once, she'd felt like she was commanding a massive army, but compared to the Emperor of the Blue Lamp, she was nothing at all. Guys, let's count off 2. I'll start. 1. Xiao Tuantuan took the lead. 2. 3. 4. 6. 5. Xiao Tuantuan's face turned dark as she listened to the counting coming through her headset. These fans are really bringing her nothing but shame. Compared to the Qin family army, this turnout was like the difference between a regular army and a militia. Ahem, Tuantuan, don't be so hard on your fans. Qin Feng said, stifling a laugh. Exactly, Tuantuan. Even the Lantern Emperor isn't making fun of us. Why are you looking down on your own fans? I've turned from a fan to a hater. Starting today, I only recognize the Emperor of the Blue Lamp as my idol. As for Tuantuan, let her fade into the wind. Anyway, I've always been the man Tuantuan could never have. The guy above is spot on. I'm switching my allegiance to Emperor Qingding too, Tuanzi. Mark my words. I'm also the man you'll never have in your entire life. After a flurry of banter, the game loaded successfully and everyone boarded the plane. Emperor, where are we going to jump? Asked little Tuantuan. Same as always, the field hospital, Qin Feng replied. Once the plane reached the airspace above the field hospital, Qin Feng was the first to jump. The Qin family army naturally followed suit, and little Tuantuan and her fans jumped along with them. Quite a few curious bystanders jumped down as well. Qin family army, leave a few people behind to protect brother Qin. The rest of you, hurry up and find gear. Tuantuan's fans and bystanders, step back. Do not approach the player ID Qingding Bugui Qi. Anyone who gets too close will be beaten to death. Before Qin Feng had even hit the ground, his dog-headed strategist Zhao Xiaoming had already laid out all the arrangements clearly. He'd grown a bit bolder now and dared to call him brother Qin direct. After landing, 2 or 3 dozen members of the Qin family army formed a human wall surrounding Qin Feng, clad in a yellow outfit in the center. The rest of the Qin family army began spreading out to search for gear. This had become a well-oiled operation, one everyone was very familiar with. On the outskirts, Tuantuan's fans and bystanders witnessed the scene and were once again blown away. Let me reiterate, anyone who voluntarily lets me kill them will get a 100 red envelope. I'll give you a WeChat ID in a moment, add me, and send screenshots of your kill and your account to claim it. Qin Feng reiterated the rules for the red envelopes. The players waiting on the outskirts, eager to be killed, were itching to get started. A 100 red envelope just for dying once. They'd never come across such a good deal before. Tap tap tap. Suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out in the game. Qin Feng didn't pay it much mind. He figured it was one of his teammates who'd gone out to scavenge for gear and had run into a random player, leading to a shootout. But then, tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Suddenly the gunfire became non-stop. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "What's going on?" "Brother Qin, we're screwed. The guys who went out to scavenge for gear are all gone." His teammate's voice came through the headset. All gone? What happened? Qin Feng froze for a moment. Damn it, more than a dozen guys went out to scavenge for gear and they're all gone? Did they run into some god tier player or something? No idea. We left as a group of 10 just now and ran into a random player. He just opened fire on us, and we were all wiped out, his teammate said, sounding completely bewildered. Holy shit, brother Qin. That guy didn't even lose a single drop of health. I clearly sniped him in the head just now. Holy shit, headshot glitch, that guy's a god. Damn it. Quick, cover brother Qin's retreat. We actually ran into a god tier player, it's fucking sickening. We actually ran into a cheater. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. All the brothers who'd gone out to scavenge for gear were gone now. Sending anyone else out would be a suicide mission. Everyone and all the fans watching Tuan's live stream, follow me now. Let's beat that cheater to death with our fists. Qin Feng roared in anger and led the charge toward the cheater's location. Brother Qin, stay back and take cover, let the guys go in and take him down. The sensible Qin family army wouldn't let Qin Feng charge into the fray himself. The remaining 30-odd members of the Qin family army rose from their camp in a swarming mass. Qin Feng also regained his composure after all. His mission was to win the game, and he couldn't let a single cheater get the better of him. The Qin family army had already charged out, but Tuan's fans were still standing there in shock. Everyone, charge in. If you can take that cheater down, you'll each get an extra 100 yuan red envelope. Qin Feng acted decisively and used his money power. This finally snapped Tuan's fans out of their daze, and a dozen or so of them followed the Qin family army into the fray. Emperor of the Blue Lamp, don't worry. I've memorized that guy's ID, I'll use my streamer privileges to report him right away, Tuan reassured him. It didn't take long. Bro Qin, it's done. We beat that cheater to death with our fists. Damn it. So what if you're a god? I'll still wipe you out. Oh my god. Guys, don't forget to report this cheater. The Qin army was brimming with energy. So what if it's the lockhead cheat? It can block bullets, but it can't block fists. Tencent is cracking down hard on the gaming environment these days, and this lockhead cheat is practically the only powerful one left. In one-on-one combat, the lockhead cheat is truly unbeatable. But when he's up against more than 50 fists, he's as fragile as paper. Emperor of the Blue Lamp, Tencent has replied this cheat will get you permanently banned. Xiao Tuan's proud voice rang out. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. That's definitely the privilege of being a top streamer. If an ordinary person had reported this, there's no way the response would have been this swift. Although they'd lost over a dozen teammates early on because of a cheater, the combined forces of the Qin family army and Xiao Tuan's fans still numbered over 50. Qin Feng won the game again He racked up 64 kills and earned 680,000. After that, amid laughter and cheers as more and more members of the Qin family army and Tuan's fanbase were matched into his games, Qin Feng, unsurprisingly, won first-place game after game. Time slowly passed. Finally, it was time for the last match. The 10th match. Qin's army assembled to the left of the power tower. Tuan's fans assembled to the right of the power tower. By now, Tuan's fans had begun to take on the appearance of a proper military unit. They no longer resembled the militia they had been earlier, and had even mastered the skill of collective roll call. Yet, two, three, ors, boronana, oris, bix, za, aris. Reporting to Brother Qin, 68 members of the Qin army are on site. Qin Feng was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to be matched with 68 players all at once. That's the highest number of players matched in these last 10 matches. Reporting to Emperor King Deng, 31 members of the Tuan army are on site. Xiao Tuan, caught up in the excitement, was temporarily acting as the commander of the Tuan army and reported the number of fans who had joined the match. Not bad, not bad. We're really on a roll this round. The Qin family army has 68, the Tuanzu army has 31 combined. Qin Feng was speaking with a smug grin when his voice suddenly cut off. 68. That equals 99. There are 100 players in a single game. And Qin Feng, who hadn't participated in the head count, was none other than that final 100th player himself. Holy crap, no way, is this whole game just us? Someone was the first to realize what was going on. Immediately, everyone looked around and realized that apart from the area under the turret, there really wasn't a single random player in sight. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This is insane. This whole game is just us. I'm blown away. I can't believe this, I must be dreaming. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. This is my very first match with the Blue Lantern Emperor, and this is what I get? They're not even letting me have a proper gaming experience. Voices from the group chat, some excited, some bewildered, rang out one after another. Qin Feng was thrilled too. He never expected the final match to turn out to be a grand slam. Looks like his luck really is on his side. I'm on a roll this round, 500 red envelopes for all my brothers. Qin Feng declared generous. What do you do when a big spender is in a good mood? Of course he's going to throw money around. It's better to share the joy with others than to enjoy it alone. Thanks, Emperor of the Blue Lamp. Thanks, Brother Qin. My big spender dad is the best. The guy's flattery started pouring in right away. After logging into the game, everyone parachuted into the same A dozen or so members of the Qin army went out to scavenge for gear, while the rest stayed put. Before long, the Qin army members who'd gone to scavenge for gear returned. Bro Qin, guess what we found? One group member said excitedly. Did you find a rocket? Qin Feng teased. Hahaha, not quite. I don't know if the game system glitched or what, but we actually found an airdrop package and inside was a data that shoots blue flames. With that, the group member tossed the gear onto the ground. Qin Feng's eyes lit. It really was a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. He actually managed to pick up a Gatling gun right at the start. I'm seriously on a roll this round. Thanks so much guys for playing with me. I'll be logging off after this match. Let's meet again someday. Qin Feng picked up the Gatling gun and took aim at the opponent, waiting to feed him a kill. Pro, when you're ready to play again, don't forget to call us bro. Hey, even though I only got matched with you for 2 games, it was really fun. I'm actually a little sad to see you go. Big shot, see you again someday. After waiting for his teammates to finish saying their goodbyes, the Gatling gun in Qin Feng's hands began to spin. Bullets and flashes of fire erupted from the Gatling's barrels, and row after row of teammates fell to the ground, turning into boxes. Emperor of the Blue Lamp, we'll meet again someday. Don't forget I've still got a favor to call in from you. The last remaining member, Xiao Tuantuan, said sweetly. Okay. Qin Feng replied, then aimed the barrel at Xiao Tuantuan. Congratulations on taking first place. Good luck, let's win tonight. From the start of the match to now, it hadn't even been 5 minutes. Qin Feng had successfully won the chicken dinner. This was the fastest chicken dinner he'd ever achieved in 10 matches. Ding! Congratulations, host. Compensation mission complete. The system's melodious rang out in Qin Feng. Qin Feng clenched his fist. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Ding! Host total earnings from 10 matches, 5.68 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You completed the mission within the time limit and earned a critical hit multiplier bonus. Ding! Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, you've earned an AX critical hit multiplier. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. An AX critical hit on 5.68 million. He already had over 6 million in his bank account from playing Honor of Kings before. Ding dong. The text message sounded. Qin Feng picked up his phone to check. His mind went completely blank. Dear customer, your bank card ending in 6889 has received a deposit of 45,040,000 yuan, bringing your balance to 51,060,036 yuan. China Construction Bank. Seeing the balance in his bank account, Qin Feng's breath caught in his throat. This compensation mission from the system had just deposited over 45 million yuan into his account. Now his bank account balance had broken through the 50 million mark. Qin Feng stared blankly at the text message, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just a few days ago, he was a recent college graduate who could barely afford his rent. Now he had risen to the very top of the pyramid among his peers. After a long while, Qin Feng gradually regained his... He had always been someone with a strong sense of crisis. The system had warned him several times that failure to complete a mission would result in its disengagement, although he was still able to complete his current tasks. But if an unexpected situation were to arise in the future, and he were unable to complete a mission, that money would be lost forever once the system disconnected. So, after some thought, Qin Feng decided to prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, he would do his best to complete the system's tasks. On the other hand, he would turn that dead money into living money, the kind that generates a steady stream of income. That way, even if the system were to disconnect in the future, he could achieve financial freedom thanks to his current savings. For example, he planned to take the majority of the 50 million currently in his bank account and invest it right away. With that in mind, Qin Feng opened WeChat. He then found a contact labeled Song Zimo. Qin Feng, my lovely chairwoman, what have you been up to lately? Song Zimo, the student council president during Qin Feng's class. She was also the only student council member toward whom Qin Feng harbored no prejudice. Back then, Song Zimo was not only the most beautiful girl in the college, but also exceptionally capable, which is why she outshone many of her male competitors and became one of the few female student council presidents in the college's history. Back then at school, Qin Feng and she had met by chance and were just casual friends. It wasn't long before Song Zimo sent him a message. How rare, handsome Qin actually reached out to me first. Song Zimo sent a surprised emoji. Qin Feng, that's right. I've been waiting a whole year for the beautiful president to reach out to me, but it's always me who has to reach out to you. Song Zimo, pfft, I don't believe you for a second. Spit it out, what do you want? Qin Feng, I heard you joined the city's largest investment firm right after graduation. Are you still working there? Song Zimo, yep, I'm just a poor fund manager now. Qin Feng, that's great. Here's the thing, I've got some spare cash right now, and I'd like to put it with you to help me earn a little pocket money. Song Zimo, thanks for your support, buddy. I'm so touched. You're the first one among our classmates to support me. Qin Feng, so are you free tomorrow morning? I'll swing by your office. Song Zimo, mornings might not work, I'm expecting a major client to come by, so I probably won't be able to get away. How about this afternoon? Qin Feng, okay, I'll come by your office tomorrow afternoon to see you. Song Zimo, thanks for your support, buddy. See you this afternoon. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bachelor apartment in the city center. Wearing a silk robe, Song Zimo closed Qin Feng's chat window and instead found a contact labeled Important Client. President Yao, I've worked overtime to finalize the investment plan for the 1 million fund you're investing in. Would you be available to come to the office tomorrow morning to discuss the details? A moment. Mr. Yao, sure, beautiful. But after we're done talking, can I treat you to dinner? Song Zimo frowned. These sleazy middle-aged men sometimes really made her feel sick. But for the sake of her job and performance, she had to put up with things she found distasteful. I'm sorry, Mr. Yao, but I don't think I'll have time. Mr. Yao, don't turn me down just yet. Let's wait until I get in tomorrow, you might be free then. Song Zimo sent back a smiling emoji and ignored him. The rest of the night passed without incident. Once the sun was high in the sky, Qin Feng, having slept soundly, stepped out of his room, full of energy. Having money really does bring about a huge change in one's mindset. Even the middle-aged women dancing in the square downstairs seemed much more pleasant to look at. He had already planned out his schedule for the day. First, he'd go to his old classmate's place to hand over the bulk of his bank savings to a fund manager, turning dead money into working capital. Once that was taken care of, he'd go buy a house. As a big shot worth 50 million, how could he possibly still be renting and living in a resettlement apartment, no less? It's simply outrageous. Arriving at the underground parking garage, Qin Feng was just about to get into his car when he suddenly noticed a group of people gathered together. And that group was standing right where his BMW X6 was parked. Qin Feng had a bad feeling in his gut. Hey everyone, check this out, this is Brother Hai's brand new BMW X6. This is our little treasure. As long as you stick with me, I promise that in the future, every single one of us will have a luxury car like this. Work hard with Brother Hai. Bring along all your relatives and friends, let's answer the nation's call for common prosperity. If you're too embarrassed to even promote our products to your own relatives and friends, how will you ever make it to a bigger stage? And how will you ever get to drive a BMW X6 alongside Brother Hai? And this was actually a fairly professional team. Several people were live streaming on their phones, with a lighting technician setting up the lights right beside them. A fat guy wearing a big gold chain and crop pants was shouting so hysterically it was almost unbearable. What are you guys doing? Qin Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He frowned and shouted. This group was clearly using his X6 to pull off some scam. At the sound of his shout, the crowd surrounding his X6 all turned to look at him. Dude, who are you? The guy with the big gold chain first eyed Qin Feng warily, but when he saw Qin Feng was dressed in cheap clothes from Taobao, his expression turned dismissive. What are you guys up to? Qin Feng pressed. What's it to you if we're taking pictures of our own car? Get lost, the guy with the big gold chain snapped irritably. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. Is this your car? The guy with the big gold chain glanced at the livestream page and felt a twinge of unease. Of course it wasn't his car, he was just using it to scam these little cuties online who were hoping to get rich overnight. But in front of his family, he certainly couldn't show any weakness. Of course it's my car. By the way, who are you, buddy? Could you please stop getting in the way of our work? Big gold chain urged again. Then why does it look like you weren't the driver yesterday? Qin Feng asked with an amused smile. Don't talk nonsense. Yesterday a friend of mine drove me into the complex. Big gold chain nervously glanced at the live stream page and immediately retorted. Folks, this is just some random beggar. Why would you believe him? What? You're still suspicious. Seeing that some viewers on the live stream were skeptical, Big Gold Chain steeled himself and slammed his palm down hard on the hood of the car in front of him. Folks, this car is worth over $1 million. If it weren't mine, would I dare to hit it like that? Big Gold Chain said with a laugh. However, the lighting technician next to him suddenly pointed, looking panicked, at the spot Big Gold Chain had just struck. Big Gold Chain turned to look, and his blood ran cold. The fake ring on his finger had actually left a long scratch on the hood of the BMW X6.
Because Big Gold Chain had applied too much force just now, and the alloy ring on his finger had sharp edges and corners, he'd left several deep scratches on the hood of the BMW X6. And these weren't just simple paint scratches, the gouges had penetrated the paint, causing damage to the underlying bodywork. This is getting serious. Hey everyone, that's all for today's live stream. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll wrap it up here. Big Gold Chain snapped back to his senses and without a word tried to make a quick getaway. Hold on, who said you could leave? Qin Feng stepped forward and blocked Big Gold Chain and his crew. With his car scratched like that, there was no way he was letting them get away. What the hell are you anyway? We gave you some face just now, but you're not getting the hint, are you? Big Gold Chain roared menacingly. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and pulled his car keys out of his pocket. With a light press, the headlights of the BMW X6 flashed brightly. Big Gold Chain was completely dumbfounded by the sight. Sorry, this car is mine. You just scratched it and now you think you can just walk away. Too late. Qin Feng's voice drifted over in a cold tone. The man with the gold chain's bewildered pupils gradually widened. He couldn't help but take another look at Qin Feng. A t-shirt, jeans, and flip-flops? That's clearly the outfit of a beggar. But then he looked at the BMW X6 headlights, which were still on. Big Gold Chain's mind went blank. He even forgot to turn off the live stream. What should he do? Is it too late to run now? Qin Feng glanced at Big Gold Chain as if he'd read his mind. Don't even think about running. There's 24-hour surveillance, hear your appearance, and the way you just smashed my car have all been fully recorded. Plus, I saw that you streamed the entire incident online while you were live, so you're not getting away. Qin Feng folded his arms and looked on nonchalantly at the group, who were now drenched in sweat. Dagu, this has nothing to do with us. I'm just a temp worker. He paid me 50 yuan to hold the sign while he streamed. Suddenly, a young man with dyed yellow hair spoke up from the crowd, his voice trembling. Dago, I'm a temp too. He gave me 50 as well. I was just here to pad the numbers. Daguo, me too. All hell broke loose. In the end, it turned out that aside from the cameraman and the guy with the big gold chain, everyone else was actually a temp hired for 50 yuan. Qin Feng was completely taken aback. Are con artists these days really that shallow? They don't even have a proper team? And yet, they still managed to fool quite a few people. It really proves that old saying. There are just too many gullible people out there. There clearly aren't enough scammers to go around. And that whole scene had been live streamed in its entirety from Big Gold Chain's phone. Qin Feng glanced at it and saw that the live stream page was already flooded with insults. Big Gold Chain and the cameraman looked as pale as ghosts. They just wanted to hype things up a bit to run a successful social media business. They never expected to cause such a huge mess. There was no way they dared to run. After all, damaging someone's car could be settled with compensation. If they ran away, they'd become fugitives on the wanted list, and that just wouldn't be worth it. Even if they were bold enough to try, the bottom line is they couldn't get away anyway. Qin Feng made it crystal clear. With the internet so widespread these days and surveillance cameras everywhere, the information they just streamed online alone would be enough for the police to turn their homes upside down for 3 generations. After calling the police in front of Big Gold Chain and the others, Qin Feng dialed another number. Brother Feng, what made you think to call me? Mo Yuking's voice came through the phone, full of surprise and a touch of nervousness. Yuking, someone scratched my car. I don't want to deal with insurance myself, it's too much of a hassle. Could you send someone over to handle it? The location is... Qin Feng explained the situation. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll come over right away to help you handle it myself, Mo Yuking said earnestly over the phone. Normally, in cases like this, the car owner is responsible for handling the claim and the dealership doesn't get too involved. If this were an ordinary customer, Mo Yuking certainly wouldn't be so enthusiastic. But this was Qin Feng. By the way, Brother Feng, are you free at lunchtime? Could I treat you to a meal? We didn't really get to hang out properly last time at Zhang Lin's place. Mo Yuking suddenly asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. Qin Feng glanced at his phone. I have plans today. I'm not free for lunch. It's okay, it's okay. Brother Feng, go ahead and take care of your business. We'll talk about it whenever you have time, Mo Yuking replied gracefully and graciously. Big Gold Chain and the others were waiting patiently for the police to arrive, and since Qin Feng had asked Mo Yuking to come handle the situation, he didn't wait any longer and left right away. Once he reached the roadside, Qin Feng grabbed a shared bike and headed straight for the city center. Hongfa Fund Management Company. That's also where Song Zimo works. As Qin Feng rode leisurely along the way, he realized this was the first time he'd ventured into the city center since coming into money. By now, Qin Feng's mindset had changed dramatically from when he was a student. Qin Feng still remembered the time he went shopping with his roommates. When they walked into a brick-and-mortar store, he spotted a piece of clothing he really liked. But when the salesperson quoted a 4-digit price, Qin Feng and his roommates fled in panic and never dared to set foot in a downtown boutique again. Because of his insecurity, whenever he passed these boutiques, Qin Feng would instinctively keep his distance. He was even afraid to catch the sales associate's gaze when peeking at the clothes through the store windows. But now, he was happily pedaling his bike, almost riding right into the boutique itself. He even whistled flirtatiously at a pretty salesgirl and complimented her, saying, "You're so pretty, miss." In the past, Qin Feng would never have dared to act so boldly. But now, he radiated confidence from head to toe, turning heads wherever he went. Seeing the salesgirl's bashful blush, a sense of exhilaration welled up inside Qin Feng. This is what a free life is all about. It's great to have money. At lunchtime, Qin Feng chose a restaurant specializing in local cuisine. After eating and drinking his fill with great satisfaction, he rode a shared bike to Hongfa Fund Management Company. He had just walked through the company's main gate and was about to park his bike in the bike shed when suddenly a roar erupted behind him. An Audi A4 roared past, veering right over his bike in a hair-raising close call. Oh my god, what kind of idiot is that? Just because he's driving an Audi, he thinks he owns the road. Qin Feng cursed at the receding Audi. His whole good mood was about to be ruined. Inside the receding Audi, a middle-aged, balding man was on the phone. Zimo, I'm sorry, but I had an urgent meeting at the office this morning, so I had to cancel our plans. I just finished the meeting and rushed straight over here. President Yao, I have a meeting with a client this afternoon, Song Zimo said hesitantly over the phone. What kind of client? Male or female? How much are they willing to invest? I'm putting in a full $1 million. President Yao, it's not about the money. Zimo, how many times have I told you? Don't keep calling me President Yao, it sounds so formal. Just call me Brother Yao from now on, you're my little sister. Besides, I'm already at your company. Do you really want me to go back? In her office in the building, Song Zimo furrowed her willow-like brows and finally said, In that case, Mr. Yao, please wait for me in the reception room. Zimo, I'm already downstairs at your building. Come pick me up. Qin Feng sent a message on WeChat. A moment later, Song Zimo replied, Qin Feng, I'm sorry, but one of our company's key clients just arrived. Please go to the second-floor lobby, have a cup of coffee, and wait for me there. Qin Feng read the message without giving it a second thought and headed straight to the second floor. When he arrived at the second-floor lobby, Qin Feng was stunned. There were quite a few clients waiting there, almost all of them men. Moreover, every single one of them was dressed in a suit and tie and wearing a watch. Their appearance was on a whole different level compared to his own. Qin Feng saw them, and they saw him as well. Some merely glanced at him before returning their attention to the documents in their hands, while others sized him up from head to toe and then furrowed their brows. Qin Feng found an empty seat and had barely sat down when a man in a suit next to him suddenly stood up. He shot Qin Feng a disdainful glance before rushing to the front desk. What's going on with your company? You're supposed to be a major corporation. Is your management really this chaotic? People just here to ride the air conditioning are sitting right next to us. What kind of example is this? The man in the suit spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. Everyone's gaze turned back to Qin Feng, and many of their looks carried a hint of disdain. Clearly, they agreed with the man in the suit and had written Qin Feng off as just someone there to ride the air conditioning. After all, given Qin Feng's appearance, he seemed to be from a completely different world compared to them. Qin Feng, the man at the center of it all, was completely baffled. Has the world really become this ridiculous? Just because he was wearing clothes from Taobao, it was as if he'd offended their sensibilities. A moment later, Qin Feng took a deep breath and let it go. So society have its unwritten rules. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Class discrimination does exist. It was just that the environments he'd been in before had always been at the very bottom of society, so he hadn't felt this kind of discrimination. Anyone who can afford to hire a fund manager to manage their investments is at least middle class with a net worth of several million or even tens of millions. Dressed in his poor peasant clothes, he certainly stood out here. "Excuse me, sir, this is the customer waiting area. Did you perhaps come to the wrong place?" A young woman at the front desk walked over, looking a bit bewildered, and asked. In the past, Qin Feng would have certainly caused a scene here. He might even have thrown money right at those snobbish hypocrites who looked down on people based on their appearance. But now, with 50 million in his bank account, Qin Feng couldn't help but remain calm. Trampling on others is the stuff of the lowly. People who think they're hot stuff just because they have a few stinking coins looking down on this one and despising that one are beggars of the soul. How could an elephant carrying a mountain of gold possibly bother to argue with a mouse clutching a few coins? "I'm your customer too, I made a proper appointment," Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile. "Then who is your fund manager?" "Song Zimo." "You're one of Song Zimo's clients?" A receptionist furrowed a brow. "What's the matter? Does it not seem like it?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "Just a little bit," the receptionist said with an awkward smile. Song Zimo was the top performer in the company, and even her least successful clients were all high-level executives and successful professionals. Judging by his appearance, this man really didn't seem like one. However, the gentle smile on his face particularly comforting to behold. "I'm Zimo's classmate. I'm here to support her work," Qin Feng explained. "So you're Zimo's classmate." The receptionist immediately breathed a sigh of relief that made perfect sense. She then walked over to the man in the suit who had been complaining earlier and whispered an explanation to him. The man in the suit kept his brows furrowed, occasionally glancing at Qin Feng with a look of lingering resentment. "I have a suggestion for your company. You should divide the waiting area into different tiers. I've invested at least 2 million in your company over the years. Isn't it reasonable to give me the privilege of a VIP seat?" Yes. We'll definitely consider your suggestion," the receptionist replied, gritting her teeth. Qin chuckled. He'd thought this man in the suit must be rolling in money. Turns out he's only invested 2 million over the past few years, yet he dares to act so arrogant. Just the saying goes, a full bottle is silent, but a half-full one clatters. "Hey, you little student, what are you laughing at?" The man in the suit glared at Qin Feng. His fund had been taking heavy losses lately, and he'd come today specifically to work out a new plan with the fund manager. He was already in a bad mood. "I'm laughing because you're so rich, yet you're acting all high and mighty toward a receptionist. Why don't you just buy this fund company outright? Then you could do whatever you want." With the guy throwing it right in his face like that, Qin Feng certainly couldn't stay silent any longer. The man in the suit's face darkened. By the entire fund company? That mockery really stung. His 2 million investment was a drop in the bucket compared to the company's assets. All he could do was show off a little to the receptionist. "You're just a reckless youngster. All you've got is a big mouth. I've invested 2 million in this company. Do you even know how much 2 million in is? You'll never even see 2 million in cash in your entire life." The man in the suit glared at Qin Feng with venom, as if he intended to vent all his resentment on him. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh just as he was about to fire back. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out from an office in the distance. "Yao Wenji, get out!" It was Song Zimo's voice. Qin Feng shot to his feet. There was a loud thud. The door to Song Zimo's office swung open and Song Zimo, dressed in a business suit, stood in the doorway. "Yao Wenji, get out of here right now!" Her shout certainly startled everyone. Clients in the waiting area and idle staff all turned to look. "Just because you've got a few stinking bucks doesn't make you anything special. I'd rather go without a man for the rest of my life than be your mistress. Get out of here right now. I, Song Zimo, would rather starve to death than take your case." Song Zimo's outburst once again set the onlookers' emotions ablaze. So this was a major scandal. A client had tried to keep Song Zimo as his mistress. Right now, among the male clients in the waiting area, some were casting heated glances up and down Song Zimo's slender figure. A woman this stunning really does make it easy for men to lose their heads. It wasn't long before the balding Mr. Yao emerged from the room looking visibly flustered. But the moment he stepped out and saw the crowd gathered outside, including some familiar faces, his unease gradually turned to anger. "Song Zimo, I was just joking with you, and you dare to curse at me? Is this how you people at Hongfa treat your customers?" "Fuck your joke, I know exactly what kind of scum you are." Song Zimo didn't back down, hurling the insult right in Mr. Yao's face. From a distance, Qin Feng couldn't help but admire her. That girl, her fiery temper really hasn't changed a bit. You dare to curse at me. God damn it. You're ruining my reputation. I'll make you pay for this today. Enraged and humiliated, General Manager Yao raised his hand to slap Song Zimo across the face. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. With a whoosh, his body turned to a black shadow and charged forward. Smack. A shrek. Song Zimo stood there, dumbfounded, who'd been hit. 5 bright red fingerprints now marked President Yao's face. Hitting even a woman, you really are pathetic. Qin Feng's icy voice rang out. At that critical moment, he had sprinted over to block President Yao's descending slap and then slapped President Yao himself. Mr. Yao touched his cheek in disbelief. You fucking dare to hit me? If you don't watch your mouth, it won't end with just one slap. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Only then did Song Zimo snack to her senses. Fearing the situation would escalate, she hurried forward and grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng, I'm fine. Don't bother arguing with a guy like this. Mr. Yao eyed the two of them suspiciously and cursed furiously. I knew it. So you've got yourself a kept man. Song Zimo, what the hell are you pretending to be so innocent for? What can this kept man possibly give you? He could never earn as much money as I have in his entire lifetime. Smack. Another sharp crack. President Yao saw a blur before his eyes as a figure flashed past, and then the other side of his cheek began to burn with pain. As if one slap wasn't enough, Qin Feng raised his foot and kicked him with all his might. With blood-curdling scream, Mr. Yao was sent sliding a long way across the floor by Qin Feng's kick. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock. The CEO of Yao Real Estate Group had actually been slapped repeatedly and kicked. This is a huge deal. Fuck. Song Zimo. You filthy bitch, you're finished. I'm telling you, your life is over. And you little thug who dared to hit me, if you walk out of this building in one piece today, I'll take your last name. CEO lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the head of a real estate empire, he was used to being the one dishing out beatings and insults when he ever suffered such humiliation, especially in front of so many acquaintances. If rage could kill, Qin Feng would have died countless times in his eyes. I've been hit! Get your asses up here right now. Mr. Yao shouted after dialing a number on his phone. Before long, 3 burly men arrived on the second floor. These were his personal bodyguards. As soon as these 3 menacing-looking bodyguards arrived, everyone nearby instinctively took a few steps back. Everyone could tell the situation had escalated. President Yao was truly furious, and blood was definitely going to be shed today. Yao Wenji, this is Hongfa Company, not a place for you to run amok. Song Zimo stepped in front of Qin Feng once more and snapped coldly. She was feeling a little panicked herself now. Yao Wenji had previously been a prospective client of hers, so she'd done some background checks on him. He'd made his fortune in real estate, and his hands weren't exactly clean. He had connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. He was a ruthless man. With the company backing her, Yao Wenji wouldn't dare get too out of hand, but Qin Feng was in danger. Besides, Qin Feng had stood up for her. She certainly couldn't just stand by and watch him get into danger. I got beaten up right here at your Hongfa Company, and I'll settle the score with your boss myself. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, he couldn't save that idiot behind you. What are the 3 of you standing there for? Beat him to death. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. He has to die today. Enraged, Yao Wenji had completely lost his... Not a single one of the onlookers stepped forward to stop him. Quick, call President Wang. Tell him to get over here right away. Song Zimo shouted at the dazed receptionist. The next second, her body suddenly jerked to the side as Qin Feng shoved her out of the way. One of the 3 bodyguards had already lunged at Qin Feng. Clearly, they thought dealing with Qin Feng alone would be enough. Qin Feng, however, instead of retreating, charged straight toward the attacker. Qin Feng. Song Zimo screamed at the top of her lungs. She thought Qin Feng was acting on a moment burst of passion. In her mind, there was no way Qin Feng could stand a chance against a professional bodyguard. I didn't expect it, but he's actually a pretty spirited young man. A man's fury for the sake of a beauty, haha. Bullshit. He's just courting death. Only a fresh out of college kid would be that clueless. After beating up President Yao like that, he'll either die today or lose an arm or a leg. At the very least, he'll be carried out on a stretcher. Poor kid, I guess this counts as a bit of real-world experience, ha ha ha. Among the onlookers, some sighed, but most were simply gloating. Everyone stood by watching coldly. As the crowd chatted and laughed, Qin Feng and Mr. Yao's bodyguard had already come to blows. The bodyguard roared and swung his massive fist straight Qin Feng's face. If that punch landed solidly, Qin Feng's nose would definitely be gone. Qin Feng didn't back down either. He swung his fist to meet it head-on, but compared to the bodyguards, his fist looked particularly small and feeble. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fists collided. Song Zimo was so scared she immediately closed her eyes. Boom. Ah. A sharp crack of breaking bones, followed immediately by a scream of agony. Song Zimo's delicate body trembled with... Ah. The screams hadn't stopped yet. Song Zimo suddenly froze. That wasn't Feng's voice. Could it be... She cautiously opened her eyes just a crack. When she took in the scene before her, her eyes widened suddenly, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. The burly bodyguard who had been exchanging punches with Qin Feng moments earlier was lying on the ground, clutching his right arm and wailing in agony. His right arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. His fist was drenched in blood, with several bone spurs piercing through the skin and protruding outward. The stark white bone spurs were speckled with blood, a gruesome and terrifying sight. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. Qin Feng's move instantly stunned the onlookers. Everyone had assumed Qin Feng was the one who'd gone down, but the outcome completely took them by surprise. He's a trained fighter after all. He's got some real guts. Let's take him down together. The remaining 2 bodyguards weren't intimidated. On the contrary, their eyes gleamed with eagerness. Positioned one in front and one behind, one bodyguard swung a punch at Qin Feng's face while the other swept his leg horizontally at Qin Feng's legs. This coordinated move was clearly one they'd practiced perfection. Song Zimo, who had just begun to relax a little, grew tense once. Qin Feng, watch out. Without even glancing at the bodyguard attacking his legs, Qin Feng brutally threw a punch. Though he struck later, his blow reached its target first. A scream rang out. The bodyguard who had attacked Qin Feng's face spat out a stream of blood. The blood traced an arc through the air, carrying several broken teeth with it. He'd taken just one punch from Qin Feng. He collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness immediately. At the same time, the bodyguard landed a kick on Qin Feng's leg. But the very next second, Qin Feng didn't budge an inch, and the bodyguard's face turned a deep purplish red. He couldn't feel like he'd kicked a human leg at all. It felt more like he'd kicked a slab of iron. Qin Feng turned his head to glance at him, the corner of his mouth curling to a sinister smile. The bodyguard realized something was terribly wrong and was about to pull his leg back and retreat. But it was already too late. A piercing scream rang out. Another critically injured person lay on the floor, his legs broken into jagged, irregular shapes. Go call your mom. Qin Feng stepped forward and delivered another kick to the bodyguard's head, and then the world fell silent. The scene was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze turned to Qin Feng, now filled with fear. Qin Feng turned to Yao Wenji, who had been staring in utter disbelief for some time, and smiled grimly. Mr. Yao, your bodyguards are no good. Why don't you come over here yourself and beat me to death? Having taken the gene-enhancing pills, Qin Feng's physical abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person. If the strength and reaction speed of an average adult man were rated as 1, then Qin Feng's were now 10. Taking down 3 professional bodyguards who had underestimated him was a piece of cake for Qin Feng. Yao Wenji's mind went blank at that moment. He had completely lost the ability to think. These 3 professional bodyguards were his greatest source of security right now. And now, in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had rendered them useless. Mr. Yao, a man must keep his word. If you don't come and beat me to death, then I'll come and beat you to death. Qin Feng smiled broadly, casually grabbed a chair from nearby, and walked step by step toward Yao Wenji. Brother, don't get worked up. Don't get worked up. I'll apologize to you. I'll give you money. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Yao Wenji turned pale with the fact that Qin Feng had so decisively taken out his 3 bodyguards. That sheer ruthlessness truly terrified Wenji. He had no doubt whatsoever that Qin Feng would actually dare to kill him. The fear of death completely shattered his mental defenses, and he gave in completely. You realize you were wrong? Qin Feng pulled up a chair, walked over to Yao Wenji, and asked with a smirk. I know I was wrong, brother, I get it. I'll never do it again, I won't dare. Just as Yao Wenji was confessing his mistake, a sudden scream rang out. The chair in Qin Feng's hand smashed directly into him, snapping in 2. This sudden, violent outburst sent a chill down the spines of many onlookers. The onlookers who had been watching the spectacle earlier were now deathly pale, clearly terrified. Who are you calling brother? Who do you think you're insulting? Qin Feng still had a smirk on his face. Blood trickled from the corner of Yao Wenji's mouth as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Big brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I won't do it again. Who are you calling big brother? Qin Feng remained all smiles, yet he swung the broken half of the chair and smashed it in Yao Wenji's body once more. Yao Wenji let out a blood-curdling scream. In that moment, Qin Feng had become a demon in his eyes. He was terrified to the extreme. Sir, Grandpa, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll give you money. So what if you've got money? No matter how rich you are, could you ever be as rich as me? Qin Feng hurled another chair at him. Yao Wenji collapsed in a pool of blood, soiled himself, and trembled uncontrollably. He had completely broken down. Qin Feng. Suddenly, a faint voice called out from behind him. Qin Feng turned to look. Not far away, Song Zimo was staring at him with fear in her eyes. Stop hitting him. If you keep this up, someone's going to die. Song Zimo's voice was choked with tears. She didn't even dare to acknowledge Qin Feng anymore. The ruthless and decisive way he was fighting was a world apart from the Qin Feng she remembered. Zimo, remember this. If you ever run into scum like this again, beat him down just like I did until he's begging for mercy. Qin Feng tossed aside the broken stool, now missing one leg, and casually wiped the blood from his hands on his clothes. To others, this calm and composed demeanor seemed all the more mysterious and terrifying. After wiping off the blood, Qin Feng casually pulled up a chair and sat down, then suddenly glared at the man in the suit who'd had a run-in with him earlier. Earlier, while Qin Feng had been waiting for Song Zimo on the second floor, this man in a suit had even had the receptionist shoo him away. When the man in the suit met Qin Feng's gaze, his body shuddered involuntarily. "Hand over your huizi," Qin Feng suddenly said. The man in the suit froze for a moment. "What, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Qin Feng frowned. Only then did the man in the suit realize what was happening. He quickly cupped a pack of soft Janwa cigarettes in both hands and handed it over. Qin Feng pulled one out. "Where's the lighter?" The man in the suit fumbled around in his pocket for a lighter, then lit the cigarette for Qin Feng with trembling hands. Qin Feng took a long, satisfied drag, blowing a cloud of smoke right into the man's face, then said with an amused look in his eyes, "Your Huazhong cigarettes just saved your life." Qin Feng was telling the truth. If he hadn't intervened, that would have been that, but since he had, he was determined to settle every score. Never let a grudge linger overnight, that was Qin Feng's current motto. The man in the suit had been mocking him in every way possible just now, and Qin Feng didn't mind taking him down along with the rest. "Thank you, big brother," the man in the suit said, his voice trembling. The man in the suit, who had been bragging and acting incredibly arrogant toward Qin Feng just moments ago, had now turned into a meek little lamb. "You scum! I'm not targeting any one of you in particular, I'm talking to everyone here. You're all trash." Qin Feng blew another smoke ring and launched into a full-on tirade against the entire group. This is what so-called successful people and the middle class are like. They strike hard the weak but cower before the strong. When Yao Wenji's bodyguard first appeared, everyone watched coldly as if he were a circus act. It seemed his worthless life was only good for entertaining these so-called successful people. But after he turned the tables and took out Yao Wenji and his entire crew, these people collectively cowered like dogs. Since the rules of the game between social classes have long been set in stone. For the weak, even breathing is a mistake. He, Qin Feng, had no choice but to become a dominant force. "What's going on? Who's causing trouble at the company?" Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice rang out at the top of the stairs. A middle-aged man with a kind-faced appearance then appeared. "President Wang." The receptionist called out in a hushed voice. The man who had arrived was none other than General Manager Wang, the very person Song Zimo had asked to be summoned earlier. When Song Zimo saw General Manager Wang appear, she was stunned. Her original intention had been to have Mr. Wang come and save the day, but now it seemed that Qin Feng was the one ruining the event. Mr. Wang glanced at the scene and froze for a moment. The receptionist whispered the whole story to him, explaining the cause and effect. Finally, Mr. Wang fixed his grave gaze on Qin Feng, who was sitting there nonchalantly. "Young man, you're the first person ever to beat one of my clients into this state right here at Hongfa Fund Management." Mr. Wang's voice was menacing. If he didn't stand up for the beaten client in front of so many clients, his reputation would be completely ruined and he might as well pack up and go out of business. "Mr. Wang, that's not how it happened. It was Yao Wenji who..." Song Zimo stepped forward anxiously to explain. "Mr. Yao is a client of our company. No matter what he did, his personal safety must be guaranteed while he's on our premises." Mr. Wang rudely cut Song Zimo off. "Security, secure the scene. Contact the police immediately, young man, please cooperate. If you try to use force, feel free to see just how capable Hongfa Company's security team is," Mr. Wang said in a stern tone. Mr. Wang was clearly a man of the world. He wasn't fazed by the pitiful state of Yao Wenji and the others. "We live in a civilized society now. No matter how strong your fists are, can they really beat a bullet? Mr. Wang, I'm also a client of your company. Besides, it was this man surnamed Yao who attacked me first. I was forced to defend myself. Since Hongfa has a duty to ensure the personal safety of its clients, doesn't that mean I also have the right to be protected?" Qin Feng spoke up. "You're a client of our company too?" Mr. Wang gave Qin Feng a suspicious glance. Compared to the other clients here, Qin Feng's appearance was simply worlds apart. So the moment he saw Qin Feng, he automatically assumed Qin Feng was just a troublemaking thug. "Yes, I made an appointment with your manager, Song Zimo, and I'm here today to make an investment," Qin Feng said with a smile. Standing nearby, Song Zimo's eyes were already red with frustration. She didn't understand what good it would do for Qin Feng to say this at a time like this. Yao Wenji's investment was 1 million. How much could Qin Feng possibly have? In terms of a client's potential value, the company would definitely favor Yao Wenji. Qin Feng rummaged around in his pocket for a moment, then pulled out a bank card. "Mr. Wang, don't jump to conclusions just yet. I have a bank card here. Why don't you have someone check how much money is in it first, and then we can discuss the next steps?" Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. Having held high-level positions for many years, his ability to judge character had long since reached a masterful level. The calm and composed demeanor of the young man before him didn't seem like an act at all. That left only one possibility. This young man had either significant connections or substantial capital behind him. "Young man, in this world not everything can be solved with money," Mr. Wang spoke again, though his tone had softened considerably by now. Qin Feng chuckled softly. "Mr. Wang, I see that statement a little differently. I believe that any problem money can't solve is simply because there isn't enough of it." Mr. Wang looked quietly into Qin Feng's eye. Qin Feng calmly held his gaze. Interesting. Mr. Wang smiled meaningfully, stepped forward, and took Qin Feng's bank card. Check it. He handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist grabbed the bank card and immediately ran downstairs toward the finance department. Qin Feng remained as calm as a mountain. He knew that a large company like Hongfa could check his account balance even without his password. As for worrying that someone might transfer money out of his account, Qin Feng was confident that as long as this Mr. Wang had any sense, he wouldn't dare touch a single penny in his account. A moment later, the receptionist came running over, panting heavily and appearing extremely agitated. Mr. Wang, the receptionist, glanced at Qin Feng, still visibly shaken. What's the matter? General Manager Wang turned to ask. 5,000. The receptionist had barely started speaking when she gasped sharply, overcome by nervousness. 5,000? Mr. Wang's eyes widened in shock. Had that little brat played him for a fool? No, it's 10,000, the receptionist quickly corrected herself. 50,000? Mr. Wang felt his head start to spin. To someone of his stature, 5,000 and 50,000 were practically the same. He even suspected that Qin Feng had escaped from the mental hospital again. To pull such a stunt over just 50,000 yuan. He's asking for trouble. The clients who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they'd all imagined Qin Feng to be the spoiled son of some wealthy family, so they'd been holding their breath in fear. Now they realized he was just a reckless idiot. I thought he was some rich kid like Sai Kong, turns out that's all he is. Is this some kind of joke? 50,000 yuan must seem like a huge fortune to this young guy, haha. So it was just 50,000 yuan. That scared the living daylights out of me. Kid, throw in another 20,000 and that'll match what I tipped at the nightclub yesterday. The onlookers all around perked right up. Song Zimo's eyes completely lost their spark. When Qin Feng pulled out his bank card, she was still daydreaming about scenes from certain TV dramas. If Qin Feng had $1 million or $2 million, the company would treat this incident as it would any client of that caliber. But fantasies are just fantasies. Qin Feng, like her, was a recent graduate. How could he possibly have that much money? Even his 50,000 yuan in savings was already considered quite a lot among his classmates. Young man, that's a bit of a stretch. President Wang gave Qin Feng a cold stare. Qin Feng remained as calm as ever, slowly taking his last drag of the cigarette before crushing the butt under his foot. I think you should give your employee another chance to speak. Hearing this, Mr. Wang looked at the receptionist with suspicion. At that moment, the receptionist's face was bright red, clearly overwhelmed by nervousness. The words she'd been about to say suddenly stuck in her throat. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow, recalling the receptionist's 2 previous figures. A nearly absurd thought exploded in his mind. Just how much money is in his bank account? Be specific, Mr. Wang asked, frowning. 50 million. His bank account balance is over 51 million. The receptionist finally snapped out her daze, her voice coming out in a shout. Then the room fell silent. After a long moment, Song Zimo was the first to snap out of it. She looked at Qin Feng, her face a mask of disbelief. President Wang also snapped out of it, his expression turning incredibly serious. As a member of the upper middle class, no one understood better than he did what having over 50 million in a bank account really meant. When larger companies publicize their financial figures, they typically claim annual turnover of 10 million. In reality, annual turnover cannot be counted as assets. The CEO of a company with an annual turnover of 10 million definitely isn't worth 10 million. A net worth of 1 million would be considered high, and the CEO might even be in debt. But the balance in a bank account's real hard cash. More importantly, Qin Feng is so young. Shockingly, any rational person would find it hard to believe that Qin Feng earned this money on his own. There's only one possibility. This young man is backed by an incredibly powerful conglomerate. A conglomerate capable of leaving 50 million in a young person's bank account. Not to mention Mr. Wang is a force even the 2 Hongfa fund management companies combined couldn't afford to cross. After all, Hongfa Fund Management Company doesn't even have 50 million in idle funds. Only now did General Manager Wang finally realize why this young man was so arrogant and so unflappable. Because everyone here couldn't afford to cross him. Young master, what is your surname? Mr. Wang stepped forward, bowed deeply, and without hesitation, groveled like a dog. What is dignity? In the face of absolute power, dignity is nothing. This was the most valuable life lesson Mr. Wang had learned in the first half of his life. Qin Feng replied briefly. Young Master Qin, there are too many people here with loose lips. Would you mind coming to my office to talk? General Manager Wang bowed at a 90-degree angle. You're not going to pursue the matter of me injuring your client? Qin Feng asked with an amused smile. Young Master Qin, those words are a slap in the face. I apologize, I mishandled the situation earlier. Rest assured, I'll take care of the matter with Yao Wenji. General Manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed once more. Only then did Qin Feng slowly rise to his feet and follow General Manager Wang upstairs. It takes a village to carry a wedding palanquin. If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a foot. Although this general manager Wang was a bit of a social climber who isn't in today's society. When you're poor in the bustling city, no one cares. When you're rich deep in the mountains, even distant relatives come calling. Our ancestors have already made this point crystal clear. Instead of blaming others for bullying you, blame yourself for lacking the strength. Since General Manager Wang has already set aside his pride, if Qin Feng makes too much of a fuss, he'll only be revealing his own lack of perspective. Young Master Qin, the security department has reviewed the surveillance footage and explained the situation to me. It was Yao Wenji who started the trouble. This has absolutely nothing to do with you. After taking a phone call, General Manager Wang said, patting his chest. His meaning was quite clear. The incident where Qin Feng struck someone had been swept under the rug, and Hongfa Company had taken full responsibility for it. Qin Feng nodded without saying a word. In fact, ever since he walked in, he'd been wondering whether to fabricate some kind of identity just in case Mr. Wang asked about his family, so he'd have an answer ready. But he hadn't expected General Manager Wang to be such a tactful and considerate person. From the moment he walked in until now, he hadn't asked a single question about Qin Feng's personal affairs. Thank you very much, young Master Qin, for choosing our Hongfa Fund Management Company to manage your wealth. On behalf of Hongfa Fund Management, I'd like to thank you once again. General Manager Wang's face lit up with a broad smile. Qin Feng waved his hand. Don't give me all that empty flattery, I go for that sort of thing. Mr. Wang gave an awkward smile. Since you've said so, young Master Qin, let's get down to business. I was wondering how much you plan to invest this time. Qin Feng thought for a moment. Instead of answering General Manager Wang's question, he asked, what position does Song Zimo currently hold at your company?
Mr. Wang was taken aback for a moment, then replied honestly, Song Zimo is currently a fund manager. The so-called fund manager was just a more flattering internal title. In any sales industry, the lowest level professional title is sales manager. In reality, she's just an ordinary employee. Mr. Wang thought for a moment, then asked, young Master Qin, if I may be so bold, what is your relationship with Manager Song? She's a classmate of mine. We were pretty close back in school, Qin Feng said casually as if making small talk. Mr. Wang, who had long honed his keen intuition, immediately caught on upon hearing this. So she's young Master Qin's classmate. I'd completely forgotten had you not mentioned it. Song Zimo has shown outstanding performance and been very responsible in her work since joining the company a year ago. The company has long planned to promote her, but she hasn't yet the required tenure. General Manager Wang then changed the subject. But since she's young Master Qin's classmate, we'll certainly make an exception. Manager Song? No. Team Leader Song, I'll have someone drop her promotion letter right away. Qin Feng smiled. Team Leader Song. In that case, I'll invest 5 million. President Wang's fell instant. 5 million was already considered a major deal for the company. But this young master had come with 50 million. Investing only 5 million clearly showed he wasn't entirely satisfied. Mr. Wang, a shrewd businessman, thought for a moment and asked tentatively, well, what about it, Supervisor Song? Qin Feng, then I'll invest 10 million. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. He'd hit the right note. With a light cough, General Manager Wang said with righteous conviction, young Mr. Qin, I think Manager Song is exceptionally capable. It's a waste of his talent to have him serve merely as a manager. He deserves a promotion. Director Song would be a better title. What do you think? Qin Feng, 20 million. Mr. Wang grew a bit flustered and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He was clearly trying to drain this young master's bank account, but judging by the young man's calm and unconcerned demeanor, his appetite was obviously quite large. Deputy General Manager Song. General Manager Wang gritted his teeth. The position of Deputy General Manager was a world apart from that of a fund manager. This was a senior management position with real, tangible authority within the company. 30 million. Qin Feng called out the price without hesitation. Who would have thought that what started as a straightforward fund investment would turn into something resembling a bidding war? Anyone unfamiliar with the situation who saw this scene would think they were at an auction. General Manager Song. General Manager Wang closed his eyes, ready to go all out. The business world is a battlefield, and the company is part of that battlefield. A major contract worth tens of millions would be more than enough to secure him absolute control on the board of directors. 40 million. Qin Feng raised the offer again. Mr. Wang grimaced. Young Master Qin, this is truly the highest position I'm authorized to offer General Manager Song. Anything higher would be the title of Deputy General Manager, just one rank below me, which would require a board meeting to discuss. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. It seemed he'd truly squeezed every last drop out of General Manager Wang. Let's make it 45 million. I need to keep a little pocket money, Qin Feng said with a smile. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. General Manager Wang was deeply grateful. His face was beaming with joy. Having secured over 40 million investment, he would now be the absolute decision maker at Hongfa Fund Management. Who among those old geezers on the board would dare to cross him now? Alright, let General Manager Song handle the rest of the details with me, Qin Feng said. With a beautiful classmate around, who would want to chat with such a rough and tumble guy? Got it. Got it. Rest assured, young Master Qin, from now on, aside from managing the company, General Manager Song will serve no other client in business matters besides you. As General Manager Wang spoke, he gave Qin Feng a you-know-what-I-mean look. Qin Feng was instantly speechless. What on earth is going on in General Manager Wang's head? General Manager Song and I are just ordinary classmates. Don't read too much into it. Right, just ordinary classmates. Rest assured, young Master Qin, if any fool dares to get close to General Manager Song, I'll be the first to let you know. Mr. Wang said with extreme eagerness. Qin Feng's face turned dark. Forget it, don't bother explaining. The more he explained, the worse it got. Qin Feng then followed General Manager Wang out of the office and up to the second floor. Yao Wenji had already been escorted out by security. As for where he went, Qin Feng couldn't care less. After all, General Manager Wang had said his company would handle the matter entirely. Aside from Yao Wenji and his 3 incapacitated bodyguards, the clients who had been waiting to conduct business were still there. Song Zimo was still standing there, her mind in turmoil, with a million questions swirling through her head. She wanted to find Qin Feng and ask him for a clear explanation face to face. General Manager Song. Suddenly General Manager Wang's voice rang out. Everyone in the room turned to look. Song Zimo looked over as well, though she was completely baffled. Who is General Manager Song? She'd been at the company for a year, and she'd never seen a general manager named Song. Just as she was trying to figure it out, General Manager Wang strode straight up to her. General Manager Song, the company is entrusting you with full authority over the specifics of young Master Qin's investment. Hand over all the clients you're currently managing from now on. Your sole responsibility will be to oversee young Master Qin's 45 million investment fund. Song Zimo's head was spinning, so much so that she didn't catch a word of what General Manager Wang said afterward. Wait a minute, General Manager Wang. Let me catch my breath first. Song Zimo waved her hand to interrupt him. A moment later, after taking several deep breaths, Song Zimo asked earnestly, General Manager Wang, what did you mean by calling me General Manager Song? General Manager Wang smiled and glanced at Qin Feng. Both young Master Qin and I believe you're exceptionally capable, and the company just happens to be in need of a general manager. This position is perfect for you. As for your letter of appointment, it'll arrive by the end of the workday at the latest. From now on, you and I will be partners in the same boat. Mr. Wang's words struck everyone like a thunderclap. Her colleagues covered their mouths in shock, staring at Song Zimo in disbelief. Every colleague realized that Song Zimo had skyrocketed to the top. Song Zimo snapped back to her senses and looked at Qin Feng, who was smiling calmly. Even if she were completely clueless, she would have understood by now. It was all because of Qin Feng. Thanks to Qin Feng's 45 million investment, she had skipped several rungs on the career ladder. From a low-level employee, she'd been promoted straight to senior management. General Manager. According to her own career plan, it would have taken at least 6 or even 8 years to reach that position. But thanks to Qin Feng, that dream came true 7 or 8 years ahead of schedule. Song Zimo's eyes instantly welled up with tears, her mind went blank, and it all felt like a dream. This windfall came as such a surprise, so sudden. Sorry, I'm just so excited. Song Zimo covered her mouth and wiped away the tears that had unconsciously welled up in the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a deep sense of meaning well up inside it. When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When one is wealthy, one benefits the world. He couldn't yet help the whole world. But changing the fate of an ordinary person was no longer a difficult task for him. With the system at his disposal, he felt for the first time that he possessed the power to make a difference. At the very least, he now possesses the basic compassion and the ability to change the fate of ordinary people. Splurging and spending money recklessly after striking it rich is just a lowbrow pastime. Using money to change the fate of others, that's what's truly interesting. Brother Feng, here's your fun contract. In the office, Song Zimo handed him a contract with both hands. Qin Feng chuckled. "Beautiful chairwoman, are you already putting some distance between us so soon?" Song Zimo forced a smile, but seeing Qin Feng's playful demeanor, her expression softened slightly. "What can I do? Even our CEO Wang has to bow and scrape before you. I'd better be even more careful in attending to you." "Oh? Then I wonder how our lovely chairwoman plans to attend to me so carefully?" Qin Feng feigned a lecherous gaze as he scanned Song Zimo's slender figure. "You little rascal! You've gone and picked up some bad habits. Where on earth did you learn that?" Song Zimo laughed and scolded him, then grabbed the contract and playfully tapped Qin Feng with it. "That's more like it. I really can't get used to you being so deferential toward me," Qin said. Song Zimo paused for a moment before realizing that Qin Feng had been doing it on purpose. She shot Qin Feng a reproachful glance, her expression suddenly brimming with allure. Qin Feng was momentarily mesmerized. After a year of working her way up in the business world, this woman had completely shed her youthful naivety and was becoming increasingly mature and feminine. "Brother Feng, you kept it hidden pretty well during college. Turns out you're a super rich second-generation heir." Song Zimo insisted on calling Qin Feng Brother Feng, not because of their age difference, but as a sign of respect for his status. Qin Feng didn't dwell on such trivialities. Leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head, he said, "Who told you I'm a rich kid? I earned all this money myself." "Pfft, you think I'm buying that?" Song Zimo retorted impatiently. "Earning 50,000 a year is normal for an average person, but seizing an opportunity to rake in 500,000 is also possible. But 50 million? Give me a break, okay?" "Ah, ordinary people like you naturally have no idea how a genius makes money," Qin Feng boasted. Song Zimo knew this was Qin Feng's personal business, so she was tactful enough not to pry into the details. "Brother Feng, how's your hand? Did you get hurt?" Song Zimo asked with concern. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had gone up against 3 of Yao Wenji's bodyguards all by himself. That harrowing scene still lingered in Song Zimo's mind. "I'm fine, you're the one who's okay." Qin Feng held out his hand to show her. Song Zimo paused for a moment, then instinctively stepped forward, took Qin Feng's hand and examined it closely. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She clearly remembered how Qin Feng had exchanged a punch with the first bodyguard attack. That bodyguard's arm had been broken and Qin Feng had even knocked the bone splinters out of his fist. Yet there wasn't even a red mark on Qin Feng's hand. And what beautiful hands, so smooth. Looking closely, his skin was so delicate, it seemed even better than her own. "Brother Feng, what kind of skincare products do you usually use?" As a girl who loves beauty, Song Zimo blurted out the question without thinking. "Skincare products?" Qin Feng's face instantly darkened with a look of confusion. Song Zimo snapped back to her senses, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She looked up at Qin Feng, and as she gazed at him up close, she was momentarily stunned again. Earlier, due to the sudden incident, she'd been so nervous the whole time that she hadn't really had a chance to look at Qin properly. Now that she was looking closely, he's so handsome. His skin is so flawless. He seems even more handsome than he did back in school. He's even more handsome than those unreal male leads in Korean dramas. He's absolutely gorgeous. Is there a flower on my face? Keep staring, and I'm going to charge you. Qin Feng's teasing voice rang out. "Pfft, how much is that supposed to be? I'm dating a big shot now, you know. I've got money. Just give me a monthly pass." Song Zimo retorted defiantly, though her cheeks flushed a few shades deeper. "Bro Feng, I only knew you were pretty good on the school basketball team before. I had no idea you were this skilled." Song Zimo couldn't help but take another good look at Qin Feng. 50 million sitting in his bank account, and he took down 3 professional bodyguards all by himself. In her eyes, this man was becoming more and more mysterious. "There's still plenty you don't know," Qin Feng chuckled. After joking around for a while, the two got down to business. "Brother Feng, for your 45 million fund investment, the company guarantees an annual return of no less than 5%. That means your net annual return will be over 2.5 million. Plus, our contracts are all signed on an annual basis, so there's no risk of locking up your principal. You can rest assured about that." Song Zimo patiently explained the various terms of the contract. Qin Feng did the math. A net annual profit of 2.5 million. That meant he could earn at least 200,000 a month without lifting a finger. Earn 200,000 just by lying around at home. That's just too good to be true. At that moment, Qin Feng was incredibly proud of his decision. Money begets money, it's an endless stream. Even if the system were to stop working one day, 200,000 a month would be more than enough to live on. It wouldn't affect his quality of life in the slightest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was signing a contract with Song Zimo. In the VIP ward of the Municipal People's Hospital, Yao Wenji had already regained consciousness from his coma. Lying in his hospital bed, he had now recovered from his fear. President Wang had arrived as well. After all, Yao Wenji was a client of his company, in other words, a major investor. In the business world, there are no absolute friends, nor are there absolute enemies, only absolute interests. So Mr. Wang still had to maintain the relationships that needed to be maintained. Old Wang, where's that bastard? Did you have him arrested for me? Yao Wenji asked angrily. Mr. Wang shook his head helplessly. By the time he arrived on the scene, Yao Wenji had already passed out, so he was unaware of what happened afterward. Listen, old Yao, we've been friends for many years. Why did you have to cause a scene at our company? You're making things very difficult for an old friend like me, Mr. Wang sighed. Old Wang, if it weren't for the respect I have for you, would I have invested in your company's fund? Now I've been beaten so badly I'm in the hospital, and my 3 bodyguards have been incapacitated. Isn't your company going to give me an explanation for this? Yao Wenji said firmly. President Wang looked at him quietly for a moment before speaking. I came here today partly to check on you, and partly because I'm afraid you're heading down the wrong path. Go down the wrong path? What do you mean? Yao Wenji asked. Mr. Wang shook his head. That young man you had a conflict with has invested 45 million in our company. Yao Wenji visibly froze for a moment. He remained silent for quite a while, then said, his face flushing red, so what if he's rich? Does having money mean he's above the law? Does having money give him the right to hit people whenever he wants? Hearing this, Mr. Wang furrowed his brow. Yao Wenji was being a bit of a troublemaker with those remarks. It seemed he'd have to spell things out for him. Old Yao, there's no need to get all worked up with me. We're both in the business world. You should know what kind of person has 50 million in spare cash sitting in their bank account. Besides, I was curious enough to look into this guy's background. Guess what I found out? Mr. Wang deliberately kept him in suspense. Could it be some prince from the capital? Yao Wenji retorted dismissively. I had a friend in law enforcement look into it, but they told me they didn't have permission to access the records. My friend even specifically warned me not to stir up trouble. In cases like this, it's usually either a close relative of some high-ranking official, or the heir to a major family in the capital. Then who is he exactly? Yao Wenji's face began to turn pale as he listened. Mr. Wang shook his head and sighed. Old Yao, how can you still be so clueless? No matter who he is, do you really think this young master is someone you or I can afford to mess with? Mr. Yao's face was deathly pale. All traces of anger had vanished, leaving only sheer panic. He was nothing more than a real estate developer in a small city. Although he was considered something of a figure, big or small in his own city, compared to the truly powerful, he didn't amount to a damn thing. With Mr. Wang having made his point so clearly, even if he were as dense as a log, he would have grasped the stakes by now. Old Wang, this young master has already taken out 3 of my bodyguards and beaten me to a pulp. He shouldn't hold a grudge anymore, right? Yao Wenji was terrified. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and said, I heard you have your eye on Song Zimo from our company. Didn't you even say today at our office that you wanted to keep her as your mistress? Yao Wenji's face flushed. I had a few drinks today, so I got a little carried away. Old Wang, why are you bringing this up? Mr. Wang, oh, you're really asking for trouble. Old Wang, don't scare me. Could it be that Song Zimo and that young master? Yao Wenji scrambled straight out of bed. The young master's condition for investing 45 million at our company today was to promote Song Zimo from a regular employee to general manager. What do you think their relationship is? Mr. Wang said exasperatedly. The moment Yao Wenji heard this, his blood ran cold. So he'd made a move on the heir apparent's woman. Old Wang, you've got to help me. What should I do? Yao Wenji was terrified. He'd thought he was just some hot-headed young punk, but it turned out to be a prince sitting high above everyone else. With a mere wave of his hand, he could destroy not only Yao Wenji but also the career he'd spent his entire life building. How could he not be terrified? At that moment, Yao Wenji felt both terrified and resentful. I mean, you're the crown prince, why don't you at least dress the part? Dressed head to toe in Taobao knockoffs, isn't this a sting operation? Old Yao, I can't get involved in this. I'm here solely because of our friendship. Just to give you a heads up, I've made my point clear. I've done my part. As for whether you live or die, that's up to your own fate. Sorry. I really don't dare get mixed up in young Master Qin's affairs." With that, Mr. Wang stood up and left. Just as he said, by coming in person to give Yao Wenji a heads up, he'd already done his utmost. Yao Wenji wanted to make a move on young Master Qin's woman that was a grave offense. He truly didn't dare get involved and risk getting himself into a world of trouble. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had just left Hongfa Company, had no idea that people had already painted him in their minds as a cold-blooded, ruthless playboy. Nor did he know that ever since acquiring the system, his personal information had been automatically protected by it. That's why General Manager Wang's attempts to have acquaintances dig up information on Qin Feng came up empty. After signing the contract, Song Zimo had originally planned to treat Qing to a meal. However, since Qin Feng's investment was so substantial and there were still many follow-up matters to coordinate with the bank, not even half an hour would have been enough for a meal. Qin Feng didn't stay. As they parted, Song Zimo patted her chest and promised that once the fund was more or less under control, she would treat Qin Feng to a proper feast and a night of fun. Qin Feng didn't mind. After all, the sooner the fund was managed properly, the sooner he'd see a return on his investment. That was a good thing for him. After leaving Hongfa Fund Management, Qin Feng had just hopped on a shared bike when his phone suddenly rang. "Brother Qin Feng, it's me, Qianqian." Su Qianqian's sweet voice rang out over the... Hearing that familiar, sweet voice, the image of that innocent campus beauty flashed before Qin Feng's eyes and his mood instantly brightened. "Qianqian, is there something you need?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. I was wondering if you're free today. I'd like to treat you to a meal," Su Qianqian said, sounding slightly nervous. "Treat me to a meal?" Qin Feng paused in surprise. He'd just missed a meal, and now someone was offering him one right away. What a coincidence. "Yes. I've made so much money off you, and you helped me out with my roommate last time. I'd like to treat you to a meal to show my thanks," Su Qianqian quickly explained, as if afraid Qin Feng would find it too sudden. "Sure, I'll head over to your school right now," Qin Feng replied. "Ha, you're coming over right now?" Qin Feng was dumbfounded. "So you weren't planning to treat me to a meal today after all?" No, it's just that I haven't put on my makeup yet." Qin Feng let out a wry smile, relieved. Women really are a handful. "It's okay. It'll take me about half an hour to get there. That should give you enough time to get ready, right?" "That's plenty. I'll try to hurry up. Well, see you in half an hour." "Okay." Qin Feng hung up the phone and headed straight for Su Qianqian's school. About half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at the school gate right on time. Su Qianqian wasn't there. Qin Feng sighed, women sure a hassle, and had no choice but to wait. 5 minutes later, Su Qianqian still hadn't come out. Another 5 minutes passed, and still there was no sign of Su Qianqian. Qin Feng frowned. As far as he knew, Su Qianqian wasn't the type to be late. He'd already been waiting at the school gate for over 10 minutes. Qin Feng picked up his phone and dialed Su Qianqian's number. "Qianqian, you're not trying to let me starve to death at your school gate, are you?" Qin Feng joked. "Sorry, Feng, I'll be right over." "All right." After hanging up, Qin Feng thought back to Su Qianqian's tone. Just now she'd seemed to be holding something back. Could she be in some kind of trouble? Qin Feng wondered to himself. Just as he was thinking this, several students nearby suddenly sprinted toward the campus. "Hurry up! This is huge news for our school. You'll be missing out if you don't catch it." Young Master Long is really something. He pulled off such a huge spectacle. If you had young Master Long's family background, you'd be just as awesome. Su Qianqian has really landed on her feet this time. With young Master Long so devoted to her, she's definitely going to be a wealthy young lady of a prominent family in the future. 8 Otis all at once. That's seriously lavish. Once he heard Su Qianqian's name, Qin Feng stopped paying attention to what the other students were saying behind him. I knew she was in trouble. Qin Feng rode the shared bike straight toward the campus. Following the crowd, Qin Feng soon arrived at a large plaza on campus. By then, a large crowd of students had gathered both inside and outside the plaza, many of them recording the scene on their phones. 8 Otis were arranged in the shape of a heart, their trunks open and filled to the brim with roses so vibrant they seemed to burst with color. At the sight of this, the boys were all shouting, "That's impressive!" The girls, meanwhile, were filled with daydreams and were just as excited. At a glance, Qin Feng quickly spotted Su. She was surrounded by the crowd. A young man in an expensive suit, holding a bouquet of roses in one hand and a diamond ring in the other, was kneeling on one knee looking at Su Qianqian with a face full of hope. "Qianqian, this is my love for you. As long as you agree to be with me, I'll buy you anything you want: luxury cars, diamond rings, designer handbags. Whatever other women have, I'll make sure you have it too. Be my girlfriend, I'll devote myself entirely to you and make you the happiest woman in the world. Long Xiao's expression, especially those grandiose, flashy promises, had the students in the audience screaming non-stop. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Such a tacky love scene, he had to step in. The chants of "be together" grew louder and louder. With Su Qianqian about to be thrown into the fray, Qin Feng hopped on his bike and pedaled off at full speed. Make way, make way. After bursting through the crowd, Qin Feng executed a smooth tailspin and came to a smooth stop right in front of Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Feng. Just as she was about to speak, Long Xiao's annoyed voice rang out. Dude, are you blind? Can't you see what's going on here? What are you doing riding your bike around like that? It was only because Su Qianqian was present that Long Xiao was holding his temper. Otherwise, he would have beaten the guy up right then and there. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the fierce glare in Long Xiao's eyes and replied, "We live in a society of free love now. Does that mean only you're allowed to confess your feelings and no one else is?" "You confess? To whom?" Long Xiao was completely baffled by the question. Qin Feng, of course, to this beautiful campus queen right here. Long Xiao sized up Qin Feng and almost burst out laughing. "Hey buddy, what do you take Qianqian for? If you're really going to confess, please don't ride a shared bike next time. You could at least rent a Santana. I'm in a good mood today, so you better go cool off somewhere and stop getting in my way. Once this is over, I'll send you a red envelope, okay?" Long Xiao didn't take Qin Feng seriously at all. He had 8 orders and fresh roses flown in now. That's what you call sincerity. In his eyes, Qin Feng was nothing more than a joke. Who is this guy? How can he be so inconsiderate? What a joke, just here to make a scene. Riding a crappy bike and daring to say he's going to confess to Su Qianqian. What a delusional fool. Exactly. Su Qianqian is the school's most beautiful girl. Do you really think she'd be lured away by your shared bike? Setting everything else aside, this guy is actually pretty handsome. What good is being handsome? Money is what really matters. I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bike. What a waste of such a handsome face. He's destined to ride a shared bike. You broke-ass loser, just get lost, will you? Don't hold up young Master Long's business. Students all around began to berate Qin Feng. Everyone was there to watch the spectacle, and Qin Feng's sudden intrusion had definitely ruined their fun. However, Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard a thing and turned to look at Su Qianqian. Qianqian, I don't have an Audi A4, a diamond ring, or a designer handbag. Whatever you want, I probably won't be able to buy it for you. You might not get the things other women have either. But if you're willing to be my girlfriend, I promise I'll do my best not to fool around in the future. Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend and hop on my little bike? Qin Feng asked tenderly. The classmates standing nearby were all completely baffled. Long Xiao's head was buzzing. Listen to that. Does that even sound like something a person would say? No luxury cars, no diamond rings, no designer bags. It's bad enough that a broke-ass like him even has the nerve to say that. And then he has the nerve to say, no matter what you want, I won't buy it for you. Being poor isn't your fault, but going out and making a fool of yourself because you're poor, that really is your fault. As long as you promise me, I'll try my best not to fool around with other women in the future. The more I listen to these lines, the less human they sound. And with all that, he still has the nerve to ask Su Qianqian if she wants to hop on his little bike. Unless Su Qianqian has a screw loose. Long Xiao instantly rolled his eyes inwardly 1,000,000 times. Dude, are you serious? Dude, did you just get out of a mental hospital? You've got a handsome face, but you're missing a brain. If Su Qianqian actually agrees to such a jerk's proposal, I'll eat his bike raw. Is there anyone here who pees yellow? Come quick and snap him out of it. The students gathered around all started making snide remarks one after another. At that moment, Qin Feng felt like he was provoking the wrath of both heaven and earth. I'll do it. Suddenly, Su Qianqian spoke up. With a blissful smile on her face, she walked up, hopped on the back of the bike, and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's waist. Then Qin Feng pedaled off on the little bike, whizzing past the countless students who had turned to stone. The world fell silent. It wasn't until quite a while later that anyone snapped out of it. Son, hit me, let me see if I'm dreaming. Oh my god, I've always treated you like a brother, and now you want to be my dad? Shut up, all of you. Is this the time to be acknowledging a father-son relationship? Who the hell said anything about acknowledging a father-son relationship? Stop the damn arguing. Su Qianqian actually got on a bike just now. My whole worldview has collapsed. Our school beauty turned down young Master Long's 8 Audi A4s and ran off with some broke, bike-riding loser. Why has my goddess fallen so low? Can someone fill me in here? Do you have to be both broke and brain dead to pick up girls these days? Don't ask. Just say it's fate. Other than fate, I can't think of any other force that could have made Su Qianqian get on that bike. Long Xiao, still kneeling on one knee on the ground, felt as if he were in a dream. He'd been pursuing Su Qianqian for nearly a year. He'd pulled out all the stops today, all to win Su Qianqian over once and for all. However, Long Xiao turned to one of his henchmen and asked, completely bewildered, "Did someone just steal the show from us?" The henchman froze for a moment, dazed, then nodded vigorously. "Looks like it." "Damn it, who dares to steal my move, young Master Long?" Only then did young Master Long snap out of it, flinging the rose he was holding onto the ground. "Guys, hurry up and go after that broke ass. We can't let Qianqian get tricked by him." Young Master Long raised his arm and shouted. 8 Audi A4s roared to life in unison, headlights blazing as if 8 suns had suddenly appeared on campus. Then the 8 cars roared out of the school grounds. On the path outside the school, Su Qianqian was happily wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's waist when she turned her head and saw Long Xiao's cars approaching from behind. "Feng, they're coming after us," Su Qianqian warned nervously. Qin Feng glanced back and sure enough, it seemed young Master Long still hadn't given up. "Well then, let's play along with him." "Hold on tight. Sit still. I'm about to step on it." After giving that warning, Qin Feng began to push off with all his might. Ever since taking the gene-enhancing pill, he had never gone all out before. After taking out Yao Wenji's 3 bodyguards today, Qin Feng felt as if a fiery rage had been ignited within him. It was unbearable to keep it bottled up inside without letting it out. So, his bike picked up speed. Gradually, he matched the speed of the cars on the road, and then began to overtake them. Su Qianqian, sitting on the back seat, clung tightly to Qin Feng in fear, yet she also felt a thrill, as if they were on a grand escape. Holy crap, can a bike really go this fast? Damn it, young Master Long, this guy's a little out of the ordinary. Long Xiao and the others were stunned. Qin Feng's bike was clearly going faster than 70. With so many cars on the motor vehicle lane, Long Xiao and his crew couldn't keep up for a moment. Screw whether he's weird or not. Catch up to him and take him out. Damn it, he actually stole my woman. Long Xiao didn't care about anything. Finally, after more than 20 minutes of chasing, at a certain intersection, Long Xiao ran a red light, accelerated and blocked Qin Feng's path, forcing him to stop. 1. Starting tomorrow, I'll be posting extra chapters. 2. I've seen everyone's comments asking for the game-related plot. The story is progressing step by step. I'm writing according to the outline, and we'll get there soon. If I suddenly veer off the outline to write about the game, the rest of the plot won't make sense. 3. I know shared bikes don't have back seats, but this is for the sake of the plot, doghead saving my own skin. At that moment, not far away, a Mercedes-Benz was also speeding down the road. Inside the car, Yao Wenji, still wrapped in white bandages, looked utterly frantic. Hurry up, get a move on. Mr. Yao, we've already been speeding the whole way, the driver said hesitantly. Who gives a damn about speeding? If we're late, I'm as good as dead. Why should I care about speeding? Yao Wenji snapped impatiently. Mr. Yao, please don't worry, we'll be at the entrance to Hongfa Company at the next intersection, the driver said, steel himself. Yao Wenji wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Ever since leaving the hospital, Mr. Wang had grown increasingly frightened the more he thought about it, and in the end he had rushed out of the ward despite the doctor's protests. He had to find Mr. Wang for help. That young Mr. Qin was now Mr. Wang's client, and only Mr. Wang could pull the strings. No matter what the cost, he had to defuse this ticking time bomb in his heart. Otherwise, he would spend the rest of his life living in constant fear. Mr. Yao, we're in trouble. There are a few cars blocking the road ahead, we can't get through. Driver said as they reached the intersection. Yao Wenji glanced over irritably, and when he saw those 8 Audi A4s, he was instantly stunned. Right there in the middle of the road. Young Master Long, you little bastard, aren't you supposed to be fast on a bike? Run, keep running. Su Qianqian jumped out of the car and stepped in front of Qin Feng. Yo Shunlong, what are you doing? Seeing Su Qianqian step in to protect Qin Feng, Long Xiao's heart twisted with pain. Qianqian, don't you understand how I feel about you? My family's in real estate, I can give you anything you want. What can this little punk ever give you? Yao Shunlong, your family's wealth is your family's business. Please stop bothering me and my boyfriend, Su Qianqian said angrily. Boyfriend? Long Xiao's heart was completely shattered. He turned to look at Qin Feng. You little punk, if you've got any guts, don't hide behind a woman. You're not good enough to be Qianqian's boyfriend. Hearing these immature remarks, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered if all spoiled rich kids were this clueless. Why on earth would he come running over here just to get himself killed? A crowd of onlookers had already gathered by the roadside to watch the spectacle. A rich kid chasing his girlfriend in a luxury car, it was practically a Mary Sue plot straight out of a movie. Especially when they saw that the female lead had actually ditched the luxury car in favor of a bicycle, it really shook everyone's worldview. By now, quite a few students had also come running from school to join the spectacle. He's screwed. The bike kid is done for today. Ah, he's just some reckless beggar who doesn't know his place. Exactly. Doesn't he know a beggar has no chance with the school beauty? It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. Young Master Long's family runs a famous real estate company in our city. His dad has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. This kid's life is ruined for good. Look at him on his bike. Look at him trying to steal the school beauty. Look at him going down. Students from all over gathered past judgment, and in the process, they gave passersby a quick rundown of the incident that had happened earlier at school, how young Master Long had been upstaged. It's actually the heir to the Yao group. No wonder he was acting so bossy. 8 Odis leading the way. Kids these days are something else. They're as fearless as a newborn calf. They'd even dare to go after a woman the Yao family's young master has his eye on. Bystanders also joined in on the speculation. The commotion grew louder, and the crowd of onlookers swelled. Just as everyone was convinced the young cyclist wouldn't escape unscathed today, a staggering figure suddenly burst into the scene. The man was wrapped in white bandages, his face bruised and swollen. Dad? Long Xiao froze for a moment when he saw the man who had entered. The middle-aged man who had burst in was none other than Yao Wenji. Earlier, Yao Wenji had recognized his son's presence the moment he saw the Audi's license. Thinking his son might be in trouble, he had his driver go down to check. The driver returned after assessing the situation and reported back to Yao Wenji, who initially assumed it was just a minor spat between young people over romantic rivalry. But when he saw the man his son had stopped, his heart sank. Wasn't this the very same mysterious prince who had beaten him to a pulp at Hongfa Company? Yao Wenji had tried to make a move on the prince's woman at Hongfa, and now his son was trying to steal the prince's girlfriend at school. He'd been eagerly hoping to make amends with the prince, only for his son to drop this nuclear bomb on him. This whole family was practically heading straight to the crematorium. Yao Wenji didn't dare hesitate for a moment. He dragged his injured body out of the car and forced his way inside. Dad, you're just in time. Help me dig up this poor schmuck's background, I'm going to take him down. Yao Wenji didn't care one bit about his father's severe injuries. Right now, all he wanted was to take down the poor bastard who'd stolen his school's most popular girl. Holy shit, Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao actually came in person. That kid's in big trouble and his whole family's going to suffer too. Mr. Yao, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up? You're overthinking it. Who would dare hit Mr. Yao? He probably just took a tumble somewhere by accident. Let's watch the show. That kid isn't getting out of here today without losing a few body parts. As for Qin Feng, the moment he saw Yao Wenji, he was stunned. What a coincidence. This rich kid is actually Yao Wenji's. The Yao family and Qin Feng are just destined to clash. Su Qiantian looked deeply worried. She grew even more worried when she heard passersby all around them talking about how the Yao family wielded immense power and had connections in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Kid, if you don't have a powerful dad, don't go around acting all high and mighty. My dad is Yao Wenji, that's why I'm so awesome. Get down on your knees and apologize to me right now, and I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family suffer. With his dad on the scene, young Master Long grew even bolder, taking his spoiled brat arrogance to the extreme. Under everyone's gaze, Feng made his move. He strode toward Yao Wenji. Brother Feng. Su Qianqian tugged at the hem of Qin Feng's shirt, her face filled with worry. In her mind, Yao Wenji and the Yao family were a colossal force. "It'll be fine," Qin Feng reassured her, then continued walking forward until he stood face to face with Yao Wenji. Long Shao let out a cold laugh. This kid was actually sensible enough to go beg his father for help. But it was too late to ask for help now. Today he'd made up his mind. He had to cripple this kid, or at the very least, slash him across the face. Because that face, it was so handsome it made him sick. "Mr. Yao, what a coincidence." Then Qin Feng spoke, not to beg for mercy, but to say something that took young Master Long completely by surprise. At that moment, Yao Wenji's mind went blank and he stood there completely frozen. And because his face was still bruised and swollen, young Master Long didn't even notice the look of utter panic on his father's face. "You little brat, what are you trying to pull? If you don't get down on your knees right now, you're not leaving here today." Young Master Long's threatening voice rang out once more. Qin Feng turned to glance at him and gave a soft chuckle. Then, smack. A heart landed squarely on Yao Wenji's. The world fell silent once more.
The bystanders were stunned. The students who had come to gawk were stunned. Su Qianqian was stunned. Long Shao was even more stunned. The CEO of the prestigious Yao group had actually been slapped hard across the face right there on the street. For someone of Yao Wenji's stature, this humiliation was undoubtedly a matter of death. "Fuck you, how dare you hit my dad?" Long Shao snapped out of it, let out a curse, and charged at Qin Feng, ready to fight. Yao Wenji, who had been slapped by Qin Feng, had finally regained the ability to move. Seeing his son charging toward him, he stepped in front of Qin Feng without hesitation. "You scoundrel, stop right there." Yao Wenji blocked Long Shao's path and slapped him right across the face. The blow left Long Shao completely dumbfounded. "Dad, you hit me?" Long Shao clutched his face and stared at his father in shock. At that moment, Yao Wenji felt like killing this idiotic son of his. He's been spoiled rotten. He has absolutely no sense of the situation. It's one thing to lord it over people in this small town, but out in the big world with this rebellious son's arrogant attitude, he'd end up not even knowing how he died. "Get on your knees! Apologize to young Master Qin." Yao Wenji roared furiously. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Long Shao's mind. Even someone as dim-witted as him realized something was seriously wrong. Even his own father was addressing him as young Master Qin. That meant this man's status was even higher than his father's. "Dad, you called him young Master Qin." Long Shao managed a wry smile. "You good for nothing. Get down on your knees. If young Master Qin doesn't forgive you, I won't care if you die right here today." Yao Wenji slapped him again, splitting the corner of young Master Long's mouth. Feeling the force of that slap, Long Shao understood everything. Moreover, his father's words just now had made it abundantly clear. If this young Master Qin were to fly into a rage, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. Thud. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Long Shao dropped to his knees. However, what was even more surprising was, with a thud, Yao Wenji also to his knees. "Young Master Qin, there must be a misunderstanding here, a misunderstanding." Yao Wenji was on the verge of tears. He had been eagerly hoping to make peace, but his wayward son had effectively cut off his only way out. The crowd of onlookers fell deathly silent. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yao Wenji, the owner of Yao Real Estate, kneeling on the street before a young man with his son by his side. This was major news. A truly sensational story. Anyone with half a brain now knows exactly who this young man on the bicycle is. Fairy tales really are lies. The school beauty would never get on a beggar's bike unless that beggar could make Yao Wenji kneel. Turns out the world is still the same, it's just that the big shots play by different rules now. I was even thinking of emulating the bike-riding kid's swagger to confess my feelings to our class beauty. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. The big shot rides a bike, and I ride a bike. A bike is just a bike. Thinking about it that way, does that mean I'm a big shot too? If you can get Wenji to kneel before you with his son by his side, then you're a big shot. Sorry for interrupting. I guess I was aiming too high with this bike thing. Whispers of various comments drifted from the crowd. Meanwhile, the man in question, Qin Feng, glanced around and noticed someone about to raise a phone. He frowned and turned to walk away. He was currently in a low-key development phase. He didn't want to go viral online. Seeing that he was surrounded by people and couldn't get away right away, Qin Feng grabbed the bewildered Su Qianqian and headed straight for the Hongfa company next door. Back on the street, Yao Wenji watched Qin Feng walk away without a word, and his heart sank. "You good for nothing. Do you have any idea that the Yao family's legacy is about to be ruined because of you?" Yao Wenji sprang to his feet and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on his son. Long Shao curled up on the ground, screaming in agony. A moment later, having vented his rage, Yao Wenji dragged Long Shao into Hongfa company as if he were a dead dog. He felt incredibly anxious. Whether or not he would be able to meet young Master Qin in a moment would directly determine the survival of the Yao family. As for the onlookers, with the spectacle over, they all went their separate ways, heading home to their families. Still, having witnessed this firsthand today would surely become a source of pride and bragging rights for many when they were drinking and telling tall tales in the future. Young Master Qin, is there anything else you need? In Hongfa Company's most prestigious conference room, General Manager Wang greeted him with a smile. Originally, General Manager Wang had intended to have Song Zimo host Qin Feng, but since she was at the bank opening a mutual fund account for him, he hurried over himself. When he saw Su Qianqin standing beside Qin Feng, General Manager Wang's eyes lit up. Just as expected of a young hare, the women by his side are all more beautiful than the next. Nothing much, just ran into a bit of trouble, so I came here to lie low for a while, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Wang gave a wry smile. Young Master Qin, you're joking. Who would dare cause you trouble? Just as he was speaking, his secretary suddenly ran over. Mr. Wang, Mr. Yao from Yao Group is here. He says he needs to see you urgently. Mr. Wang shot Qin Feng a suspicious glance and asked tentatively, Young Master Qin, if I may ask, has Yao Wenji once again been so blind as to cross you? Qin Feng waved his hand and said, it's not him. Mr. Wang was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, it's his son, he's trying to steal my girlfriend. Mr. Wang nearly fainted. Has this whole family been cursed or something? First the father tries to steal young Master Qin's woman, and now the son is doing the same. Are they trying to pick a fight with the crematorium, insisting on getting the whole family package? Mr. Wang left in a daze and headed to another ordinary meeting room. As soon as he appeared, Yao Wenji immediately dropped to his knees before him. Old Wang, help me. If you don't save me, the Yao family is doomed. Mr. Wang looked utterly exasperated. You and your son, you two are something else. What's this? A father-son team in battle. Things have come to this, how am I supposed to help you? Young Master Qin just invested 45 million with me. How am I supposed to ask him for this on your behalf? Long Shao, his face bruised and swollen, heard the figure of 45 million and his eyes widened suddenly. He finally realized just what kind of force he'd provoked. 45 million. Even if they raid his entire family's home, they wouldn't have that much money. And that's just his investment. His actual net worth is unimaginable. He'd been blabbering about how that guy was a poor schmuck, turns he was the real poor schmuck. And now he'd pretty much figured out why his old man was so badly injured it had to have been this rich kid's doing. Even his own dad was just a punching bag. Long Shao was terrified. Old Wang, haven't you always wanted to buy a stake in our Yao Group? As long as you help me settle this, I'll give you a 5% stake for free. I'll keep my word. Yao Wenji's eyes reddened as he played his trump card. You don't show your hand until you're sure of the win without something in it for them. No one would help you for nothing. Yao Wenji understood this principle all too well. President Wang was taken aback. This offer had him tempted. Then he sat down on the sofa next to him and lit a cigarette. Old Wang, are you going to help me or not? Yao Wenji pressed urgently. Aren't I already trying to figure something out for you? Mr. Wang said, blowing a smoke ring and scratching his head. Yao Wenji and his son dared not say another word, watching Mr. Wang nervously. After a long moment, Mr. Wang stubbed out his cigarette. I recall your company just launched a high-end villa community, right? Are you talking about Dihao Garden? Yao Wenji paused in surprise. Exactly. Young Master Qin once told me, any problem that money can't solve is simply because there isn't enough money. So, you figure it out, Mr. Wang said suggestively. Are you suggesting I give young Master Qin a villa? Yao Wenji asked tentatively. Are you trying to fob off a beggar? General Manager Wang glared at him. Yao Wenji was momentarily at a loss for words. That villa was worth over 3 million, a luxury home that the average person could never afford even after a lifetime of hard work. But considering Qin Feng's investment, a mere 3 million or so was indeed meager. How about 2? Yao Wenji asked again. General Manager Wang laughed mockingly. Are your life and your son's worth only 2 villas? Oh my, brother, my mind's completely blank right now. Please don't beat around the bush, just tell me how many villas it would take to catch young Master Qin's eye. Mr. Wang pondered for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. Get the property deeds for 10 villas ready first. 10. Yao Wenji's eyes widened in shock. He'd staked his entire fortune on this upscale development and taken out a bank loan of over 10 million, all in hopes of turning his fortunes around once the complex went on sale. There were only 100 villas in the entire development, and now he was supposed to give away 1/10 of them all at once. That's nearly 40 million. If they really gave those away, not only would this project fail to turn a profit, he'd end up losing half his fortune. Old Wang, 10 units, isn't 10 a bit too many? Yao Wenji asked, looking flustered. He was genuinely feeling the pain. Mr. Wang shook his head helplessly and looked at him, saying, well, it's up to you. Do you want the money or your life? And don't think you're losing out on those 10 villas. Let me tell you, it's still up in the air whether young Master Qin will even take a liking to them. All I can say is I'll give it a shot for you, Mr. Wang added. For ordinary people, housing is a basic necessity, but for the children of the super rich, they might not necessarily be interested. But when it came to young Master Qin, the Yao family really didn't have much else to offer. This housing complex was about the only thing of any value. Yao Wenji gritted his teeth. Fine, 10 units it is. I'll have someone bring the property transfer contract right away. With a single phone call from Yao Wenji, within about 10 minutes, a secretary rushed over with a briefcase. After verifying that there were indeed 10 contracts, Yao Wenji solemnly handed the briefcase to President Wang. Brother, I'm entrusting my entire fortune and my very life to you. If you help me settle this matter, the share transfer agreement will be delivered to your office by tomorrow at the latest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave either. He was flirting with Su Qianqian in the most luxurious conference room when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Young Master Qin, may I come in? General Manager Wang's voice rang out from outside the door. Qin Feng, come in. The door opened and Mr. Wang walked in carrying the briefcase. Young Master Qin, General Manager Wang called out respectfully, then placed the briefcase in front of Qin Feng. Old Wang, what's this all about? Qin Feng gave General Manager Wang a meaningful look. Young Master Qin, this is an apology from Yao Wenji and his son. They realize they've offended you this time and deeply regret it, so they asked me to act as a mediator, hoping you won't hold it against them, Mr. Wang explained honestly. A briefcase as an apology? Qin Feng asked with a half smile. Mr. Wang's eyelids twitched, and he quickly forced a laugh. Young Master Qin, why don't you open it and take a look first? If it doesn't meet your expectations, it's not too late to scold them both later. Qin Feng thought for a moment, picked up the briefcase, and pulled out a stack of stapled documents. Property transfer contracts. Qin Feng glanced at them. 10 property transfer contracts? Mr. Wang quickly interjected, Young Master Qin, you know about Dihao Garden, right? It's that high-end villa complex set to launch next month. The Yao family developed this complex, and these 10 villas are our apology to you. We hope you'll show mercy and spare them. No sooner had General Manager Wang finished speaking than Su Qianqian gasped and covered her mouth. 10 villas. The Yao family was actually giving Qin Feng 10 villas as compensation. Her admiration for brother Qin Feng soared to new heights. She'd always known brother Qin Feng was wealthy, but she never realized he carried such clout. For others to apologize to him, villas were the bare minimum, not just 1, but 10. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive at that moment, but inside his mind was already in turmoil. He knew his own situation better than anyone. Young Master Qin, he was just an ordinary person. There was absolutely no powerful family or massive conglomerate as Mr. Wang and the others had imagined. From the very beginning, he'd merely been putting on a show of power by leveraging the 50 million in his bank account. He never expected Mr. Wang and the others to take it so seriously. They'd even apologized and sent him 10 villas. Do they think he's some kind of crown prince of Beijing? And they're even begging him to go easy on the Yao. He'd love to take on the Yao family, but right now he only has a little over 6 million in his bank account. With no power or influence of his own, there's really nothing he can do to them. Still, he had actually been thinking about buying a house. Well, look at that, someone just handed them to him for free. Looking at the 10 property contracts in his hands, Qin Feng's mind began racing. Since both Mr. Wang and the Yao family now regarded him as the heir apparent of a prominent family, he might as well keep playing along with this charade. Anyway, as far as he's concerned, there are only benefits and no downsides. Who cares if it's true or not? As long as people believe it's true and it scares them, that's all that matters. The fact that Yao Wenji just sent over a villa as an apology is a perfect example. After giving it some thought, Qin Feng casually tossed the contract he was holding onto the table without even glancing at it. Seeing this, General Manager Wang felt a chill run down his spine. Just as expected, judging by young Master Qin's reaction, he wasn't interested. Young Master Qin, this is the most valuable thing the Yao family could offer. General Manager Wang hurried to salvage the situation after all. He still had his heart set on that 5% stake in the Yao group. If this deal fell through, those shares would be gone for good. Rip! A loud sound. Qin Feng picked up 5 or 6 sets of villa property contracts from the table and tore them into shreds. Mr. Wang was stunned. Qin Feng wasn't tearing up blank paper, those were contracts for 5 or 6 villas. Damn, that's just too extravagant. Who do they think they're insulting? That bastard Yao Wenji, who does he think he's insulting? His son blocked my path right on the street, trying to steal my girlfriend. Do you think my girlfriend can be measured in money? Never mind 10 villas, even 100, I wouldn't give a damn. Hearing this, Su Qianqian felt a warm glow in her heart, her eyes sparkling with little stars. What young girl doesn't have a crush? What young woman hasn't dreamed of being a princess? Qin Feng, he fulfilled every single one of Su Qianqian's fantasies about her future partner. Go tell that old dog to get lost. Once I'm back in Beijing, once I have a moment, I'll make sure the Yao family knows once and for all who's the son and who's the father on these 4 streets north, south, east, and west. Qin Feng stopped mid-sentence, realizing he'd said something he shouldn't have, and quickly cleared his throat to correct himself. Yet that very slip of the tongue was the very thing that caught everyone's attention, and Mr. Wang's ears picked it up with crystal clarity. Return to Beijing, the phrase kept echoing in Mr. Wang's mind, and when he looked at Qin Feng again, his gaze was tinged with a hint of apprehension. He really is a big shot from the capital. Young Master Qin, please calm down, please calm down. Mr. Wang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, struggling to adjust to Qin Feng's furious aura. Feng, don't be angry. I'm fine. Su Qian insensibly moved closer to Qin Feng to soothe him. Only then did Qin Feng's rage subside a little. Mr. Wang plucked up his courage and asked, Young Master Qin, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? Qin Feng's face turned extremely grim as he remained silent. After a moment, he let out a deeply frustrated sigh. Fine. When I left home, my old man told me not to cause trouble. Never mind, I'd rather not get scolded again. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. There's a chance. It seemed that young Master Qin's elders didn't approve of him causing trouble, so there might still be some wiggle room on this matter. However, Qin Feng changed the subject. Mr. Wang pricked up his ears and listened with the utmost respect. I don't care about these villas at all. Since Yao Wenji wants to apologize, he should do it properly, Qin Feng said. Understood, understood, young Master Qin. They've been waiting outside the whole time, just waiting to apologize to you in person. General Manager Wang hurriedly replied. Then what are we waiting for? Do I have to go invite them myself? Qin Feng said coldly. Old Yao, hurry over here. Didn't you hear what young Master Qin said? General Manager Wang shouted toward the doorway. The conference room door swung open. Yao Wenji, his legs trembling, and his son, Yao Shunlong, slowly shuffled forward. They'd heard everything perfectly clear from outside just now. Old Wang was right. This young Master Qin really is a big shot from the capital. He didn't even bat an eye at the 10 villas Yao Wenji had offered. There were even several torn-up contracts on the table. Young Master Qin. Yao Wenji's legs gave way and he dropped straight to his knees. Yao Shunlong quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. Young Master Qin, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I deserve to die. I'll never dare to do this again, Yao Wenji said, his face pale. Yao Shunlong's face had lost all trace of his earlier arrogance. He knelt meekly behind his father, looking like a frightened little rabbit. Young Master Qin, I know old Yao well. What happened earlier was because he'd had a few drinks and wasn't thinking straight. This guy always acts like a fool when he drinks. Please forgive him this once. Mr. Wang interceded from the side. As for that kid Shunlong, General Manager Wang gave Yao Shunlong a light kick with his foot. Yao Shunlong immediately caught on and hurriedly said, Young Master Qin, I promise you, I'll never dare to have any designs on Su Qian again. From now on, I'll stay away from anywhere she is. Young Master Qin, please don't take this young upstart so seriously, Mr. Wang said with a forced smile. Qin Feng picked up the coffee cup from the table, took a small sip and set it back down. Mr. Wang's eyes lit up. Old Yao, hurry up and thank young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Yao Wenji knelt and kowtowed. And one more thing. Please, you must accept these 10 villas, Yao Wenji added. Earlier, he had indeed been reluctant to part with these 10 villas, but once he confirmed that this young Master Qin was a scion of the imperial capital, he no longer dared to hesitate. He'd be lucky just to keep his life. Besides, judging by young Master Qin's expression, he was clearly still unhappy, so he absolutely had to give him the villas. Only by giving them away could he truly rest easy. Young Master Qin, why don't you just accept them? If you don't, I'm afraid neither of them, father and son, will be able to sleep a wink, General Manager Wang joked. Am I really that terrifying? Young Master Qin said with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng smile, Yao Wenji felt as though he'd been given a breath of fresh air after a long drought. His mood brightened instantly. He quickly chimed in, Young Master Qin, that's not what we meant at all. I've wasted a lot of your time and put you in a bad mood. These 10 villas are purely meant as compensation for you. It's only right. Qin Feng remained silent for quite a while. Then he said, all right, it seems you won't rest easy until I accept them, so I'll take them. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Yao Wenji beamed with joy, a joy that came straight from the heart. The gloom in his heart had finally lifted. But I'll just take one set. Qin Feng casually pulled out a copy from the stack of contracts that hadn't yet been shredded. Young Master Qin, Yao Wenji paused, unsure what Qin Feng meant. Qin Feng leaned back on the sofa. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. What happened before was an unintentional mistake on your part. 10 villas mean nothing to me, but for your Yao family, it would be a massive blow. I'll give you this one villa to put your mind at ease. The rest are of no use to me anyway. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yao Wenji was so moved he was nearly in tears. Just look at that. This is what a young master from Beijing is like. What magnanimity, what vision. He could spend a lifetime learning from him. Thank you, young Master Qin. Whatever you may ask of me in the future, I, Yao Wenji, and my entire Yao family will go through fire and water for you. Yao Wenji pounded his chest and pledged solemnly. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. Qin Feng was a knave child he knew full well which was more valuable, 10 villas or just one. But in truth, he'd never intended to take the Yao families from the very beginning. Now that both Mr. Wang and the Yao family assumed Qin Feng came from a wealthy background and he was in a position of power, bestowing a favor at this moment would be a much more effective way to show off. By accepting just one villa, he could turn the Yao family's fear of him into gratitude. On the other hand, if he'd gone all out and demanded all 10 villas, crippling the Yao family, he might have planted a seed of hatred within them. This outcome is the most perfect one for Qin Feng. Shortly after, Yao Wenji selected the contract for the villa with the best location and the largest floor area, and both he and Qin Feng signed it. Young Master Qin, this is the fully furnished model home we've built in our community. Since the development hasn't been officially launched yet, no one has ever been inside. It's brand new. I'll notify the property management right away to have it disinfected and cleaned. In an hour, you can pick up the keys at the front desk and move right in, Yao Wenji said with utmost enthusiasm. Is it really that convenient? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. He'd assumed it would be an unfinished unit, but Yao Wenji had actually given him a fully furnished, brand new home that hadn't even been released to the public yet. The power of doing a favor was on full display in Yao Wenji's actions. Yao Wenji was now sincerely giving him the very best apartment. Yao Wenji had originally wanted to invite Qin Feng out to dinner, but Qin Feng declined. With General Manager Wang and the others seeing him off in person, Qin Feng rode off on his bicycle with Su Qianqian. You little rascal. From now on, don't go picking on people on bicycles, they might just turn out to be some rich kid from the capital. Yao Wenji turned around and gave his son a light tap on the head. This left Yao Shenlong completely baffled. Brother Feng, where are we going now? From the back of the bike, Su Qianqian wrapped her arms around Qin Feng and asked softly. Let's go check out my villa. Don't you want to take a look? Of course I do, Su Qianqian said excitedly. She hadn't seen the villa yet. Brother Feng, why haven't you played Honor of Kings at all today? Su Qianqian asked casually. No rush, I've already reached the king tier anyway, Qin Feng replied. Su Qianqian, that's true. We only have 3 days left anyway, so it doesn't matter if we play or not. We'll aim for king again next season? Qin Feng, 3 days, what do you mean? Su Qianqian, didn't you see the game announcement? The season updates in 3 days. Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, causing Su Qianqian to let out a startled scream as she was thrown onto his back, resulting in an incredibly intimate moment. Feng, what's wrong? Su Qianqian asked, her pretty face flushing red. Qin Feng's head was about to explode. You mean, this season only has 3 days left? Here's the 4th update. Thanks for your support. Please click on the ads while reading the novel. This novel is completely free, and the author only earns ad revenue when you click on them. As long as the readership numbers stay stable, there will be at least 4 updates every day from now on. Thanks again for your support. Qin Feng hurriedly opened his phone and launched King's Camp. When he saw the game announcement on the home screen, his head started buzzing. He'd foolishly assumed the season wouldn't update until a month later, so he hadn't felt the slightest bit of tension. Turns out he had it all wrong. The system announcement clearly stated that the season would update in 3 days. Right now, his rank was only King 1 star. The system had given him a mission to reach 50 stars in the King tier by the end of this season. Upon completing the mission, not only will his kills and assists be doubled, but he'll also unlock the next level of system features. But if he fails the mission, the system will automatically disconnect. Qin Feng simply cannot afford the consequences of failure. He stood there, his mind racing. He's currently at 1 star in the King tier, which means he has to gain 49 stars in the next 3 days. The game forces you offline for 6 hours every day. Normally, he can play about 2 matches per hour, 3 at most. That means he could gain a maximum of 18 stars per day. That's 54 stars in 3 days. Qin Feng was starting to feel a little nervous. That leaves very little room for error. In other words, he'd have to play nonstop for 3 days without any mishaps, and he could only lose a maximum of 5 matches. There's absolutely no way I'm letting the system disconnect, Qin Feng thought to himself. Everything he had now came from the system. Although he already had 50 million, which would ensure he was set for life, the system had shown him the true splendor of this world. If he couldn't climb to the summit and see the view from the highest point, Qin Feng would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Standing beside him, Su Qianqian watched Qin Feng's expression shift repeatedly and stood quietly by his side, not daring to speak up and disturb him. Suddenly, Qin Feng whipped his head around. Qianqian, let's go back to school right now. Su Qianqian was taken aback. Back to school? Brother Feng, weren't we going to see your villa? There's no rush. You'll get to see it every day from now on. Let's go back to school first, grab your clothes and daily necessities, and starting today, you'll be moving into the villa. Qin Feng sent a flustered rush. As he spoke, he turned his bike around, but when he looked back, he saw Su Qianqian still standing where she was, her pretty face flushed with a blush. Su Qianqian, her face flushed, whispered, Feng, you mean I'm moving in to live with you? That's right, Qin Feng replied. He planned to work hard on climbing the ranks over the next 3 days. Having Su Qianqian by his side would make it much easier. Su Qianqian blushed even more, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Qiantian, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come back to school with me, Qin Feng urged. Su Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes brimming with hurt. Feng, isn't it? A little too soon for us to move in together right now? I'm not ready yet. Qin Feng paused for a moment, and only then did he realize why Su Qianqian was blushing. He'd been so excited just now that he hadn't time to explain, and it turned out led Su Qianqian to misunderstand. He'd only wanted to keep Su Qiantian by his side so he could level up. Su Qiantian must have thought he wanted to sleep with her. Seeing Su Qianqian trying to refuse but not daring to say it, looking so aggrieved she was on the verge of tears, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, what are you thinking? What do you mean, living together? I'm warning you, don't even think about me. My pure and spotless body can't be defiled by you, Qin Feng said with righteous indignation. Su Qianqian asked, her big eyes sparkling with confusion, then why did you just say I should move into the villa? There are still 3 days left in the season, and I'm aiming for Glory King. If you're with me, wouldn't it be much easier for us to climb the ranks? Qin Feng explained. Oh, is that what you meant? Su Qianqian's eyes lit up again. But the moment she realized she'd misunderstood Qin Feng thinking they were going to move in together, her pretty face flushed even redder. It took her a while to compose herself before her complexion returned to normal. Brother Feng, thank you. Su Qianqian suddenly stuck out her little tongue and said playfully. What are you thanking me for? Qin Feng looked completely baffled. Actually, it's been really hot lately, and our dorm doesn't have air conditioning, so I was thinking about moving out anyway. Now, not only will I save on rent, but I get to stay in Brother Feng's big mansion. Of course, I have to thank you. Su Qianqian said excitedly, her big eyes sparkling. Qin Feng chuckled. He thought for a moment and asked, Qiantian, do you have a lot of stuff? I guess I have a bit too much, Su Qianqian said timidly. I see. Qin Feng pondered for a few seconds. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Feng, Mo Yuking's delighted voice rang out over the phone. Yuking, how's my car come along? Qin Feng asked. Brother Feng, I was just about to tell you. The scratch on the hood is pretty deep, it'll probably take about 3 days to fix. I've already booked an appointment with a mechanic for you. As for the guy who scratched your car, the fat guy with the big gold chain after the insurance assessment, he'll have to pay 50,000. He's currently running around trying to borrow money. Mo Yuking reported the details carefully. If she hadn't brought it up, Qin Feng would have almost forgotten about that guy with the big gold chain, the one who tried to show off with his car in the underground parking garage, only to get head-on by Qin Feng. And now he's running around borrowing money. What a scammer, serves him right. Is there a faster option? I need the car right now, Qin Feng asked. Brother Feng, this is the fastest option. I was worried about delaying your use of the car, so I specifically chose the quickest repair plan, Mo Yuking said helplessly. Qin Feng thought for a moment. He couldn't afford to waste any time right now. He'd seen girls move before. If they called a taxi driver, it would probably take several trips to transport Su Qianqian's clothes and daily necessities. Plus, if her things weren't organized properly, Su Qianqian definitely wouldn't be able to focus fully on playing video games with him. Yuking, I saw on your moments the other day that your shop just got a new Land Rover Range Rover? Yeah! Brother Feng, you, on the other end of the line, Mo Yuking jolted as an absurd suspicion crossed her mind. How much does that car cost? Qin Feng asked straight to the point. Brother Feng, you're not thinking of buying that Range Rover just because you don't want to wait for the repairs, are you? Mo Yuking's voice was even a little shaky. I've got an urgent matter to take care of, Qin Feng said. Mo Yuking was utterly stunned. If someone had an urgent matter, they'd just borrow a car, but Qin Feng was actually going to buy another one. The last time he picked up a BMW X6 worth $1 million at the dealership, she thought he was already incredibly wealthy. But now, she realized she might have underestimated him. Only now did she realize that Qin Feng wasn't just rich, he was outrageously wealthy. Just because he didn't want to wait for the car to be repaired, he actually went and bought another one. And it was actually the most expensive luxury car in their dealership. Yuking, why aren't you saying anything? Did that car sell? Qin Feng pressed. Mo Yuking gave a wry smile. Sold? They'd brought that car, and just to show off, they weren't even confident they could sell it within a year or two. Brother Feng, that car hasn't been sold, it's a stretch limousine, and the official MSRP is $3.2 million. If you really want to buy it, I'll arrange a special discount for you. The total cost, including all fees, will be around $3.5 million. Mo Yuking's tone had grown. She'd missed her chance when Qin Feng bought the BMW X6. Who would have thought that just a few days later, such a massive deal would come her way? If Qin Feng actually picked up the car, she'd get at least $180,000 in commission, and that's not even counting the year-end performance bonus. Great. The long wheelbase version is perfect. I'll take this one. Can you get me a temporary license plate within half an hour? Qin Feng asked. Absolutely. It won't even take half an hour. We have a partnership with the DMV. We can use the internal fast track. You'll have the temporary license plate in 10 minutes. Mo Yuking replied, struggling to contain her excitement. Great, send me your company's bank account details. I'll transfer 3.5 million right away. Once you've arranged the temporary license plate, have someone drive the car straight to University Town. After giving her these instructions, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Shortly afterward, Mo Yuking sent him the company's business account number via WeChat, and Qin Feng immediately transferred 3.5 million through his mobile banking app. Qianqian, let's go. Hurry to your school. He turned around only to see Su Qianqian standing frozen in place again. Su Qianqian only snapped out of her daze when she heard Qin Feng's voice. Little girl, what's wrong with you now? Qin Feng asked at a loss for words. Su Qianqian was even more speechless. She'd heard every word of Qin Feng's phone call just now. She took a few deep breaths, her ample chest rising and falling several times before she finally composed herself and asked, Brother Feng, how much money do you actually have? Not much, not much. Just enough to support you, Qin Feng said with a cheeky grin. The flush that had finally faded from Su Qianqian's face began to rise again. Half an hour later, Su Qianqian's dorm room. Qianqian, are you moving out? Her roommate Liang Zhaojiao stared wide-eyed, looking utterly incredulous. Why would I lie to you? Brother Feng is waiting for me downstairs. I have to hurry and pack, Su Qianqian said firmly. Seeing the suspicious looks on her roommates' faces, she hurried to explain. I'm just going over to play video games with Brother Feng. Don't get any ideas. Hey, we're not jumping to conclusions. We get it. We all get it. Liang Zhaojiao's eyelid. We're all adults here, what don't we understand? A man and a woman alone in a room together. Just playing a game? Who's gonna believe that? There's no way they're not playing some grown-up games. Su Qianqian, both angry and embarrassed, ran after him and unleashed a flurry of little punches. The dorm instantly filled with the cheerful chatter of young women. After a good while of fooling around, her roommates started helping Su Qianqian pack her things. Qianqian, you have way too much stuff, you won't be able to carry it all at once. Halfway through packing, the roommates looked at Su Qianqian's belongings so plentiful they nearly filled the hallway and immediately felt overwhelmed. If you can't carry it all at once, just make a few trips. Do you really expect some rich guy to buy a big Land Rover just so he can haul it all away in one go? Liang Zhaojiao quipped as she took a break from packing. The other two roommates gave a nervous laugh, but Su Qianqian replied bluntly, well, Brother Feng was worried I had too much stuff, so he actually just picked up a Land Rover specifically so I could take it all at once. All three girls froze in shock. Liang Zhaojiao's hand holding Su Qianqian's undergarments froze midair. I thought that super rich guy's car was a BMW X6. After a long pause, Liang Zhaojiao finally asked. Su Qianqian explained, it seems his BMW X6 got scratched, so it's in the shop right now. So he bought another one, a Land Rover Range Rover. Ah, I'm dead. What kind of super rich guy is this? Qianqian, ask him for me, would he mind having another girlfriend? Don't worry, I'll definitely not compete with you for his attention. I'll just be a concubine. Liang Zhaojiao was dragging Su Qianqian along. She clearly lost all sense of decency. PF'd, our Brother Feng isn't that kind of person at all. You just stop daydreaming, Su Qianqian said with a touch of pride. Her other two roommates, Song Qian and Lei Lin, also began hurriedly packing their things. With that super rich guy driving up in a Land Rover Range Rover, they'd better get packing fast. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a sedan worth around 100,000 yuan was trying to drive onto campus but was stopped by security. Does that mean no one else's car can get in unless it belongs to a teacher or administrator? Sir, please have mercy. I drove all the way here just to propose to my girlfriend. A male student got out of the car, pulled a pack of Wazi cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it to the guard. The security guard waved him off sternly. Young man, these are school rules. If I let you in, I'll get in trouble. Sir, I've been trying to win her over for over half a year. Today is her birthday. Today is my one and only chance. Please have a heart and let me through, the young man pleaded. The security guard remained unmoved. I said no, and that's final. Besides, can't you young people be a little more down to earth? Do you really think driving a car onto campus is romantic? Being down to earth is better than anything else. As he finished speaking, the security guard even lectured him a bit. As a security guard, he'd certainly seen too many unreliable young people on campus, and clearly, the one standing before him had been lumped into that same category. Just as he was speaking, a car horn suddenly blared. The crowd at the gate looked toward the sound and saw an unlicensed Land Rover Range Rover parked at the gate barrier. Beep, beep. Inside the car, Qin Feng honked the horn twice more. What's wrong with these security guards? Why aren't they opening the gate even though they can see me? The security guard finally snapped out of it and immediately pressed the switch in his hand. The gate automatically rose and Qin Feng drove straight in. Once the car was completely inside, the security guard lowered the gate again. A good while later, Sir, why didn't you ask that guy if he's a school official? The young man asked, clearly dissatisfied. What's there to ask? He is a school official, the elderly security guard said firmly. No way. I've never seen a school official this young. That's just some outsider. Why did you let him in but not me? The young man argued persistently. After all, he'd clearly seen the person in the driver's seat just a moment ago. The security guard pretended not to hear him and turned around, heading straight back to the security booth. Of course, he knew the Land Rover driver wasn't a school official. But anyone who can drive a Land Rover, is that just an ordinary person? It was true he wasn't a school official, but that car alone suggested the young man's family background was no less prestigious than that of a school official. The guy didn't even have a license plate. He'd driven up with a temporary one. He must have been in a hurry. For all he knew, he was here to see a school official. How could he dare to stop him? As for Qin Feng, who had already arrived at the entrance to the women's dormitory, he had absolutely no idea that his Land Rover had caused such a minor commotion at the school gate. Oh my god, a Land Rover Range Rover. Where did this rich kid come from? Quick, take a picture. This is the latest Land Rover Range Rover. I've never seen one like this around here before. Holy crap, just a couple of days ago, I saw an ad next to the auto mall saying the latest Land Rover Range Rover had arrived, and there's only one in the whole city. Could this be it? It's definitely this one. Didn't you see it doesn't even have a license plate yet? It's still on a temporary plate. When Qin Feng stepped out of the car, he caused another wave of swooning among the girls. Driving a luxury car worth millions is one thing, but this guy is actually this handsome too. It's just not fair. Just then, Sukyankin emerged from the dormitory carrying bags of all sizes.
Feng. Sukyankin called out sweet. Qin Feng opened the trunk and helped her load her suitcase inside. Sukyankin opened the passenger door herself and darted into the front passenger seat. For a moment, the hearts of all the boys and girls watching were shattered. I told you a bike couldn't carry off the school beauty, only a Land Rover could. One of the students who had been watching the commotion recognized Qin Feng. Wow, it sure pays to be rich. Even the school beauty is following him obediently. And it's getting late. Does that mean she won't be coming back tonight? Are you blind? Can't you see Sukyankin took all her luggage with her? Just thinking that my goddess is going to... Tonight, my heart is breaking. Dude, how can you think like that? What do you mean tonight? Are there going to be fewer nights from now on? Dude, you're wrong too. Does it have to be at night? The young guy with a secret crush on Sukyankin's facial muscles twitched twice, and then he burst into tears with a wail. Before long, Sukyankin's 3 roommates also came downstairs carrying their suitcases. After they loaded the suitcases into the car, Qin Feng started the engine and drove away from the dormitory building. The group of stunned boys gazed into the distance as the Land Rover disappeared, remaining speechless for a long time. Judging by the way things are going, could this rich kid have swept up everyone in Sukyankin's dorm? PF'd. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Why is your mind full of such filth? Exactly. It's clearly a pure love story between one guy and 4 girls. Don't read too much into it. It's so great to have a Land Rover. No, it's great to have money. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was driving Sukyankin and her roommates toward Dihao Garden. Sukyankin's roommates had tagged along to help pack up and take a look at Qin Feng's big mansion while they were at it. At first, Sukyankin had worried that her 3 roommates might be intimidated by Qin Feng's Land Rover and feel a bit shy, leading to an awkward silence. But she realized she'd overthought it. Those 3 flirtatious girls were completely mesmerized the moment they saw Qin Feng. They chattered nonstop the whole way. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. If she hadn't shot them a few stern glances, those jokers would have probably started making lewd jokes about Qin Feng. Sitting in the driver's seat and listening to the girls' laughter and chatter, Qin Feng felt much more relaxed. Girls really are the epitome of youth and vitality. After about 30 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at Dihao Garden. After giving his name, a staff member who had been arranged in advance by Yao Wenji warmly stepped forward to assist him. Young Master Qin, your villa has been thoroughly cleaned and aired out. Here are your keys. Also, Mr. Yao instructed us that whatever you need will be at your service 24 hours a day. The staff member then led the way, with Qin Feng following behind in his car. After circling the community once, they arrived at the entrance to his villa, Villa Zhenjian. The largest villa in the entire Dihao Garden. It also boasts the best location. This villa covers nearly 800 square meters, with a lawn alone spanning over 100 square meters. After the staff gave a brief tour, Qin Feng realized it was far better than he had imagined. A 3-story detached home, it features a landscaped garden, an indoor heated swimming pool, a dedicated gym and entertainment room, and a private parking area that can accommodate 5 cars. Since it had already been fully renovated and served as a model home, everything inside was equipped to the highest standards. "Young Master Qin, if there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer," the staff member said tactfully after finishing the tour. "Wait a moment," Qin Feng waved his hand and pulled his wallet from his pocket. Without even checking the amount, he pulled out a stack of bills. "Thanks for your hard work. Here's a tip, go treat yourself to some tea." The staff member was taken aback. That stack was at least 3,000 or 4,000. "Thank you so much, young Master Qin. Thank you so much, young Master Qin." The staff member thanked him repeatedly, accepted the money with both hands, and said goodbye before leaving. "Save that master bedroom for me. You can pick any of the other rooms you like." Qin Feng pointed to the largest room and said casually, "Thank you, Brother Feng," Su Qianqian said sweetly. "What's there to choose? Qianqian, you should stay in the master bedroom with your big brother," Liang Jiao teased again. This made Su Qian blush. "Alright, stop messing around. You two go help Qianqian pack her things." After giving the order, Qin Feng walked into his master bedroom. The four girls stopped fooling around and opened their suitcases to start unpacking. Qin Feng cast a glance around the master bedroom and found it impeccably satisfying. The decor was European-style, young and vibrant, yet exuding an air of elegance and luxury. A private bathroom and shower were standard features, and the room was also equipped with 2 Alienware desktop computers. Yao Wenji's company had really gone all out on this model home designed to attract clients. After taking a look around, Qin Feng turned on the computer and got down to business. Su Qianqian had already moved in, so his progress over the past 3 days was now on solid ground. But that's just the first step. There's no doubt that Su Qianqian is incredibly strong at 80 stars in Honor of Kings, but Qin Feng is a total noob. If he wanted to climb 49 stars in 3 consecutive days, relying solely on Su Qianqian to carry him, a total noob was definitely not going to be enough. Plus, he'd have to change his strategy this time. Before, he played Honor of Kings to make money, but now he's really serious about climbing the ranks. When it comes to bribing opponents to feed, there's very little room to maneuver. So he needs to find someone else. They have to be players with around 100 stars in Honor of Kings. To be on the safe side, he'll need at least 3. Counting Su Qianqian, he'll need 4 Honor tier pros to carry him. After giving it some thought, Qin Feng opened his browser and logged into the Shark live streaming platform. Searching among the live streaming 100-star streamers was clearly the quickest and most convenient option. While browsing through the streamers, Qin Feng opened the Honor of Kings gauge. He hadn't opened it since the anti-addiction system forced him offline last time. Timey? The familiar game sound effect rang out. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Main quest game launch detected. Anti-addiction restrictions have ended. Now distributing the host's promotion to King Reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first promotion to King. You've been awarded the game luck attribute. A flash of white light flickered in Qin Feng's mind, washing over his entire body before vanishing in an instant. Qin Feng looked completely baffled. The visual effect is so lame, why didn't I feel a thing? System, what is the game luck attribute? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Ding! Report to the host. It is a permanent passive attribute embedded within your life mark. As for the benefits, you'll be able to experience them for yourself while playing games. Qin Feng's face fell. The system was actually keeping him in the dark. Luck attribute, permanent passive. Qin Feng pondered this for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly opened the game store and clicked on Treasure Hunt. The points loot page displayed a current luck value of 52. If there was one place in this game where you could directly test your luck attribute, it was definitely the Treasure Hunt. The Treasure Hunt page featured many great items as well as some useless ones. But the most valuable item by far is the Glory Crystal. Glory Crystals can be exchanged for the hero Wu Zichen or for Glory Collection skins. If your game account has Wu Zichen or a Glory Collection skin, it definitely takes your game to the next level. In the Points Treasure Hunt, you can spin once for every 60 points, and during events, you can get a discount and spin for just 45 points. However, these points cost real money. Normally, one draw costs 60 points, that's 6 yuan. It's like spending 6 yuan on a single lottery ticket. To win honor crystals, one thing is particularly important: luck. The official line is that the higher your luck value, the greater your chances of winning a glory crystal. But there's also a legend circulating among players: don't even think about trying to get a free ride off Tencent. Most people won't even catch a glimpse of a glory crystal until they've drawn over 300 times, and some have even had to draw full 360 times, maxing out their luck just to get one. As for the rumors online claiming people got a glory crystal after just a few dozen draws, that's a 1 in 100,000 shot. That's why the Empress Wu Ziqian skin and the rest of the glory collection skins are all valued at over 2,000 yuan. For the average player, a 2,000 yuan skin is still a pipe dream. Even Qin Feng, before the system arrived, had only pulled 52 times over the years, and most of those were points he received as a bonus for topping up during in-game events. Let me see just how lucky this game's luck system really is. Qin Feng rubbed his palms together, then cautiously pressed the button to draw once with 60 points. Your glory points are insufficient. Do you want to purchase them now? The large text appeared on the screen. Qin Feng's face fell as he realized he only had 38 glory points left, not enough for a draw. What a waste of excitement. Qin Feng sighed and tapped confirm. After purchasing more points, he clicked the draw button again. The cursor began to hover over all the item. A moment later, the cursor stopped and all 52 points of his luck were reset to 0. Oh mod. Qin Feng couldn't help but... At that moment, the glory crystal was glowing brightly on his game screen. He'd actually pulled the glory crystal on his very first try. Holy shit, am I really this lucky? Qin Feng was stunned. Drawing a lucky crystal on the very first try, that was truly the luck of a lifetime. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Qin Feng's head. He glanced at his point balance and clicked the draw button again. As Qin Feng watched with bated breath, the cursor finally landed on 50 diamonds. Qin Feng let out a wry smile. It turned out he'd gotten his hopes up too much. He'd thought that with the lucky attribute boosting his chances, he might win another crystal. Looks like this luck attribute isn't all that powerful after all. He lay down on the bed and, out of boredom, tapped the button again. A moment later... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Qin Feng jumped up from the bed with a start. On the game screen, another crystal was sparkling. He'd drawn a glory crystal with just 2 luck points. This must be the lowest luck value ever to draw a glory crystal in the history of this game, right? As expected, anything the system produces is top-notch. Qin Feng was over the moon. Just moments ago, he'd thought the system had given him a useless passive skill, but now he realized just how insanely powerful this luck stat really was. Without hesitation, he clicked the draw button again. Purchase successful. Hero fragments 5. Purchase successful. Rune fragments 600. Purchase successful. Glory crystal 1. Qin Feng's humble. But this time he managed to control himself and didn't let his excitement get the better of him and swear. He closed the page and tried his luck again. Purchase successful. Skin death comes calling. Purchase successful. Skin the king of fists. Purchase successful. Glory crystal 1. Breathing heavily, Qin Feng closed the page again and tried his luck once more. Purchase successful. Glory crystal X1. Qin Feng's hand trembled. Just a moment ago, he'd thought that getting a glory crystal with only 2 luck points was already unbelievably lucky, but now it seemed he'd seriously underestimated the system. He'd won a crystal with just 1 luck point. Who else could do that? Time for another spin. Purchase successful. Battle Pass coins 50. Purchase successful. Passionate Rose 1. Purchase successful. Skin fragments 5. Purchase successful. Skin fragments 5. Purchase successful. Glory crystal X1. Perhaps because winning a glory crystal with just 1 luck point earlier was so unbelievably lucky, it took Qin Feng 5 tries this time to finally get another glory crystal. Let's keep rolling. Purchase successful. Skin fragments 5. Purchase successful. Skin fragments 5. Purchase successful. Glory crystal X1. Purchase successful. Diamonds 50. Purchase successful. Passionate Rose 1. Purchase successful. Glory crystal X1. Qin Feng was completely absorbed in the gacha and couldn't stop. He didn't stop until he'd used up all 50 of his daily draws. At that moment, his current luck value on the gacha page was 4. Qin Feng was certain that his very first pull tomorrow would definitely yield a crystal of glory. Based on his experience from so many draws, the probability of getting a glory crystal had never exceeded 5 times in a single session. The worst case scenario was getting one on the 5th try. However, once he opened the crystal store, glory crystals and the like really didn't matter anymore. Because there were a full 15 glory crystals lying in his backpack. Why even bother with the gacha? The hero Wu Ziqian and all her glory collection skins only cost 9 in total. Even if he bought them all, he'd still have 6 glory crystals left. And in 5 years, Honor of Kings has only released 8 glory collection skins with these 6 glory crystals left. Qin Feng could practically play this game until it's taken off the market. The game's luck attribute. Could it be that the system only meant for me to use it to roll for crystals? After a long while, Qin Feng calmed down and began to. His system was the Whale Gaming Experience system, and judging by the features it had granted him so far, they were all designed to help him make money. As far as he could tell, this luck attribute had no other use in Honor of Kings, besides pulling crystals and gift boxes. Wait a minute. The system never said it could only be used in Honor of Kings. It's definitely usable in PUBG too. Opening loot boxes in PUBG, forging weapons, and opening magic boxes in DNF, and pulling SSRs in OMIOG. Qin Feng grew more and more excited the more he thought about it. Come to think of it, this feature might actually be a way to make money. In any game with a gacha system, he could use this luck attribute to dominate. For example, if he offered to draw crystals for others guaranteeing a win for 500 yuan, there would surely be countless people willing to let Qin Feng do the drawing for them. And then there's opening loot boxes in PUBG, opening magic chests in Dungeons and Dragons, crafting weapons, and so on. If he opened a Taobao store or something like that, once he built up a reputation and attracted more customers, it'd be like picking up money off the ground. For a Honor of Kings crystal draw, he'd charge 500 yuan, but it would cost him no more than 30 yuan to win a net profit of 470 yuan. Plus, for Qin Feng, tapping a few times to enter a draw takes just a few seconds. Brilliant! System, I absolutely love you. Qin Feng said from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was thinking this, he looked up and saw that the page open on his computer was still the Honor of Kings livestream page on the Shark platform. Qin Feng froze. What was I about to do just now? A moment later, a roar echoed through the room. Damn it. Just give me a few damn crystals. I'm trying to climb the ranks right now. I really need to work on this jumpy temperament of mine. That almost ruined everything. Qin Feng sat in front of his computer, muttering to himself. He'd already confirmed that the game's luck attribute was a great thing. But it wasn't the best fit for him right now. He needed to climb the ranks, now reach King 50 stars within 3 days. That's the only way the system won't disconnect, and he'll be able to keep using it to reach the pinnacle of his life. The computer screen. As Qin Feng clicked his mouse, the page refreshed and he began searching for a suitable streamer. Qian is the best at lane. He planned to play support and just tag along. So now there are still 3 damage-dealing roles left to fill. A warrior for the top lane, a marksman for the farm lane, and an assassin for the jungle. 100-star King of Glory, China server's money-losing tiger live tutorial. When Qin Feng saw the title of this livestream, he paused his mouse. China server money-losing tiger, the jungler spot might be worth considering. He clicked right in. The Emperor, the traveler, who never returns under the blue lamp, has entered the stream. The moment Qin Feng entered, a red pin notification lit up in the stream. Holy crap, Emperor Dad is here? Little streamer, your ancestors must be rolling over in their graves. You actually managed to lure Emperor in here. That savvy little streamer is already on her way to Thailand. Holy crap, that Emperor name looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Oh my god. Now that you mention it, I remember. Isn't this the Blue Lamp Emperor from that Positive Energy livestream the other day? Holy crap, it really is the Blue Lamp Emperor. He's my idol. Newbie here, asking for info. Is there a story behind the Blue Lamp Emperor? There are tons of stories. A brand new account that shot straight to Emperor level nobility. Have you ever seen anything like that? Using Emperor privileges to get Shark's top brass to step in. Have you ever seen that kind of prestige? The Emperor shut down a group of students from Peking and Tsinghua so thoroughly they didn't dare say a word the whole time. Have you ever seen that? The Emperor invited Xiao Tuantuan's fans to play with him, offering a 100 yuan red envelope for every kill. Have you ever seen that? Thanks to Qin Feng's arrival, this small streamer's channel went wild. With only a measly 1,000 odd viewers before, the view count instantly skyrocketed to over 10,000. The young streamer, who had just been playing, froze in shock when she looked at the camera. Did the platform recommend me? The small-time streamer wondered, looking at the view count that had skyrocketed tenfold. But after glancing at the comments section, he instantly realized the reason for the surge in viewers. A emperor had actually shown up. "Welcome, Big Brother King Ding Emperor," the young streamer shouted at the top of his lungs, projecting plenty of enthusiasm. You can't blame this rookie streamer for being a bit naive. Just look at the massive income gap in the live streaming industry these days. Top streamers have luxury cars, mansions, and more money than they can spend. Meanwhile, small-time streamers live on instant noodles and hot dogs and rent a room. There's no shortage of small streamers resorting to self-harm like kneeling, kowtowing, or slapping themselves in the face just for a gift worth a few yuan. When an emperor graces a small streamer's room with his presence, it's a golden opportunity for them to skyrocket to fame. If you like me, Emperor of the Blue Lamp, tap 1. Let Emperor see how impressive our stream is. If you don't like me, Emperor of the Blue Lamp, pluck out your own eyeballs. The small-time streamer shouted at the top of his lungs. Qin Feng watched the frenzied little streamer in the chat and chuckled softly. This little guy sure knows how to stir things up. After a moment's thought, he opened his inventory. Inside were 150,000 shark beans, a reward from the system when he last upgraded to Emperor status. That was real money, a full 50,000. A light click of the mouse. King Ding Boogie Key sends the streamer 1 rocket. Lone Traveler under the Blue Lamp sends the streamer 2 rockets. Lone Traveler under the Blue Lamp sends the streamer 5 rockets. A 5-rocket burst, each worth 5,000 yuan. With a single click of his mouse, Qin Feng just gave away 25,000. The small streamers in the chat were green with envy. Bang. She'd been streaming for 3 months, and her total earnings hadn't even come close to that. "Thank you, my Emperor of the Blue Lamp, Daddy. Daddy? I'll kowtow to you?" The small-time streamer dropped to his knees right in front of his computer, making an extremely dramatic thud. Those 5 big rockets are sure to bring a lot of buzz to his stream. Wow, you don't see many young streamers this sensible these days. As long as he bows his head properly, the Emperor rockets are guaranteed. Hey, that's way too servile. How can you kneel just for a few gifts? A man's knees are made of gold. Kneel to heaven, kneel to earth, kneel to your parents. Can't you show a little backbone? Friend above, you make such a good point. I don't want much, just 1,000 yuan for every time I bow. If you don't go bankrupt today, my head must be made of tofu. I don't want 1,000. Give me 500 per head. I'll show you what an economic crisis really is. I'll settle for 300. I'll take 100. Qin Feng watched the commotion in the comments section and typed wistfully, "The streamer really is too humble, it makes me look like I'm bullying him." His comment was pinned to the top and everyone saw it. The streamer froze for a moment, his heart racing. His original intention had been to curry favor with the Emperor of the Blue Lamp. Could it be that his cleverness had backfired? Look at this. The Emperor himself has spoken. What are you all still yapping about? Even the Emperor can't stand it anymore. That shows he has compassion. He can't stand seeing people trade their dignity for money either. Exactly. You lot just know how to stir up trouble. If even the Emperor thinks the streamer is lowly, what more can you say? The comment section was buzzing with excitement. Another comment from Qin Feng had been pinned to the top. "Little streamer, I can see you've got some skills. Why don't you consider playing with me? I'll be the leech, and you'll be the carry. Help me climb the ranks, and I'll give you 500 yuan per game." The comment section went dead in an instant. Didn't Emperor say he didn't want her to be treated so humble? Now he's doing a complete about. Isn't this just bullying? I'll be the deadweight, and you'll be the lackey. Is that something a human being would say? That counterattack, it's got that certain something. It's definitely me, the Blue Lamp Emperor. Ha ha ha, you idiots. You probably don't know that I, the Blue Lamp Emperor, also have another nickname in the underworld, the Heartbreaker Emperor. This Emperor sure has a lot of flashy moves. And that little streamer, as soon as he saw Qin Feng's words, his eyes lit up. I'm in. Emperor of the Blue Lamp. I'll be your loyal lackey and help you climb the ranks. Right now, I'm still missing a fighter for the top lane and a marksman for the bot lane. If you have any reliable friends you can recommend, the cash rewards are the same as yours, 500 yuan per win. Qin Feng typed again. The young streamer patted his chest and said, Emperor Daddy, I actually know quite a few 100-star pros. Don't just say 2, I can even find you 20. Alright. Remember this. I'm talking about reliable players. If they're not up to par, you'll be held accountable too and you're out the door. Qin Feng was very blunt. He couldn't be bothered to search for them one by one himself. Having these streamers with connections find them would definitely be much faster than doing it himself. However, he had to make the stakes clear from the start to avoid the young streamer bringing in an unreliable friend who might ruin his big plan. Got it. Emperor Dad, rest assured, I'll handle this perfectly for you, the small-time streamer promised. With an emperor big brother finally falling from the sky, he was definitely going to give this his all. Great. I've sent you a private message, add me on WeChat, round up the team first, and wait for my signal. We're kicking things off tonight. After saying those final words, Qin Feng ended the livestream. Before long, a message popped up on WeChat. New friend verification message, Emperor Dad, I'm streamer Pei Qianhu. Qin Feng tapped accept. Pai Qianhu, Emperor Dad, I've just wrapped up my stream. I'll go find the players for you right away. Qin Feng, got it. Oh, and by the way, my skill level is Diamond. I'm currently at King 1 star. So the pros you find have to be genuinely skilled, they need to be able to carry a noob like me. Also, this isn't just for today. I want to reach Glory King before the season ends, which means hitting 50 stars in King rank within 3 days. If you guys can get me to Glory King in those 3 days, I'll give each of you an extra 10,000 red envelope. Money losing Tiger. It's a bit of a challenge, but for Emperor Dad's red envelopes, I'll give it my all. Don't worry, Dad will do everything we can to get you to Glory King. In a small rented room in another city far away, a young man closed the WeChat page with trembling hands. He was money losing Tiger, the small-time streamer Qin Feng had recruited. Pei Qianhu was incredibly excited at that moment. His live streams over the past few months had been a complete flop, and he'd actually been planning to quit the industry, but he never expected an Emperor Big Brother to show up today. And the terms offered by this Emperor Big Spender had him absolutely thrilled. Big Brother Emperor wanted him to reach 50 stars in 3 days. 500 red envelope for every game won, that's 20,000 for 50 games. If he reaches the Glory King rank within 3 days, he'll get another 10,000 in red envelopes. That adds up to 35,000 yuan. 35,000 3 days. As a small-time streamer who can't even bring himself to add a sausage to his instant noodles, how could he not be tempted? But that money isn't exactly easy to earn. Reaching 50 stars in 3 days is definitely a bit of a challenge. Looks like I'll have to find a few reliable pros. Pei Qianhu thought for a moment, opened WeChat, and tapped on a contact labeled Undead. Wangling used to be a top-tier player in League of Legends and had even made it onto a pro team. But due to certain personal reasons, he was let go by his team and even banned from the streaming platform. The once glorious pro had now fallen so low that he was making a living as a League of Legends coach. Loss-making Tiger had met Undead by a series of coincidences after the pro player's fall from grace. Before he started streaming himself, this pro had taught him a lot of tips and tricks, and money-losing Tiger had always looked up to him as a mentor. Moreover, the Undead Master wasn't just skilled at League of Legends, he was equally dominant in Honor of Kings. Every season he'd climb to King 100 stars and in the top 10 of the peak tournament. However, in money-losing Tiger's impression, this undead god seemed to have a bit of a mental obsession. This mental refers to the gaming hierarchy. World of Warcraft players look down on League of Legends players, and League of Legends players, in turn, look down on Honor of Kings players. As a former League of Legends pro, the undead god looked down on Honor of Kings. The main reason he plays it now is to pick up girls. But he absolutely refuses to take Honor of Kings, requests he only plays League of Legends with others. After thinking about the perks Emperor Dad had given him, money-losing Tiger finally sent a message. Bro Undead, are you there? He didn't have to wait long. Undead, yeah, how's it going, kid? How's the streaming going? Money-losing Tiger, not good at all. My total revenue for the past 3 months is just over 10,000. I'm about to be too broke to even afford instant noodles. Wanling, I told you ages ago not to stream Honor of Kings. Mobile games are nothing, they're just a passing fad. It's not that I look down on Honor of Kings, the game's just too simple. It's fine for killing time or picking up girls. But if you want to make money, it's gotta be League of Legends. Only League of Legends has those spectacular plays, you'll never pull those off in Honor of Kings in a lifetime. Losing Tiger sighed upon reading this. Looks like this Wangling pro still has a deep bias against Honor of Kings. Oh well, looks like he's not willing to play with Emperor Dad. Losing Tiger, I'm on a roll with my Honor of Kings livestream right now, so I'm not changing it for the time being. Plus, I actually ran into an Emperor Dad today, so there's still hope. Undead. So you came here just to brag to me about meeting an Emperor Dad? Money-losing tiger. No, this Emperor Dad gave me 5 rocket tips first, then asked me to help him climb the ranks, promising a 500 red envelope for every win. I was just thinking about making some money with you, so I came to ask. But it's okay, I know you stick to your principles. I was being pushy, I'll go find someone else. Wanling. Losing tiger? Wanling. Did you type that wrong, kid? 500 per win, right? Losing tiger. I didn't type it wrong. It's definitely 500. Plus, if I can get Emperor Dad to Glory King within 3 days, he'll give each of us another 10,000 red envelope. Big brother, I've gotta go. Emperor Dad's still waiting for me to find someone. Wanling, hold on. Losing tiger. Bro, is there anything else you need? Undead. Wraith. Save a spot for me. Loser tiger looked completely baffled. Bro, don't you never take Honor of Kings play-along gigs? Don't you look down on Honor of Kings? Wanling, bullshit. Let me tell you something. Big bro, my love for Honor of Kings is deep. It's subtle. You guys just don't know it. When we see Emperor Dad later, you better keep your mouth shut. Remember, big bro loves Honor of Kings. I love it to death. Money-losing tiger. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng handed the task over to Money-losing tiger, he immediately washed his hands of the whole thing. He was now perfectly embodying the attitude a top-tier spender should have. That is, for anything that can be solved with money, he absolutely refuses to do it himself. At that moment, Sukianka and her roommates were still packing up. Seeing that it was getting late and feeling a bit hungry, Qin Feng opened a food delivery app to order a meal. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feng opened the door to find Sukianka standing there. Brother Feng, I'm almost done packing. I'd like to treat you to a meal to say thank you. Sukianka said excitedly, her small hands clasped behind her back. Qin Feng's face fell. Treat me to a meal. Why didn't you say so sooner? I've already ordered takeout. Huh? You ordered takeout? Yep, Qin Feng nodded. Oh, okay. Then let's eat the takeout first. I'll treat you tomorrow, Sukianka said, sounding a little disappointed. Let's just make do with this for today. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Qin Feng reassured her. About 10 minutes later, a minivan pulled up in front of Qin Feng's villa. 5 or 6 Haidalao staff members unloaded hot pots, stoves, barbecue grills, and all kinds of fresh ingredients from the van. Sukianka and her roommates were all stunned. Was this what Qin Feng meant by making do with takeout? Sukianka and her roommates realized they might truly not be in the same league as Qin Feng. At the very least, they'd never had takeout this before. But when they thought about how Qin Feng had bought a Land Rover Range Rover just to pick up Sukianka simply to make it easier to haul things, the girls gradually came to terms with it. They'd gotten a small glimpse into the world of the ultra-wealthy. On the lawn, Qin Feng, Sukianka, and her roommates were gathered around a table, tucking into their meal. They didn't even have to lift a finger. The Haidalao staff personally prepared the hot pot meat and grilled skewers and placed them right in front of them. Qianqian, the greatest luck of my life has to be meeting you. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have met the super rich guy, and without him, I wouldn't be able to enjoy such a luxurious takeout meal. Ah, so much meat, I'm so happy. Liang Jiajiao said with great satisfaction. Just eat. Even all this delicious food can't shut you up, Sukianka teased with a laugh. Hunk, if you ever want to take on more girlfriends, you've got to remember to consider us first. That's right. We're so close to Qiantian. By seniority alone, you have to consider us first. Qiantian, don't be mad. We'll just be your concubines. We'll never ruin your relationship with him. That's right, sweetheart. We can do every single position you like. Her other 2 roommates, Song Qian and Lai Lin, were just as sharp-tongued, and Su Qianqian's eyes were practically shooting fire as she listened. Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. When they first met, Su Qianqian's roommates had been a bit shy, but now that they'd gotten to know each other, they were one more cheeky than the next. Girls really are the epitome of youthful vitality, especially those in Su Qianqian's dorm. All 3 girls were rated at 8 or above in looks, had great figures, and were reportedly members of the school's dance club. Most importantly, they had great personalities and weren't shy at all. Wherever they were, laughter and cheer never stopped. From now on Qin Feng certainly wouldn't be lonely. Brother Feng, this is actually pretty good, try some. Su Qianqian picked up a slice of meat with her chopsticks and placed it in Qin Feng's bowl. Liang Jiao's eyes widened. Qiantian, you always use serving chopsticks when serving me. Why are you using your own chopsticks to serve this guy? Qianqian is all mine now, what's the big deal about sharing a pair of chopsticks? Qin Feng picked up the slice of meat and put it in his mouth, saying wistfully, "Ah, I'm going to knock this plate of dog food over. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to eat it." Suddenly, the meat in my mouth doesn't taste so good anymore. Qiantian, just go sleep in your boyfriend's room tonight. Her roommates let out a collective groan. What are you talking about? Su Qianqian blushed, her eyes darting away. Over here it was a flurry of chatter and giggles. Meanwhile those 5 or 6 single guys from Heidilao felt their hearts twist in agony. 4 stunningly beautiful women, swarming around a single man, practically begging to be his concubines. It was the kind of scene they'd only dare to dream about. Someone had once asked them, are rich people always happy? Today they finally found out. It turned out that the happiness of the wealthy was beyond their wildest imagination. After Qin Feng and his friends finished eating, the Heidilao staff cleaned up and packed everything away. Throughout the entire meal, Qin Feng and his friends didn't lift a finger, they just ate. Back at the villa, after they'd had their fill of food and drink, Liang Jiao and her 2 friends headed off to the entertainment and fitness room to have some fun. Su Qianqian thoughtfully brewed a cup of light tea for Qin Feng. Brother Feng, when are we going to start playing? Su Qianqian placed the cup of tea in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had been fiddling with his phone, took a sip. Any minute now, go log into the game. Meanwhile in Keng's WeChat. Money-losing tiger, Emperor Dad. We've rounded up the team, all 3 are at the 100-star level in glory, and I think you'll recognize one of them. Qin Feng, I know him. Money-losing tiger, the undead god, I managed to bring him along too. Qin Feng stared at his phone, momentarily stunned. He really did know the undead god. Back in the day, he used to play League of Legends, and back then, undead gods Ezreal was nothing short of legendary. Qin Feng had even spent a long time learning from his videos. But after undead god got into trouble, he faded from the public eye. Rumor had it he was now working as a League of Legends coach. But Qin Feng, I thought Wang Ling was still playing League of Legends. Money-losing tiger. He also plays Honor of Kings. He's a 100-star pro and ranked in the top 10 of the Peak League. Qin Feng, I thought he used to bash Honor of Kings on Weibo for copying League of Legends. Money-losing tiger, I'm not sure about that, but he's really into Honor of Kings now. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What the heck does deeply in love even mean? Ignoring those details, Qin Feng logged into the game and added Money-losing tiger as a friend. Then Qin Feng clicked into ranked mode and selected a 5-player squad. After adding Money-losing tiger, the latter invited the 200-star pros he'd found to join as well. However, everyone's rank was now showing as King 1-star. This was because Qin Feng, to avoid facing opponents who were too strong, had coordinated with Money-losing tiger beforehand to find some accounts that had just reached King rank accounts with combat power roughly on par with his own. Wanling. Hello Big Spender Dad, I'm Wanling. I mainly play top lane fighters, and I'm looking forward to teaming up with you. Having weathered many storms, Wang Ling was already a smooth-talking middle-aged man, and he greeted Qin Feng right off the bat. Hi Big Spender Dad, I'm baking soda. I mainly play marksman on the bot lane, and I'm looking forward to teaming up with you. The other player followed suit, stating his marksman role. Qin Feng, let me reiterate, your skills must be up to par, because I'm just a diamond tier noob. What I want is to climb the ranks. If anyone's skills aren't up to par and they're just tagging along, don't blame me if I turn my back on you later. But, as long as you can help me reach Honor King within 3 days, I'll double the 10,000 extra red envelope I promised Money-losing tiger earlier. I'll give you an extra 20,000 in red envelopes. Qin Feng had dealt a blow, then offered a sweet reward. He knew that in order to keep him the emperor happy, Money-losing tiger would definitely do his utmost and only recruit players who were up to the task. The stick was meant to show these players just how determined he was to climb the ranks. He wasn't here to mess around. He was here to climb the ranks. He offered a sweet treat, raising the previously promised 10,000 extra red envelope to 20,000 to boost his teammates' morale. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, his 3 teammates were all thrilled. Losing tiger. Thank you Big Spender Dad. Rest assured, even if I go 3 days without eating or drinking, I'll guarantee you reach Glory King. Undead. Thanks, Big Spender Dad. If I don't get you to Glory King within 3 days, I'll never play games again for the rest of my life. Baking soda, +N. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Alright, then I'll start it up.
Before long, the game was matched. Su Qianqin picked Yao Chan, her go-to mid-lane champion. Qin Feng picked Yao as his support. He was just there to tag along anyway, planning to leech off Su Qianqin the whole time. Money-losing Tiger picked his signature hero, Money-losing Tiger. Wanling picked Kai, the top laner. Xiao Soda picked Renji, the ambassador of trust. Just looking at the lineup for this first game, everyone except Qin Feng had picked their strongest hero. After all, they had to make a great first impression on the big spending dad. The game started quickly. Qin Feng followed Su Qianqin's diarmal pace. He wasn't fixated on racking up kills for gold anymore, nor did he ask his teammates to let him get the kills. After all, he'd make gold sooner or later. He had only one mission right now: climb the ranks. His mid-lane opponent was Zhang Liang. This hero is quite strong. In the early game, he cleared a wave of minions with just 2 skills. Having bought a support gem, Qin Feng was practically invisible. The enemy Zhang Liang treated him as if he didn't exist, leaving Su Qianqin to struggle alone with the minion wave. Brother Feng, I'm about to hit level 4. If that Zhang Liang dares to come out and mess with us, we'll take him down. Su Qianqin was really annoyed that her lane was constantly being pushed back. After Diao Chan ate a river crab, she was just one wave of minions away from reaching level 4. As long as she'd keep Zhang Liang's level in check and reach level 4 before him, Su Qianqin was absolutely confident she could take him down. Soon, the minions arrived. When Su Qianqin saw Zhang Liang walking back to the center of the mid lane, she immediately called out to Qin Feng. Feng, stun him with your ability, I'll go finish him off. Hearing this, Qin Feng hurried forward to follow her and immediately cast his first skill. However, because the button for his first skill was so close to the flash button, Qin Feng tapped too quickly and accidentally pressed flash instead. Whoosh, he instantly flashed right into the bushes, just as he was feeling incredibly embarrassed. Holy crap, that jerk Han Xin was lying in wait right here. Once inside the brush, both Qin Feng and Su Qianqin spotted Han Xin at the same time. And he was down to half health. Qin Feng, flustered, fired off his first and second skills at once. Su Qianqin didn't waste a second either. She used flash to close the gap, then landed 2 skills to secure Han Xin's kill. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful assist! Reward 1,000 yuan. The system's reward notification sounded, but Qin Feng had no time to pay it any mind. Brother Feng, you're so awesome. How did you predict that Han Xin was lying in wait in the bushes? You even flashed right in to catch him off guard. Inside the villa, Su Qianqin looked at Qin Feng with admiration as she asked. Qin Feng gave a nervous laugh. Ahem, Qianqin, what if I told you I accidentally pressed the wrong skill? Would you believe me? Su Qianqin rolled her eyes at him. From where you were just now, flash into the brush was the maximum range possible, and your position relative to Han Xin was perfect. He couldn't teleport directly to you, yet you managed to stun him. You're telling me that was all an accident? Seeing that Su Qianqin clearly didn't believe a word of it, Qin Feng helped but smile wryly. He really did do it by accident. In-game. Enemy Han Xin, this Yao's got some skills. Enemy Zhang Liang. Good game sense, you actually figured out I was intentionally feeding by moving up front. Our team's Kai, Big Spender Dad's skills are amazing. Our money-losing Tiger, Big Spender Dad even tricked us into thinking he was Diamond tier. With that play just now, both his awareness and execution, he's definitely Honor tier. Our team's Renji, I caught a glimpse of that too. No hype, no hate, that first kill was 90% thanks to Big Spender's Yao. Qin Feng blushed slightly as he read the praise from everyone in the game. I just pressed the wrong skill. You bunch of idiots don't know a damn thing. The game continued. Brother Feng, Zhang Liang just used his ultimate on the top lane. He's out of it now. Let's flank him through the bottom river and take him down. Earlier, the undead team's top laner Kai had been ganked by Zhang Liang and just used up his ultimate. Now that Zhang Liang had returned to mid lane to farm, Su Qianqin decided to take advantage of this opportunity to secure his kill. Qin Feng, already at level 4, was tagging along with Su Qianqin, still obediently playing the role of a support player as he always did. Feng, use your first skill. Su Qianqin used her ultimate to burst out of the bushes and charge down the mid lane, aiming to catch Zhang Liang off guard, while simultaneously instructing Qin Feng to cast his first skill to lock him down. This time, Qin Feng was careful. He lined up his first skill and pressed the button. However, suddenly his hand twitched, causing him to cast skill 1 before he even aimed it properly. As a result, the skill flew in the exact opposite direction of Zhang Liang. It went way off course. But a whoosh sound effect rang out. Just as Qin Feng cast his first skill, Han Xin with 3/4 of his health remaining leapt out of the nearby bushes almost simultaneously. Visually, it looked like Han Xin had just appeared when Qin Feng cast his first skill and it landed right on Han Xin's head. After being briefly stunned for 0.5 seconds, Hansin realized the opportunity had passed and quickly retreated back into the bushes. Having used all 3 of his dashes, Hansin landed right in the center of Diao Chan's ultimate, the very spot where Su Qianqian had just charged down the mid lane. Given this situation, there was no way Su Qianqian was going to let him escape. Su Qianqian used flash to catch up, unleashing a barrage of dash damage within the ultimate's radius. With no dash abilities left, Hansin could only take the hits passively. He didn't even last 2 seconds before he was down. Wow, Brother Feng, that was an absolute masterpiece. Your reaction time, so impressive. You tricked Zhang Liang into wasting his flash and even secured Hansin's kill. Haha. Su Qianqian was... Just as she was about to tell Qin Feng to stun Zhang Liang, Hansin burst out of the bushes and Zhang Liang used a flash. At that moment, even if Qin Feng had landed his first skill perfectly, he wouldn't have been able to hold Zhang Liang in place. But she never expected Qin Feng's reaction time to be so fast. He actually cast his skill in the opposite direction and managed to lock down Hansin as he charged in. That reflexes were truly incredible. Qin Feng's mouth twitched and he let out another dry laugh. He knew that even if he claimed he'd accidentally cast his skill in the wrong spot just now, Su Qianqian wouldn't believe him. In the game, enemy Hansin, yo, you're from the Chinese server, right? Enemy Zhang Liang, probably either a streamer or an alt account from a pro player. I'm seriously impressed by that quick reflex play just now. Enemy Hansin, pro, your Yao is such a jerk, could you please stop targeting just me? Qin Feng grew angrier than right. Knowing full well that he was a noob, the more he read the opposing team's comments, the more they sounded like mockery. So, Qin Feng, I just messed up my skill. Screw the Chinese server. Stop stirring up trouble. Opposing Hansin, dude, you can't just insult people like that. Opposing Zhang Liang, exactly. We saw both of your plays. Did you really kill our provincial level jungler twice in a row just by casting the wrong skill? At our rank, we're all here to make friends while playing. Insulting people like this just ruins the fun. Qin Feng was completely speechless. Su Qianqian, sitting beside him, hesitated for a long time with a conflicted expression before finally speaking up. Feng, you don't have to be so humble. Being too humble is kind of, well... Qin Feng's face twisted into a bitter smile. It's over. Even Su Qianqian doesn't believe him anymore. He decided just ignore those details and keep playing. The enemy jungler Hansin had failed to secure a kill on 2 separate trips to the mid lane and had instead been killed himself, throwing the enemy jungler's rhythm into disarray. Qin Feng's money-losing Tiger team naturally seized the opportunity, ganking both top and bottom lanes in quick succession. They'd already taken down the bottom lane turret and were now in the lead. Big Spender, Cao Cao and Hansin are both missing. They might be stealing the dragon. Let's go check it out. Kai Dad, played by Wang Ling on the top lane, sent a warning message after clearing a wave of minions. Qin Feng, who was clinging to Su Qianqian's Diao Chan, also headed toward the dragon pit from mid lane. Just as he crossed the mid lane river brush, 3 golden spell barriers suddenly descended upon Su Qianqian's head, instantly stunning her. This was Zhang Liang's first skill, word Spirit Barrier. Holy crap, it's an ambush. Qin Feng jolted awake. As a noob, he almost instinctively dismounted from Su Qianqian and used flash to retreat. The moment he cast flash, his face fell. Call him a noob all you want, but his reflexes were actually pretty quick. He instantly dismounted from Diao Chan and used flash. But as for his actual skill, he meant to retreat, but ended up flashing in the opposite direction. You see plenty of these reverse flashes in diamond matches, and Qin Feng was just one of many noobs. Just then, 3 reckless bruisers burst out of the bushes. The enemy jungler was Hansin, the enemy mid laner was Zhang Liang, and the enemy fighter was Cao Cao. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to control Yao to make a run for it, his passive suddenly triggered. Mountain Spirit, White Deer. Yao transformed into an untargetable White Deer spirit and hopped away effortlessly. Su Qianqian also used her flash to save her life. The enemy's 3-man ambush team didn't even manage to land a single. Just as Qin Feng was still reeling from the shock. Undead, oh my god, Big Spender Dad just pulled off a god tier play. Losing Tiger, that scared the crap out of me. I thought we were going to lose this one. I never expected Big Spender Dad to flash in on his own and use his passive to block Zhang Liang's ultimate. Xiao Suda. Even though I didn't pay attention to what was happening just now, jumping on the bandwagon and shouting Big Spender Dad is awesome is definitely the right move. Big Spender Dad is awesome. Inside the villa, Su Qianqian was beaming with admiration. Feng, how did you pull that off in such a short time? Zhang Liang's first skill locked me down and his ultimate was right after. If I'd been hit by that, I'd have been done for. Yet you managed to jump off me at the speed of light, flash in, and block his ultimate. To Su Qianqian, Qin Feng's play just the absolute epitome of boyfriend material. Single-handedly, he turned a situation that was certain to end in their deaths into a victory. Women, they're naturally drawn to strength. Whether in the game or in real life, a strong man will always catch a woman's eye. Qin Feng let out a dry laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. He decided it was best not to tell Sukiankin that he hadn't actually intended to save her at all, he just wanted to make a run for it himself. Who knew that his flash would end up taking him in the exact opposite direction? In the game. Opposing Cao Cao, I told you that the enemy, Yao, must be a secondary account from the national server. You two idiots made me camp in the bushes for 2 whole minutes, and we missed several minion waves. Now Kai's pulled so far ahead in gold. Are you happy now? Enemy Han Sen. How is this my fault? I'm not from the national server who knew players from there were that strong. Enemy Zhang Liang, we're just outclassed. Stop arguing, we still have a chance. Enemy Cao Cao, chance my ass. As long as that Yao's here, Han Xin is already useless. Damn it. You two idiots, you knew full well the enemy Yao was from the national server, yet you kept ganking the mid lane. Han Xin, you're 3, why are you even playing this game? Wouldn't it be better to just live a normal life? Enemy Han Xin, you're so great, why don't you go play on the national server yourself? Go one-hand wipe that national server Yao first, then come back and lecture everyone else. Opposing Cao Cao, if I could dominate that Yao, would I even be matched with trash like you? Qin Feng watched as the opposing team started arguing, feeling incredibly conflicted. He really wanted to tell Cao Cao, I'm just a diamond tier noob, forget about being a top tier Yao. My proficiency level is still green. As the game reached the mid-game and everyone's gear was roughly on par, team fights began to break out. In most of these team fights, Qin Feng performed as expected. But every now and then, something unexpected would happen. For example, he'd misfire a skill and stun Han Xin, who was about to dash in and assassinate the marksman right where he stood, only for his teammates to rush in and beat Han Xin to death with a flurry of punches, just standard stuff like that. Another time during a team fight, after he was knocked off Diao Chan by the enemy, he waited for his ultimate to finish cooldown. Just as he was about to control Yao to return to Diao Chan, he accidentally flew onto Direnji, who was down to just a sliver of health. And just then, Cao Cao flashes in to take out Direnji. Cao Cao could have taken out Direnji with a single ability, but because his Yao was attached to Direnji, she restored a significant amount of his health. Cao Cao failed to instantly kill Direnji and was instead rooted in place by Direnji's ultimate, allowing his teammates to swarm and beat him to death. Then the chat window went like this. Our Direnji, big spender dad, that was epic. You actually predicted that Cao Cao was coming to take me out. If you'd been a second later, I'd be dead. Our Kai, big spender dad, even joked with us that he was diamond tier. If that's diamond tier, then we're all platinum. Our money-losing tiger. I thought we were carrying the pro to win, but it turns out the pro was carrying us to win. I feel guilty accepting this red envelope. Back at the villa, Su Qianqian pouted and complained, Feng, when you played games with me before, were you on purpose playing badly? You made me have to get my all in every single match. Qin Feng. Inside, he was screaming. I don't know what's going on either, I'm really that bad. Why won't any of you believe me? At that moment, the economic gap between the two teams in the game was growing wider and wider. Apart from the 3 high ground turrets, the opposing team's remaining turrets had all been completely destroyed by Qin Feng's side. The final teamfight erupted in the enemy's red buff area. During this team fight, Qin Feng was targeted relentlessly and eventually escaped with just a sliver of health into the bushes behind the red buff. Just as he saw his first skill had recharged and was about to cast it to escape, Cao Cao suddenly used flash to close in on him, determined to finish him off. Terrified, Qin Feng turned and ran, frantically casting his first skill. As Cao Cao gave chase, his teammates all rushed in to block him. In his haste, Cao spammed his first skill, aiming to finish off Qin Feng's Yao. But just as he reached Qin Feng, the third segment of his skill 1 knocked him into the air. Qin Feng was hit, triggering his passive ability, transformed into a white deer spirit and hopped away effortlessly. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The ruler has been killed. A giant caption appeared on the game screen. Qin Feng Yao's avatar was prominently displayed at the very front of the text. Qin Feng? When the hell did I kill the ruler? Just as Qin Feng was completely baffled, our teammate Kai, holy crap, I'm seriously blown away today. Big spender dad, you're truly god tier, divine, godlike, so freaking awesome. Direnji from our team. Like a demon-slaying lord descended from the heavens, you're truly a divine deity on earth. Big spender dad, that was god tier. Unbeatable. Our team's money-losing tiger. Alas, I'm uneducated. Oh my god is my go-to phrase. Big spender dad, that play of yours is worth at least 10 oh my gods. Su Qianqian's Diaochen, hahaha, at opposing Cao Cao, kiddo, do you have a lot of question marks? Opposing team's Cao Cao. This kid doesn't just have a lot of question marks, he's got a lot of oh my gods too. Watching the chat panel erupt with excitement, the protagonist Qin Feng looked completely baffled, because he had absolutely no idea what was going on. Plus, everyone was now praising him to the skies, and with all the attention suddenly focused on him, he didn't feel comfortable asking anyone what was actually going on. He was absolutely certain he hadn't even been to the dragon pit, so how could he have killed the elder dragon? Meanwhile, in the game chat, enemy Cao. I don't even want to talk anymore. That dumbass Hansin, I really don't know where he got the guts to try to take the dragon right in front of Yao. I was just afraid Yao would steal the dragon, so I flashed over to chase him down, but I never expected this game's over. Enemy Zhang Liang sighed. That play, Hansin really was a total idiot. But to be fair, while Cao Cao was chasing him down so fast, Yao managed to hold her ground on a sliver of health, waiting until Hansin had the dragon down to its last sliver of health. That composure and control are truly unbeatable. I'll accept this loss. Enemy Hansin, what the hell are you guys whining about? I totally lost my cool. I've never seen a Yao who steals the dragon, let alone one who snatches it with just her first skill. Opposing Cao Cao, you silly kid, it's not your fault you're bad, but being this defiant when you're bad. That's exactly why you deserve to die. Enemy Hansin, I'm so fucking... Enemy Cao Cao, what's the matter? The sun's out and the rain stopped, do you think you're good again now? Enemy Hansin, you fucking... Opposing Cao Cao, the pro carried the whole game, and you've been a liability the whole time. Kid, just shut up. I'm done. There's no point in playing anymore. Let's all surrender. Watching the argument on the chat panel, the protagonist, Qin Feng, finally understood what had happened. It turned out that when he had used Flash to escape with barely any health left and hid in the bushes behind the red buff, the minimap had shown the dragon pit. The enemy Hansin was currently fighting the dragon in the pit, and Cao Cao had chased him down recklessly out of fear that his Yao would steal the dragon. Then, in his panic, Qin Feng haphazardly cast his first skill, only to be knocked into the air by the third hit of Cao Cao's first skill and transformed into a deer spirit. The end result was that he not only took down the Elder Dragon, granted the entire team the dragon buff, and summoned dragon minions across all 3 lanes, but also managed to escape unscathed. Who's supposed to believe that? Others might not know, but Qin Feng was well aware that this entire sequence had absolutely nothing to do with him. He was completely terrified by the enemy Cao Cao. As a player at the Eternal Diamond level, could Cao Cao really have been afraid that he'd see Han fighting the dragon on the minimap? Minimap, what's a minimap? If he could, Qin Feng would love to remove that minimap that blocks his view altogether. Qin Feng silently felt sorry for the enemy Cao Cao. If that Cao Cao knew he was the one who called this, who knows how he'd feel? Before long, the enemy team surrendered. After Qin Feng took down the Elder Dragon, the gap in their gold and minion count had become too vast, they simply had no chance. All 5 players surrendered, and the enemy nexus exploded immediately. Qin Feng's team secured the victory. In this game, Qin Feng secured 5 kills and 20 assists. He earned 30,000. Naturally, Qin Feng didn't think much of such a small sum, and his attention wasn't on money anyway. Listening to his teammates' compliments and Su Qianqian's adoration, Qin Feng gazed at his in-game interface, specifically the MVP and Gold Support achievement badges he'd earned, and fell deep in thought. He had played Yao more than 5 times in total, and only twice in ranked matches. Forget MVP and Gold Support, just avoiding a ghost was Qin Feng's highest standard for himself. And in this particular match, it was precisely a series of coincidences that allowed him to secure the highest rating on the entire team. As the saying goes, it's no story without a bit of luck, but one coincidence after another, this was getting a bit too far-fetched. In-game luck attribute? Could it be the in-game luck attribute? Qin Feng's eyes widened suddenly. It was as if he'd uncovered the truth. A single coincidence could be chalked up to chance, but a whole game full of coincidences that ultimately led to the highest rating that couldn't be a coincidence. That was pure luck. The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more certain he became it had to be the boost from the game's luck attribute. Otherwise, how could he have repeatedly missed his skills only to have them land precisely on enemies charging at him and then, out of the blue, take down the enemy's nearly defeated Baron? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is great. This luck attribute in the game is truly a gem. He'd previously thought this luck stat was just for winning prizes and making money. Now it seems he'd really been thinking too small. Lotteries. Who cares about that? Yao can take down the dragon just by spamming skills. Tell me, are you scared or what? Glancing back at the game interface, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is awesome. I'm gonna dominate the race. Let's see which asshole dares to call me a diamond tier loser from now on. Qin Feng shouted with swagger. Su Qianqian was startled for a moment, then said in a bright, clear voice, her big eyes sparkling, Feng Ji, it seems like you're the only one who keeps calling yourself a diamond tier loser. Qin Feng froze, his expression instantly falling. He raised his hand and smacked Su Qianqian on the butt. You're such a chatterbox. Su Qianqian let out a soft yelp, her face quickly flushing crimson, her pouting little face brimming with hurt and resentment. Big Spender Daddy, your gameplay is absolutely amazing. I'd love to go live so my fans can see it for themselves. Do you think that's okay? Suddenly, in the party chat, the young streamer Money-Losing Tiger cautiously asked tentatively. Streaming was his main job, and now that his teammates were all top-tier players, they might just help him gain some popularity. Of course, he wanted to stream. No problem, go ahead. Just don't let it get in the way of us winning. In high spirits, Qin Feng agreed immediately. Thanks, big spender dad. Don't worry, I'm at my best when I'm streaming while gaming, and with you playing this well, we're definitely going to win the whole thing, we won't lose. Loser Tiger happily showered him with a few flattering compliments. Soon, money-losing Tiger went live with the room title. The legendary big spender dad leads the little streamer to an easy win. Qin Feng didn't bother with these minor details and continued dragging his teammates into a party to queue for ranked matches. They were matched up in no time. Qin Feng was in the first slot. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll play Cheng Yaojin on the top lane this game. Wang Ling, you take support. I'm feeling a little under the weather today, so I'm taking a break, just 2 updates today. I'll try to post more tomorrow. Thanks for your love and support. Wan Ling paused for a moment, then immediately replied, Got it. Big spender daddy. My Deqiao support is also top tier in the national server, as steady as an old dog. Qin Feng didn't hesitate any longer and selected Cheng Yaojin right away. Brother Feng, weren't you going to play support? Su Qiantan asked curiously. In all the games she'd played with Qin Feng, she'd only ever seen him play marksman support or occasionally mid-lane mage. She'd never actually seen him play a fighter in the top. Plus, Qin Feng had played Yao so brilliantly in the last game, sticking with Yao as support would definitely boost his win rate even more. I'm feeling it. I'll try a different hero, Qin Feng explained with a smile. Actually, in this game, he wanted to test just how lucky his lucky trait really was, or rather, where the limit of that luck lay. He didn't even know how to play the top lane. As for Cheng Yaojin, he'd barely played him a few times. Other players' Cheng Yaojin is practically indestructible, but to him, Cheng Yaojin was as fragile as paper, the kind anyone could take down. With Yao, he could at least get by as a free rider. But with Cheng Yaojin, he'd be taking up a powerful fighter slot. There'd be no way to just coast through the game. Alright then, I'll just play Diao Chan, it's safer, Su Qiantan said sweetly. The team composition was quickly finalized. In this match, Qin Feng was facing Cheng Yaojin on the top lane. Su Qiantan was Diao Chan in the mid. Wang Ling played Deqiao as money-losing Tiger was playing Han Xin as the jungler. Xiao Zuda was still playing Direnji, the ambassador of reputation. At the start of the game, after buying a pair of barefoot boots, Qin Feng controlled Cheng Yaojin and headed toward the top lane. As a diamond tier player, it wasn't until the minion wave arrived and the enemy hero appeared that he realized his opponent was Yukio. Damn, if I'd known, I would have brought a cloth armor. Qin Feng silently lamented his carelessness. When played well, Yukio is absolutely insane. It's said that once he hits level 2, his blade leaves a trail of corpses in its wake. For a skilled Yukio player, getting a kill by level 2 is a common occurrence. And this was a king tier match. Qin Feng didn't even need to think to know that the enemy Kikyo was definitely no pushover. So as soon as he spotted Yukio, he immediately turned around and retreated back to his own tower. After all, even though Qin Feng wanted to test his luck, that didn't mean he was going to charge in and feed the enemy. He wanted to win more than anything right now. So he still didn't dare to get too reckless. After all, luck is a fickle thing. The system had already stated that the luck attribute was a passive skill, and Qin Feng had no idea when it might trigger. In the previous game, his Yao had pulled off some incredible plays, but she'd also missed her skills a few times. At that moment, thousands of kilometers away, TGL Club, a newly formed professional Honor of Kings team. Inside the training room, the young players were intensely practicing solo queue. Every professional Honor of Kings team has only one goal, the KPL. The owner of the TGL Club had issued a clear directive. The team must qualify for the KPL during the Fall League. That's hilarious. That Cheng Yaojin actually started with just boots. Doesn't he know he's going to be laning against me? Ahaha. In a corner of the practice room, a newly promoted pro player with yellow-dyed hair burst out laughing, drawing his teammates to gather around and watch. Bro Feilong, what rank are you at now? A teammate beside him asked. My game's been on point these past few days. I just hit King, the yellow-haired player said, sounding a bit smug. Not bad. You went from a noob account to King in just a few days. You'll probably be in the starting lineup for this fall season, his teammate said enviously. In esports, being bad is a cardinal sin. At the same time, the strong are respected by everyone. This is an industry where individual skill is everything. As long as you're strong enough, you can get everything you want here. That's why it attracts countless talented young people who want to defy fate and change their lives. All professional players share a single goal: to one day stand on the highest podium, achieve fame and success, reap financial rewards, and bask in the adoration and cheers of millions. Why are you all hanging out here instead of training? Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. The teammates who had gathered around to watch were startled and hurried back to their respective positions. Hello, Coach Jin. Hello, Coach Jin. Respectful greetings rang out one after another. This middle-aged man was TGL's current head coach. Coach Jin gave a slight nod and walked over to the young player with the yellow hair. Facing the club's most talented young player, Coach Jin's expression softened slightly. Fei Long, how's your game going? What rank are you at now? Yellow hair replied respectfully, reporting, Coach, I'm currently at King 3-star. By the end of the season, I'll do my best to reach around King 30-star. Coach Jin nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. There aren't many players with your level of talent who also know how to work hard. You're a role model for everyone. I'm here to tell you some good news. After discussing it with the boss, we've decided you'll be a starter for the King's Fall tournament. Thank you, coach, for your guidance. Thank you, boss, for your support. Wang Mao quickly put down his phone, stood up, and bowed deeply to Coach Jin. His teammates looked on with envy. Huang Mao had been with the team for less than a year and was still considered a new member, yet he'd secured a starting spot right away, proof of just how highly the coach and the boss regarded him. He was definitely going to take off from here on out. All right, get back to your game. Be careful not to get solo killed, Coach Jin said with a smile. Wang Mao picked up his phone again and said casually, no way. This game's a walk in the park. I'm up against a Cheng Yojin who doesn't know what he's doing. He's laning against me and actually started with just boots. I could crush him with my eyes closed. Is that so? Coach Jin gave a meaningful smile and stood behind Huang Mao to watch the game. This young man was indeed a rising star, but rising stars usually share one common flaw: they're too arrogant. Once they start achieving results, that arrogance can balloon out of control and ultimately destroy them. Coach Jin had seen more than a few examples of this. Looks like I'll have to find a way to temper this kid's temperament, Coach Jin mused to himself. Meanwhile in the game, with Coach Jin watching, Blondie's Yukio was playing him more seriously, pinning Cheng Yaojin firmly under the tower. Even when Cheng Yaojin dared to farm minions under the tower, Blondie would rush over to harass him. As a result, Cheng Yaojin eventually didn't dare leave the tower at all. After returning to base with low health once more, he never reappeared. Fai Long, Cheng Yaojin has been off the map for a minute now. You should let your teammates know about this situation and head over to wherever they're preparing for a team fight, Coach Jin instructed. Coach, you're being way too cautious. Didn't you notice? This Cheng Yaojin is definitely a newbie's no threat. Besides, focusing on farming the lane to build up my gold right now is way more important than running around, Wang Mao stubbornly insisted. Coach Jin frowned just as he was about to speak. First blood. A game sound effect rang out. The notification on the game screen announced that Cheng Yaojin had killed the jungler Liu Bei. Coach Jin's frown deepened even further. Huang Mao was completely dumbfounded. At Qin Feng's villa, Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm out of here! Damn, that was terrifying. What kind of psycho opponents are these? I was getting so hard on the top lane I couldn't even farm the minions, and I just stole one pig from your jungle. Was it really necessary to chase me all the way to the dragon pit? Great, now I'm probably gonna get smashed by the tyrant. On second thought, I'd better post one more update, just to avoid getting razor blades in the mail. In-game. Undead. Holy shit. So this pro isn't just a killer support, he's a beast as a fighter too. Baking soda. First blood pro. So damn impressive. Money-losing tiger. Did you guys see that? My super rich dad is so badass. There were too many subtle details just now, you probably didn't catch them all. Let me break it down for you. Cheng Yaojin went to steal their wild boar, perfect timing, right when the enemy Liu Bei was fighting the red buff. By the time Liu Bei finished clearing the red buff and turned to take his own wild boar, he spotted Cheng Yaojin stealing it. Here's the key detail: Cheng Yaojin miraculously left one wild boar alive, leaving one jungle camp unkilled. That's crucial. Because usually, when a jungler sees that all 3 boars have been stolen, they won't come back to gank, they'll just accept their bad luck and move on to farm elsewhere. But if there's still one boar left unstolen, they'll almost certainly come to steal it. So, right after the enemy finished clearing their jungle and Liu Bei, who was a bit low on health, chased after him. Here's another key detail. My Cheng Yaojin ran straight toward the dragon pit, right next to the enemy warrior Kikyo. At this point, Liu Bei was bound to give chase. Based on Cheng Yaojin's path, he could team up with Kikyo to pin Liu Bei between them. But after our Cheng Yaojin reached the dragon pit, he tangled with Liu Bei for a moment before jumping right back out. Liu Bei's dash ability was still on cooldown, so he couldn't escape. He was hit by the tyrant's lightning wave and taken down, and that kill was credited to our Cheng Yaojin. In this play alone, there were at least 2 or 3 key details. Tell me, isn't our Cheng Yaojin absolutely amazing? The small-time streamer Peikian, who grew more and more excited as he spoke, his admiration growing with every word. In his live stream chat, comments like 666 started flooding in at lightning speed. Clearly, after Pei Kanyu's analysis, everyone realized just how many plays this Cheng Yaojin had pulled off in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng and his teammates had their squad voice chat enabled, so they could hear every word of Pei Kanyu's stream clearly. Ahem! Bro, let me add one more thing. There was another detail just now. It was Big Spender Dad's timing prediction for the tyrant's lightning wave. The pro was down to just a sliver of health when he jumped out of the dragon pit. If he'd misjudged the timing by even a second, Big Spender Dad's Cheng Yaojin would have gone down in the dragon pit too. Undead chimed in. Holy crap. My brother Wang Ling really lives up to his reputation as a top 10 player in the Peak League. I totally missed that detail. Godly Rich Dad is seriously amazing. He even predicted when the tyrant would cast his ability. Losing Tiger got excited all over again. Back at the villa, Su Qianqian looked at Qin Feng with eyes sparkling with admiration. What a pro admires most is a pro who's even better than she is. Su Qianqian admitted to herself that, given her skill level, she definitely couldn't have pulled off that first kill just now. As a hardcore gamer in Su Qianqian's eyes, Qin Feng was now practically perfect. Qin Feng's face flushed alternately red and white, his expression screaming, "I don't want to talk." Although he usually enjoyed a bit of flattery, this round of over-the-top praise was getting a bit out of hand. He'd just been running for his life details. What the hell are you talking about? If it weren't for money-losing Tiger and Undead getting so carried away over there, he wouldn't even have known there were any details to that play. Wasn't it just that I went all out when Liu Bei from the opposing team was chasing me down? You guys, these glory 100-star level pros, how come you're always overanalyzing everything so much? Isn't that exhausting? Inside the TGL club, Blondie, Coach Jin, Cheng Yaojin just got lucky on that play. If it hadn't been for the tyrant, he wouldn't have gotten the first blood. Coach Jin was silent for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "Fei Long, what do you mean by lucky as hell? As long as you can kill enemies and win, that's skill. On the KPL battlefield, there's only victory or defeat, there's never any such thing as luck. Even if there were, the victor is still the king and the loser is the outcast. Remember, luck is also a form of skill." "Got it, Coach Jin, I'll play my best." Huang Mao lowered head slightly, applying Coach Jin's stern reprimand. Coach Jin frowned. He could tell right away that Huang Mao hadn't taken a single word to heart. Yellow hair controlled Yukio, a hint of anger in his eyes. Having been snapped at by his coach, he naturally didn't dare say a word, but he had to take that anger out on the enemy Cheng Yaojin. That Cheng Yaojin, he's as bad as they come, yet he's got all the damn luck. Just as Huang Mao was thinking this, Cheng Yaojin, who had returned to base to fully heal, emerged from under the turret. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Mao glanced at Coach Jin, who was still watching the match, and his gaze hardened slightly. He was going to solo kill this Cheng Yaojin to prove to Coach Jin that Cheng Yaojin was nothing but a noob. He would prove that his earlier strategy was flawless. Cheng Yaojin only got first blood because of sheer luck. He maneuvered Yukio back a bit behind the minion wave, and sure enough, just as he'd expected, that noob Cheng Yaojin immediately came up to farm the minions. As soon as Cheng Yaojin entered his attack range, he activated Yukio's first skill to dash backward, successfully hitting an enemy minion. He immediately followed up with the second segment of his swallow return skill to dash forward again. With two swallow return dashes, Tachibana Yukio, who had been far away, flew right in front of Cheng Yaojin. He immediately followed up with his second skill, pinning Cheng Yaojin in place, then unleashed a flurry of attacks with his ultimate, dealing nearly a quarter of Cheng Yaojin's health. After this exchange, as Kikyo was preparing to retreat and look for another opportunity to chip away at Cheng Yaojin's health, he suddenly noticed something Cheng Yaojin did, and he almost burst out laughing. Cheng Yaojin, having lost only a quarter of his health, actually activated his ultimate. Cheng Yaojin's ultimate restores health. Skilled players usually save it for when they're down to their last sliver of health. That way, they can trigger their passive to boost attack damage while low on health and secure their survival. But this guy right here, that's basically casting his ultimate at full health. Huang Mao shot Coach Jin a glance. "I told you he was a noob and you didn't believe me. Well, you believe me now, don't you?" He didn't waste a second. Yukio, who had been about to retreat, immediately turned around and began chasing him down. Yukio's skills already have short cooldowns, and with Cheng Yaojin having used his ultimate, there's no doubt Yukio could tower dive and take him down. "Don't be reckless, watch out for Cheng Yaojin's tricks," Coach Jin warned from the sidelines. But Blondie acted as if he hadn't heard a word. A Cheng Yaojin at full health with his ultimate active, would he really try to pull a trick? That's overestimating him way too much. Anyway, nothing says matters now. If he takes out this Cheng Yaojin right under the tower, Coach Jin will finally shut up. In-game, Kuroyuki let out a furious roar and charged straight into the tower. The very moment he entered the tower, Qin Feng's mid lane Diachen and jungler Hansen both flew out. Kikyo was momentarily stunned. Before he could even react, the game screen turned black and white. Then, standing on Kikyo's corpse, Cheng Yaojin turned around and went back to last hitting minions.
On the game chat panel, everyone's chat page. Our hand sign. That play was so awesome, boss. Kikyo, did that just make you question your life? Ardakiao, it's all about the details. Always the details. Little Yukio, do you even realize you're up against a pro who's maxed out on both game sense and attention to detail? Our team's Renji, I'll feel sorry for Kikyo for 2 seconds. Did you really think our Cheng Yaojin used his ultimate just to escape? No? He actually used it to take your life. Inside the villa. Su Qianqian, Feng, you really pulled off a great act just now. The moment you cast your ultimate, Kikyo thought you were really going to run. He never even imagined we'd come to catch him. Your teamwork was flawless. Qin Feng let out a dry laugh, smiling but saying nothing. His face remained impassive, but inside he was cursing like a sailor. Why do all of you have to be so dramatic? I'm just a coward. I was so scared I used my ultimate at full health and ran off. Who knew you guys would come to back me up? Don't you know I never even look at the minimap? You think my game sense is on level 9? Sorry, but I've always been a noob on the first tier. Inside the TGL Club's training facility, Huang Mao's face turned completely dark. Cheng Yaojin really pulled a fast one. He used his ultimate at full health just to lure him in. And even after Coach Jin warned him, he still got ambushed. Coach Jin, standing nearby, was already looking extremely displeased. The other team members in the training room didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone had heard the kill notification sound coming from Huang Mao's phone just now. It's already a major no-no for a player to disobey the coach. To make matters worse, even though Coach Jin's prediction was spot on, Blondie gave away a kill just because he didn't listen. Even if he was playing on his own training account, this was a major no-no. Coach Jin, I'm sorry. Beard's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat as he bowed his head in apology. Is it me you're apologizing to? You're letting yourself down. In a state like this, how can you possibly make the starting lineup? In a battle between top players, victory and defeat hang by a hair's breadth. Every player is dancing on the very edge of their limits. If this weren't a practice match, but a KPL match, that play you just made could have cost us the entire game. Coach Jin had been looking for a chance to put yellow hair in his place, and he certainly wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. He snapped at him in a stern tone. I know I was wrong. Huang Mao hung his head even lower. Coach Jin's face remained stern. You must kill Cheng Yaojin 10 times in this game. If you don't, you won't be sleeping tonight. Yes, sir. Huang Mao could only obediently agree. Back in the game, Yellow Hair's expression gave nothing away, but the moment he spotted the enemy Cheng Yaojin, his blood began to boil. He couldn't figure out if this Cheng Yaojin was actually skilled or just a noob. If he were a noob, he wouldn't know to use his ultimate at full health to bait an enemy. That's such a subtle psychological move. But if he was a pro, his Cheng Yaojin hadn't managed to last hit a single minion against his Kuroyuki. But whether he's a true pro or a noob, his Kuroyuki has absolute confidence that he can completely shut down this Cheng Yaojin. As long as he crushes this Cheng Yaojin early on and gains a lead in level and gold, he'll be able to dominate him completely later on. However, after a while, the blonde guy's expression shifted from brimming with confidence to a gradual frown, and then to sweaty palms. After a team fight, he happened to run into Cheng Yaojin in the bushes. He had a chance to kill them both, were down to a sliver of health, and Cheng Yaojin had already used up his ultimate. So without hesitation, he cast his second ability, aiming to finish him off. However, although the skill hit Cheng Yaojin, he didn't die, and instead, the player himself died. And he was killed by Cheng Yaojin. But just a moment ago, he was absolutely certain that Cheng Yaojin had been focused solely on running away. He hadn't even touched him. How did Cheng Yaojin manage to kill him? Coach Jin, this... Huang Mao immediately turned to look at Coach Jin. This Cheng Yaojin must be cheating. I hit you with my skill, so how did I die? Coach Jin's face darkened. Open your inventory and take a look. Blondie opened it and was stunned. Cheng Yaojin had actually bought a bear damage reflection armor. Counter-strike armor, increases armor and reflects damage. Because Cheng Yaojin's armor was too high, Huang Mao's Kikyo's second skill hadn't killed him just now. Because of the damage reflection, Huang Mao's Ukyo was instantly killed by the damage he dealt himself. Huang Mao felt a surge of frustration welling up inside him. Thanks to his own flashy play, Cheng Yaojin, who hadn't secured a single kill yet, got a free kill handed to him on a silver platter. But that's just way too bizarre. In all the games he's played, he's never seen a Cheng Yaojin who built a reflectage armor right off the bat. Once Cheng Yaojin equipped the counterattack armor, Huang Mao's Ukyo found it increasingly difficult to fight him. What's more, Huang Mao realized that this Cheng Yaojin's skill level seemed to fluctuate between that of a noob and a pro, making it impossible for him to figure out Cheng Yaojin's playstyle. He didn't know whether to use tactics for a noob or a pro. This made him increasingly anxious and uncertain as the game went on. After 10 minutes, not only had he failed to secure a single kill on Cheng Yaojin, but he'd actually been solo killed by him twice. Now that Cheng Yaojin had 3 major items, he was no longer capable of solo killing him. He was definitely going to fail the task Coach Jin had assigned him. Coach Jin, watching from the sidelines, had been focusing on the Ukyo controlled by Yellow Hair from the start, but he gradually began shifting his attention to Cheng Yaojin. It's important to note that top-tier players generally have their own strategies. Every KPL team has a crucial task before a match, analyzing their opponents. They study their opponents' playstyles and the strategies they use with specific heroes. But as Coach Jin tried to analyze this Cheng Yaojin player's playstyle through the eyes of a professional gaming coach, the more he analyzed, the more baffled he became. This Cheng Yojin player is completely unstoppable. His playstyle is that there is no playstyle. Sometimes his gameplay is a total disaster, and other times he pulls off all sorts of god-tier plays. It's as if his performance depends entirely on his mood. Even when playing normally, he's always wasting skills on useless targets. His positioning is also something else. But in life or death moments, just when you think he's about to die, he miraculously pulls through and might even snag a kill or two. It seems like a rising star who's already set one foot on the threshold of greatness, but whose gameplay habits and techniques haven't fully crystallized yet. At this thought, Coach Jin's eyes lit up instantly. After all, players like this have tremendous potential. Coaches of professional teams absolutely love coaching players like this. That's because top-tier players usually have their own ideas and strategies, and they tend to resist the coach's instructions, which is why most coaches are reluctant to train them. Just like this, Blondie standing before him, he has a mind of his own and refuses to follow the coach's guidance, which is exactly why he fell victim to that tragic trap earlier and got killed under the tower. Looking at this Cheng Yaojin, Coach Jin was starting to feel tempted. A newly established professional esports club. No shortage of money, no shortage of equipment, no shortage of resources. What they lack most is fresh blood. By fresh blood, they mean talented prospects. The TGO club faces this very problem. It's precisely because the team lacks sufficient skill and has too few promising new talents that Huang Mao, who's been with the club for less than a year, has secured a starting spot. Currently, TGL only has Huang Mao in the warrior role and is still missing a backup. In Coach Jin's eyes, this Cheng Yaojin looks like a promising prospect. Coach Jin glanced at the name of the opposing Hensin in the game, Shark Losing Money Tiger. A name like that clearly belongs to a streamer. He immediately pulled out his phone, opened Shark Live, and entered Money Losing Tiger's livestream based on the username. Sure enough, we're playing together. Coach Jin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, professional Honor of Kings teams have very few channels for recruiting players these days. They either search for top casual players on streaming platforms or look through the rankings of the game's peak league. Since the social features built into Honor of Kings aren't very comprehensive, finding players directly within the game is relatively difficult. Most teams usually look on streaming platforms instead. If this Cheng Yaojin weren't a streamer, it would be quite difficult for Coach Jin to track him down. However, since Cheng Yaojin was playing with a streamer, there was no need to rush for now. After all, if he could get in touch with the streamer, he'd surely be able to reach this Cheng Yaojin player as well. Coach Jin decided not to act impulsively for now. He'd continue observing and see how this Cheng Yaojin player performed in future matches. Soon, Huang Mao's game. It was without a doubt a loss-no victory. When Huang Mao turned back, Coach Jin was no longer by his side. "Where's Coach Jin?" Huang Mao asked cautiously in a low voice. He went to the conference room to watch the live stream. His teammates replied cautiously. Watching the live stream, Blondie's mind raced. Could Coach Jin have gone to find the seated players? A sense of foreboding washed over him, but Huang Mao composed himself and immediately opened another match. His original goal was to reach King 30 stars within 3 days. But now, he'd have to reach 40 stars to keep Coach Jin on his side and secure his own position. Meanwhile, at the Dihao Garden Villa, Qin Feng, a gold medal-winning top laner, had no idea he was already under scrutiny. Nor did he know that a pro player was feeling a sense of crisis because of him. "I'm playing Monkey as the jungler this game. Money Losing Tiger. You guys figure out your roles yourselves." Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as he grew more confident with every battle. If playing Yao in the first game had shown him the true way to unlock the game's luck attribute, then his second game as Cheng Yaojin showed him just how game-breaking the permanent passive skill the system had granted him really was. His Cheng Yaojin was so timid, so lacking in skill. Yet his final stats were still 8-10. He won the game and pocketed 36,000 as a side hustle. Qin Feng had previously worried that reaching Honor King in 3 days would be difficult, but now it seems it might not be that hard after all. As long as he doesn't get too reckless at this pace, it's a sure thing. Since he's got that lucky streak backing him up, he might as well have fun playing. So for this match, on a whim, he decided to play Monkey King. Su Qianqian, I'm playing Waner this round. Xiao Soda, then I'll stick with D Renji. I've been feeling pretty good with him these last 2 games. Money Losing Tiger. Bro Wangling, can I take the warrior role this round? My Lu Bu's actually pretty solid. Wanling, sure, then I'll stick with De Qiao's support. Soon the teammates all settled on their roles. Qin Feng started the matchmaking process and immediately selected Monkey King as his jungler. As the game progressed, Teammates, holy crap, Big Spender Dad's monkey play is god tier. He took out Xiao Qiao and walked away unscathed. I'm totally impressed. Brother Feng, that was insane. Qin Feng. Teammates, what Big Spender Dad just pulled off is that the legendary monkey's 3 sticks. Timing his cooldowns perfectly to unleash 3 strikes in a single second. The enemy didn't even have time to react before they were wiped out. Brother Feng, that was insane. Qin Feng. Another long moment pat. Teammates, you're so awesome. Qin Feng, shut the hell up, all of you. Stop praising me. Teammates, you're so humble, boss. Exactly. Playing this well and still being so humble, you're a role model for us all. If I had a big shot's sense of humility, I wouldn't have ended up as a small-time streamer. Qin Feng. He really didn't want to hear any more of his teammates' sycophantic flattery. The thing is, if he actually had that kind of skill, he wouldn't mind hearing it. He knew full well that he simply didn't have that kind of skill, which was why the more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Take that last play, for example. He was chasing down the enemy's low-health Hui in the jungle. It looked like he was just one hit away from finishing him off, but then, unexpectedly, he pulled off a dodge jump. He missed Hui, and instead, because of that 2-stage jump, he ended up landing right in the dragon pit. And to make matters worse, inside the dragon pit, the enemy jungler Dian Wei happened to be fighting the Elder Dragon, with just a sliver of health remaining. As a noob player, Qin Feng panicked so much he didn't even use punish. His fingers frantically tapped the screen, and somehow he ended up casting Monkey King's triple strike. The enemy Dian Wei, down to half health, didn't even have time to react. Qin Feng took him and the dragon out in one fell swoop. Then, Hao Ye, down to a sliver of health, saw that Monkey King had used up all his abilities and tried to kite him, but Qin Feng tapped the punish button he'd forgotten to use earlier and took out Hao Ye too. So his teammates... Thanks to our opponent for feeding us the Baron. That's some serious attention to detail. This play was next level. The pro anticipated Hao was coming to kite, saved his punishment, and was just waiting to take him down. Awesome, awesome. I'm bowing down to this pro. That's a play my monkey could never pull off in a lifetime. Without a doubt, they secured another victory in this game. Qin Feng also earned the gold tier jungler achievement. They started another game. This time Qin Feng had Su Qianqian take the jungle role while he played Zhang Kui in the mid lane. The divine hook Zhang Kui has returned to the rift. If Qin Feng hadn't told them not to praise him anymore, his teammates would have probably shouted themselves hoarse. That's because this Zhang Kui was playing so outrageously well. A casual hook from the bushes pulled out an enemy hero lying in wait. The enemy's 5-man group was clustered together, and with a single hook he yanked their damage dealer right over. Even by the mid-game, wherever Zhang Kui was, the enemy mage and marksman, their 2 main damage dealers, wouldn't dare show their faces. Meanwhile, back in the TGL Club's conference room, Coach Jin, who had been watching several matches in a row, had a gleam in his eyes and was trembling slightly. He never would have imagined that this random player would give him such a huge surprise. And he's actually an all-around top-tier player. Coach Jin watched 5 matches in a row. In those 5 matches, Qin Feng played every position. He earned the MVP achievement rating in every position. Coach Jin stopped watching after that. It was no longer necessary. He was certain that this player was exactly who he was looking for. Setting aside his playing style, which hadn't yet fully taken shape, what impressed him most about this player, whose ID is Saltomfugeka, was his character. That small-time streamer had team voice chat enabled, so during his stream, the voices of his teammates were clearly audible. When Saltomfugeka pulled off an incredible play, his teammates wanted to praise him, but he actually scolded them, forbidding them from complimenting him. If any of the active pro players on his team pulled off a god-tier play, they'd be on cloud 9 even without anyone else's praise, let alone staying humble. In the eyes of these arrogant youngsters, humility is a concept they'll never grasp. In contrast, this makes the player with the ID of Saltomfugeka all the more remarkable. That kind of character is 1 in a million. Despite playing so well, he remains so humble. A player like this is exactly the kind of ideal prospect he's always dreamed of. Coach Jin rushed back to his office and turned on his computer. Then he began editing the live stream he'd just recorded. His main focus was compiling the gameplay clips of the player Lone Traveler by the Blue Lamp. Half an hour later, Coach Jin sent the edited video to a contact on WeChat. Coach Park, I've got a video of an amateur player here. Take a look. Park. Korean. A veteran gaming coach. a consultant coach for TGL. He doesn't just work at TGL, he also serves as a consultant coach for many professional teams, independent teams, and the Chewan Guild. He's a professional consultant coach. Coach Jin sent this video to Coach Park specifically to get his second opinion. After all, Koreans really know their stuff when it comes to gaming. If Coach Park didn't have some real skills, he wouldn't still be serving as a consultant coach for so many pro teams. About 5 minutes later. Coach Park, Coach Kim, I thought your TGL roster was almost full? Coach Kim, we're still missing a backup top laner. Coach Park, but if you start looking for someone now, it'll be too late for the fall split, won't it? Coach Kim, the fall split isn't a big issue for now. We're mainly looking to bring some fresh blood into the team. Coach Park, hahaha. Judging by the way you're talking, it sounds like your TGL team is determined to make it into the KPL this fall. Coach Kim, I wouldn't dare to hope for that, just making the cut would be a huge blessing. Hey Coach Park, what do you think of this player? Coach Park, I'm watching his footage right now. From what I've seen so far, this player's gameplay lacks structure, and I can't make out any set strategies, but he keeps pulling off eye-popping godlike plays. There's only one possibility. Coach Kim, what's that possibility? Coach Park, this player's reaction time and hand-eye coordination are exceptional. In fact, a few of his plays have already reached the absolute pinnacle of what current pro players are capable of. And some of his plays are so mind-blowing that they look like Lady Luck herself has stepped in even when the situation seems hopeless. He manages to carve out a way to survive. Coach Kim couldn't help but get excited after hearing this. Coach Park's praise was incredibly high. However, recalling Coach Park's final remark, Coach Kim cautiously said, Coach Park, to be honest, there were indeed several plays by this player that I also thought were down to luck. That's why I'm a bit concerned and came to ask your opinion. Coach Park, no. Coach Kim, you've misunderstood me. A person might be favored by Lady Luck once, twice, or even 3 times, but that kind of luck can never last. The fact that this casual player has had several moments in a single match that seem like Lady Luck was on his side only proves that it isn't Lady Luck at all, it's his own skill. So my assessment remains the same. This is a rare top-tier prospect with extraordinary talent, even though his skills and strategies haven't fully matured yet. Coach Jin beamed with joy. Coach Park's words finally put his mind completely at ease. Coach Kim, I'm curious, how did you find such an outstanding prospect? Coach Park suddenly asked. Coach Kim, still beaming with joy, replied immediately, I spotted him just now while watching the live stream. After sending that, Coach Kim's expression changed and he quickly typed, ahem, Coach Park, TGL hasn't made contact with this player yet, so please keep this confidential for now. Don't tell anyone. Coach Kim silently berated himself for being careless. In a moment of excitement, he had inadvertently revealed information about this top prospect. After all, every professional team is eager to get their hands on a top-tier prospect like this. If the information leaked, he might end up helping another team win the championship for nothing. A moment later, Coach Park replied, Don't worry, Coach Kim, I do have some professional ethics. Coach Jin finally felt a little more at ease. After politely saying goodbye, he opened the Shark Live app and sent a private message to the streamer Money-Losing Tiger. Meanwhile, back in his office, Coach Park had just said goodbye to Coach Kim. He turned around and found the contact with the nickname Coach Lee of DG Superplay Guild in his contacts. Coach Lee, I heard your Superplay Guild is still looking for a backup support player? A moment later, Coach Lee, that's right. Do you have anyone suitable on your end, Coach Park? Coach Park smiled, then typed, Well, I do have someone. He sent the message before finishing typing. A short while later, his phone buzzed with a text message. Coach Park looked at the deposit notification on his bank card, smiled with satisfaction, and sent the edited video Coach Jin had sent him. This is an all-around prospect that Coach Kim from TGL discovered on Shark Live. This rare talent is very likely to become your Super Play Guild's champion support player. A long while passed. Coach Lee, he plays well and his gameplay is definitely impressive. Name your price. Coach Lee saw that Coach Park had mentioned this player was discovered by Coach Kim of TGL. Yet he still asked Coach Park to name his price clearly. They'd been involved in this kind of shady middleman business more than once. Coach Park, same old deal. I don't know if you want to buy out the rights to this information or... Coach Lee, buy it outright, and don't send this video to any other club. Coach Park, deal. I'll just wait for Coach Lee to settle the remaining balance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his team had just won a game and were about to start the next one when they were suddenly interrupted by the young streamer Money-Losing Tiger. "Hey Qianyu, Big Spender Dad, a coach from a pro team reached out to me and asked me to contact you. He wants to know if you'd be interested in becoming a pro player?" Everyone looked completely baffled. Qin Feng, however, cursed silently to himself. There really are all kinds of scammers out there. Trying to recruit me as a pro player? Don't I know my own skill level? They're even trying to scam. It's absolutely infuriating. Big Spender Dad, how should I reply? The small-time streamer, Money Tiger, was also a bit dazed by this message. In all the months he'd been streaming, he'd never seen a coach from a pro team reach out to poach a player. Qin Feng, that stinking con artist. Tell him, give me 10 million a day, and I'll consider joining their team. Big Spender Dad, this. Pei Qianyu hesitated, unsure whether Qin Feng was joking or being serious. Just reply exactly as I said, Qin Feng insisted. Since Big Spender Dad had said so, Money-Losing Tiger didn't dare question it any further. He opened the private messages in his livestream dashboard and, following Qin Feng's instructions, sent the reply right away. "Our boss says that if you offer 10 million a day, he'll consider joining your team." Meanwhile, in the TGL Club's conference room, Coach Jin paced anxiously back and forth across the room. He recalled how he'd accidentally let something slip in front of Coach Park earlier, and he couldn't shake a sense of unease. After all, Korea doesn't exactly have a great reputation. Never mind the esports industry, even at major international sporting events like the Olympics, Korea is notorious for its shamelessness and underhanded tactics. The more Coach Park talked about his professional ethics, the less Coach Kim believed him. However, the words were already out, and no matter how worried he was, there was no way to take them back. The only thing he could do right now was to contact that player as soon as possible and ideally sign him right away to put all his worries to rest. Ding dong! The phone on the table vibrated. A message had arrived. Coach Jin frantically grabbed his phone. Unlock. Open the Shark app. He tapped on the private message. Then, he was completely stunned. 10 million a day? Coach Jin swallowed hard. Holy crap, the total prize pool for the KPL finals is only 10 million. And even the winning team only gets to split 5 million. So you're saying you want to give this player the entire KPL Grand Slam prize pool every single day? But Coach Jin knew full well that the other party was clearly trying to throw him off with that remark. Keeping his cool, he typed, "Hey buddy, I'm Coach Jin from TGL. I'm genuinely interested in signing your friend. Here's the deal, what are your friend's conditions? Let's hear them first, and we'll work something out." After sending the message, Coach Jin stared at his phone, waiting for a reply. Meanwhile, in Money-Losing Tiger's livestream where he'd already started another match, he clearly didn't have time to check it. Because he was... Oh my god, so awesome, my big spending daddy is showing off again. Guys, are you hyped or what? Just tell me, wasn't my big spending dad's move just insane? Same old rule. If you like my big spending dad, type 1. If you don't, go poke your own eyes out. Hey, everyone passing by, give the streamer a follow. For the next 3 days, I'll be playing ranked matches with my big spender dad. I guarantee you'll have a blast. Follow the streamer and you won't get lost. My super rich dad will take you on a wild ride. 20 minutes later, they won the game again, no doubt about it. Just as the young streamer Money-Losing Tiger was getting carried away in his livestream, a 5-rocket barrage suddenly exploded on the screen. The explosion made his head spin. It left him frozen in place. Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild sent a 5-rocket burst to the streamer. It wasn't just because of those 5 big rockets. It was also because of the person who sent them. Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild. Since Coach Lei's name is verified with a V, it means he's the real Coach Lai, not imposter. As a streamer for Honor of Kings, he's considered an insider in the gaming industry. He's definitely heard of the DG Superplay Guild. It's not just him, many players who follow Honor of Kings tournaments recognize this guild. And for good reason. This guild won the KPL Fall Championship last year, and took 2nd place in this year's Spring Championship. A guild that has won a KPL Season Championship is already considered a top-tier professional team. And now the coach of this very team has actually dropped by his livestream and even sent him 5 big rockets. In that instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through the young streamer Losing Tiger's mind. Could it be that the coach of the DG Superplay Guild has discovered my genius gaming talent? Does this mean I'm headed for a pro career, where I'll make a name for myself, reach the pinnacle of success and marry a rich, beautiful woman? This happiness came way too suddenly. The little streamer, money-losing tiger, felt a bit dizzy. Holy shit, my ancestors must be rolling over in their graves. My big break has finally arrived. Coach Lai, does your club happen to need a doorman? Coach Lai, I'm a total pro at Arthur, can I at least get an interview? Dude above, can you stop making a fool of yourself? Coach Lee, I know how to control my aim, can I at least get an interview? PF'd, you phony fan. This is Honor of Kings. Control your damn recoil. You're on the wrong stream, bro. The fans in the live stream went wild. A top-tier pro team coach coming to a small streamer's channel to personally recruit players, now that's a story worth telling. If this small-time streamer ever made a name for himself, they'd all be eyewitnesses to history. Peiqian, who snapped back to his senses and quickly notified Qin Feng and the others via voice chat. Big spender dad everyone. Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild has reached out to me. Hang tight for a sec. Guys, it looks like my big break is finally here. I'm so excited. Undead. Oh my god. Money-losing tiger, you're about to take off. Don't forget your big brother once you become a star player. Baking soda. I'm so jealous. It's actually the DG Superplay Guild. Bro, you're really about to take off. At the villa. Upon hearing the news, Su Qianqian immediately opened Shark Live and went to the young streamer's channel. Wow, it really is Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. Qin Feng looked at everyone's excitement and was completely baffled. As a permanent diamond player, Qin Feng had previously devoted all his energy to figuring out how to climb the ranks in this game. Professional leagues, the KPL? What on earth were those? Qin Feng glanced at the live stream on Su Qianqian's phone and asked curiously, is this coach really that good? That's Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild. This money-losing tiger is really going to make a name for himself. Su Qianqian said with a touch of envy, taking the opportunity to give Qin Feng a quick rundown of the KPL's history. After listening, Qin Feng finally understood why everyone was so excited. When it came to professional esports leagues, Qin Feng's only memory dated back to his freshman year of college, when he'd followed the League of Legends League. Back then, he was a diehard League of Legends fan, and in his youth, he and his roommates had often fantasized about certain scenarios. Like one day becoming a pro player for a game, ascending to the throne of the ultimate champion, enjoying the cheers and applause of thousands of players. Esports is thrilling, and the principle that the strongest reigns supreme is embodied most vividly in esports. That passion had once flowed through the young Qin Feng's heart for a while. Little guy, you're pretty lucky. Qin Feng smiled and didn't give it another thought. Under the spotlight of the crowd, Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild finally spoke up. The young streamer money-losing tiger, ever the good sport, immediately granted Coach Lee the highest moderator privileges, and his post was instantly pinned to the top. Hello, streamer. Could you please contact your teammate Kingdeng Bugui Qi and tell him that our DG Chaowan Guild is offering him an interview opportunity. Just a second ago, the young streamer money-losing tiger was beaming with pride. The next second, the smile on his face froze completely. The comment section fell silent in an instant. When money-losing tiger snapped back to his senses, his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He'd even gone and granted the person the highest level admin privileges only to realize they hadn't come looking for him at all. What a mix-up. I watched his live stream, saw the coach come over, and saw that they weren't looking for him. Haha. Sorry, I'm professionally trained, I usually don't laugh, unless I just can't help it. Ha ha ha. I feel so bad for that poor little streamer, but sorry, I really can't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Streamer, did you ask for me? Coach Lay's pinned message appeared on the screen once again. Peiqian, whose face turned a bit grim, he'd finally gotten a taste of what it felt like to fall from the heavens to the ground. Seriously, Coach Lai, couldn't you have told me this earlier? Why did you have to make me look like a total fool? I'll go ask for you right now, Peiqian said indifferently. Although Coach Lai's actions had really annoyed him, he didn't want to make a big scene out of it, considering the 5 big rockets from earlier. Inside the villa. As soon as money-losing tiger finished relaying Coach Lai's message from the DG Superplay Guild, Su Qianqian looked at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng, a coach from a pro team came personally to recruit you. As for Qin Feng, oh, I'll stick to playing support in the next game. Playing a damage-dealing role is too mentally taxing, it's just too exhausting. Su Qianqian was completely baffled. When she came to her senses, she said, Feng, what are you talking about? Coach Li has extended an olive branch, aren't you going to give it some thought? In Su Qianqian's eyes, professional gamers were the highest level players and a very lucrative career too. She instinctively tried to persuade him. Can you buy a Land Rover by going pro? Qin Feng tossed out the question nonchalantly. Su Qianqian was instantly at a loss for. Glancing around the spacious villa she was currently in, Su Qianqian finally calmed down from her excitement. That's right. For ordinary people like small-time streamers such as money-losing Tiger, being scouted by a pro team coach and turning pro is indeed a way out in life. But for Qin Feng, it was hard to say. After all, she'd never heard of a professional Honor of Kings player driving a Land Rover. Big shot, Coach Li is still asking. Why don't you give him an answer? Losing Tiger asked cautiously. Qin Feng cracked his neck. He'd seen how excited everyone had been earlier, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious himself. Was the appeal of a professional team really that strong? Ask him what position he's offering me, Qin Feng said, his curiosity getting the better of him. In the live stream, the big shot asked what role you're offering. Losing Tiger asked straight out. Support, filling in. Coach Li's reply was as terse as could be. Big shot? I saw it. Just as Pekian, who was about to speak, Qin cut him off. Su Qianqian was watching the live stream right next to him, and he'd seen Coach Li's reply there too. Qin Feng had thought Coach Li might give him a damage-dealing role, but instead he got a support, and a substitute at that. Just look at League of Legends, even the supports there have no presence, let alone in Honor of Kings. The role of a support in Honor of Kings is this. If the damage dealers shine, it's got nothing to do with you, it's all thanks to how awesome the damage dealers are. If the damage dealer messes up, it's definitely because you, the support, messed up the flow of the game. Being the scapegoat of the rift is no joke. Tell him to get lost, Qin Feng said bluntly. Damn it, I was so curious for nothing. Sorry, our big shot doesn't want to go pro right now, Pekian replied diplomatically. He didn't have the guts to tell Coach Li to get lost like that, only a super rich patron would dare. The comment section erupted in an uproar. Wanling and the other teammates were also deeply impressed. That's our big shot for you. An opportunity for an ordinary person to shoot to stardom. The big shot wouldn't even give it a second glance. Just as everyone was marveling at this, Coach Li's words appeared again on the public chat. Young man, don't be so impatient. Support players are professional players too, there's no such thing as position discrimination. Coach Li seemed to have guessed that the player might be unhappy with his role. Besides, what good does playing games on your own do besides killing time? Becoming a pro gamer is the only real path forward. Here's the deal. I'll give you one last chance to join the DG Superplay Guild. If you can make it to the lobby of our guild club in Shanghai by 6 p.m. tomorrow, I'll stand by my previous offer and give you a chance to interview. After Coach Li posted this, in the comments section, wow, Coach Li is truly humble. He's desperate to find talent. That's right. Coming in person to recruit someone and putting aside his pride, he's truly a great coach. Coach, my Arthur is really good, please give me a shot. Little streamer, tell your friend to stop showing off. The coach has really gone out of his way to be accommodating. Back at the villa, Qin Feng nearly laughed out of frustration when he saw Coach Li's message. From his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that Coach Li was probably so used to berating his players that he'd mastered that condescending tone like second nature. And those sycophants in the comments section, who thought they could get close to a big shot, actually claimed he'd lowered his standards. With that condescending attitude, how could that possibly be considered lowering his stance? Money-losing Tiger, take off your headset so this bullshit coach can hear my voice. After Qin Feng spoke, money-losing Tiger froze for a moment, his heart beginning to race. Judging by the big shot's furious expression, it looked like he was about to step in and confront them himself. Not wanting to take any chances, he obediently took off his headset and switched the computer to external audio. Since his mobile game was still in party voice chat, everything everyone in the party said at that moment could be heard by the live stream viewers. Coach Li from the DG Superplay Guild, who was also in the live stream, could hear it too. Coach Li, hello, I'm the player you're looking for, Qingdeng Bugui Qi. Qin Feng's voice rang out. Pekian was taken aback. How come this big shot was backing down? Just a moment ago, he seemed ready to take on this top coach head-on. I'll hold this opportunity open for you until 6 p.m. tomorrow. since I'm off work after 6. Whether you can become our team's backup support depends entirely on how hard you're willing to work, Coach Lee replied. Coach Lie, I think you've misunderstood me, Qin Feng said. Coach Lee replied with a questioning look. Qin Feng cleared his throat. Ahem, listen, I'm here to tell you. Can you fucking get the hell away from me? Stop fucking interrupting my game. I'm in a 5-man squad, trying to climb the ranks right now. I don't have time for you. What kind of shitty backup support are you talking about? Keep that family heirloom to yourself, I'm not interested. And one more thing, don't act all high and mighty, at least not in front of me, because I have absolutely no intention of putting up with your bullshit. Originally, the synopsis was supposed to include a section about Qin Feng joining a pro team, but then you guys all came out of nowhere threatening me, saying you'd drop the book if I dared to write about the protagonist going pro. Scared out of my wits, this humble little author had to rewrite the synopsis overnight. My life is so hard.
In the live stream, money-losing Tiger's mouth was wide open. He was completely dumbfounded. Walling and the rest of his teammates didn't even dare to breathe. When a big spending VP gets angry, it's truly terrifying. Even the coach of a top-tier Honor of Kings team was braided mercilessly. Just look at that kind of guts. Who else could pull that off? Kid, judging by your voice, you're probably just in your early 20s. Do you even know who you were just talking to? Coach Lee, having been called out, fired back with a single sentence. In Qin Feng's words, this was the very definition of a total jerk. Coach Lee was indeed furious. In the scenario he'd imagined, weren't the selected contestants supposed to be groveling at his feet? Instead of the fawning he'd imagined, he'd been berated. No money, no clout, just a penniless bum in real life. You had an opportunity right in front of you, but didn't know how to seize it. Kid, someone like you will never amount to anything in this life. If Coach Lee hadn't been mindful of his V badge, he would have started cursing at him right then and there, and that was actually a polite way of putting it. A small-time streamer whose live stream doesn't even reach 10,000 viewers and the friend he was playing with, what kind of future could they possibly have? They're undoubtedly just a couple of bums. Just as the comment section of Money Losing Tiger's stream was in an uproar, a pinned, red highlighted talent suddenly appeared on the public chat. Emperor the Wanderer by the Blue Lamp has entered the stream. Emperor the Wanderer by the Blue Lamp, you idiot. I'll give you one more chance to get your words straight. Holy shit, my big bro, the Blue Lamp Emperor, has stepped in personally. Welcome, my big bro, the Blue Lamp Emperor. The small streamer Money Losing Tiger went wild with excitement. That's so awesome. He's directly using the Emperor account to call someone out. Coach Lai, my friend the Emperor, what do you mean? Unfamiliar with the background, Coach Lai asked in confusion, his tone noticeably more subdued. Since, as someone in the industry, he knew that anyone who could afford to be an emperor on a live streaming platform wasn't just an ordinary person. Emperor Blue Lamp, Wanderer without a home. Friend, you idiot. Take a look at Daddy's username, does it ring a bell? After Qin Feng's reminder, the comment section erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap! The Blue Lamp Emperor. Could this be the one Coach Lee was looking for earlier, the one with the ID Blue Lamp Wanderer? Major fail right here, the little coach tried to poach a player and ended up with an emperor. You bunch of idiots, weren't you just sucking up to that shitty coach a moment ago? A genius like me knew all along that the one playing with the small-time streamer was the Lantern Emperor. You're so smart up there, how did you figure that out? I called you an idiot and you actually took it to heart. Didn't you hear the little streamer keep calling him Big Spender Daddy the whole time? Besides Emperor of the Blue Lamp, what other big spenders does this poor little streamer have? The guy above is really sharp. If I'm not mistaken, didn't that coach just say that Emperor of the Blue Lamp is a broke bum? The Emperor account costs 150,000 just to unlock. Go check how many professional Honor of Kings support players make 150,000 a year. Coach Lee really hit a brick wall this time. Let's see how Coach Lee gets out of this one. That'll teach you to show off. Emperor Dad is going to teach you a lesson right here. Coach Lee hasn't even reached the king rank on his own account yet, and he dares to call Emperor a broke bum? I don't know where he gets the nerve. After a long while, Losing Tiger spoke cautiously. Big Spender Dad, Coach Lee has logged off. Qin Feng. Damn it. This guy's such a wimp. He was all set to keep fighting. But Coach Lee was such a wimp that he just logged off. What a wimp. Never mind, never mind. Forget about him. Come on, let's keep playing. Qin Feng called out. Everyone immediately refocused their attention. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What a load of crap about professional teams, it's all just hot air. In front of a super rich daddy, they're nothing. Who's going to stand up to whom? At that moment, over in another room, in the TGL Club's conference room, Coach Kim is on the phone. Park Kyung-moon, Didn't you promise me you wouldn't leak this information? Is this your professional ethics? Coach Park's voice came through the phone. Coach Kim, I don't know what you're talking about. Coach Kim's face was flushed with anger. Park Kyung-moon, don't play games with me. I've heard before that you're no clean operator, that you're always pimping out players. Today I've finally seen it for myself. Coach Kim, watch your tone. I'm half a rank higher than you. Who gave you the right to speak to me like that? Coach Park retorted. Coach Kim, my ass. Don't try to intimidate me with that Korean workplace nonsense. I'm not falling for it. I'm asking you, why did you leak information about the top prospect I'd handpicked? Coach Park, I told you I have no idea what you're talking about. Coach Kim, fine, then I'll tell you. Just a moment ago, Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild beat us to it and went to the live stream to recruit him. Park Kyung-moon, that top prospect isn't a streamer, he's just a teammate in a private match. I only discovered him because one of my players was matched with him. There's no way Coach Lee could have spotted him, even if he was watching the stream. It was you. You're the one who leaked the video I gave you. Coach Kim said through gritted teeth. He was genuinely furious this time. The DG Superplay Guild's reputation is way bigger than their TGL's. If Coach Lee went to poach players from them, his chances of success would be extremely high. So as soon as he saw Coach Lee show up in that money-losing streamer's live stream, he stormed over to confront Park Kyung-moon. Coach Park, Coach Kim, it looks like you're trying to end your own career, aren't you? Coach Kim, whether I'm ending my career or not is none of your business, you Korean jerk. Let me tell you this. You've violated our contract, so just wait until our boss sues you. Coach Park, fine, I'll be waiting. Coach Kim hung up the phone in rage. He took a few deep breaths and opened the Shark Love app again. After nervously entering the room number for the small streamer Money Losing Tiger, he furrowed his brow. The streamer was playing a game again? And that player Lone Traveler under the blue lamp was playing too. Coach Jin's mind began racing. If Coach Lee succeeded in recruiting players, the young streamer, and that top-seeded player probably wouldn't be in the mood to keep playing. Could it be there's still a chance? With that in mind, Coach Jin decided to give it another shot. He opened the streamer's private messages. Hello, streamer. I'm Coach Kim from the TGL Pro Esports Club. Our team has our eyes on your gaming buddy, the player with the in-game nickname Blue Lamp, the Wanderer. Coach Jin thought for a moment, then sent another message. Here's what we offer. An annual salary starting at around 100,000 in the first year, then 120,000 and up thereafter. The exact amount depends on individual performance. Please let your friend know, and we look forward to your reply. After sending this private message, Coach Jin smoked a cigarette while waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, in the game. Losing Tiger, Big Spender Dad. Another pro team has reached out to you, something called TCL, I think? Qin Feng, TCL. Don't they sell TVs anymore? Did they switch careers? Money Losing Tiger. I'm not sure, I just popped out to check my DMs. That seems to be the name. Also, that coach said he'd give you 100,000 annual salary. Ha ha ha. By the end, Money Losing Tiger couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feng couldn't help but give a wry smile. Just a moment ago, he'd been trolling Coach Lai from the DG Superplay Guild so hard in the live stream that the guy had logged off. There's no way any coach with any sense would come looking for him now. This must be some scammer who popped up out of nowhere. If you're just trying to scam people, why bother coming up with a cool team name? TCL is doing just fine selling TVs, why are you stealing their name? Give me a break, okay? Money Losing Tiger, boss, should we reply to him? Qin Feng said, holding back a laugh. You reply to him. If he wants me to join their team, let him come to Jiangcheng Dihao Garden. I'll be waiting for him here. Let's see if he dares to show up. Peking forwarded Qin Feng's message directly to Coach Jin, then left it at that. In the TGL Club conference room, Coach Jin looked at the private message, his brow slightly furrowed. When pro teams recruit, it's usually the selected players who rush over eagerly for an interview. But this guy, he actually wanted the coach to come to him. Just a moment ago, he'd been gushing about how humble this player was, but now it seems he'd read too much into it. Even if he'd set aside his pride and go in person, it would likely undermine his authority as a coach and make future management more difficult. His attitude just won't cut it. No wonder Coach Lei from the DG Superplay Guild didn't recruit him. Coach Jin said with a hint of regret. Feeling bored, he continued watching the stream by the small-time streamer Money Losing Tiger. 10 minutes later. Coach Jen, wow, he's really got potential. What a shame. 20 minutes later. Coach Jin, if he'd just replied to my message, I'd forgive his rudeness. 30 minutes later. Coach Jin, actually going to Jiangcheng might not be such a bad idea. 40 minutes later. Coach Jin, oh my god, so much for a coach's authority. It's all just hot air, Jiangcheng Dihao Garden. As soon as I'm done with this training session, I've got to go check it out. 1 hour later. Coach Jen, hey, Zhang, book me a flight to Jiangcheng right now. That's right, I want the earliest flight available. I know there's practice, but what I'm dealing with right now is way more important than practice. Don't ask so many questions, just book me a ticket and that's it. Inside a Villa Dihao garden. Ding. Quiz reward. Host, if a dedicated coach were to set aside his pride and personally come to you, asking you to join his team as a player, would you go? Qin Feng was waiting for the game to start when the system's voice suddenly popped into his head. What? After hearing the system's message, Qin Feng was completely baffled. A quiz reward? What on earth is this? Ever since he'd acquired the system, he'd never experienced anything like this. Wait, there's a Q&A reward now? How come I didn't know about this before? Qin Feng asked curiously. Ding. Report to the host. There's plenty you don't know yet. Just answer the questions. Qin Feng. The system's retort left him speechless. It seemed this system had a few tricks up its sleeve. I'm not going, Qin Feng said firmly. Ding. Please state your reason, host. Qin Feng, there's no reason. I just won't turn pro. I absolutely refuse to turn pro. It's not because anyone's forcing me. It's not because anyone's threatening me. It's just that I've never even dared to think about turning pro in the first place. Ding. The system has detected the host's strong will to survive. Question answered. Ding. To soothe the host's wounded heart, the system has decided to gift the host a basic cashback trial card valid for 3 days. Within those 3 days, total amount of money the host spends will be refunded, with a 2x bonus on the final total spent. Qin Feng was taken. This is a great perk. Wow, the system really is great. Qin Feng looked at the game screen, recalling what the system had just said, and asked, by the way, how much did I promise to pay the 3 of you for each win? Money-losing tiger, 500 yuan. What's up, big spender dad? 500 yuan, huh? Qin Feng's voice carried a thoughtful tone. Tianhu and the other two felt their hearts sink instantly. Judging by the big shot's tone, was he planning to cut their red envelopes? As the oldest player, Wang Ling was well-versed in social etiquette and immediately spoke up. We've been playing for so long now, and to be completely honest, there were several rounds where Big Shot actually carried us to victory. These red envelopes are really a bit too generous. He suspected that Qin Feng might be planning to reduce their red envelopes, so he tactfully spoke up first to give Qin Feng a way out. Is it too much? Qin Feng asked in return. It's a bit much, I guess, Pei Qianyu replied cautiously. It is a bit much, I guess, Shooter Xiao Soda stammered. Everyone knew full well that what the big spender was offering was far more than just a bit much 500 yuan for a single game. You couldn't find anyone in the entire gaming companion industry who was this generous. Just as everyone was trembling with fear, Qin Feng suddenly shouted out. What the hell do you mean too much? Where's it too much? You guys giving up your sleep late at night to stay up and play games with me, I feel so guilty about it. 500 for a win? That's too little. Starting with this match, I'll pay you 5,000 for every win, and I'll pay you after every single match. Money-losing tiger. Undead. Baking soda. Qin Feng, since you guys aren't saying anything, you must think I'm not paying enough. Well, let's double the fun, I'll add another 5,000. I'll give you 10,000 for every game you win. Is that good enough? Losing tiger. Big spender dad, just tell us what we did wrong, don't scare us like that. Wanling. Big spender dad, it's our fault. We shouldn't have accepted that 500 yuan red envelope from you. You can even just give us 100 next time. We were being immature just now, please don't take it to heart. Xiaozuda. Big spender dad, I'll return the extra money to you right now, please don't be mad. I'm just a student. I'm scared. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense. He turned his head and looked at Su Qianqian beside him. Su Qianqian, who had already been frozen in shock by Qin Feng's outrageous move, shuddered even more when she met his gaze. Qianqian, since I can give them 10,000 per game, I certainly can't shortchange you. For one game, I'll give you 20,000. How does that sound? Su Qianqian's big eyes quickly filled with tears and her voice trembled with emotion. Brother Feng, if I've done anything wrong, just tell me and I'll fix it right away. Is it because I let my roommates move in that you're upset? I can have them move out right now. Qin Feng was at his wit's end listening to this and couldn't be bothered to explain. He picked up his phone and tapped away. Before long, the text message alerts for money-losing tiger and the other two rang out in the group voice chat. 100,000 yuan had been deposited into each of their bank accounts. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you guys. Here's an advance for 10 rounds. Qin Feng said simply and to the point. Worried about transfer limits on Alipay or WeChat Pay, Qin Feng had already asked them to provide their bank account numbers. A good while later, Pei Qianyu, enough said, big spender dad, from now on you're my godfather. Godfather, I bow to you. Your humble son kowtows to you. Thud, thud, thud. 3 loud thuds echoed through the party voice chat. Qin Feng was speechless. He didn't even need to look to know that money-losing Tiger was definitely bowing his head in earnest. Back when he sent 5 big rockets to money-losing Tiger's livestream, the guy had immediately kowtowed right then and there. When it came to having no scruples, money-losing Tiger was hands down #1 among all the streamers Qin Feng had ever seen. Beside him, Su Qianqin was checking her text messages and was absolutely stunned. 200,000 had just been deposited into her bank account, which meant Brother Feng wasn't angry at all and he wasn't in a bad mood either. It was just him wanting to throw money around. Su Qianqin glanced at the silent Qin Feng, didn't dare ask any more questions, and obediently held her phone, waiting for the game to start. At that moment, Qin Feng's attention was entirely focused on his mind. Thanks to the basic cashback card, a new system panel had appeared in his mind. Spent 5,000 yuan. According to the system's previous explanation, in 3 days, there would be a 2x multiplier chance on the accumulated total spending. Qin Feng silently praised the system for its thoughtfulness. Over the next 3 days, he needed to focus on climbing the ranks and wouldn't have time to farm kills for money. This cashback card from the system effectively gave him an extra source of income for these 3 days. The game continues. Boosted by Qin Feng's cash power from earlier, his teammates were all fired up. The effect couldn't have been more obvious. Even the small-time streamer Losing Tiger shut down his stream right away. At this rate, why even bother streaming anymore? Over the next 3 days, as long as I stick close to my godfather, I'm sure to make a killing. My godfather is still more than 40 stars away from reaching Glory King rank. At the rates my godfather is offering, he'll make at least 400,000 to start with just by playing with him. 400,000. If he were to earn that through his own streaming, who knows how long it would take? It might take forever. Stop, don't hurt my father. Foster father, come over here and let me get this kill. How dare you? You've betrayed my father. Akko on the other team, you're done for. This match will make you question your existence. Over the game chat, Peitianu, who had completely immersed himself in his character, couldn't pull himself away. Wanling and Xiaozuda were also giving it their all, for no other reason than to ensure their big spending dad had a fun and enjoyable time playing. Can money buy happiness? No. But if you have money, others will go out of their way to make you happy. It's as simple and straightforward as that. 4 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Just as a game had ended and Qin Feng was about to start another one, Losing Tiger suddenly left the party. Money Losing Tiger, what's going on? Qin Feng asked, frowning. Godfather, I got kicked out of the game. I've been playing this account for a while today, so my anti-addiction limit has kicked in, Loser Tiger hurriedly explained over voice chat. Big spender dad, I played for a bit at noon too, and now I'm getting the anti-addiction warning as well, Xiaosoda added timidly. Alright, Qin Fenged. Foster dad, why don't I find a few more accounts so we can keep playing? Money Losing Tiger suggested. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qianqin, who was rubbing her eyes. After playing for 4 straight hours, Su Qianqin was clearly a bit tired. It wasn't just Su Qianqin during the last 2 matches, he could tell everyone's performance wasn't as energetic as before. Now, he was the only one still full of energy. If they kept playing, their winning streak might come to an end. Let's call it a day. Everyone, get some rest, and we'll pick it up again tomorrow morning, Qin Feng said. Got it. Godfather, whenever you want to play tomorrow morning, just give me a shake on WeChat, Pei Qianhu replied immediately. Big spender dad, you gave us 100,000, but we've only played 8 rounds. Should we transfer the remaining 20,000 back to you first? Wang Ling hurriedly reminded him. I got so excited I completely forgot about that. Big spender dad, we'll transfer the remaining 20,000 directly to your bank card, Xiaosoda chimed in. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, no need. Consider this your extra red envelope for today, just keep it. We'll start counting from scratch tomorrow. Money Losing Tiger. Wang Ling. Xiaosoda. Thank you, Godfather. Thank you, Big Spender Dad. Thank you, Big Spender Dad. All 3 of their voices trembled with excitement, especially the undead. As a former pro gamer, he'd certainly seen his fair share of wealthy people. But this was the first time he'd ever seen a big spender dad like the one standing right in front of him, spending money so extravagantly and without a care in the world. Now that's what a true big spender looks like. Compared to this god-tier spender dad, all the rich people he'd met before were practically small-time players. Qiantian, are you Qin Feng reached out and ran his fingers through Su Qianqin's silky hair. Su Qianqin blushed and nodded. After playing nonstop for 4 hours, she was indeed a little tired. Feng, can I go rest now? Su Qianqin asked. No. Su Qiantian. You can rest later. Go take a shower first, then come hang out with me. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Su Qianqin's drowsiness vanished instantly. Want to go take a shower first? Want to hang out with me? Is this a hint of something? Have some fun? She looked at Qin Feng hesitantly. Qin Feng, yeah, let's go out and have some fun. Su Qianqin was taken aback. We're going out to have fun again? Qin Feng looked at Su Qian's reaction in surprise. When he saw her face already flushed crimson, Qin Feng finally caught on. He reached out and pulled Su Qian into his arms, then gave her a light slap on a certain sensitive spot behind her. "You little brat, what on earth is going through your head? I meant we'd go out for a stroll and have some fun to clear our heads. Come on, explain to me what exactly do you think going out to play means?" Su Qian let out a girlish squeal as he slapped her, trying to break free, only to discover that Qin Feng was incredibly strong. She simply couldn't escape. At that moment, she was mortified. So she'd actually read into it the wrong way just now. She'd thought when Brother Feng said, going out to have some fun, he meant it was all her roommate's fault. They were always telling racy jokes and sharing risque stories in the dorm. It was impossible for her not to read into things. That's how this whole farce happened. Qin Feng felt the softness of the beauty in his arms and the faint, sweet scent wafting up to his nose, and his heart gradually began to race. He freed one hand, forcefully lifted Su Qian's chin, and then, without giving her a chance to refuse, leaned in. Soft, cool, fragrant. And that slight tremor filled Qin Feng with immense satisfaction, leaving him wanting more. "Oh my, aren't you even trying to hide this from others? I'm so jealous. I can't have it, and I can't ruin it either. I'm totally immersed. My body's already starting to go weak." A few girlish exclamations rang out. Su Qian's 3 roommates finally emerged from the entertainment and fitness room. With so many fun things to do in the recreation and fitness room, the girls had lost track of time while playing inside. Little did they expect that the moment they stepped out, they'd stumble upon a steamy scene. Embarrassed, Su Qian quickly wriggled out of Qin Feng's arms, biting her lip lightly, her eyes darting around in a panic. "Hey, big brother, you hit the jackpot. This is our Qian's first kiss." "Hey, big brother, my first kiss is here too. Do you want it?" "And mine's here too." Qin Feng looked at the incredibly cheeky girls and smirked. "Well then, line up one by one. I won't turn anyone away." "No way." Suddenly, Su Qian jumped to her feet, spread her arms wide, and stepped in front of Qin Feng. Her little face was full of anger as she glared at her friends. "Ahaha, look how nervous Qian Tian is. Hey, handsome, our Qian's really taken a shine to you. She's already starting to protect her little one." Her roommates burst into laughter. Only then did Su Qian realize they were doing this on purpose, and she blushed deeply. "All right, stop messing around. Go get ready, we're heading to the night market in a bit. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll take you all on a shopping spree." So as not to keep Qin Feng waiting too long, Su Qian and the other 3 girls all squeezed in the bathroom. With 4 girls as lovely as flowers in the bathroom, their chirping laughter mingled with the sound of running water, creating a seductive melody. This made Qin Feng, who was waiting in the living room, feel inexplicably restless. It really is true that comparing yourself to others is the worst. Not only does Qian have a stunning face, but her figure is amazing too. Exactly. Just looking at her makes me want to pounce on her. "Qian, spill the beans to your sisters. Have you met that cute guy yet?" Pieft. What nonsense are you talking about?" Half an hour later, the 4 women emerged from the bathroom, all dressed and made up. Whether it was the steam from the bathroom or something else, the blush on Su Qian's pretty face just wouldn't fade for a long time. Dressed in short skirts, the 4 girls truly radiated youthful vitality from head to toe. "Ahem, let's go." Qin Feng suppressed his excitement, grabbed the keys to his Land Rover, and led the 4 of them straight to the city's largest night market. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Although it was already 11 p.m., for the night market, business was just getting started. There were plenty of vendors and even more people strolling around. But the most eye-catching sight of all was a man surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women. Wherever they went, Qin Feng's group drew envious glances from the men around them. Su Qian had slipped her arm through Qin Feng's at some point, following closely in his footsteps like a little bird clinging to him. Qin Feng scanned the surrounding stalls. The reason he brought Su Qian and the others out on this shopping spree was to make money. He couldn't let the 3-day cashback card go wait. But so far, he hadn't seen anything worth buying. "Wow, that Odin smells so good. Do you guys want some?" Liang Jiao sniffed the air and asked eagerly. "It smells so good. I want some too." "I want some too." The other 2 roommates were also captivated by the aroma. "Su Qian, I'm not eating any. I'm trying to lose weight." "Oh my gosh, that's just outrageous. Qian, you're already so skinny and you're still trying to lose weight. What's left for the rest of us to do?" Liang Jiao and the other 2 girls shot Su Qian a disdainful look before running off together to the Odin stand. Qin Feng didn't wait for them and continued strolling around. Suddenly, as he passed an ATM, a thought struck Qin Feng. To be honest, ever since he'd acquired the system, he'd made a lot of money, but it was all just numbers on a bank card. He'd never actually held real cash in his hands. "Qian, wait for me a moment. I'm going to withdraw some pocket money." Once the thought popped into his head, Qin Feng couldn't hold back. Su Qian waited nearby while Qin Feng went alone to the ATM counter. A good while later, Qin Feng, Qiantian, do you have a plastic bag in your bag? Su Qianqian was taken aback. A plastic? What girl carries a plastic bag in her cute little purse when she goes out? Qin Feng, I withdrew a bit too much, and I can't hold it all in my hands. Go to that little stall over there and get a black plastic bag. Su Qianqian had long since gotten used to Qin Feng's quirky antics, so she quickly snapped out of her daze and went to the nearby stall to get a plastic bag as he'd asked. After waiting a while longer, Qin Feng emerged carrying a huge, bulging black plastic bag. Su Qianqian was completely dumbfounded. That huge black plastic bag looked like it was about to burst. Just how much money had Brother Feng withdrawn? What happened to just withdrawing some pocket money? This would be enough for a down payment on a house in the suburbs, right? Besides, didn't you remember that ATMs only let you withdraw a maximum of 20,000 a day? At a glance, the money in Brother Feng's plastic bag must be at least 300,000. Could it be that Brother Feng is using one of those legendary top-tier black cards from the bank? Although Su Qianqian was full of questions, she knew this was Qin Feng's personal business, so she sensibly didn't ask any further. Qin Feng, carrying the plastic bag full of cash, was beaming with joy. The system is great. It's really great. He'd originally thought he could only withdraw 20,000 at most. But who knew the system would tell him that his bank card allowed for unlimited withdrawals? Qin Feng was shocked at first, but when he thought about how the system had silently transferred tens of millions to his bank card, this little trick seemed perfectly normal. In the end, Qin Feng withdrew 20,000. If it hadn't been for the fact that there was just too much cash to carry, he would have even tried to withdraw 1,000,000. He was going to scatter it all over his bed and indulge in a little bourgeois madness in the name of evil capitalism. How can you be like this? Who sets prices like that? You're deliberately defrauding me. Suddenly, an angry, shrill voice rang out from nearby. Qin Feng turned to look. It was Liang Jiaojiao's voice. Feng, it looks like Jiao Jiao and the others are in trouble. Let's hurry over and check on them. Su Qianqian noticed it too. The two of them hurried over. I'll pay you exactly what I owe for what I bought. Let me tell you, if you dare to rip us off, I'll call the police right away. Liang Jiaojiao's voice was filled with anger. My prices are clearly posted. Young lady, don't give me any trouble. If you don't pay enough, you're not leaving here today. A woman in her 40s wearing an apron blocked the path of Liang Jiaojiao and her two friends. What's going on? Qin Feng walked in. Young man Qiantian. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Su Qianqian, the three of them, their eyes red with hurt, explained the whole story from start to finish. It turned out that the three of them had just tried to buy Odin, but the Odin stall was so busy that there was a long line in front of it. Not wanting to keep Qin Feng and Su Qianqian waiting, the three had walked over to an Odin stall with no customers to buy some. But after they'd made their purchase, they finally realized why the stall next door was packed with customers while this one was completely empty. Because this one was ripping people off. Veggie skewers, 1 yuan, meat skewers, 2 yuan. The prices were clearly listed, but between the 1 yuan and 2 yuan on the price list, there was a tiny zero. When it came time to pay, the middle-aged woman finally told them that a vegetarian skewer was 10 yuan and a meat skewer was 20 yuan. Liang Jiaojiao and her friends had bought over 20 vegetarian skewers and a few meat skewers, and the middle-aged woman wanted to charge them over 300 yuan. This was clearly an attempt to rip them off, so Liang Jiaojiao and her friends naturally refused to pay. So what if you're visiting friends? Let me tell you, my Odin is made with a secret recipe. It's worth every penny. I'm in the right no matter where I go. The woman looked determined not to let them off without paying. Then why didn't you label the prices properly? Why did you write that zero so small? You're just trying to rip us off on purpose, Liang Jiaojiao retorted. Blame your own poor eyesight. You're so poor, why did you even come out shopping? Let me tell you, I don't take returns on my stuff. If you don't pay today, none of you are leaving, the middle-aged woman said fiercely. Quite a few onlookers gathered around, but the middle-aged woman seemed used to this sort of thing and didn't care in the least. Feng, let's call the police. Su Qianqian was furious too. Qin Feng shook his head. This was a financial dispute, and the middle-aged woman was clearly a tough nut to crack. She was adamant that her Odin was made with a secret recipe, so calling the police would be completely useless. Besides, calling the police on someone like her would be far too lenient. Young man, just give her the money. Think of it as a lesson learned. Be more careful next time you go out. Man, that's the fourth person to get ripped off this week, right? Someone called the police before too, but even when the officers showed up, there was nothing they could do. Her behavior falls into a legal gray area, and she uses her age as an excuse to be stubborn and unreasonable. Anyway, whoever runs into her is just out of luck. Among the onlookers, quite a few started gossiping. Clearly, this older woman was a repeat offender. Everyone in the neighborhood knew her. Tieske, with a bunch of gorgeous girls in tow, she can't even come up with 300 yuan? Hey, beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? I'll pay for you. Why do all the good ones end up with the wrong guys? Aside from his face, what am I really lacking? There were also quite a few nosy young men who, upon seeing how good-looking Su Qianqian and her friends were, started making envious remarks. Young man, they already said it, you're out with so many beauties. Surely you've got at least 300 yuan on you. Hand over the money and you guys go have fun, this old lady won't stop you. The middle-aged woman joined in on the banter. Why should I give it to you? Even if I had the money, I wouldn't give it to you. Liang Jiaojiao snapped angrily. Oh, you're such a handsome young man, you're not some kept man, are you? Don't you even have 300 yuan in your pocket? The middle-aged woman was a shrewd one. She had Qin Feng right where she wanted him. With so many people gathered around now, she was cornering Qin Feng. A young man of his age would surely have to swallow his pride and pay up just to save face. Qin Feng looked up at the middle-aged woman, his eyes filled with a cold sneer. He knew all too well the tricks of this shrewd old lady. But trying to pull a fast one on me? You're still a bit too green for that, lady. Ahem, ma'am, you just said your Odin is a secret recipe? Qin Feng finally spoke up. That's right. It's our family's secret recipe. Let me tell you, at 10 yuan a skewer, I'm practically selling them at a loss, the middle-aged woman said without batting an eye. Qin Feng walked up to the stall and took a whiff. I'll give you that it does have a bit of that secret recipe flavor. The lady's eyes lit up. Everyone heard that. This young man just said it himself. He admits this is a secret family recipe. So, young man, hurry up and pay up. The onlookers around them shook their heads. Hey, he's pretty good looking, but too bad he's such a sucker. He's probably being ripped off. He knows he can't get away, so he's just trying to save face in front of his girlfriend. Guys like this are always surrounded by 4 beautiful women. I just don't get it. Ma'am, don't get so worked up. Qin Feng ignored the voices around him. Just pay up already. Don't hold me up, won't hold you back from going out with your pretty girl, the middle-aged woman said impatiently. Ma'am, I really think your secret technique is amazing. Absolutely amazing. What I'm trying to say is, 10 or 20 yuan a string, you're selling them way too cheap, Qin Feng said softly. The middle-aged woman paused, unsure what Qin Feng meant by that. Just from that quick sniff I took a moment ago, I think you'd be losing money even at 100 per string. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened suddenly, and she stepped forward to grab Qin Feng's arm. Everyone heard that. He said it himself. 100 per string. They ordered a total of 35 strings, so I'm not going to distinguish between vegetarian and meat ones anymore. That's 500 in total. As a middle-aged woman who made a habit of swindling people, someone like Qin Feng was a rare gem she'd be lucky to come across. The onlookers standing around were left with their heads spinning. This young man really is a little cutie, isn't he? So he actually thinks she's not extorting enough and is rushing to hand it over? The crowd was at a loss for words. Just as Liang Jiaojiao and the other 2 girls were about to speak up, Su Qianqian stopped them. Su Qianqian knew Qin Feng better than they did. Her brother Feng may like to give people money, but he's definitely not the type to let himself get taken advantage of. Although she still didn't know exactly what brother Feng meant. Auntie, the fact that you're so excited means I've still underpriced it. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 for 1 string. Does that work for you? Qin Feng said with a friendly smile. The old lady paused for a moment. Looking at Qin Feng's friendly smile, she felt a sudden chill run down her spine for some reason. I don't want 1,000 per string. I want 3,500 right now. Give me 3,500, and this matter is settled, the old lady said after regaining her composure. In her eyes, 1,000 per string was already out of the question. Ma'am, you've got to be reasonable, Qin Feng pleaded. Look at you at your age, still out here doing business. Everyone else in your family must be dead by now, right? Look at you all alone and struggling so hard. I'm genuinely looking out for you. 1,000 per string is actually too low. If you ask me, 10,000 per string is the going rate. Don't you think I'm right? The old lady was so taken back by Qin Feng's words that she completely forgot about his earlier insult about her entire family being dead. In the blink of an eye, this young man in front of her had raised her asking price from 10 yuan to 10,000. If he were really willing to pay 10,000 per string, he'd have to be a total cutie. But seeing the cold smile in the young man's eyes, the middle-aged woman knew there was no way he could be a cute little guy. Some of the onlookers around them were now beginning to catch on. It seemed like this young man was saving his best move for last. You little brat, what's the point of all this nonsense? I'm just asking if you have the money. If you do you really think I wouldn't dare take 10,000 for a single string? The middle-aged woman shouted, forcing herself to stay calm. Qin Feng smiled, flicked his sleeve, and knocked the middle-aged woman's hand which was clutching his shirt away. Then, with complete composure, he walked over to the middle-aged woman's stall and sat down. He tossed the large black plastic bag he was holding onto the table. Qianqian, count the skewers. Qin Feng's authoritative voice made the entire area fall silent. Su Qianqian gathered all the Odin from Liang Jiaojiao and the others. Yeah. Su Qianqian took one out and placed it on the table. Snap. Aloud. Qin Feng pulled a stack of red bills out of a plastic bag and, without even counting them, slammed them down on the table. Not far away, the middle-aged woman's expression suddenly changed when she saw the stack of red bills. 2, Su Qianqian continued counting. Thud. Another stack of red bills slammed onto the table. See. Thud. Chor. Thud. At the stall, the middle-aged woman looked at the table covered in money, showing no sign of joy. Instead, her calves began to tremble. She looked at the young man, her eyes now filled with fear. She was a villain, no doubt about it, but she was no pushover. The black plastic bag in that young man's hand was actually filled entirely with money. Is money a good thing? Of course it is. But now she didn't dare take it. The area was completely silent, even the passersby dared not make a sound. All that could be heard was the sound of Su Qianqian counting the bundles of bills and the thud of red bills hitting the table. 30, Su Qianqian continued counting. But since Qin Feng hadn't been counting the money, he'd just been grabbing stacks of it. The black plastic bag was now empty. Qin Feng patted himself down, pulled out his bank card, and said apologetically, "Ma'am, I'm really sorry, I didn't bring enough cash. Look, I still have over 6 million on this card." Suddenly, he changed the subject, his voice taking on a cold edge. "How about, you just take it all?"
After Qin Feng finished speaking, the area fell completely silent. The young people who had earlier mocked Qin Feng for possibly not being able to come up with the money now had their eyes bulging out of their heads. Only now did they finally realize why this man was surrounded by 4 beautiful women. Turned out he wasn't just handsome, he was also filthy rich. Wow, with all this money, that's enough to get you sent to prison, right? 10,000 per string, that's definitely enough. This guy's a bit of a troublemaker. If that old lady dares to take this money, she's definitely going to jail. The police won't get involved in financial disputes, but when it comes to fraud and extortion, they won't let it slide. Like she'd dare take a single penny. Do you guys know what kind of car this guy drives? We were passing by just now, and I happened to see he's driving a Land Rover Range Rover. Never mind the Land Rover, just that bag of cash alone must be at least 300,000 in cash. Unless that old lady has a chamber pot hanging around her neck, she wouldn't dare take it, unless she wants to die before tomorrow comes. Don't even say she wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare either. Oh my god, so he's a rich kid, no wonder he's surrounded by so many beautiful women, that explains it. After a while the hushed murmurs all around began again. "Auntie?" Qin Feng spoke up, calling out to the stall owner who had been completely frozen in shock. The woman snapped out of her daze, turned to look at Qin Feng, her eyes now filled with fear. She had heard every word of the discussion going on around her. Her legs had already been trembling, and now her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. Was this someone she could possibly mess with, someone carrying over 300,000 in cash and with over 6 million in their bank account? She might dare to act up when dealing with police or urban management officers. But when faced with a wealthy, overbearing person, she certainly didn't want to court death. And this young man standing right in front of her was even more arrogant than the most arrogant of them all. "Young man," the middle-aged woman's voice dropped 8 octaves. "Didn't you just spout a bunch of nonsense? Don't waste my time with more of it now. Here, this whole table full of money, take it all, it's yours. Weren't you being pretty arrogant when you were trying to swindle that young lady just now? Go ahead and take it then." Qin Feng's eyes were filled with an amused smile as he grinned broadly. But it was enough to make the old lady's legs give way. She collapsed with a thud, knocking over her own stall. "Pa trash." Qin Feng stood up, scooped all the money into a bag, and handed it to Su Qianqian. Then, wrapping his arm around Su Qianqian's slender waist, he walked away without a second glance. After this incident, the middle-aged woman would probably have a psychological block against trying to rip people off in the future. Qin Feng had achieved his goal. No matter how you looked at it, this middle-aged woman was just trying to swindle people, and he certainly couldn't beat her to death in front of so many people. As always, anything that can be settled with money is a minor matter, nothing to dwell on. The onlookers automatically parted to make a path, and Qin Feng walked away calmly. "Humph. Want money. Our little brother has plenty of it. Why don't you dare ask for it now?" "Humph. You stinking old hag, our young master is just kind-hearted. If you dare to swindle anyone again, you'll pay dearly. From now on, when you see our little brother, take a detour. Today you're lucky you knew better, there are some people you just can't mess with." After Liang Jiao and her 2 friends hurled a few insults at the pale, collapsed middle-aged woman on the ground, they grabbed their friend's hands and cheerfully ran after him. "Little brother, the way you pulled out your money and threw it at that old hag just now was so cool." After catching up, Liang Jiaojiao and her two friends looked at Qin Feng with stars in their eyes. Being swindled by a woman like that is truly hopeless. When Qin Feng arrived, they'd even worried he might lose his temper and smash the old woman's stall. But who would have thought that in the end, all he had to do was pull out some money to scare the old lady into submission. Rich people really do handle troublesome old folks with such class and sophistication. The gloom that had weighed on their hearts moments ago vanished in an instant, and the four girls' laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air once more, making countless men green with envy. At that moment, not far ahead of Qin Feng and his group. "Guys, this shop owner doesn't know me, haha. So let's make sure he gets to know me today." Two chubby men, their arms covered in tattoos, spoke excitedly into the live streaming screen of a phone mounted on a selfie stick. On the live stream screen, the channel name read, "Brother Hao and Brother Hao's Outdoor Ring Toss." These two tattooed, chubby guys were Brother Hao and Brother Hao's little brother, the two brothers. Toss. It's a common small business offering outdoor entertainment. The vendor sets up a variety of prizes in an open area. Customers buy rings, and if they land on a prize, they get it. Typically, it's 10 yuan for 5 rings, and if the success rate reaches a certain level, the vendor offers extra rewards. These two tattooed brothers, armed with their superb ring toss skills, started live streaming outdoors and quickly gained hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin. Now, for every outdoor live stream, they seek out ring toss stalls or, as they put it, teach the stall owners a lesson. Here's what's happening in the live stream's comment section right now. "They actually don't know my brother Hao and little brother Hao. Let's definitely teach them a lesson. Bro Hao, little bro Hao, I can't wait to see the look on his face after you've snagged all his prizes. +1 brother Hao, go for it." The viewers in the live stream were clearly even more excited than the two streamers themselves. It was as if they were about to step right out of the screen to teach the little shop owner a lesson. The two tattooed men watched the comments rolling in non-stop and the flood of new viewers pouring into the stream, their hearts racing with excitement. It looked like tonight's live stream would net them at least several thousand, maybe even over 10,000. In the past, they'd always played ring toss in the same area, which eventually led their fans to get bored. Now that they're in a new place, the local boss doesn't know who they are, and the viewers are all waiting to see them humiliate him, so the stream is going exceptionally well. "Boss, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you sure you don't recognize Brother Hao and little brother Hao? We've got hundreds of thousands of followers." Brother Hao, the leader, stepped forward, and as he spoke, an indescribable sense of superiority radiated from him. The shop owner, a man in his 50s, looked blankly at the two heavily tattooed men. He had no idea who Brother Hao and little brother Hao were, let alone what followers meant. But as a businessman who'd wandered far and wide to make a living, he'd seen too many people to not instinctively sense that these two weren't the good sort. "Haha, brothers. You saw that this owner really doesn't know who we are. Well, let's teach him a lesson right now. Old man, give me 100 yuan ring." Hearing that this was a big spender asking for 100 yuan worth of rings, the old man didn't think twice and was just about to fetch them when a few young men who knew the situation stepped forward and whispered something to him. "Old man, these two are famous, they're the ring toss kings. They can hit 80 out of 100 rings. If you do business with them, you'll have to close up shop today." The old man froze. He'd already suspected these two weren't up to any good, and upon hearing the young men's warning, he set down the rings he was holding. If they could hit 80 out of 100, his small business would be wiped out. "Hey kid, what the hell are you blabbering about? Get lost already, don't hold up Brother Hao's ring toss." Upon hearing this, Brother Hao stepped forward and shoved the young man who'd spoken to the old man right out of the way. "You two, are you really the ring toss kings?" the old man asked, bewildered. "That's right. Old man, you just said you didn't recognize us, so we'll just have to show you what we're made of. Right, guys?" Brother houted into his live streaming phone. The old man looked flustered. "Young masters, it's an unwritten rule of the trade. A gentleman doesn't compete with entertainers. Since you're the big shots in this line of work, coming here to take away our livelihood really goes against the rules." Brother Hao waved his hand dismissively. "What kind of slang are you spouting, old man? I don't get it. All I know is that you're a businessman, and I'm a customer. The customer is always right, do you get that?" "Exactly. We're here to spend money, not listen to your slang. Here's 100 yuan, give me 50 hoops right now. Don't mess around." Hao's younger brother chimed in. Young masters, if you keep this up, it really goes against the rules of the underworld. What good does it do you to take away our livelihood? The old man was frantic and didn't dare take the 100 yuan. What rules of the underworld? This is a new society. Who cares about those old-fashioned rules anymore? Don't give us any of that nonsense. Let me tell you this. Since you're in business, you can't turn away customers, otherwise I'll report your stall. Hao and his brother threatened. They certainly weren't going to tell the old man that there were plenty of benefits. They had no interest in the junk on the old man's stall. What they wanted was the live streaming buzz and the revenue it generated. In the end, with the two men threatening to report his stall, the old man reluctantly handed over 50 rings. Then Brother Hao held the rings while Brother Hao Jir held the phone, and they started the live stream. Hey guys, take a look at the old man's stall. Is there anything valuable there? Let's show the old man what we're made of with our first ring. Hao Ji shouted into the live stream camera. There's nothing valuable here. Just a pile of junk. Brother Hao, let's wipe out his stall. Don't be so aggressive, buddy. The old man's charging 2 yuan per ring. What's the big deal? Does he have to give you a bottle of mutai too? Wipe it out. Wipe out his stall. I can't wait to see this old guy's look of despair, haha. Don't go too far. The old man's had it tough enough, bro. Hao, go easy on him. Damn it. How come there's a do-gooder in this live stream? Are the moderators dead or something? I'm outta here. It really is true that you get the kind of fans you deserve as a streamer. Everyone's so full of hate. They all look like 17-year-old adolescents going through their rebellious phase. I'm young and proud. What a bunch of damn do-gooders. Brother Hao, shut down this old man's stall right now, and make sure he never dares to set up shop again for the rest of his life. Haha. As long as I'm entertained, the gifts will keep coming. The comments in the live stream were rolling in faster and faster. Seeing that the live stream was a huge hit, Brother Hao decided not to keep the audience waiting any longer and started the ring toss game. At that moment in the crowd, Qin Feng stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Su Qianqin quietly linked her arm through his, and the 3 curious girls including Liang Jiujiao were all watching the spectacle. Earlier, Brother Hao and Qin Feng had made quite a commotion trying to get the old man to let them play ring toss. Qin Feng and the others had just walked by and, out of curiosity, stepped forward to take a look. Feng, those two are going a bit too far, Su Qianqin said, a bit indignant. They'd seen the whole scene unfold. Besides, they were all young people. A quick online search would reveal these two streamers' live broadcasts and past videos. From the videos online, it was clear these two had caused trouble at quite a few ring toss stalls before. Later on, the stall owners would even give them cigarettes and gifts just to avoid being targeted by them. For them it's fame, for the viewers it's a thrill. But for the stall owners, who could only earn a meager living to support their families, it was a hardship they couldn't even put into words. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. The live streaming industry has become so distorted that it's even squeezing the last shred of dignity from the vulnerable. Hey guys, what do you think? Brother Hao's skills haven't gotten any worse, right? Haha. Before long, Brother Hao's laughter rang out from in front of the stall. Out of 50 rings, he managed to land 35. Not only did he get to keep everything he caught, but he also walked away with a prize. Old man, hurry up and set up the stall. I'll give you another 100 yuan. Bro Hao, in the thick of the fun, shouted to the old man running the stall, ready to buy more rings. Young man, I really can't sell any more. Please go easy on me, I'm begging you. The old man clasped his hands together and kept bowing repeatedly. The prizes for the ring toss game vary in price. Some are expensive, some are cheap. But to attract customers, they generally don't stock low-quality items. Each prize costs at least 5 yuan to buy, and some even cost over 100 yuan. Their business relies on volume. For the average person, the odds of winning even one prize with 10 yuan are very slim. But just now, Brother Hao hit 35 out of 50 rings. If you do the math, he's still out over 200 yuan. Not to mention the expensive prizes. All told, he lost nearly 300 yuan on this round. If he keeps playing, he'll probably end up working for nothing for the next half a month. Stop giving me all this nonsense. Do you even want to run this business anymore? Do you really think I wouldn't dare report you? Let me tell you, the guys in my live stream haven't had their fill yet. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, I'd still have to play the ring toss. I've got to make sure our brothers get their money's worth. Right, guys? Brother Hao and his partner launched another round of threats. That's right. Let's shut down this old man's stall. That's our goal for today. I want to see that old man get down on his knees begging Brother Hao. Ha ha ha. Bro Hao, keep taking him down. Make him remember the Hao family army forever. The live stream went. The old man running the stall had no choice but to go get another 100 yuan set of rings. Bro Hao's performance remained consistent this round, landing 33 out of 50 rings. Countless virtual gifts rained down in the live stream. Brother Hao and his partner beamed with joy. Old man, give us another 100. Gentlemen, I'm closing up shop. I'm sorry. Can I just close up? The old man started packing up right away. No way. It's not up to you whether I pack up or not. I've already thrown the money right in front of you. You have to give me the rings. Hao and his friend stepped forward and forcefully stopped the old man from packing up. The live stream was at its peak right now. There was no way they were going to let the old man pack up. If he packed up, the live stream's momentum would be cut short. They'd lose a lot of money. Thud. The old man actually knelt down on the ground. Young masters, we've never had any quarrel. Please don't drive me to ruin. I've already lost over 600 just now. With a small business like mine, that's a whole half month's work down the drain. Stop yapping so much. You're in business, so you've got to play by the rules. Hurry up and bring the hoop. Hao and his buddy couldn't care less. Among the onlookers, some sighed, others were furious, but no one stepped forward to stop them. It wasn't their business, and besides, this was a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. No one wanted to get involved. Hey, aren't you two going too far? How can you bully someone like this? Suddenly a shrill shout rang out. Bro Hao and his partner turned around, and their eyes lit up instantly. Su Qianqian shot the two streamers a disgusted glare, then stepped forward to help the old man to his feet. Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit flustered. He hadn't realized Su Qianqian was such a feisty one. When you see injustice, you've got to speak up. Making an elderly man like that kneel before you, aren't you afraid it'll shorten your lifespan? Su Qianqian said angrily. Brother Hao and little brother Hao were staring wide-eyed. This young lady is seriously hot. Little sister, that's not fair. It's not like we made that old man kneel. Brother Hao said with a smirk, his mind already racing with fantasies of how to get her WeChat ID as a streamer. You're the ones who forced him to do it. What kind of customers are you? Showing off your power in front of an elderly person. And who do you think you are calling me little sister? Don't just call me that. It's gross. Su Qianqian snapped back angrily. Exactly. If you're so tough, go pick on younger people. What kind of skill is it to bully an old man? Liang Jiaojiao and the other two also gathered around, surrounding Su Qianqian in the middle. Brother Hao and little brother Hao's faces turned gray. So many fans were watching in the live stream, and there was a crowd gathered on the sidewalk too. Su Qianqian calling them disgusting was a huge embarrassment for top streamers of their caliber. Hey, little lady, watch your mouth. We're outdoor streamers, this is our real job. Besides, we're not even doing this for free. Just because you've got a little clout, you think bullying people is a legitimate job. You've got some nerve. Su Qianqian and her three friends continued to trade barbs without backing down. While they were in the thick of their heated exchange, they didn't notice that Qin Feng had slipped over to a corner of the stall at some point. He picked up a ring that the old man hadn't had time to put away yet and casually tossed one out. Then he tossed a second one, third, a fourth, a fifth. After throwing 5 rings, Qin Feng nodded, clapped his hands, and walked toward the crowd of people arguing. No one's going to cut it here. We're paying good money to play, and we've got to win some rings today. Guys, sorry about this, we ran into a couple of drama queens. It's no big deal. Don't leave, we'll be back to the ring toss in a minute. While Hao Ji and Hao Di worked to calm their live stream followers, they were also aggressively trying to kick Su Qianqian and her friends out. Just as it looked like Brother Hao and little brother Hao were about to physically push them aside, a hand suddenly reached out and gently shoved the two of them to the side. Qin Feng had stepped in. Hey kid, what are you doing? Looking for a fight? Faced with a few beautiful women, Hao Ji and Hao Di could still keep their cool and play it cool. But when confronted by a guy, they weren't about to be so patient. Hey, big shots, I'm your fan, Qin Feng said with a smile. You're our fan? Hao Ji and his buddy exchanged a look full of suspicion. Qin Feng, Yep, I've been following you guys on Douyin for ages. I'm a diehard fan. So you're a TikTok buddy. We almost had a misunderstanding. Want an autograph, buddy? If you go into our live stream and send a 6 yuan gift, we'll sign it for you. Qin Feng's lips twitched at this, and he almost couldn't resist the urge to walk up and slap them both. These two really think they're something special. An autograph for just 6 yuan? They've got some nerve. Hey, you two big shots. You might have misunderstood. Here's the thing, ever since I watched your live stream, I've been practicing my ring toss skills like crazy. My ring toss skills are pretty good now, and I've been wanting to challenge you guys. Never expected to run into you here by such a lucky coincidence. Qin Feng said, eager to give it a try. Challenge us? Are you here to compete? Brother Hao gave Qin Feng a once-over. That's exactly what I mean, Qin Feng nodded. Whoa, guys, here comes the main event. Brother Hao just happened to run into someone who wants to challenge him to a contest while out and about. Hao Di, holding his phone, immediately sensed this was a hot moment for a live stream and started hyping it up on camera. Guys, start sending gifts. Get ready for the show. Someone actually dares to challenge Brother Hao. The world is full of surprises. There's really nothing you won't see. And here's someone who wants to challenge Brother Hao. The glitz and glamour of the world can blind you. Don't show off if you don't have the skills. Brother Hao still hasn't met a match in the ring toss world. Young man, don't let your face hurt later. Su Qianqian and the others were already used to Qin Feng's shenanigans. As soon as Qin Feng said he was a fan of these two, they knew he was up to no good, so they all quietly stepped aside without a word. Old man, don't panic. For this round, all you have to do is provide the rings. We won't take whatever we catch. But you can't charge us for the rings either. We'll just consider it borrowing your space. How about it, is that okay? Hao Ji spoke to the elderly stall owner beside him in a tone that sounded like he was doing him a favor. The old man thought it over and finally nodded. If he refused, these two would surely keep playing ring toss. It was better to just let them use the space right then and there. Brahm. Hao's younger brother suddenly gave him a sly wink. Brother Hao immediately caught on. Clearing his throat, he said, Bro, since we're competing, there's gotta be a little something at stake. Otherwise, it's no fun. Qin Feng chuckled to himself. He'd been wondering how to lure the two of them into the trap, and now they'd walked right into it. On the surface, however, he found confusion. A wager. What do you mean? It's the rule of a challenge match. The loser has to pay a price. After all, you're the challenger. Why would we accept your challenge if there's no stakes? Hao Ji started spouting nonsense with a straight face. Aren't we just having a little fun here? Do we really need to make it so formal? Qin Feng asked, still feigning confusion. Of course, if you were just messing around with an ordinary person, that'd be fine. But the thing is, Brother Hao is a top streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. His time is very valuable, so there absolutely has to be a wager. Seeing Qin Feng's bewildered expression, Hao Ji was overjoyed and said, looks like he'd stumbled upon a total newbie who didn't know a thing. He might even be able to fleece him. So how do we set the stakes? Qin Feng asked. Bro Hao, based on my follower count and the rules of our industry, if I win, you either go into my live stream and tip me 2,000 or send me a 1,000 red envelope. Why is that different? Of course it's different. The live stream platform takes a cut, so I only get half. That means I'll only end up with 1,000 yuan. Does that make sense now? Hao Ji explained. Oh, I see. Qin Feng looked as if the penny had finally dropped. Young man, since you've agreed, let's get started. Brother Hao couldn't wait. Hold on, boss. You haven't said what if you lose. What's your stake? Qin Feng asked in return. I lost? Hahaha, do you really want to beat me? Brother Hao laughed. Qin Feng just smiled without saying a word, waiting for him to respond. Fine, I'll give you 1,000 too. Is that good enough? Brother Hao sneered. Hold on, Qin Feng spoke up again. Hey kid, are you coming or not? My fans in the live stream can't wait any longer, Hao Di said impatiently from the side. Qin Feng smiled and said, Of course I'm in. It's just that I think the stakes are a bit too low. They don't quite match the status of big streamers like you guys. Are you trying to raise the stakes? Brother Hao's eyes lit up. Same as always. When it came to the skill of ring toss, he'd never been afraid of anyone. Can I raise the stakes? Qin Feng asked timidly. Sure, of course, absolutely. Brother Hao fired off 3 shures in a row. Earlier, when he'd offered a 1,000 red envelope, he'd been worried he'd scare the guy off. Who would have thought this guy was such a daredevil? He even wanted to up the ante. Alright, here's the deal. Let's throw 20 rings. Each one counts as 100. Once we decide the winner, the loser pays the winner 2,000 right away. What do you think? Qin Feng said. Friend, you said it yourself, okay? Brother Hao was beaming with joy. Standing nearby, Hao's younger brother, as if afraid Qin Feng might change his mind, hurriedly shoved the pre-counted rings into his hand. Bro, hurry up, you go first. Brother Hao immediately got the hint, grabbed the rings and stepped forward to toss them. In the end, out of 20 rings, he hit 16. Brother Hao was very pleased with this result. It was better than his performance in the previous 2 rounds. Friend, your turn. Qin Feng stepped up. The onlookers all crowded in closer to watch the spectacle. Then Qin Feng threw his first ring. He missed. The second one. Missed. The third. Still didn't catch it. Fourth. Still didn't catch it. The fifth one. Still not. The winner is decided. Brother Hao and little brother Hao were standing nearby and almost burst out laughing. And this guy actually had the nerve to challenge them with skills like that. Weshat. Qin Feng paid right. Hey guys, isn't Brother Hao awesome? Everyone, send Brother Hao some gifts to show your support. Brother Hao's younger brother seized the moment to keep begging for tips in the live stream. The kid's a straight shooter. But as for his ring-tossing skills, Brother Hao beamed with joy after receiving the payment. Qin Feng looked frustrated. Why did my touch suddenly go bad? I was practicing so well earlier. Brother Hao's eyes twinkled. Bro, I also think you might just been off your game earlier. How about we play another round using the same rules as last time? Qin Feng, we can play another round? Of course. I've been playing ring toss for so long, I could tell at a glance why you were off just now. I'm serious. Brother Hao said with a look of sincerity on his face. That's right, that's right. Hey kid, let me tell you my brother's a veteran in the ring toss game. His eye is dead on. Give it another shot, and you might just break even. Hao's younger brother chimed in from the side, trying to sweet-talk him. Alright, let's do it again. Qin Feng looked determined to turn the tables. The second round followed the same rules as before. Brother Hao went first again. 20 rings, he hit 14. Qin Feng hit the first ring but then missed 7 in a row. The winner was clear. Weshat transfer, Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Bro, did you see that? You were clearly on a roll during the first ring, but then you lost your touch afterward. Brother Hao pocketed the money and immediately resumed his role as the expert coach. Qin Feng looked completely bewildered. Is that really how it went? Brother Hao perked up immediately. It's true. Would I lie to you? You're my die-hard fan. I'd never lie to a die-hard fan. Hao's younger brother chimed in. Bro, my brother's telling the truth. If you don't believe him, play another round with him. One more round and you'll get it. At that moment, among the onlookers, that guy looks like a normal person. How could he not realize he's being tricked? He's just not very bright. Gullible and loaded, he deserves it. Did you see his face? Handsome, right? Let me tell you, don't be jealous. That's what he traded his brain for. Holy crap. Isn't that the guy from earlier? He really is a sucker with deep pockets. Shh. Just watch the show. Don't say anything. He's so rich he deserves to get scammed. I can't help but feel like this big shot is setting a trap. Liang Jiaojiao and her 2 friends were completely captivated by the scene. Could it be that Qin Feng really fell for it? Su Qianqian, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. She could see right through those 2 small-time streamers' tricks, let alone her Feng Ji. It looked like Brother Feng was saving up for a big move again. In the end, after constant persuasion from Brother Hao and the others, Qin Feng started another game. Another crushing defeat. Another 2,000 went their way. Bro Hao and his buddy seemed to have gotten hooked on milking him for all he's worth, and they weren't about to let Qin Feng leave so easily. Bro, trust me, I'm definitely not trying to make money off you. Today, I've got to teach you how to play ring toss. That's right. Bro, you can't leave. If you leave now, you won't get another chance to practice like this. We're only doing this for your own good. Qin Feng was persuaded once again. And then he lost again. One more round. Qin Feng seemed to be getting desperate from losing. This time, he didn't even need Brother Hao and his buddy to say anything. He'd gotten carried away on his own. Alright. Bro. Don't worry, we'll play as many rounds as you want today. Hao Ji was more than happy to have Qin Feng keep playing at this point. The old man at the nearby stall, who had been circling the board the whole time, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Young man, those two are pros, you can't keep playing against them. If you keep going, you'll run out of money. It's not worth it. What's wrong with you, old man? Who gave you the right to butt in? Are you asking for a beating? Hao Ji, who was just as caught up in the thrill of winning, immediately took on a menacing look upon hearing this. The old man was standing in the way of his money. Qin Feng glanced back at the old man at the stall and said, "You two big shots. Are you saying you'll play as many rounds as I want?" "Absolutely. It's fate that we met. We've got to play until we're satisfied," Hao Ji confirmed. A hint of a smile flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. "We've played 4 rounds so far. Let's do 6 more. That makes 10 rounds total. No one's leaving. After 6 rounds, whether we win or lose, we're all out of here. Let your livestream followers be the witnesses." "Alright, let's play 6 more rounds." "Guys, you're my witnesses. We're going to play 6 more rounds with this brother. No one's leaving. We've got to play all 6 rounds." Hao Ji immediately announced it in the livestream. Thanks to the buzz surrounding the challenge, their livestream now had nearly 100,000 viewers online. With 100,000 viewers backing him up, this cutie won't have a choice but to play. We've got to play all 6 rounds. He's determined to take this cutie's money. "Qin Feng, big shot. I lost a bit too much just now. Could you cut me some slack and raise the stakes a little?" "I'll go easy on you. I'll definitely go easy on you. Just name your price for the stakes." Brother Hao looked thrilled. "Let's go all out for these 6 rounds. 20 rings per round, 500 per ring. And here's a huge bonus. If you hit all 20 rings, we'll multiply the winnings by 10. Are you up for it?" A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. This young guy was really on a roll. Bro Hao was momentarily stunned. 1,000 per ring. That's 10,000 per round. 6 rounds would be 60,000. At that thought, Brother Hao's breathing quickened. "Bro, you'd better keep your word. My 100,000 online followers are all watching. If you lose and don't pay up, don't blame my fans for doxing you." As for the second half of Qin Feng's statement, hitting all 20, pretended he hadn't heard a word of it. Because it's impossible, no one can hit every single shot. "Big shot, what if you lose?" Qin Feng asked in return. "Of course I'll pay you. 60,000 yuan is pocket change to me. I'm just doing this for fun." Bro Hao said with a laugh, though deep down he hadn't even considered the possibility of losing. "Qin Feng, what if I hit all 20? 100,000 isn't exactly pocket change." Hao and his younger brother exchanged a glance and nearly burst out laughing again. This little cutie actually dares to dream that big. "Bro, go ahead and play with me without a care. I promise you right here in front of my 100,000, wait, now 150,000 live viewers, as long as you can land 20 perfect rings in a single round, I'll hand you 100,000 yuan with both hands." "Bro, see that? That's the balance in our bank account, 6 is 30,000. What's there to be afraid of? We're big streamers who would dare renege on a bet in front of so many fans. If we don't pay up, this channel is as good as dead." To put Qin Feng at ease, Hao Ji pulled out his phone and showed him the balance statement right there on the spot. That 630,000 was the total income from their streaming account. And he was telling the truth. The two of them had been running this account for several years. If they actually dared to renege on the payment in front of over 100,000 fans, the account would be ruined and that would destroy their livelihood. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now he could rest easy. "Young man, you..." The old man running the stall had been listening with bated breath. He was just about to say something to Qin Feng when Hao Ji shot him a fierce glare. "Hurry up, bring the ring." The first round of the 6-round competition officially began. Spurred on by the thrill of a 10,000 yuan stake per round, Hao Ji seemed a bit flustered. He only managed to catch 12 out of 20 rings. But as far as he was concerned, that was enough. After all, his opponent was a total noob. With all eyes on him, Qin Feng tossed the ring. The first one hit. Bro Hao chuckled lightly. Second one. Bro Hao was still smiling. Third one. Bro Hao said with a smile, not bad, your skills have improved. Fourth one. Brother Hao shot Qin Feng a surprised look. Then the fifth one, another hit. Bro Hao furrowed his brow. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 19th. All of them hit the mark. Brother Hao was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. Everyone held their breath watching the last ring in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng picked up the last ring and casually flicked it. Another hit. 20 in a row. Exclamations of amazement rang out from the onlookers all around. Man, I'm on a roll today. Come on, transfer the money right now. Qin Feng clapped his hands and walked up with a big smile. Brother Hao and little brother Hao were left completely speechless. It took a while before brother Hao snapped out of it. You did that on purpose to screw me over? What do you mean I set you up on purpose? I was about to leave after the first round, but you insisted on dragging me into this. How did that turn into me setting you up? Qin Feng asked, feigning confusion. Hao Ji was instantly at a loss for words. He thought back, it seemed he really had been the one dragging Qin Feng into playing after that first round. What? In front of 15? Wait, now 180,000 online fans, you're trying to back out. Qin Feng glanced at their livestream screen and said with a sly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, your big brother streamer seems like he can't handle losing. Can any of you handle losing either? Qin Feng began stirring things up. Damn it! Hao Ji, take him down. This kid's way too cocky. Don't let your brothers down. That's right, brother Hao. It's only 100,000 yuan. Give it to him, then crush him in the next round. Bro Hao, if you chicken out today, I'll dox you and report your account. Bro Hao's immature fans in the chat were easily riled up by Qin Feng. Brother Hao and his partner looked at the live chat comments, feeling helpless. Only then did they realize what it meant to reap what you sow. When they created this account, they specifically targeted immature adolescent fans. So every time they went live, they'd talk about destroying the boss's stall and taking him down. It was precisely this over-the-top attitude that attracted so many fans with the same mindset. Little did they know they'd end up reaping what they sowed. If he doesn't pay up now, these fans will definitely unfollow him en masse and then it'll all be over. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it to you. Brothers, I brother Hao, have made my name in this world. Keep my word. Rest assured, I'll never let you down. Bro Hao bit back the pain in his heart and gritting his teeth transferred the money to Qin Feng. Besides, he was certain Qin Feng had just gotten incredibly lucky this round. There's no way he'd get a perfect score again next time. As long as he wins the next round, his total loss won't exceed 50,000. Round 2 begins. Bro Hao's hands seemed a bit shaky this round. He only hit 10 out of 20 rings. Qin Feng just tossed the darts casually and hit all 20 rings. Another perfect score. Bro Hao slumped to the ground in a heap. Just a moment ago, he thought there was no way Qin Feng could pull off another perfect round. But he was proven wrong so quickly. But that's not even the point. What matters is that he's lost another 100,000. More importantly, he had no idea what Qin Feng was capable of now. He had a feeling that Qin Feng might go on to win a Grand Slam. That means he could walk away with 600,000. That's all the savings the two brothers have combined. Bro, you came here just to set me up, didn't you? Hao Ji finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hao Ji was even more decisive. He shut down the live stream right away. Qin Feng shook his head. Just as he expected, people like this have absolutely no integrity. Bro, let's call it a day. We'll take the 100,000 but don't push it too far. Hao Ji stepped forward, his face darkening with anger. Although cutting off the live stream would certainly affect his account, it was still better than losing 600,000 to someone. So you're saying you won't honor the 100,000 I just won? Qin Feng asked with a smirk. Then he changed the subject. We agreed earlier to play all 6 rounds. Don't even think about leaving until we've finished all 6. Besides, I've got some connections in Jiangcheng. If I say you can't leave, you definitely won't be able to. Just as Qin Feng was speaking, Su Qianqian and the other 3 walked over. Su Qianqian thoughtfully set the black plastic bag she was holding down on the ground, revealing a large stack of bills inside. When Hao Ji and Hao Dai saw this, their eyes filled with apprehension. Surrounded by so many beautiful women and carrying that much cash, this guy must be a rich kid. Brother Hao frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Bro, how about this? Let's each give a little. I'll give you the 100,000 from this round, and you let us go. How about it? No way, I'm a man of my word, Qin Feng flatly refused. Brother Hao stepped forward. We're not alone in the live streaming world. Let me tell you, we've got people backing us. Brother Hao and I have been in this game for a long time. We're not afraid of trouble. Qin Feng laughed. Then go find your people right now. I'm curious to see what kind of big shots you can bring in. Seeing that Qin Feng wouldn't budge no matter what, Hao Ji took out his phone, walked to the side and dialed a number. Hey! Big brother Wangling! It's Haozi here. I'm running into some trouble with my outdoor livestream, bro. You've got a wide network, please help me hold down the fort.